Eclipses have long been regarded in historical accounts as harbingers of calamity. Initially, I was skeptical of such beliefs. However, on that fateful day, my father's coffin inexplicably materialized in our courtyard. No one could ascertain its origin. Upon receiving a notification about the solar eclipse occurring at noon, even as a high school student, I found myself captivated by this scientific phenomenon. I waited in the yard for an extended period to witness the eclipse, and when daylight had fully succumbed to darkness, I caught a glimpse of an enormous black rectangle emerging from the corner of the courtyard. My grandfather, a man of meticulous order, ensured that the yard was devoid of clutter. I thought I had erred in my perception, yet as I approached for a closer look, I was overtaken by sheer terror. Upon the coffin lay a spirit tablet and a letter inscribed with my father's name. I distinctly recalled my grandfather telling me that my father had passed away when I was merely 7, his soul lost to distant lands. How, then, could my father's coffin appear in our yard? The mere presence of these objects was bizarre enough, but coupled with the eclipse, it plunged me into an icy abyss. Was this the dread power of an eclipse, as described by the ancients? I stood there in a daze for a considerable time before remembering to call for my grandfather. His presence alone could afford me a semblance of comfort, for he was a master of the yin and yang. Hearing my panic cries, my grandfather emerged at a measured pace. However, upon witnessing the spirit tablet and coffin, fear filled his eyes, an expression I had never before encountered in the years spent with him. "Come inside," he commanded, seizing the letter from the coffin and retreating indoors. Even within the confines of our home, his countenance remained stricken with dread. Trembling, he opened the envelope, extracting a purplish talisman along with a brittle sheet of yellowed paper. "Father, I have returned. Please grant me a proper burial." Yen Qingqiao, Hejin Wang, snake trapped in the city far from home. This purple talisman is for my son. Yidong, it can protect him. I wish for my child to be foolish and unrefined, free from disaster on his path to nobility. The letter's brevity left me perplexed. Yet, I keenly noticed a blue Qin hexagram and a red Qian hexagram marked in the lower left corner of the paper. My father had imparted some knowledge of the I Ching and the 8 trigrams to me in my youth. Each symbol, colored differently, conveyed distinct meanings, having become a private language of communication between us. Qian signifies the elder, while Qin represents change and suspicion. The Qan preceding the Qian seemed to convey my father's warning to distrust everything after reading the letter. The Qian, representing the elder, indicated that only my grandfather and I remained alive in our family. Was my father implying that I should not trust my grandfather? Why would he send such a message? Despite my confusion, the bond of years led me to trust my grandfather, though I refrained from sharing my father's intended message with him. Is this the fate of the Luo family? My grandfather sighed deeply, an air of resignation enveloping him. "Very well, Yidong, there are matters you must come to understand," he said, his tone reminiscent of someone imparting final wishes. An ominous premonition settled in my heart. "You know that your father and I are masters of Yin and Yang. Your birth brought us immense joy, as your destiny is auspicious. In the parlance of wandering sorcerers, you are like a star descended from the heavens, of immeasurable worth, destined to inherit our legacy. You were born for this life. But no, grandfather has only taught me the basics of fortune-telling. The villagers speak of my father's prophetic abilities. You have a gift for discerning energy, yet I barely grasp the surface of your knowledge. Just listen to me. If only things could unfold as we envision. Perhaps you no longer recall that on your 7th birthday, you incessantly clamored to play with your friends. At first, your father and I thought little of it, as it is natural for children to desire play. However, one day, when you had not returned home by dusk, we found you in the graveyard, conversing with the air, frolicking joyfully. From that day onward, I perceived a dark aura surrounding you. According to your destiny, malevolent spirits should not approach you, yet you laughed heartily, as if seeing apparitions in broad daylight. Exactly like that, my grandfather paused before exclaiming, "I'm speaking seriously, there's no need for your interjections." I felt a wave of indignation wash over me. I had said nothing, yet I sensed laughter echoing around me. It seemed my grandfather realized something and hurried to the door, prompting me to follow closely. What lay before me was utterly horrifying. My father's coffin had inexplicably opened, the lid scattered across the ground, and he was rising from within, slowly turning his head to regard us with an unsettling smile. A chill coursed through me, leaving me in a state of utter disarray. "Grandfather, has my father returned from the dead?" I stammered, my teeth chattering as my body trembled uncontrollably, that I swore I would never forget that moment. My grandfather offered no reply, yet his earlier terror had vanished, replaced by a stern demeanor as he faced my father. "Ito, I fear I must leave my final in elderly individuals often find delight in conversing with children. Granny Wong is quite loquacious, yet at this moment, I lack the inclination to engage with her. My attention is drawn to a pair of elderly men a short distance from the village entrance. Seemingly engrossed in conversation, one is on a motorcycle, and to my astonishment, the other is my grandfather. What is happening? Isn't he currently entangled in a dispute with my father? How did he manage to arrive ahead of me? Could it be that he resolved matters with my father and hitched a ride to seek me out? He disappears somewhat disheveled, that I called out Grandpa, and abandoning my cup, I dashed towards him. The old man seated beneath the tree gazed at the unfinished tea before him, then at the direction in which the youth had vanished, murmuring in confusion. Where did that grandfather come from? There's not a soul within miles. I told the young ones to limit their time on their phones. Their eyesight is even worse than that of an old woman like me. He shook his head in disbelief. Chapter 2. The tombs outside the village. By the time I reached my grandfather, the motorcyclist had already disappeared into the distance. I wasn't particularly concerned. Seeing my grandfather in a disheveled state finally eased my anxious heart. As long as he was unharmed, that was what mattered. "Grandfather, where is my father? Have you dealt with him so quickly? Did you come looking for me?" I bombarded him with questions in rapid succession. My grandfather did not respond immediately, gazing at me with an expression that fluctuated between shadow and light. "Follow me," he said, turning left down a fork in the road, signaling for me to accompany him. Without much thought, I trailed behind him, incessantly questioning him, yet he remained silent. I found myself puzzled as I observed my grandfather's silhouette. This pathway was one I seldom took, and scarcely anyone ventured here. For a moment, I couldn't recall where it led. A cool breeze swept past, causing me to shiver after the earlier rush. Suddenly, it clicked. I remembered that this road led to the village's potter's field. No wonder it felt oppressively hot in the summer. Where was this chill coming from? "Grandfather, where are we going?" I halted, casting a wary glance at him. I sensed something was off about him, though I couldn't quite place what it was. "You had scarcely left when I subdued your father. However, I could only keep him restrained for a short duration. Fortunately, your Uncle Lou happened to pass by. I called on him to assist in taking your father to the burial ground outside the village, where the ambient energy would help subdue him for the time being," my grandfather explained, halting as well but still not turning around. "You really ran fast. I had to chase you down on the motorcycle." As I absorbed my grandfather's explanation, my suspicions gradually dissipated, but the distant, shadowy tombs and the gradually increasing chill still caused beads of sweat to form on my forehead. Most of the graves in the village were old, long neglected and rarely visited. The dilapidated tombstones and bare tree trunks contributed to an eerie atmosphere. "The purple talisman is still with you, right?" Once we entered the burial ground, My grandfather finally came to a stop, turning to face me. Your father is just ahead, at the site of your great-grandfather's burial. Please take out that talisman for me. So I began to untie the cloth pouch and rummage through it. I recalled the hasty manner in which I had stuffed everything inside. Just as I was about to hand the pouch to my grandfather, a sudden, piercing female voice called out to me. Hey, young man, who are you talking to? Come back, her shout startled me, causing the pouch to drop from my hands. Turning around, I saw a girl about my age, dressed in blue sportswear, likely a high school student. She didn't seem to be from the village. I didn't recognize her and felt no familiarity. But what did she mean by that? Wasn't I conversing with my grandfather? What an overreaction, bending down to retrieve the fallen pouch. I was hit with a wave of terror when I realized my grandfather had no shadow. What the hell? Had I encountered a ghost? Wait, ghost, tombs. My grandfather had said I used to play here joyfully as a child. I forced myself to suppress my fear, steeling my resolve as I picked up the pouch and slowly stood up, trying not to reveal any signs of panic. After standing, I stared intently at the figure of my grandfather, backing away frantically while trembling as I asked, Who are you? The figure in front of me remained silent, offering a peculiar smile before vanishing completely. I scarcely had time to think as I bolted out of the burial ground. I swear, as I fled in disarray, my speed reached an unprecedented peak. If Usain Bolt had been there, I would have left him in the dust. I rushed to the girl's side, gasping for breath, only to realize with a jolt that I had jumped away from her. I scrutinized her from head to toe. She had a shadow, so she must be human. I felt a slight sense of relief. Gradually, I approached her, taking advantage of her momentary distraction to act swiftly. In a flash, I struck her on the head. What the hell is wrong with you? She exclaimed, clutching her head. Hey, you are solid. At that moment, I finally felt completely at ease. I'm truly sorry. I thought you were a ghost. Now that I know you're real, I'm relieved. I hurriedly explained. You're the ghost? Your whole family are ghosts? She retorted. Chapter 3. A terrifying bus ride. I was enveloped in a profound slumber, and in the hazy depths of my dreams, I seemed to encounter my father. He appeared much as he always had, thin yet remarkably capable, clad in a pure black Zhongshan suit that lent him an air of formidable authority. In my dream, I discerned my father within a grave, though visibility was woefully poor. His form was nebulous, almost spectral, faintly illuminated by dark crimson blood. He seemed to traverse a realm populated by terracotta warriors, which, rather than being crafted from clay, appeared to be forged from iron. The era to which they belonged eluded me, as the dimness rendered all discernment difficult. Those warriors flickered with an eerie glow under the feeble candlelight. Suddenly, my father halted, as though he could perceive my presence. When he turned abruptly, I was startled. His complexion had taken on an ashen hue, and his lips moved as if to convey something to me. Yet his voice was inaudible. What are you saying, Dad? I cried out in desperation. Strangely, my throat felt constricted, rendering me mute. I strained to decipher his lip movements and finally discerned his message. You must survive. At that moment, I jolted awake, clutching my backpack and gasping for breath. What made this dream so vivid? What did my father's exhortation to survive signify? Did he sense my impending demise? My grandfather had also ominously stated that I might not see my 17th year. Was there a connection between these foreboding pronouncements? I felt ensnared in a vast enigma. Perhaps it was the perspiration from my dream that made me feel a sudden chill. Rubbing my eyes, I glanced out the window to see the moon suspended high in the sky, the bus winding along a mountain road, and the outside world cloaked in darkness. Had nightfall arrived already? A gentle breeze swept through, sending a shiver down my spine. This was peculiar. It was midsummer. How could it be so cold? I lifted my gaze forward, and in that moment, a sense of dread gripped me as I looked up. Every passenger in the bus slowly turned their heads towards me, like mechanical puppets, their eyes glimmering with an unnameable light. Upon closer inspection, their forms resembled that of my father from my dream, ethereal, lacking true substance. All the passengers were specters. This was a ghostly bus. Having read my fair share of horror novels, I now found fiction bleeding into reality. My scalp prickled with fear. Why had I been so restless since my father's coffin arrived at our home? Could it be true, as my grandfather claimed, that I had seen spirits in broad daylight since childhood. Yet, if that were the case, why had I ceased to see them later on? These thoughts flitted through my mind like lightning, leaving me little room for contemplation. I heard the passengers emitting spine-chilling laughter as they slowly rose to approach me, two of them already restraining me, leaving me with no avenue for resistance. Despair began to seep into my heart. It seemed I was destined to meet my end here. "Sit down," came a commanding shout from the front. It was the sister who had been harassed earlier. Strangely, the specters obeyed her, returning to their seats, even releasing their grip on me. Could it be that this sister was also a spiritual medium, capable of perceiving these unclean entities? I suppressed my curiosity, swallowing hard, and sought to express my gratitude, only to hear her say, "Brother, hold on a little longer. We will arrive shortly." I knew she was addressing me. "Thank you, sister," I replied, but she offered no further response. Although she had managed to quell the spirits, their gaze remained fixed upon me, particularly the two beside me, who stared intently, sending chills down my spine. The wave of cold washed over me, and I dared not look at them, opting instead to shut my eyes, praying for the bus to reach its stop so I could disembark. I held my breath, daring not to move, embracing the bone-chilling atmosphere of the bus. After what felt like an eternity, the announcement echoed through the vehicle. We had finally arrived at Pung'an County. I cautiously opened my eyes and made my way down the bus steps. The ghostly passengers glared at me with a sense of reluctance, clearly displeased with my departure. Some had already lunged towards me, attempting to drag me back and prevent my exit. Terror gripped me, beads of sweat forming on my brow as I struggled against their grasp. "Get off," the sister commanded again, her tone chillingly indifferent. Remarkably, the spirits complied, releasing me. At that moment, the bus doors swung open, and I leaped out, eager to escape. Upon landing, I inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air of summer, which confirmed that I was still in the realm of the living. I noticed the sister had also disembarked. "Thank you, sister," I expressed my heartfelt gratitude. "It's a small matter. The night is unsafe. You should hurry to find your family." "Little brother," she replied with a slight smile, seemingly disinterested in further conversation as she walked away. "Are you a spiritual medium?" I inquired respectfully. "If you say so, then I suppose that is the case." She replied without looking back that I refrained from pressing further. Such individuals surely possessed unique abilities, whether or not they were mediums, likely connected to that world. The buses to the town would only run during the day, so I needed to find a place to stay for the night. Across the street was a small inn adjacent to a noodle shop. I decided to fill my stomach before worrying about lodging. My nerves were frayed, and I required sustenance to replenish my energy after such an exhilarating day. It felt as though I had been on a relentless roller coaster, with one fright after another. "Boss, a bowl of spicy chicken noodles, with extra chicken and plenty of chili," I called as I slumped into a chair. "Coming right up," the owner replied. In no time, a steaming bowl of aromatic chicken noodles was placed before me, the sense of spices and chicken filling my nostrils. Delicious. With a whirlwind of chopsticks, I devoured the noodles, finally feeling my strength and spirit being restored. A sip of cold soda brought a sigh of relief. The sensations of the living world were so comforting. Even the stout owner's smile seemed warm and welcoming. I glanced at the wall clock. It was just past 9, so I wasn't in a hurry. I decided to play a game of Rhythm Master to unwind, especially since Honor of Kings hadn't yet emerged. "This noodle shop is quite good," I remarked while playing, hoping to strike up a conversation with the owner, as I was unfamiliar with the area. "You have a discerning palate. I've been running this little establishment for 10 years, and I have many returning customers," he said proudly. "That so? You're quite familiar with Pung'an then?" I inquired. "Of course. You're not from Pung'an, are you?" "No. I came to visit a friend. Do you know how to get to Liangu town?" "Take the number 13 bus directly to the town." "Thank you." As the game concluded, I promptly stood to settle my bill. "Hey, you're quite polite." The owner's Sichuan accent was authentic, a contrast to my more standard Mandarin from school. Turning to the adjacent inn, I retrieved my identification for the owner to book a room. The middle-aged proprietor scribbled with ease, glancing up briefly before asking, "Just one room?" I found his question puzzling. "What else would I need?" "2 rooms." To my surprise, the owner responded with a knowing smile. "Ah, I see. I see. Young people today." I eyed him suspiciously, pondering whether he had misinterpreted something. After receiving my room key, I headed toward the corner staircase. In a small county town, there were few guests, and no one else heard the owner mumbling as he watched my figure disappear at the staircase's edge. Today's youth are so open-minded. Being young is great. Meanwhile, at the staircase's landing, a girl clad in blue sportswear turned to smile at the owner before her figure gradually faded away. It was now 10 o'clock, and despite my previous exhaustion, I felt wide awake, eager to see what my grandfather had left for me. I located the iron box my grandfather had mentioned, adorned with 2 rows of characters, rows I recognized as the 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. Following the sequence of my birth chart, I pressed down on the 8 characters, and with a click, the box sprang open, revealing a roll of bound books secured with a rubber band. Upon unraveling it, I discovered that the book was printed on modern Dao Lin paper. The cover boldly proclaimed, "The Heavenly Scriptures of the Mysterious Gate." As I flipped it open, I recognized the handwriting. It was my father's notes. No wonder he had chosen contemporary paper. The introduction explained that this book had been passed down from our ancestors and was a treasured heirloom of the Luo clan. Through this text, the Luo family had established themselves as spiritual mediums, with the fully knowledgeable attaining the esteemed position of chief of the Astronomical Bureau, while those with partial understanding could gain regional renown as practitioners of Yin or Yang arts. My father had revised this book, adding his own interpretations and annotations. It was undoubtedly a gift he left for me, possibly the only remnant of our Luo lineage. As I perused the pages, I found the initial chapters covered foundational knowledge, integrating the heavenly stems, earthly branches, 9 stars, and 8 gates, primarily centered around the art of Chimen Dunjia, and no wonder my grandfather had me memorize phrases like Jia Zi, Ichou, Hai Zhong Jin since childhood. While I could easily comprehend the content, my understanding remained superficial. My grandfather had often remarked that my father excelled in the arts of Yin, yet as I read, I found nothing that directly pertained to those practices, highlighting how far I fell short of my father's abilities. The more I read, the more captivated I became, as if under a spell, reciting phrases while tracing my fingers along the text. I lost track of time, and eventually, all the light in my vision condensed into a narrow slit before succumbing to darkness. Chapter 4. Li Liangfeng. I awoke from a deep sleep, only to find that it was nearly afternoon. As I attempted to rise, I became acutely aware of the soreness in my body, rendering me weak and lethargic. It is no wonder that after yesterday's harrowing experience with my father's unexpected return and the eerie events on the bus, I find myself utterly drained, both mentally and physically. After a long journey of 100 miles, however, I must attend to the important matters at hand. My grandfather awaits my return, and each minute I delay increases his peril. After freshening up, I approached the proprietor to check out, only to be met with a lewd grin as he remarked, "Young man, it seems you had quite the ordeal last night." I was utterly baffled by his insinuation. Upon completing the checkout process, I chose to ignore him. He truly was a peculiar character. Just as I stepped out the door, I heard him exclaim, "Ah, youth is indeed a blessing." It went unnoticed that the automatic glass door had remained ajar, allowing a girl clad in a blue tracksuit to curiously linger behind it, her form appearing as ethereal as mist. I intended to grab a bowl of noodles next door and ordered a pig's trotter noodle dish. Only then did I take in the quaint ambience of the noodle shop. Despite its modest size, the interior was steeped in ancient charm, with walls adorned in hand-painted murals, remarkably depicting the flying apsaras of Dunhuang, suggesting that the owner possessed a flair for the arts. On the left wall hung portraits of the 4 beauties, while the right displayed the 4 legendary generals, Wei, Hua, Han, and Bai. Intrigued, I inquired of the owner, "What does the presence of the 4 beauties signify in your establishment?" He replied, "Ah, the 4 beauties symbolize wealth and prosperity. We welcome you." I pressed further, "And what of the 4 renowned generals on the opposite wall?" With a twinkle of amusement in his eye, he said, "Ah, young man, should you dare to dine and dash, I shall have to take action." I must admit, this noodle shop was truly exceptional. The pig's trotter noodles rivaled the spicy chicken noodles in quality. Prepared with a rich broth, as I settled the bill, I remarked, "Your noodles are delightful. I shall return for another meal on my way back." "I look forward to your visit," he responded, and with a sense of satisfaction, I turned to leave, glancing once more at the portraits of the 4 beauties and the 4 generals. However, that fleeting glance sent chills down my spine. The eyes of the four beauties and the four generals inexplicably shifted to meet my gaze. Swirling ominously, alarmed, I stumbled back a few paces, rubbed my eyes, and lifted my gaze again, only to find the paintings unchanged, devoid of any oddities. The wave of dread washed over me. I was certain that was no mere illusion. In a daze, I made my way to the bus station, my previous experiences having instilled a shadow of fear towards public transport. After scrutinizing the bus passengers thoroughly, I finally confirmed they were all indeed human. Thankfully, it was only a 20-minute ride to Lianga town. Upon disembarking, I hailed a motorcycle and sped towards Shuangshui village. The towering cornstalks and rugged concrete roads bore an uncanny resemblance to our Yongding town. Rural Sichuan, it seemed, shared a commonality. I casually approached an elderly man who had just finished working in the fields at the village entrance and asked for directions. "Excuse me, could you guide me to Li Liangfeng's residence?" The old man regarded me with a strange expression, but nonetheless pointed me in a direction, saying, "Do you see that mountain across the way? Cross over another mountain and you'll find Zhuanyang Mountain at its base." "Thank you, sir." Though the mountain appeared close, the path to it wound through many twists and turns. After half an hour, I finally stood atop the opposite mountain. There, I beheld Zhuanyang Mountain as described by the elderly man. A series of peaks resembling a reclining goat, with smaller hills resembling playful lambs. On the distant horizon, I discerned an ancient residence, my intended destination. From the onset of my ascent to Li Liangfeng's abode, there were no well-trodden paths, and even the trails were overgrown with weeds that reached waist height. After overcoming numerous obstacles, I finally arrived at Li Liangfeng's home. Unlike the other simple dwellings in the village, his residence was fortified with high walls, and the entrance was not the common iron gate, but a sturdy wooden door. "Is Uncle Li Liangfeng home?" I called out while knocking. The house remained silent, and I began to doubt whether anyone resided there at all. It appeared the house had seen better days, cloaked in an air of antiquity, the white walls and green tiles weathered by time, giving the impression that it had long been abandoned. Yet, since my grandfather had sent me, I chose to trust in his judgment. "Is Uncle Li Liangfeng home?" I called out again, after an indeterminate number of knocks. The door finally creaked open, revealing a sprightly elderly man who seemed to be of a similar age to my grandfather. "Who are you looking for?" he asked. "Are you Li Liangfeng?" I inquired. "Indeed, I am Li Liangfeng. I am the grandson of Luo Tingchun." "Luo Tingchun? So you are the son of Luo Qingshan? Oh, you know my father? Come in, let's talk." The old man cast a cautious glance around before ushering me inside. His Mandarin was impeccably standard, devoid of any trace of a Sichuan accent, making him seem far removed from the local populace. Accepting the tea he offered, I gulped it down eagerly. "What brings you here?" he asked, seated comfortably in an armchair. A smile gracing his face. "My father's coffin suddenly appeared at home, and he has returned from the dead, and my grandfather is currently battling him. Please, you must help save my grandfather." My voice trembled with urgency, laced with desperation. "Is Luo Qingshan still dead?" The old man replied leisurely, as if he anticipated my story. "Huh?" I regarded him suspiciously. He seemed to possess an alarming amount of knowledge about my father. "Senior, were you well acquainted with my father?" "To a degree, yes. Speaking of which, how much of your father's abilities have you inherited?" "Perhaps 1 or 2/10. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Lives are at stake. Please, I beg of you, help my grandfather," I implored, the weight of the journey pressing heavily upon me, and I had no inclination for further conversation with the elderly man. "Considering your grandfather, shouldn't you be more concerned about your own well-being?" he remarked, a faint smile playing on his lips. "What do you mean?" I shot him a wary glance. "It is difficult to imagine the price your father has paid for you. Yet even so, you shall not live past 17. He spoke those words with an unsettling calm, taking a leisurely sip of his tea. My heart raced with turmoil. What secrets did this elder hold? "You cannot genuinely believe your grandfather sent you to find me for his own rescue?" "What do you mean, Uncle Li? Your grandfather sent you to find me. Does that not imply he wishes for my assistance? If all goes as expected, your grandfather has likely consumed the Mingpa soup by now." "For he faces your father," Li Liangfeng remarked, casting a sidelong glance at me. I keenly noted the glimmer of memory, admiration, fear, and complexity in his gaze. What a curious expression. Was it directed at my grandfather or my father? Yet, I had no time for contemplation. If you refuse to assist, why curse my grandfather? He will not perish. I glared defiantly at him. Oh, is that so? Then why have you prepared his identification and even a talisman in your bag? And what of your father's journal? Li Liangfeng continued to sip his tea, maintaining his composure. I could no longer remain composed. How did he know so much? But I had begun to recognize him as a figure of great power. My earlier arrogance faded, replaced by a tremor in my voice as I respectfully pleaded, Uncle Li, I beseech you, please help my grandfather. Li Liangfeng regarded me silently for a spell, then sighed. I cannot assist with your family's matters. I must ask you to leave and not return. His refusal was unmistakable, leaving me at a loss for words. Yet, recalling the perilous journey I had undertaken, with my grandfather awaiting my help, his indifference ignited my fury. Uncle Li, my grandfather said you are a compassionate man, yet it seems you are unworthy of that title. My grandfather misjudged you, placing his trust in you, and I no longer seek your aid. I seized my backpack and turned to leave, but Li Liangfeng rose as if to speak. Stop, I replied coldly, my tone unyielding. He indeed halted, and I let out a disdainful huff as I neared the door. My gaze fell upon the plaque hanging above it. Liangfeng Hall. An uncontainable anger surged within me, and I leaped to deliver a punch to the plaque, which, perhaps due to years of decay, shattered effortlessly under my blow, and my frustration boiled over. My grandfather viewed him as a brother, while he regarded my grandfather as merely a distant relation. I stormed back down the path, not once looking back. It was only when I reached the halfway point of the mountain that I noticed several grave mounds standing tall, yet my anger quelled any fear I might have felt. Upon reaching the summit, I found Li Liangfeng watching me from the courtyard, further fueling my ire in the blink of an eye. I returned to the village entrance, where I unexpectedly encountered the elderly man who had previously given me directions. I greeted him and continued on my way. You met Li Liangfeng, did you? How is he? He inquired cheerfully. Don't even mention it. He is cold and unyielding, utterly lacking in compassion. He infuriated me. I expressed my frustrations openly. However, the old man's demeanor shifted as he began to retreat, his speech faltering. You really met Li Liangfeng? Is there any doubt? I retorted indignantly. Old folks, come quickly. This young man claims to have seen Li Liangfeng. The old man shouted, startling me that a few older women and men turned their anxious gazes towards me, their expressions laden with dread. Young man, did you truly meet Li Liangfeng? Why would I lie? He's utterly unyielding, refusing to help even when I pleaded, I replied, my frustration palpable, but the response from an elderly woman in the fields sent a chill racing down my spine. Young man, Li Liangfeng has been dead for over 10 years. A fire broke out at his home, leaving not even ashes behind. Chapter 5. The Compassionate Person and Compassionate Deeds. Li Liangfeng is dead? Then who did I see? Was it the ghost of Li Liangfeng? Did I actually drink tea offered by a ghost? The thought of it made a wave of nausea rise within me. I stood there, speechless for a long while. Observing my demeanor, the old lady noticed something was amiss and turned to ask, Young man, you truly saw Li Liangfeng, did you not? I took a deep breath and nodded. I saw him, not just Li Liangfeng, but also his residence, known as Liangfeng Hall. Several elderly men and women working in the fields exchanged glances and sighed. Young man, you must have seen a ghost. I could not comprehend this, as everything I experienced felt undeniably real. The pain from striking that plaque in my fury was also real. Granny, do you know much about Li Liangfeng? I decided to inquire further about him. Well, that child grew up under our watchful eyes. He was extraordinarily kind-hearted, and his tragic fate was merely a result of his excessive kindness. One elderly man dusted himself off and took a sip of tea. This elder seemed well acquainted with Li Liangfeng, yet his portrayal differed greatly from my own experience. Where Li Liangfeng appeared cold and unfeeling, I refrained from contesting him and curiously asked, Grandfather, could you share some stories about Li Liangfeng? The old man nodded. That child was not originally from our village. His grandfather was, although he wasn't his biological grandfather. It's more accurate to say he was his master. His grandfather was a renowned feng shui master in the area. According to him, Li Liangfeng was adopted, as he had no sons, so he raised Li Liangfeng as both a disciple and a grandson. From a young age, Li Liangfeng was sensible and helped his family with chores. He learned quickly, mastering his master's skills over the years, but his master passed away after raising him for over a decade. The elder sipped his tea and continued, his master was a good man. Whenever strange occurrences troubled the village, he would quell them without asking for any compensation, leading to a modest life for his family. After his master's death, Li Liangfeng continued to assist the village with various issues, such as relocating graves and settling disputes. After a few years, he ventured out into the world. Grandfather, you mentioned he died in a fire. What about that residence? Unable to contain my curiosity as the elder had yet to address the crux of the matter, I interrupted him. The elder showed no sign of annoyance, took another sip of tea, and continued his narrative. No one knows what he experienced while he was away, but by the time he returned, he was in his early 30s, presumably having earned some wealth. That residence was built by him, and it was during this time that events unfolded. The elder paused, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Perhaps it was due to the construction of the new residence that the young man intended to help the village with its troubles. The times were tumultuous, and people were impoverished, facing natural disasters and famine, unlike the prolonged peace we enjoy today, which led to strange occurrences happening frequently. Nonetheless, that young man was remarkable, having assisted many families. Until that one incident. What incident? I hurriedly inquired, sensing the key to the story lay here. It was the matter concerning the Liu family from the east. The Liu family used to be landlords, but fell from grace and could not shed their harsh nature. The villagers favored sons over daughters, and the Liu family was no exception. Due to the daughter-in-law giving birth to daughters, she faced much abuse, and tragically, the poor girl was driven to her death. Later, the daughter-in-law became pregnant again, and I do not know how the Liu family summoned a shaman, but she declared that the child was to be a girl. The outcome was predictable. That very night, she suffered a brutal beating, her body covered in bruises. 3 days after the shaman left, the Liu family's daughter-in-law drowned herself along with her unborn child. Ever since the daughter-in-law's suicide, strange occurrences plagued the Liu household. They often heard the cries of a baby and inexplicable laughter. Over time, the villagers began to avoid their home as if it were a cursed place. This continued for 8 years until Li Liangfeng returned, at which point the Liu family timidly sought his assistance. Li Liangfeng did not refuse. He was accompanied by 2 younger men, one resembling a Taoist priest and the other clad in a pure black Zhongshan suit. Upon hearing this, my pupils dilated. The description bore some resemblance to my father. Grandfather, can you describe the young man in the Zhongshan suit? I asked, not realizing how urgent my tone had become. The elder looked at me in surprise and then nodded. I do recall that young man. He was quite handsome, reserved in speech, yet Li Liangfeng treated him with great respect, as if he were the leader. Oh, you remember his name? I pressed on. The elder pondered for a moment before shaking his head. However, an old lady nearby interjected. I remember that Li Liangfeng called him Xiaoshan, and he was holding a baby. Beyond that, I know nothing. After Li Liangfeng died, he and that Taoist handled his funeral arrangements and then departed. Xiaoshan? My father's name was Luo Qingshan. Could that person be my father? And was that baby me? The villagers knew very little. I realized that I could not extract any more information, so I continued to inquire about Li Liangfeng. How did Li Liangfeng die? Upon agreeing to assist the Liu family, Li Liangfeng summoned the village's corpse retrieval team. It took 3 attempts to recover the body, and by that time, the Liu family's daughter-in-law had already begun to decompose. Her belly swollen, eyes wide open. When she was first brought up, her head turned, fixating on the Liu family patriarch, her body covered in dark hair. Those who had come to watch fled in terror, leaving only a few brave souls to stand at a distance. The accompanying young Taoist indeed possessed some abilities. After placing a talisman on the woman's head, her body ceased its movements. They had planned to perform a ritual that night, but unexpectedly, the woman's body vanished by afternoon. By evening, the villagers witnessed a blaze at this moment. She had undergone a profound transformation, no longer resembling the frail sister I once knew. Her complexion was ashen, as if she had emerged from the depths of a watery abyss, and her eyes were devoid of color, leaving only the whites. Sister, I called out tremulously, but she offered no reply, merely gazing at me with an eerie stillness that made it impossible for me to meet her gaze. It was then that I truly perceived her lack of a shadow. She was no longer human. It seemed she was aware of my thoughts, as blood tears began to stream from her eyes. Simultaneously, various figures emerged from the forest, including serpents and unknown birds, all sharing the commonality of having no shadows. They were all specters. Yet, the way they regarded the woman was tinged with fear. It dawned upon me that her presence here was no mere coincidence. She was the daughter-in-law of the Liu family who had perished in the river. She had come to seek vengeance upon Li Liangfeng. It appeared that Li Liangfeng had indeed survived. Little brother, you are a good person. I will not kill you. You may leave. She finally spoke, her voice chilling. I shook my head, for it was not that I wished to remain, but that my grandfather's life depended on Li Liangfeng's salvation. If you do not leave, I shall be forced to kill you, she said, raising her gaze to me, the blood tears continuing to flow from her eyes, now solely white in fear. I stepped back, heading towards the direction of Liangfeng Hall. A cold snort was all I heard before a frigid hand seized my throat, lifting me off the ground. I felt the air constricting around me, on the verge of suffocation, my feet kicking helplessly as that hand tightened its grip. Gradually, I became aware of nothing, my consciousness fading. Was I to perish? This was my final thought, and as I contemplated this, an overwhelming sensation of falling enveloped me, and my breath began to normalize in a daze. I noticed a sword pierced into the woman's left shoulder. Before I could process this, I felt a large hand grasp my nape and pull me backwards. Li Liangfeng, return my children's lives. A wretched wail echoed through the forest. Yet, no one responded to her. With a resounding bang, the door of Liangfeng Hall slammed shut, accompanied by an incessant knocking from outside. I was once again thrown to the ground. And standing before me was an elderly man wielding a sword. It was none other than Li Liangfeng. Didn't I tell you to leave at once? Why have you returned? He questioned, his tone tinged with anger. It finally dawned on me that Li Liangfeng had anticipated such a day. He had urged me to leave to spare me from entanglement. Li Liangfeng was indeed compassionate. My grandfather had not misjudged his character. But how had he foreseen this? I also confirmed that I had not erred. The Li Liangfeng before me was not a ghost. I was worried about you. You still need to save my grandfather? I blurted out. Just like your father, you are quite the loyal one. But look at me now. It seems I may meet my end here today. I was powerless against her over a decade ago. And after all these years, I do not believe I can best her now. Li Liangfeng seemed to lose his temper no further. Your father returned with you over a decade ago? I exclaimed. Indeed, Li Liangfeng replied. Suddenly realizing, he added, you little rascal, you're trying to extract information from me. How did you know? So the man in the Zhongshan suit mentioned by the old man truly was my father. I also knew that a Taoist priest had come, but I refrained from directly answering him. Li Liangfeng furrowed his brow. It was someone from outside who informed you, wasn't it? Your deductive skills seem to have come from your mother. You know my mother? I asked, somewhat shocked. I had not seen her since I was very young. Not even my grandfather had met her, yet Li Liangfeng was aware of her existence. Aren't you good at guessing? Keep guessing, he said with amusement, seemingly pleased that I was momentarily stumped. So you are all in cahoots. I will slay you all, I declared, as the knocking on the door grew more frantic. The ghostly cries sent chills down my spine. And I looked towards Li Liangfeng. Can you hold her off for a while? I need to arrange some things inside. Our lives depend on you, he said, his expression grave. Just as I was about to refuse, I found myself at a loss for a reason to do so, and after a brief silence, I solemnly replied, all right. After handing me the long sword, Li Liangfeng entered the inner hall. I gazed at the dilapidated door. Its latch nearly broken. It seemed unlikely to hold her at bay for long. A forceful knock resounded against the door, and with a resounding crash, it burst open. You shall all die. The woman with blood tears glared at me with malice. As she lunged towards me, I raised the sword to defend myself, and when her hand struck the blade, a plume of white smoke erupted. What a fine sword! I couldn't help but praise. Taking advantage of the moment, I noticed that the sword appeared to be a deep golden hue, adorned with unknown runes. Before I could fully comprehend, the woman attacked again, striking me with a forceful blow. Blood tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, and the air in the courtyard grew heavy and frigid. She seemed to become even more ferocious. I had been naive to think that the ghost submerged for 8 years would relent in her quest for vengeance due to my fleeting kindness. Yet, I was no longer the inexperienced novice I once was. Although she was fearsome, the pressure she exerted was far less than that of my father. if I did not fear my father? How could I be intimidated by a mere ghost? I engaged her in combat, the deep golden sword clashing against her with an ominous hiss. I was unable to gain much ground against her. Her strength was overwhelming, and the sword nearly slipped from my grip several times. Unbeknownst to me, black fuzz began to sprout from her body, complemented by her chilling laughter, rendering her both hideous and terrifying. I dared not press the attack any longer and slowly retreated to a corner. Is it not yet done? Uncle Lee, I called out. Almost. Hold on just a little longer. I could discern the urgency in Li Liangfeng's voice, clearly exerting himself to the utmost. Before I could utter another word, the woman seized the long sword, her palm emanating white smoke, and she showed no concern for the pain, as if she were impervious. I clutched the sword hilt desperately, but she struck me on the head, blurring my vision. I shook my head to regain clarity, only to find that the sword had already slipped from my grasp. Run! A singular thought consumed my mind, but before I could turn, her figure reappeared before me. She once again seized my throat, lifting me off the ground. This time, however, I felt no fear. While I still had strength, I slapped a purple talisman onto her forehead. That talisman had been left to me by my father and had appeared in our home alongside his coffin. Just as I rejoiced in having escaped a calamity, I realized that her grip on my throat remained unyielding, and indeed, it tightened further. I watched helplessly as the purple talisman drifted down from her head, proving utterly ineffective against her. She caught the talisman in her right hand, and without so much as a glance, crushed it to dust. No? Li Liangfeng's voice rang out from the inner hall, laced with panic. I initially thought he was concerned for my safety, but his next words left me utterly perplexed. It's all over. Now we're all doomed. As his words fell, a surge of malevolent energy swept through the courtyard, turning it into a realm resembling a hellish underworld. Although it was midsummer, the chill I felt was more biting than that of the coldest winter. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resounded from outside. What is that knocking? Who would come here? Isn't the door broken? Why not just come in? She's coming, Li Liangfeng said, his voice betraying fear. Chapter 7. Hear for me what could possibly instill such dread in Li Liangfeng. He had shown a hint of gravity when confronting the Liu family's daughter-in-law. Yet I saw no trace of panic in his eyes. What entity lurked outside? Even now, grasped by the throat, I could not help but turn my head to glimpse the source of the noise. Do not look! A pair of large hands covered my eyes, and I felt myself being lifted and drawn back. It was Li Liangfeng. By the time my vision cleared again, I found myself in the inner hall, where a young man wielding a sword stood, appearing only slightly older than me. I wondered why the Liu family's daughter-in-law had not pursued us, yet the knocking from outside continued unabated. Guard him, Li Liangfeng commanded, cutting me off as I began to speak. He turned to the young man, issuing instructions. The young man nodded, producing a lighter from his pocket to ignite a candle. What is outside is coming for you. It seeks your life. Your grandfather sent you here not to save him, but to ensure your survival through the night, Li Liangfeng explained. What is that entity, and why is it after me? Li Liangfeng cast a surprised glance in my direction, perhaps too pressed by the urgency of the situation to elaborate further, directing his attention back to the young man. You explain it to him. Then he looked back at me. From now on, trust no one, including us. You only need to survive until midnight. Li Liangfeng withheld further details. Taking the deep golden sword and stepping outside, I turned my gaze to the young man, who stood in the candlelight. Surrounded by swirling smoke, his demeanor exuding a formidable presence akin to a mythical beast. That talisman is a marriage contract. The moment it is torn, the vows begin to be fulfilled. You've heard of ghost marriages, I presume. Your family likely arranged this to protect you, but how can a human unite with a ghost? She has come to take you away. The young man's words were succinct, clarifying the entire ordeal for me. I let out a bitter laugh. What a clever scheme my grandfather had devised. But why had he not informed me sooner? Your family likely feared you would be frightened, hence their silence. It was all for your protection. The young man seemed to understand my thoughts. Why curiosity piqued. I asked, Brother, what is your name? What is your relationship with Uncle Lee? He did not answer, but instead regarded me with an odd expression. Shaking his head, clearly unwilling to speak further, I refrained from probing deeper. Seemed there was dissatisfaction with the lack of response, as the knocking from outside grew increasingly frantic. Which was stronger, the one outside or the one inside? Undoubtedly, the one outside, the youth asserted with certainty. Humph, Li Liangfeng, have you summoned reinforcements? The woman in the courtyard demanded fiercely. I have no time for your nonsense. Hurry and leave, the usually good-natured Li Liangfeng replied impatiently. Then I shall slay the one outside first, and then you all. I saw Lu's daughter-in-law turning to open the door through the cracked, how could this be? What exactly are you? A piercing wail echoed through the night sky. Before I could see clearly, a hand covered my eyes. You want to see? It was the youth. Don't come closer. Spare me, I beg you, spare me. Following this were intermittent, chilling wails, those of Lu's daughter-in-law. What had she endured? She seemed terrified. Is there anything a ghost could fear? Listening to her cries, it appeared she was suffering immensely. I still wanted to peek outside, only to find the door crack nearly shut. I could barely make out the courtyard filled with red threads, each adorned with 3 copper coins, now buzzing and vibrating as if resisting, or perhaps, in fear. Li Liangfeng stood in a position that obstructed my view. I could not see the situation with that entity and the ghost of Lu's family. Just as I attempted to glimpse more, the youth pulled me back again. You wish to stop me? A faint voice emerged. Indistinguishable as male or female, seemingly addressing Li Liangfeng, a favor received, a loyalty returned. Please step back. You cannot take that child's life. Li Liangfeng's response filled me with reassurance, immediately followed by sounds of fighting and the clanging of copper coins. The candlelight within flickered erratically, a heavy, cold atmosphere rising. The struggle outside continued. I was anxious to know the situation, glancing at the youth, only to find his expression unchanged. He appeared entirely unconcerned for Li Liangfeng. My uncle is about to be defeated, he suddenly said. What? Before I could speak again, I heard something crash against the door. It was a shadow. Was it Li Liangfeng? This is left for you. From the moment I step out this door. Do not trust anyone, including me and my uncle. The youth pulled 3 copper coins from his pocket. Staring at those 3 coins, astonishment filled my eyes. Kaiyuan Tongbao? If they were ordinary Kaiyuan Tongbao, I would not have reacted this way. These 3 coins were made of gold, with an ancient aura swirling about them. Though be honest, I had never heard of Kaiyuan Tongbao being made of gold, but it is not uncommon for fortune-telling practitioners to have specially made coins. So it's not surprising, however, if they were truly antiques. I could only say they were incredibly valuable. After leaving that remark, the youth turned and departed. I didn't even see how he exited before the door closed again. As long as I am here, do not think of entering, the youth was quite confident. Clang! The sound of a sword echoed, and I felt the cold atmosphere in the room dissipate slightly. Another round of fighting ensued, lasting a considerable time. Seemingly even the uncle-nephew duo could not subdue her. Luo family's lad, flee quickly, she is coming. A high-pitched shout pierced through the courtyard, shattering my eardrums. It was Li Liangfeng's voice. Had they ultimately failed? Should I escape? Hadn't he said to stay indoors and not venture out? I glanced at the clock on the wall. There were still 15 minutes until midnight. After hesitating, I decided to heed Li Liangfeng's advice. Just as I placed my hand on the door, a burning sensation surged through my right hand. It was those 3 Kaiyuan Tongbao. Could they possess such an effect? The searing pain brought me back to clarity. No, the youth had instructed me that I could trust no one now. After much contemplation, I resolved not to open the door. At this moment, outside, there was no longer a sound. Everything had fallen into silence. The room was eerily quiet. Bang! Something seemed to strike the door, and several large doors shimmered with golden light. Were there scriptures affixed outside? I only just noticed. That entity sought to enter, but was blocked by the scriptures. These scriptures were indeed something. They appeared to belong to Taoism, and faintly, I could still hear the sound of chanting. The objects left by that little cow's nose had proven useful after all. Was that Li Liangfeng's voice? Was he unharmed? Unable to contain my curiosity, I peered through a small crack. Upon seeing, I was instantly terrified. A pure black pupil was aligned with the door crack. Locking eyes with me, with cascading black hair framing either side, I stumbled backward, nearly falling. That pupil was cold and merciless, brimming with mirth. beneath which lay a profound murderous intent. I could ascertain that it was a woman. Adorned in a red bridal gown, was she my ghostly bride? Was she also a harbinger of my demise? Chapter 8. What makes you think you are worthy simultaneously? The scriptures outside shone with a brilliant golden light. The heavy banging on the door persisted. She was relentless, determined to kill me. Humans are always filled with dread towards the unknown. I had no notion of what I faced, trembling uncontrollably, observing the resplendence of the golden light. The door remained steadfastly shut. These scriptures must be quite secure. Luo Idong, open the door, let us in first. She is too powerful. I cannot hold her back. An urgent voice rang out. Was it that sword-wielding youth? Could he not withstand her either? Instinctively, I reached to open the door. Luo family's lad, do not open the door. Just as I was about to pull it, a thunderous shout surged inside. This time it was Li Liangfeng. Why did he not want me to open the door? Wasn't he that his own nephew? Luo Idong, will you stand by and watch him perish? I never expected you to be this kind of person. I should not have saved you, ungrateful wretch. The youth's voice echoed again, but this time urgency had turned to invective. My heart trembled. Indeed, this person, a mere acquaintance, risked their life for me. How could I stand idly by? A wave of guilt washed over me, my face alternating between pallor and flush. Resolutely, I intended to open the door again. Luo family's lad, do not open the door. He is deceiving you. Do not believe anything anyone says. Li Liangfeng's voice resounded just in time. My hand, which had just been raised, fell once more, leaving me rooted in uncertainty. Whom should I trust? Uncle, how can you be so selfish? I am about to die. Just as the youth's words fell, a shriek followed. My whole body trembled violently. If that youth were to perish because of me, I would bear the guilt for a lifetime. His cries echoed within the room, each one seeming to accuse me of my inaction. Luo family's lad, remember this. If you see me with your eyes, if you call for me with your voice, it is the path of evil. Do not seek to meet the Buddha. What you hear may not necessarily be true. Do not feel guilty. You owe us nothing. Live on. Do not open the door. Li Liangfeng bellowed. I gazed at the tightly shut door. Tears streaming silently. This elder seemed to understand my thoughts. He comprehended me. The youth's pleas and curses persisted, while Li Liangfeng's warnings and reassurances continued to pour in. I was in a state of frantic anxiety, unable to ascertain the situation outside. The cacophony of voices left me with a splitting headache. Silence, I shouted. Remarkably, the outside became quiet. I swallowed hard, feeling utterly drained. Luo family's lad, save me. Quickly open the door and let me in. I beg you, hurry. Only a moment of quiet passed before another plea and cry echoed. This time it was Li Liangfeng's. My heart tightened. Could it be that the youth had truly perished, and now that entity sought to kill Li Liangfeng? Just as I pondered this, a weak voice emerged. Hee, uncle, look. Now it's your turn to be tormented. Luo Idong, are you still hesitating to let us in? I could sense the youth had grown exceedingly weak. He did not blame me, but merely wished for my help. Should I save them or not? The long-awaited knocking resounded at this moment, yet the scriptures outside did not radiate golden light. Luo Idong, at least let my uncle live. Have mercy, let him in, or he will die too. The youth's voice echoed again. From our initial misunderstanding to sensing Li Liangfeng's benevolence and righteousness after our brief encounters, I had already recognized this elder in my heart. I truly did not wish for him to lose his life because of me. Glancing at the clock, it was 11:55 p.m. There were 5 minutes remaining. I could afford to wait, but Li Liangfeng could not. After much contemplation, I resolved to open the door and allow them entry. After all, the golden light would not affect anything approaching the door. Gritting my teeth, I yanked the door open. A fierce cold wind blasted against me, and the scene before me caused my complexion to change drastically. A girl clad in a fiery red bridal gown, crowned with a phoenix headdress, stood before me, her eyes brimming with mirth, her hands gripping Li Liangfeng's wrist. In that moment, Li Liangfeng was drenched in blood, held aloft like a dead dog, his hands raised as if to knock on the door, while the youth now knelt beside him, propped up by his sword, expelling blood in great gasps, his form swaying precariously. I understood everything. All became clear. She was using Li Liangfeng's hands to knock on the door. He was human, Thus the golden light would not affect him. Yet, realizing this now was far too late. I had still placed my trust in her. Looking at Li Liangfeng's state, a deep sorrow welled within me. As if sensing my gaze, Li Liangfeng raised his head to meet my eyes, his lips moving as he struggled to convey something to me. Yet no sound emerged. Observing the shape of his lips, I discerned his message. I'm sorry, I still couldn't protect you. Quickly, escape. I was momentarily stunned. Then an unparalleled rage surged within me. This elder, even at the final moment, did not blame me. He merely felt regret for not being able to protect me. I loathed my own powerlessness that had burdened him, and more so, I despised my own foolishness for trusting that malevolent spirit. This time, I disregarded Li Liangfeng's words and glared furiously at her resplendent attire adorned with a phoenix crown and flowing silk. She met my gaze with a slight smile, casually dismissing Li Liangfeng as if discarding refuse. "Are you very angry?" she inquired, her voice chillingly calm. "I want to kill you," I gritted out, each word punctuated with rage that contorted my features. She extended a hand, seemingly without effort, towards my neck. In my fury, I felt no fear. Raising my right hand to grasp her wrist, to my astonishment, her strength surpassed mine, and despite my full might, I could barely halt her advance. She paused for a moment, then a flash of anger crossed her face, and in the next instant, her cold, delicate fingers tightened around my throat. "You dare to bind yourself to me in marriage?" Her voice brimmed with fury, her fingers applying pressure that I could feel digging into my neck. I found myself unable to speak, resorting to mouthing my insults instead. "What did you say?" I articulated through clenched teeth. "You filthy, wretched harlot," I spat, my eyes filled with disdain. She remained silent, clutching me as if in a daze. I stared at her, laughing unabashedly. It was she who sought my death, yet dared to humiliate me by claiming I was unworthy? Ha! I had no idea how this all began, nor who had forced this marriage upon me. Was it my father who conjured her into existence with that shattered purple talisman? But none of it mattered now. I was destined to die here tonight. Even if my father had orchestrated this betrothal, I would still take pleasure in insulting her. Unworthy? How absurd. "Say that again," she demanded, her voice trembling, her whole body shaking with rage. I felt my breath easing, at least allowing me to speak. "Filthy harlot," I exclaimed loudly this time, my words laced with humiliation and fury, and no sooner had I spoken than her palm struck my face, leaving me dazed, the world spinning around me. The force of her slap was tremendous, and I could taste the metallic sweetness of blood in my mouth. She threw me to the ground, delivering another blow. "Ha ha ha, being bound to you is the worst stroke of misfortune I could ever imagine," I declared, bewildered by the entire situation. "Unworthy? Ha ha ha, look at yourself, neither human nor ghost, dressed like a mockery of a person. Who knows if you crawled out from some forgotten grave? For someone like me, Luo Yidong, to be bound to a wretch like you, do you even dare to question your worth?" The more I spoke, the more animated I became, fully aware that I could not defeat her, so I resorted to verbal sparring. If I could only disgust her before my demise, it would serve as a release for my pent-up anger. A sudden force propelled me into the courtyard, and before I could react, a foot came crashing down upon me. I felt a rush of iron sweetness in my throat, and blood spewed forth. "Keep shouting," she said, looking down at me with a condescending gaze. In that moment, I understood her intent. She wished to torment me further. "Filthy harlot," I replied defiantly. She pressed her foot down hard on my back. Coughing, I swallowed the blood rising in my throat, wiping the corner of my mouth and offering her a slight smile, my eyes brimming with contempt. "You and your father deserve to die. Both of you must perish," she shouted, clearly incensed by my taunts. Without hesitation, her pale hand lunged toward my heart, revealing her true malice, as she aimed to pierce my chest. Chapter 9. The Curse of the Marriage and Death. Just as her hand was about to reach my breast, a long sword appeared before me. Was it that young man? He was bloodied, his clothes torn to reveal numerous wounds, a deep gash on his left arm exposing bone. "Can you still stand? Leave," he gritted through his teeth, fending off the woman, though it was evident he was nearing his limits. As I attempted to rise, I felt pain radiating from various parts of my body, especially my left rib, likely a broken rib. Struggling, I managed to get up, only to notice that the woman was not invincible. Each time her hand made contact with the sword in the young man's grasp, wisps of white smoke would rise from her hand, indicating that the sword inflicted pain upon her. In the moonlight, I discerned 3 ancient characters etched into the blade. Li Shaogong. Was that the young man's name? It felt strangely familiar, yet I could not place where I had seen it before. However, I had no time to ponder further. I limped towards Li Liangfeng. You fool, what are you doing? Why aren't you running? The young man berated me as I remained rooted in place. I picked up the purple gold sword beside Li Liangfeng, offering him a bitter smile. Oh, you think I can escape in this state? I'd rather fight to the death here. Foolish idiot. He continued to curse as he clumsily defended against the woman's attacks. You all shall die today, the woman said ominously, the temperature plummeting, chilling the courtyard. I watched as blood seeped from her 7 orifices, shockingly red in color. What on earth was she? I sat on the steps, sword in hand, having no intention of aiding the young man. It was clear he was a skilled swordsman, and my intervention would only complicate matters. The moment he fell, I would unsheath my sword without hesitation. Perhaps sensing the imminent threat to his life, the young man's aura sharpened, engaging the woman with renewed vigor. It was apparent he was a martial artist, one with a solid foundation, akin to my own training in the 4 Seasons fist, but he lacked the sinister techniques of the Maoshan Taoists. Relying solely on brute force, the young man fought valiantly for about 10 minutes, but exhaustion set in, and the woman's claws relentlessly tore at him, ultimately disarming him and leaving the sword firmly in her hands. He collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise, yet his left arm betrayed him. Devoid of strength, I lifted my sword and approached her slowly, knowing she aimed to kill me. I could not allow this young man to perish here. Before I could close the distance, she suddenly turned, her eyes vacant as they locked onto mine. A smile still gracing her lips. My anger had long since dissipated, replaced by fear, causing my sword-bearing hand to tremble. True to form, she did not attack the young man but instead hurled the long sword towards me. Before I could react, it pierced my left shoulder. With a clang, the purple gold sword slipped from my grasp, leaving me utterly defenseless. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I yanked the sword from my shoulder and hurled it back at her. Predictably, she caught it effortlessly, white smoke rising from her palm, accompanied by a hissing sound as if she felt no pain at all. Slowly advancing towards me, the blade lashed against my face, sending me stumbling, blood seeping from a gash on my forehead, blurring my vision with crimson. My taut nerves finally unraveled, the constant pain engulfing my consciousness. Leaving my gaze unfocused and hazy in my final moments, I beheld a raised long sword. Ultimately, I could not escape the curse of this marriage and death. I was destined to die if you dare to kill him. I, Li's family, will spare no expense, sacrificing our entire lineage to ensure your obliteration. The young man bellowed, his eyes wide with rage. Unfortunately, the woman paid him no mind, her elevated sword descending towards the neck of the unconscious figure. Ah, why do you seek your own demise? A voice suddenly echoed through the courtyard, ethereal and warm, as the long sword sliced through the neck. A trickle of blood emerged but could not spill further. A graceful figure gradually materialized, adorned in a deep blue gown embroidered with golden swallows, golden and silver threads weaving unknown flowers, enhancing her regal yet vibrant aura. If Luo Yitong were still conscious, she would undoubtedly recognize the girl before her. At that moment, the girl's right hand firmly gripped the wrist of the woman in the phoenix crown, twisting it effortlessly until the long sword was in her possession. Who are you? The woman asked, her gaze filled with trepidation, failing to notice when the girl had appeared. Do you wish to know? The girl replied with a slight smile, though her expression remained icy. You are hardly worthy, Yang Xixio, hailing from the Yang clan of the 9 prefectures, a diviner of the dead, a child of calamity, born to bring death upon her own mother, bound in a marriage of death with Luo Yitong since childhood. Forced to perish by her father 2 years ago, am I correct? The girl did not answer the woman's question, instead recounting her lineage. You are of the Yang clan? No wonder, no wonder. Now I understand who you are. The young man on the ground fixed his gaze on her, relief washing over him. So your name is Yang Xixio. Then Yang Sidu must be your brother. Remember this, I, Li Shaogong, vow to kill you, as well as your father and brother. All must perish. The young man strained to rise, his eyes filled with hatred, nearly bursting. Yang Xixio paid him no heed, directing her attention to the shorter girl before her. Asking warily, "Who are you?" The girl regarded her with the same disdainful gaze, pointing to the prostrate Luo Yidong. "He speaks the truth. You are indeed a filthy harlot." "You?" Silence. Before Yang Xixio could retort, the girl spoke again. "How dare you think yourself worthy of marrying him, you filthy wretch, a parentless bastard, nothing more than a pitiful creature. If his father were still alive, do you think you would dare to trouble him? You wish to kill him yet fear me? Someone as lowly and cowardly as you has no right to wed him." The calm tone of the girl finally held a hint of anger as she ridiculed Yang Xixio. "Ah?" Yang Xixio shrieked, her body trembling, clearly infuriated. Being humiliated repeatedly, a bride called a harlot was a burden too heavy to bear. Accompanied by her piercing cries, the low wall in the courtyard was cloaked in a layer of white frost, and even the water in the well showed signs of freezing. Yang Xixio seized the purple-gold longsword from the ground and swung it down towards the girl, filled with intense hatred for the sharp-tongued child. "Is a mere few scoldings too much for you to endure?" The girl sneered, remaining utterly unfazed. Just as the sword was about to strike her head, the girl merely lifted her hand, once again grasping Yang Xixio's wrist. This time, she showed no mercy, twisting it with a swift motion. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as her forearm was twisted at an impossible angle. The pain radiating from her arm jolted her back to her senses. She stared at the girl before her, and after a prolonged silence, she burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I see now. You've entered into a ghost marriage with her too. You simply wish to kill him with your own hands. He. We are but two of a kind, so why pretend to be so noble?" Seemingly buoyed by regaining the upper hand, Yang Xixio laughed unabashedly. The girl regarded her as one would a fool, but an unusual flicker of anger ignited in her calm gaze. Slap! She raised her hand and struck Yang Xixio's face with such force that it sent her flying, crashing against the low wall behind her. Yang Xixio quickly regained her footing, fearfully retreating as the girl approached. She could distinctly feel the girl's fury. That slap had made her realize the harsh truth. She was no match for the girl. "You can protect him for a moment, but can you shield him for a lifetime?" Yang Xixio's teeth bled as she spat out a threat before fleeing through the door, her figure swiftly disappearing into the night. The girl gazed towards her departing silhouette, standing still for a long while. Chapter 10. The Li family of Yin and Yang, why not just kill her outright? Li Xiaogong inquired. "That is his calamity. He must resolve it himself," the girl replied. Her voice ethereal. Li Xiaogong exhaled a plume of smoke, nodding slightly in agreement. "Is it true that you have a ghost marriage with this lad?" Even having witnessed the girl's formidable abilities, he felt no fear. Instead, he was more concerned about Lu Yitong. The girl nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth. "Ah, it is you," came a frail voice, belonging to Li Liangfeng, who had witnessed the entire ordeal but was too gravely injured to rise. "So we meet again," the girl said flatly, devoid of emotion. Li Liangfeng pondered for an extended moment, uncertain of how to address the girl, ultimately managing an awkward smile. "I beg your pardon, esteemed one." The girl remained silent, picking up the longsword belonging to the Li family, caressing its blade as if reminiscing. "You are a descendant of Li Hu, correct?" "Indeed, one of the 8 pillars of the Western Way." Duke of Longxi, holding the title of Minister of State, a direct descendant of Li Hu, the founding father of the Tang dynasty. I am the 412th generation direct descendant, and my nephew is the 413th. Li Liangfeng responded with meticulous detail and deep respect. The girl nodded slightly. "This sword is remarkable. It must be an ancient relic, yes. Li Xiaogong must be an outstanding figure in your family? Your nephew shares his name?" Li Xiaogong, standing nearby, appeared puzzled, unsure why his uncle would recognize this girl. However, given his uncle's respectful demeanor, it was evident that she was not someone to be trifled with, especially if she could elicit such courtesy from the Li family of Yin and Yang. Yet, if this girl knew of Li Hu, how could she be unaware of Li Xiaogong from history? Following Li Hu, several distinguished individuals had emerged from the Li family. Li whose grandson, Li Yuan, was the founder of the Tang dynasty. And during the 4th generation, under Li Shimin, the Tang dynasty reached its zenith, gaining the respect of all under heaven. Li Xiaogong's ancestor was Li Shimin's cousin, a man of considerable capability, second only to Li Shimin himself. and thus it was indeed an honor for my nephew to share a name with him. This sword is a replica, imbued with the essence of the sword carried by the esteemed ancestor Xiaogong. The true sword remains within the family, Li Liangfeng explained patiently. Tang Dynasty? I've never heard of it. What was the preceding dynasty, and who was its founder? The girl pondered for a moment, shaking her head in evident confusion. Li Xiaogong was left utterly bewildered. Who was this person? Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge should be aware of the Tang dynasty, yet he dared not speak further. The dynasty preceding the Tang was the Sui, founded by Yang Jian, who inherited the throne from the northern Zhou, a regime established by Yuan Tai and the ancestor Li Hu, among others. Li Liangfeng continued, elaborating on the relationship between Yang Jian and the northern Zhou. Yang Jian? Is he the son of Yang Zhong? Each time the girl posed a question, there was a lengthy pause, as if she were digesting the information Li Liangfeng provided. Yes, indeed, you are correct. Yang Zhong was one of the 12 generals under Yuan Tai. And as for his father-in-law, I believe you have heard of him. He was the renowned handsome man, Du Guoxian. Li Liangfeng eagerly nodded, cautiously adding, you passed away too early, so there are many matters you are unaware of. The girl finally pieced together the information, nodding in agreement. Du Guoxian, I know him. Esteemed one. Li Liangfeng hesitated to call out. What is it? The girl's voice turned icy. I cannot ascertain what transaction took place between Lu Yidong's father and your father. But I implore you, do not kill this child, if you would be so kind. Li Liangfeng swallowed hard after speaking, fearing that his life might be forfeit in the next moment, fully aware of her strength. The girl did not respond, and from somewhere, she produced a can of Pepsi. As she pulled the tab, the release of carbon dioxide startled her, causing the soda to splash onto the girl's skirt. However, no one dared to laugh. After tasting the sweet liquid, the girl began to smile to herself, two dimples blooming like flowers on her radiant face, illuminated by the moonlight, rendering her enchanting and intoxicating. I promise you, but you must tell me your relationship with him. I am well aware of his purpose in seeking you. Your connection with him is undoubtedly more than that of mere acquaintances. The girl said, her demeanor softened after indulging in the soda, her voice now imbued with emotion and warmth. Neither Li Liangfeng nor Li Xiaogong responded, sitting on the ground as if lost in contemplation. The girl, growing impatient after waiting long for an answer, furrowed her brow, causing shimmering ice flowers to sprout on the ground. His mother is a member of the Li family, the daughter of the clan leader, and she is also my nephew's sister. Thus, I am his uncle. We have never met, but the clan leader sent me here, merely stating that there is a great calamity related to my Li family. Li Xiaogong interjected. The girl ceased her inquiries, taking another sip of her soda, declaring, the healer you seek has arrived. And no sooner had she spoken than a massive figure burst through the door. Li Xiaogong sat up, warily eyeing the newcomer, while Li Liangfeng showed no surprise. I knew you would come, Medicine King. Li Liangfeng greeted warmly. If Lu Yitong were still conscious, he too would recognize this man, the proprietor of the county's establishment known as the Medicine King. A lad visited my noodle shop, inquiring about Liangu town. The aura of Yin around him was so dense it was astonishing. Even the 8 paintings in my shop could not subdue it. I guessed it was related to you, and lo and behold, he truly is here, the Medicine King remarked, examining Lu Yidong on the ground, who had 2 broken ribs and numerous internal injuries, with his left shoulder nearly pierced through. What have you gotten yourselves into? He concluded. Just then, he felt a sudden chill, as the eerie wind in the courtyard whipped up swirling sands like a rising dragon, and he finally noticed the girl beside Li Liangfeng. What the hell? The Medicine King exclaimed. What sort of fierce ghost is this? I'm out of here. Li Liangfeng, you are not being honest. I thought the matter was resolved, but if you die, don't drag me down with you. True to his reputation as the Medicine King, he worked swiftly, gathering his belongings in mere seconds, ready to flee. Sun Sai, mind your words. If you utter another syllable, you shall not leave through that door. Li Liangfeng's tone shifted, and before he could finish speaking, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He genuinely feared that the Medicine King's loose tongue would lead them straight to the underworld. The Medicine King dared not act recklessly, mustering the courage to ask, what is this girl's origin? Clearly, he was no ordinary individual, as he could discern that the girl was no simple apparition. Upon hearing this question, Li Liangfeng coughed even more violently, his face contorting as he struggled to contain his rage. Were it not for his injuries, he would have rushed over to silence the Medicine King's mouth. Save him, immediately, the girl, leisurely sipping her soda, finally spoke. Understood. The Medicine King obediently retrieved his supplies and commenced treatment. Not daring to defy her in the slightest, Liu Yitong was bound tightly, resembling a zongzi, though he was now out of serious danger. As for Li Shaogong, being a martial artist, though he bore many wounds, none were life-threatening. Only the deep gash on his left arm was particularly severe. Li Liangfeng suffered the most significant injuries, having shielded Liu Yitong from danger. Often forced into a passive position. Despite his thoughts of escape, the Medicine King's medical skills were exceptional, and after more than 2 hours, he finally completed the treatment. The girl glanced again at the distance. Realizing she meant no harm, and thus felt emboldened to speak with Li Liangfeng. Did you not consult the almanac before venturing out? How did you end up like this? This hardly resembles the Li family's usual conduct. Your clan is known for never accepting losses, the Medicine King asked seriously, abandoning his playful tone. Mai Xinyang, Li Liangfeng succinctly replied. Yang family? The Medicine King frowned. The Yang family of Yin and Yang bears no grudge against your Li family. Does it? The Luo family, Dutian Hanlongjing. He is the son of Luo Qingshan, a child of an old acquaintance. Li Liangfeng indicated Liu Yitong, providing a brief explanation. Luo Qingshan? The most renowned Yin-Yang master from over a decade ago? His mastery of the dark arts was unparalleled. It is said that people from the imperial capital would queue for a chance to have him select a burial site. The Medicine King pondered for a moment before inquiring. Indeed, Luo Qingshan was truly terrifying. It is a pity he is no longer among us. Had he lived, how could he have allowed his son to be bullied in such a manner? The Medicine King shook his head regretfully, a flicker of astonishment lingering in his eyes. Chapter 11. Reminiscing about the past, the demon-subduing Taoist shook the dragon's sound, while the Ma-Yi diviner walked the path of the divine. When shall the plum blossoms be painted upon the golden tomb? One might ask the patrons of the imperial capital, and Li Liangfeng couldn't help but feel moved, speaking with a heavy tone. These must be among the most outstanding individuals of our generation. Someone has compiled a poem about them. Now, there are hardly any left alive from those verses. The Medicine King plopped down beside Li Liangfeng, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow and shaking his hands. Indeed, the Yang family went so far as to sacrifice their own Ma-Yi diviner just to eliminate Luo Qingshan. The Bu family remains indifferent to worldly affairs, while the demon-subduing master had always maintained a close relationship with Luo Qingshan. Since his death, however, there has been no word from him. I even doubt his survival. But what of your Li family's master of the Tuebei too? I have heard he has attained a significant position and has been reassigned to the capital. Li Liangfeng did not respond, extending his hand to embrace the cool night breeze, seemingly melancholic. The Medicine King nodded. It's all right, I understand. If it is inconvenient to speak, then I shan't press on. The demon-subduing master should still be alive. And Li Liangfeng skillfully sidestepped the topic of the Li family. Whoever has perished, I cannot believe the little demon-subduing master would have met his end. Let us not forget, his prowess extends beyond mere Taoist arts. Although he is significantly younger than us, his martial skills are such that even Luo Qingshan was subdued by him. The orthodox Taoists do not acknowledge him, nor does he claim to be a Taoist, preferring instead to refer to himself as a practitioner of arts, possessing both method and martial prowess. Uncle, was Luo Qingshan's martial skill truly remarkable? If so, why is his son so weak? He appears to have a solid foundation. Li Shaogong interjected, looking at Luo Yitong with confusion. Nephew, do not underestimate him. Li Liangfeng stroked his beard, patiently explaining. Their family has inherited the Four Seasons fist, but the Luo family has never relied on martial skill for sustenance. Hence few practice martial arts. However, Luo Qingshan was different. He grew up enduring hardships and has faced countless corpse spirits. His son is hardly a proper yin-yang master. How can he be compared? During a meeting of the 9 houses many years ago, it was then that the Luo family once again caught the attention of the 9 houses. Do you know who his first opponent was? Who? Li Shaogong gazed intently at Li Liangfeng. Your father. Did he suffer a crushing defeat? On the contrary, the Medicine King interjected, shaking his head in denial. It was the current head of the Li family, the master of the Tuebei too, your father, who lost. Ah? How could that be? Li Shaogong was astonished, unable to fathom how his father could be defeated. He had always been aware of his father's martial prowess, having been on the receiving end of it since childhood. Though your father had a penchant for nurturing talent, the loss remains an undeniable fact, Li Liangfeng affirmed, further corroborating Luo Qingshan's martial skill. Then Eli Xiaogong was about to speak when he was interrupted. I know what you wish to ask regarding Luo Yidong. I have come to understand the situation. Ordinarily, you would be the only one to survive tonight, were it not for this esteemed individual's appearance. It is likely that both I and this lad would have perished here. Li Liangfeng glanced back at the young woman, who was still engaged in sipping her cola. He was uncertain how to address her. I will share the rest with you later. Do not inquire further. You merely need to comprehend that she is bound by 2 marriage contracts. Li Liangfeng hesitated to disclose any details about the young woman to Li Xiaogong. Opting instead to drop hints, Li Xiaogong's expression shifted to one of realization. He was evidently quite astute and quickly grasped the implications. The moment the purple talisman shattered, his uncle appeared unusually flustered. Initially, he believed it was due to the appearance of the Yang family girl, but now he understood he had misjudged. When the Yang family girl appeared, his uncle had fought valiantly for Luo Yidong without a hint of fear. However, when the young woman arrived, his uncle had not even considered resisting. It turned out that his uncle had been wary and had orchestrated tonight's events for her sake all along. Yet, unexpectedly, it was she who ultimately saved them. A twist of fate indeed. As for the Yang family girl, he had some understanding. She was a byproduct of the Yang family's endeavors against Luo Qingshan and bore a grudge against the Li family, especially since his sister's current madness was inextricably linked to the Yang family. That debt would eventually be settled. Yet, what was the true identity of this young woman? If she were to awaken, he hoped she would not divulge that he had been here. Just as Li Xiaogong was lost in thought, the young woman suddenly spoke, fixing her gaze upon Li Liangfeng. Despite him not turning around, he could feel a chilling aura emanating from her. Rest assured, we will not speak of it to him. The young woman turned her attention to the Medicine King. Trust me, I am quite discreet. Exceptionally so. The Medicine King immediately raised his hand in a gesture of promise. Only after the young woman's form dissipated did he finally relax, patting his chest. I must say, you are indeed a figure of renown from the poem. The 6 Yang Saint Hand. Do avoid such disgraceful behavior, would you? Li Liangfeng chastised. Why not confront her yourself? Did you not cower like a coward just now? The Medicine King retorted defiantly, even after years apart. The camaraderie between old friends remained unchanged, the elderly bantering as they had in their youth, filling the courtyard with warmth and laughter once more. Eli Xiaogong could only shake his head in resignation, feeling detached from the moment. By the way, who exactly is that individual? Regardless, Li Liangfeng cannot move about freely. The Medicine King tugged at his ear, questioning. Old fool, release me. Li Liangfeng struggled to sit up straight. Swatting the Medicine King's hand away, he glanced around to ensure no one was listening before whispering. I do not know who she is, but you must remember her father is Gao Huan, and her brother is Gao Qing. Wait, what? The revelation left all present in shock. Are you saying she is the daughter of the historical Emperor Gao Huan, the founder of Northern Qi? The one most animated was undoubtedly the Medicine King. Indeed, Li Liangfeng affirmed with a nod. Impossible. That was over 1,000 years ago. She cannot possibly still be alive, Li Xiaogong dismissed vehemently. Who told you she is alive? Li Liangfeng replied tersely. Do you not forget? This lad signed a ghost marriage contract. I witnessed Luo Qingshan burying his son. I cannot elaborate further, but you need only be aware. Li Xiaogong fell silent, contemplating for a moment, and began to connect the dots. No wonder she was familiar with figures such as Emperor Taizu of Tang, Yuan Tai, Dugu Xian, and Yang Zhong, yet was unaware of the Sui and Tang dynasties. It all made sense now. However, he had not anticipated that Luo Qingshan would go to such lengths for his son. This Yin-Yang master from the Luo family was indeed formidable, able to locate such ancient tombs. Yet, would Luo Yidong's fate truly change as a result? He observed his nephew on the ground, a mixture of complexity and pity in his eyes. For due to the enmity of the previous generation, he had never met his mother, and his father had passed away early. Yet, even so, he remained composed in the face of danger. Perhaps it was the absence of love that had caused him to mature so swiftly? Ouch, this hurts. When I awoke again, the courtyard was devoid of the chilling atmosphere. Daylight flooded in, the sun warming my body. Just as I attempted to rise, a sharp pain shot through my left shoulder. "Do not move," a middle-aged man, cigarette in mouth, turned to face me, and I felt a sense of familiarity. "Wait, isn't that the noodle shop owner? Boss, what are you doing here? Are you human or ghost?" I looked at him, uncertainty etched across my face. "Surprisingly, you still remember me," the noodle shop owner chuckled, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Take it easy," a familiar voice chimed in from nearby. It was Li Liangfeng, now wrapped up like a rice dumpling, basking in the sun beside me. "Are you all right? What happened to that woman? Is she truly my wife? Do you know my father? How did this noodle shop owner end up here?" I bombarded him with questions, eager to uncover the truth. "Yo, not rush. Since it was your grandfather who sent you, you must be prepared. Ask your questions slowly, and I shall answer them all," Li Liangfeng replied leisurely. "You may call me Uncle Dio. You know my father? The Yinyang master Luo Qingshan, a well-known feng shui master within the industry. It is rare for anyone not to recognize him. When my father was alive, he seldom spoke of his past as a Yinyang master, but from his few words, I could still sense his extraordinary nature. There was an ineffable aura about him, one I had never encountered in others. Where do you hail from? Have you heard of Tue Beitu? Tue Beitu, the Yinyang Nine Houses, the Li family." Li Liangfeng gestured toward a nearby youth. The young man turned to look at me, hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. "My name is Li Xiaogong, Li Xiaogong." That name sounds somewhat familiar. I pondered for a few seconds before finally recalling this figure. He was the cousin of Li Shimin, one of the only individuals capable of dominating the world during the early years of the Tang dynasty, having contributed significantly to its establishment, particularly in the southeastern region. "Are you the same person as the Prince of Hejian?" "Li Xiaogong?" I blurted out. Your historical knowledge is commendable." The young man regarded me with appreciation. I stood there, momentarily speechless, recalling my father's prophecy. The swallow tilts the nest, the Prince of Hejian, the serpent trapped in the city. Stay far from home. Now, the second part of that prophecy had indeed come to fruition. What does this prophecy truly signify? Father, what manner of person are you, capable of foreseeing even matters beyond your own demise? Chapter 12, The Yinyang Nine Courts. Are you well? I was so lost in thought that I failed to respond for a long while, prompting Li Liangfeng to inquire. "I apologize. I was reminded of certain matters and lost my manners." "There is no need for such formality," Li Liangfeng replied with a slight smile, shaking his head. "What was the situation with that woman in the bridal gown last night? Is she truly my wife? My curiosity is more piqued by this, as it pertains directly to me." "Indeed," Li Liangfeng affirmed, "I asked it because of that purple talisman. But that was given to me by my father. Why would he wish to harm me? I find it utterly perplexing. Was this truly an act of protection? If he is as astute as you say, how could he not foresee that I, at 17, lack even the capacity for self-preservation?" "You speak too harshly. It is unworthy of a son. You do not understand your father. We all witnessed the love he harbors for you. Initially, I believed that woman was a betrothal arranged by your father, but later discovered otherwise. That bride bears the surname Yang, hailing from the Yang family of the Nine Courts. Be cautious when encountering those with the surname Yang, especially in close proximity. Remember this well?" Li Liangfeng said, his tone growing particularly solemn. "What is the Yang family? What exactly is the Nine Courts? I feel as though I am ensnared in a vast whirlpool, unaware of my plight. Have you heard of the Ma Yi Shenxiang?" "Naturally, I am familiar. It is often mentioned in novels." I nodded. "The Yang family now carries forth the legacy of the Ma Yi Shenxiang, though it is far from the simplicity you perceive in novels. One must look beyond appearances to discern the essence. I shall explain it to you gradually. Just remember to be cautious around those with the surname Yang and maintain your distance," Li Liangfeng reiterated. "As for the Nine Courts, the tale is lengthy. How shall I convey it?" Li Liangfeng pondered. "Just hit the key points. There's no need for exhaustive detail." "Very well," Li Liangfeng nodded. "Are you aware of the Keifu Idong Sansi?" "Yes, it is one of the 3 essentials for usurpation," I replied. "Oh? The 3 essentials for usurpation? Is this a term coined by your generation?" Li Liangfeng inquired with a smile, as this was the first time he had encountered such phrasing. Indeed, during the northern and southern dynasties, the frequent changes in dynasties led to the emergence of many powerful ministers. The rituals of ascending the throne, such as Keifu Idong Sansi, and the control of military affairs, coalesced into what you refer to as the 3 essentials for usurpation. I had only recently heard of this term, and it is indeed quite fitting. Quite interesting, the noodle shop owner interjected. The keifu itong was most prevalent during the northern dynasties, particularly under the eight-pillar statesmen under Yuan Tai, each possessing the authority to establish a by the time of the Tang dynasty. When peace was restored, this practice was less frequently employed, and keifu itong came to signify more of an honorific title. You understand history. These details should be known. Li Liangfeng spoke slowly. I merely nodded, refraining from interjecting. In fact, during the reign of Emperor Taizong of Tang, numerous practitioners of the arts gathered from across the land, converging in the capital. Among them were skilled chess players, painters, musicians, monks, and geomancers. Without exception, they all possessed yin-yang techniques, including the well-known Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng. Emperor Taizong discreetly convened them, selecting 9 of the most virtuous and capable individuals to govern the 9 provinces, granting them the authority to establish their own courts, with the primary aim of safeguarding the stability of the 9 provinces. Even if the Tang dynasty were to fall, the peace of China must be preserved. This is also why, despite the frequent changes in dynasties throughout Chinese history, there has never been a complete break, thanks to the efforts of our ancestors, which further highlights the greatness of Emperor Taizong. This is the origin of the 9 courts. They wield extraordinary abilities and navigate the realms of yin and yang. Hence, they are also referred to as the yin-yang 9 courts. Li Liangfeng spoke slowly, his voice warm and soothing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Such matters truly exist? It appears these individuals have been maintaining the stability of the 9 provinces of China all along. These revelations are utterly astonishing. The Confucian orthodoxy, which dismisses the supernatural, would naturally not document such occurrences in the official annals. However, as a descendant of yin-yang practitioners, I firmly believe what Li Liangfeng has articulated is undoubtedly true. And it only deepens my admiration for Emperor Taizong, who acted solely for the peace of China and the welfare of future generations. He is truly deserving of the title of Heavenly Khan. By the way, your family, the Luo family, had an ancestor who was the first master of the 9 courts. If I recall correctly, he was the Lord of Qingzhou, Li Liangfeng added. Does my Luo family have such a figure in its lineage? I had never heard my grandfather mention this. It seems my family possesses a history that stretches back quite far. You underestimate your family. Li Liangfeng shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with my response. There have been gaps in your family history, but there has never been a complete break. Your family is not defined solely by direct lineage. The yin-yang practitioners of the Luo family are quite remarkable. Otherwise, Li Liangfeng's words trailed off, as if he had momentarily lost himself in thought. What he seemed to imply was that otherwise, how could your father have arranged a marriage with Gao Huan's daughter for you? He nearly let it slip, which would have been quite serious, but fortunately he regained his composure in time. Otherwise what? I inquired impatiently. It is nothing. Just remember that your family possesses something of significance. Li Liangfeng's words struck me as somewhat dismissive, yet I refrained from pressing further. After all, it is rather inappropriate to inquire about my own family's matters with others. I shall wait until I return to ask my grandfather. Are the 9 courts still the descendants of the original family? I could only redirect the conversation. Certainly not. The current principles of the 9 courts remain unchanged, though the selection of the court leaders is primarily based on character and ability, with contributions being secondary. This is a significant simplification compared to the past selection process, which has led to the emergence of many nefarious individuals within the yin-yang circle. However, as long as they do not harm society, most turn a blind eye. The Yang family bears a grudge against your father. I suspect your father's death is also related to the Yang family, so I urge you once more to exercise caution around them. Li Shaogong spoke, his words laced with an increased wariness towards the Yang family. The woman from the Yang family is betrothed to you, but that was certainly not a marriage contract signed by your father. It is impossible for your father to have entered into such an agreement with the Yang family. You must be cautious. She has already transformed into a vengeful spirit, having died not long ago. And her desire to kill you is unwavering, akin to a ticking time bomb. You never know when your life may be in jeopardy. Li Liangfeng finally adopted a serious tone regarding that ghostly bride. Who signed that marriage contract? Isn't a ghost marriage supposed to require the consent of the parents and a matchmaker? I am rather curious. Was it my mother? Impossible, both Li Shaogong and Li Liangfeng denied in unison, deepening my confusion. Could it be that they know my mother? Do you also know my mother? I inquired. Li Shaogong did not respond. instead pulling out a cigarette and borrowing a lighter from the noodle shop owner to light it for himself. I have met her before. Your mother was a truly wonderful person, very kind. How could she ever wish to harm you? It has been many years since I last saw her, after your father's death. No one has seen her again. Li Xiaogong continued to smoke, while Li Liangfeng spoke with a calm demeanor. Everything seemed so natural, yet I sensed they were concealing something from me. One last question. What is the significance of that purple talisman? I am particularly concerned about the talisman my grandfather gave me. Both my grandfather and father claimed it was my saving grace, yet in the end, it failed to serve its purpose. Could it be a fake? This is not entirely clear. It should have been left for you by your father. That purple talisman was dyed with the blood of your father and a Taoist priest. The skills of that priest are remarkable. The blood of a yin-yang practitioner and that of a Taoist are inherently connected to the spiritual realm. Such talismans are quite rare. Li Liangfeng recalled the image of a young Taoist priest. I had no time to concern myself with the priest, but I was fixated on why that talisman failed to function. Why did it falter at such a crucial moment? You would need to ask your father about that. Li Liangfeng naturally would not divulge matters concerning the girl. I felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed Li Liangfeng was also unaware of the talisman's significance. One final question. Could you share some insights about my father? I had anticipated that Li Liangfeng would readily agree, yet to my surprise, he shook his head, stating, "Not now. You lack the capacity to engage with the level your father operated on." After a pause, he asked, "How much of your father's abilities have you mastered?" My face flushed slightly as I murmured, "Perhaps not even 30%. Not even 30%? Humph. I doubt you have even reached 20%. The noodle shop owner interjected, looking at me with disdain. I had no rebuttal and turned to Li Liangfeng. "Why is this uncle here?" The Wu school of painting, the Six-Yang Sacred Hand. A disciple of Wu Daozi, and also a member of the Yin-Yang Circle. His paintings can ward off evil, and he is a descendant of Sun Simiao. They are all old acquaintances, Li Liangfeng replied, basking in the sunlight with his eyes slightly closed, speaking calmly. "Heh, you really are a timid little fellow. The 4 great beauties and 4 great generals have frightened you," the noodle shop owner chuckled. Upon hearing this, I understood. Those 8 paintings with their eyes darting around had indeed startled me. I even thought I had encountered a ghost. It turns out it was all the work of the shop owner. Aren't artists usually quite handsome? Each one a trendsetter. Dear shop owner, your image seems rather inconsistent with that notion. You are still single. The noodle shop lacks even a boss lady. Looking at the shop owner's portly figure and large yellow teeth, it was difficult to associate him with a doctor or artist, and I retorted, "It would have been better not to mention it." But upon bringing up his appearance, he became agitated. "Nonsense, in my youth. I was the most handsome lad in 10 miles. Girls lined up to pursue me, and I had them all under my thumb. Oldly, you bear witness. Tell me I speak the truth," he exclaimed. A hint of anger flashing in his eyes, Li Liangfeng slightly lifted his gaze. The intensity of his stare was somewhat severe. After a prolonged silence, he uttered a single word. "Correct." He remarked that the son of Luo Qingshan, in both speech and action, bore an uncanny resemblance to his father. Lacking discretion and acting on impulse, it was feared that he might follow in Luo Qingshan's footsteps. The speaker was Li Xiaogong, whose tone was distinctly unkind. Although I could not comprehend why everyone was so perturbed over what was merely a jest, I realized that my words had been inappropriate, especially considering that my injuries had been treated with the assistance of my employer. "I apologize, it was a thoughtless remark," I sincerely expressed. He did not respond. Instead, he took a lighter from Li Xiaogong, lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and then spoke in a manner that suggested resignation. "It matters not. It is all in the past. Those I once had under my thumb are long gone." His tone was complex, tinged with despondency, helplessness, and a hint of solitude. Gone? What does that imply? Is his wife no longer with him? It made sense. The absence of affection could indeed lead a man to neglect his appearance. If that were the case, I could not help but feel a surge of self-reproach. Inflicting unintentional harm upon others is often the most devastating. I stood there, uncertain of how to proceed. "Never mind, I bear you no ill will. Pray, share your circumstances." It was the employer who kindly changed the subject. Chapter 13. Returned to hometown, I looked at him gratefully. The day before yesterday, during the solar eclipse, my father's coffin had appeared in my home. He had risen from the dead, and my grandfather stated that I had no more than 5 days to arrange for Uncle Li to handle the matter. Wait, what did you say? Your father's coffin appeared in your home? The noodle shop owner exclaimed, astonished, glancing at Li Liangfeng. It is not unusual for that man to encounter problems. There is no need for such surprise. Li Liangfeng remained calm. How is your grandfather? He inquired. He seemed well 2 days ago, but I cannot say for certain now. I only hope you can assist my grandfather, Uncle Li. He is my only remaining family in this world. Having already delayed for over 2 days due to the events on the journey, I was deeply concerned about my grandfather's well-being. Given his advanced age, would he truly be a match for my father? After coming to terms with my own situation, my worry for my grandfather intensified. Do not fret. Your grandfather is no lightweight, Li Liangfeng reassured me without a hint of urgency. Have you met my grandfather? I asked, puzzled that I encountered him a few times when he was younger. Then you should know he possesses no skills in yin-yang arts. How could he possibly contend with my father? I urged anxiously. Your grandfather may not possess any yin-yang arts, nor can he even read the simplest aspects of feng shui, but your father once mentioned that all his martial prowess was taught to him by your grandfather. On that basis alone, I believe your grandfather will be just fine. What sort of reasoning is that? My grandfather is old, and his strength has waned. My father has risen from the dead. Only you can save him. I cannot trust what you say, to my knowledge. My grandfather has practiced only techniques aimed at longevity. Even if he is formidable, I still find it implausible for him to face my father. Li Liangfeng did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the noodle shop owner. Shall we accompany this child? With no reason to refuse the request of an old friend. I consented. The noodle shop owner readily agreed. Sure. I am also curious to see what kind of person Luo Qingshan truly is. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Uncle Li. I expressed my gratitude to both of them. Just call me Uncle Son. The noodle shop owner waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Uncle Su, and don't not mention it. If you do not mind the bumpy ride, you may take my car, the owner inquired. That is acceptable, but we should depart at night. It has been so many years since I left. The villagers might be frightened to see me again. However, I am grateful for the food you have provided over the years. Enough of that, the owner extinguished the cigarette but on the ground. Given our injuries, embarking on the journey immediately was not feasible. Thus, we rested until the 4th night before finally setting out. Upon reaching the village entrance, we spotted a Toyota Hiace parked outside. The vehicle was quite decent, once dubbed Chen Haonan's mobile office in its early days, and served as a light infantry transport vehicle in Guangdong and Guangxi. Its cooling system was exceptional, and the interior was filled with scholars, each clutching a newspaper, stepping out while exclaiming, "It's freezing." The door was adorned with a large image of Pleasant Goat, and the owner had modified the interior, leaving only 4 seats, thus creating ample space. I occasionally fish or procure supplies, so I made some adjustments to the vehicle for your comfort, the owner chuckled. Naturally, I complied and lay down. The owner appeared concerned for us, driving slowly enough that we scarcely felt any bumps. Will we encounter anything unclean along the way? I recalled my previous experience on a bus and felt a lingering dread, developing a slight aversion to traveling by vehicle. Not at all. You saw the Pleasant Goat, right? I painted it with black dog blood. It wards off all evil. You could say this vehicle's protection is as solid as steel, the owner assured from the front seat. You could have painted someone like Xiang Yu, but why a Pleasant Goat? It seems rather unreliable, I internally scoffed. Does this vehicle even have a protective aura? I could not help but inquire. Everyone has an aura. Naturally, vehicles do too. The manufacturing date determines its aura, the owner replied with utmost seriousness. So, what is this vehicle's aura? May I take a look? I have no idea. How would I know when the vehicle was made? I was rendered speechless, thinking, hearing one person's words is akin to hearing another. With a considerable amount of time left before reaching Yongding, I closed my eyes, intending to catch a little more sleep. No one noticed a young girl in a traditional skirt sitting atop the car. She raised her hand, and the Pleasant Goat poster on the door appeared in her grasp. As she gazed at the image, a smile graced her lips. The moment she touched it, the goat on the poster glowed red, seemingly rejecting her presence, though it proved futile. Meanwhile, mist began to rise on the road, and translucent figures materialized before us. What the hell? Yao Wang exclaimed in shock. What is happening? Li Xiaogong, seated in the passenger seat, opened his eyes and asked. Look ahead, Yao Wang pointed. Why are there so many unclean entities? This is troubling. Did you not say the pleasant goat was effective? Li Xiaogong frowned. How would I know? That pleasant goat has been up for 3 years without incident. It must be that this kid is too malevolent, Yao Wang retorted, his confidence in the pleasant goat unmistakable. What do we do now? The fog is so thick, and the mountain roads are treacherous. These entities will surely lead us into a ravine, and then it will be the end for us. Li Xiaogong concluded, dismissing the topic of the pleasant goat. Just as he finished speaking, the girl on the roof waved her hand, and a refreshing breeze swept in from afar, instantly dispersing the fog, causing the figures to vanish completely. See? I told you the pleasant goat was useful, yet you refused to believe me, Yao Wang exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Li Xiaogong remained silent, resuming his meditative state. The girl tucked the pleasant goat poster into her sleeve, her figure gradually fading away. By the time we arrived at the village entrance, dawn had broken, and the wild grass along the path was adorned with glistening dew. The villagers typically rose early, and in the distance, silhouettes could be seen laboring in the fields. The uncles and aunts recognized me, but curiously, they did not greet me as usual. Their gazes were laced with complexity. Itong, my child, where have you been? What happened to you? Did someone harm you? A man approached from the fields, concern etched on his face. Simultaneously, everyone around paused their work to look at me. I had a little accident and broke a bone. I stayed in the hospital for 2 days. I returned as soon as I was feeling better. Has something happened? Do you not know that your father has passed away? His words struck like a bolt from the blue. How could he know about my father's situation? My grandfather had foretold that my father had died when I was 9, yet he usually told the villagers that my father was working elsewhere. However, since the truth was known, there was nothing left to conceal. I know. My grandfather mentioned it. I nodded. So you are aware, do not wish to pry into your family's affairs, but do you know that your grandfather has gone missing? What? My eyes widened in disbelief. Missing? What transpired? Just the day after you left, your grandfather summoned us to his home, stating he wished to hold a funeral for your father. The townsfolk were perplexed. How could your father, who worked far away, suddenly have passed? We have seen Qingshan. He was a good lad. Your grandmother passed away long ago, and though only you and your grandfather remain, you seem to be living well. It must have been your father who provided for you. However, death is fleeting. The villagers could only lament the lost eye in the end. Your grandfather personally prepared the body, and the funeral was conducted simply yet respectfully. Prepared the body? Are you implying that my father was subdued by my grandfather? Why did he not wait for me to hold the funeral? Why did he not allow me to see my father one last time? The memory of the note my father had sent me surged back, warning me, do not trust anything. Do not trust your grandfather. Was my grandfather plotting something? Did he wish to harm me? No, that could not be right. I had lived with him for over a decade. If he had intended to harm me, he could have done so long ago. I chose to trust my grandfather. Thank you, Uncle Lu. I must return home to check on things. I expressed gratitude to the elder before hastily making my way home. Li Liangfeng and the others had overheard our conversation and, after exchanging glances, followed suit. Our home was not easily accessible either. Its location was quite similar to Li Liangfeng's residence, rather remote and nestled in a ravine. After quite a while, and traversing several mountains, we finally reached home. Strangely, apart from the ancestral tablet of my father on the offering table, there were no signs of any funeral arrangements in the house. However, one could still discern faint traces of the struggle between my grandfather and father on that fateful day, though they had mostly been meticulously cleared away by my grandfather. Your family has chosen an excellent location. The feng shui here is quite favorable. The 3 guardians form a dragon's lair, unmistakably the work of your father. He has indeed invested considerable effort for your sake, remarked the medicine king, who, after taking a round, could not help but express his admiration. His words left me perplexed. For me? What does that mean? I respectfully inquired. Uncle Son, do you perceive something? As the son of the dragon shaker, are you not familiar with feng shui? The medicine king responded with evident surprise. I only know that my father possesses an uncanny ability to calculate accurately, but I was unaware that he understood feng shui. I replied candidly, Dado. That is indeed intriguing. To us outsiders, your father's mastery of feng shui has already reached unparalleled heights, yet he is also proficient in solar calculations. He observed, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he surveyed my family's surroundings, nodding in approval. Luo Qingshan, truly remarkable in his concealment of talents. Come with me. Allow me to elucidate further. He stepped outside, beckoning me to follow. Chapter 14. Has grandfather truly disappeared? Look around you. Your home is surrounded by mountains, and your house is situated in a basin-like area, akin to a treasure bowl. Observe how the external mountains, though uneven, form 9 openings that resemble 9 dragons safeguarding your family, he continued after a pause. This is a dual configuration. The 9 dragons cannot enter this basin, forming the first arrangement of the 9 dragons guarding the treasure, which ensures peace and prosperity for your household. Be why building your home here. It is as if a pearl has been dropped into a treasure bowl, and the 9 openings of the mountains act as dragon mouths, eager to swallow your family but unable to enter, only able to gaze at the pearl. Thus, the second arrangement is formed. The 9 dragons holding the pearl, primarily safeguarding the descendants, which naturally pertains to you, ensuring your safety even when you venture out. Is such a thing truly possible? Murmured Li Xiaogong, astonished. Haha, otherwise, how do you think this lad, enveloped in yin energy, has survived thus far? It is largely due to the feng shui arrangements left by his father. Li Liangfeng affirmed the Medicine King's assertion. And what of the third arrangement? I inquired. The third? Observe the bluestone steps your family has constructed, flanked by plum blossoms and bamboo, which possess an ancient charm, though they are somewhat lengthy, winding up to one of the openings. This is likely the path your elders take when leaving, or the route you traverse to school. Yes, that opening, if you take a closer look, is quite symmetrical and orderly compared to the others, resembling a grand entrance. This configuration is called fish leaping over the dragon gate, and you and your grandfather are the fish. Those villagers visiting your home will, to some extent, receive blessings as well. While it does not possess much protective power, it primarily facilitates safe travels, the Medicine King commented, pointing at the path leading to my home. In truth, the foremost arrangement remains the 9 dragons holding the pearl, which is remarkably difficult to disrupt. I am not particularly versed in feng shui, but it is evident that this arrangement is not naturally occurring. It must have required significant effort on your father's part. Li Liangfeng added. Then it is virtually unassailable, correct? This entire feng shui arrangement should also benefit my grandfather, I presume. My greatest concern remained my grandfather. There is no such thing as an unbreakable feng shui arrangement. The terrain will inevitably change over time. However, this configuration of yours is not hard to dismantle. Flooding the basin would cause your house to collapse, and the dragon energy from outside would dissipate without a fight. Nevertheless, this would be a monumental task, akin to a miniature version of the South to North Water Diversion Project. No one would undertake such an endeavor unless they were mentally unwell. Thus, theoretically speaking, the arrangement remains unassailable. The Medicine King's admiration for my father grew more evident as he continued to extol him. Truly, Luo Qingshan is remarkable. Does Uncle Sun also understand feng shui? I found myself intrigued, surprised that this painter and doctor possessed knowledge of such esoteric arts. I do not truly grasp feng shui. Having painted extensively, I have seen much and thus know a few things. I can comprehend most feng shui arrangements, but if you were to ask me to lay out one, I certainly could not. The Medicine King scratched his head. I refrained from asking further questions, and no one else spoke, the atmosphere falling into a sudden silence. Grandfather's whereabouts were a mystery. What was I to do? Would I simply wait for school to resume after the summer? Should I continue to await death? Wait for the daughter of the Yang family to come and kill me? Allow the Medicine King to return to running his noodle shop? Let Li Liangfeng return to the Li family? If not this, what else could be done? Surely, I could not expect them to continue protecting me. Without my grandfather, I felt utterly alone in the world, as if I had lost my direction in life. Elibo, Li Gu, Uncle Sun, please make yourselves comfortable and enjoy as you will. I thank you for accompanying me on this journey. I shall showcase my skills tonight. Please rest here, and I will see you off in the morning. I managed to force a smile. Li Liangfeng was about to say something. He was pulled away by the Medicine King. All right, let us explore elsewhere. Your village is quite beautiful. I will not disturb you further. Li Xiaogong, hesitating for a moment, also followed them out. With a heavy sigh, I squatted by the street curb, gazing into the distance, lost in thought as I endeavored to untangle the experiences of the past few days. The inexplicable appearance of my father's coffin at home. How did it arrive? grandfather had urged me to seek out Li Liangfeng. I had nearly wet myself on the bus, and upon reaching Li Liangfeng, I found myself inexplicably burdened with a ghostly wife. I had learned of my father's matters, yet upon returning, my grandfather had vanished. And half of the prophecies left by my father remained unfulfilled. It could be said that these past few days had been more thrilling than my entire life thus far, yet the pressing question remained. What was I to do? Where was I to go? I finally grasped the feeling of being utterly alone. Why did you pull me out here? Outside, Li Liangfeng gazed at the Medicine King in astonishment. Let that lad have some solitude. I also wish to inquire about certain matters. He is your own nephew. Does the Li family not intend to care for him? The Medicine King questioned. If there had been a need for care, it would have been done long ago. When Luo Qingshan took him from the Li family, it was indeed with the intention of allowing this child to live a peaceful life, far from the realm of feng shui. Yet, it seems that is no longer realistic. Go wander between the realms of yin and yang is to risk death beneath their shadow. That is our fate, and Luo Qingshan serves as a prime example. Li Liangfeng sighed. Revealing everything to him now would be unbearable. The troubles brought by his father are beyond his capacity to bear. How can he confront the visage of his mother, half human, half ghost? The Guame incident is far from resolved. He continued, is it related to that incident? What truly transpired during the Guame year? Was it indeed the Yang family's doing? Does that mean we should no longer concern ourselves with this child? The mention of the Guame incident instantly rendered the Medicine King sensitive, his tone edged with urgency. It is best not to delve too deeply into the Guame incident. Yes, for that child. Li Liangfeng cast a mysterious smile. Dio, you truly believe his father would neglect him? His father? Is he not dead? The Medicine King inquired, perplexed. That remains to be seen, Li Liangfeng said, patting his shoulder. Let us take a stroll. This place is quite pleasant, far superior to my own. Indeed, Luo Qingshan has secured everything first. Spare me the suspense. You are just making me anxious, the Medicine King hastily followed. After all, Luo Qingshan is your nephew-in-law. You wouldn't he covet his possessions, would you? By the way, do you think that child would ask for your help? Let us not forget the daughter of the Yang family still seeks his life. He will not. That child possesses clear eyes. He is a strong and proud individual, just like his father. He would never seek my assistance. Li Liangfeng replied resolutely. Li Shaogong observed the two retreating figures, contemplating whether to follow but ultimately deciding against it. He stood outside the bamboo grove, gazing down at the youth in the courtyard, pondering his thoughts. I casually pulled a rocking chair closer, collapsing into it with fatigue. Had grandfather truly vanished? What did his final words mean? Had he known this day would come? My father's affairs were shrouded in mystery, beyond my grasp, yet I had to find my grandfather. I needed to understand everything, about our Luo family, about my father. This was my resolution. The turmoil within me and the ache in my body left me utterly drained, and as I reclined in the rocking chair, I unknowingly drifted into slumber. When I awoke, it was already 7 in the evening. The table was laden with steaming dishes, the aroma of food rousing me from my drowsiness. Wow! Shredded pork and soy sauce, braised pork, and spicy boiled meat slices. These are all my favorites. At that moment, the owner emerged, carrying a plate of seaweed and egg soup. Upon noticing I was awake, he called out, "You're awake. I saw you still had plenty of dishes, so I just made a few simple ones. Come, let's eat." I truly apologize for the trouble. I had planned to cook, I said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's a trifling matter. After all, I am a cook, the owner replied, serving me some shredded pork and soy sauce. Do give it a try and see if it pleases your palate. Silence enveloped the dining table, with only the clinking of cups and chopsticks breaking the stillness. Do you have any plans for the future? The owner finally broke the silence. I shall return to school. I need to acquire skills to uncover the truth about my family from my grandfather and father, I replied vaguely. The owner nodded. That sounds good, but what about your ghostly wife? She will surely return. What will you do then? In life and death, one must face their fate. If it comes to it, I can only host a grand ceremony. I responded politely. When the time comes, I will trouble you to take care of the banquet. Though be honest, I have no idea what to do either. I suppose I must send the package under the big bin. Open above? Send below. Ha ha ha, you seem to have quite the optimistic outlook. The owner chuckled heartily as he took a sip of rice wine. Just as we were enjoying our meal, a sudden knock echoed at the door. As I opened the door, I found it was the same man from the morning, Uncle Lou. "What brings you here?" I asked. He glanced at the people gathered and appeared somewhat hesitant. "There's no need for hesitation. If you have something to say, please do. I noticed you were in a hurry this morning with someone by your side, and there was something I forgot to give you." He reached into his pocket and pulled out an envelope, handing it to me. "This is a letter from your grandfather, and only I know about it. He insisted that I must deliver it to you." After receiving the envelope, I stared at him intently. "Uncle Lou, didn't you say my grandfather was missing? How could there be a letter?" There were too many inconsistencies. Our family had little to no connection with him. Why would my grandfather leave a letter for me through him? Who exactly was he? Don't look at me like that. In my youth, I was a coffin bearer, part of the underbelly of society, often had dealings with your grandfather. I've heard bits and pieces about your family, but it was beyond my capacity to intervene. Your grandfather arranged his own funeral the day you left. He came to find me at night, covered in blood. After handing me the letter, he hurried away as if he were fleeing from something. That's all I know. Take care of yourself, and if you need anything, you can find Uncle Lou. He cast one last glance at the people at the table and cautioned, "Don't trust just anyone." I was uncertain of his truthfulness, yet I could only respond politely, "Thank you, Uncle Lou. I appreciate your trouble, but I won't keep you for dinner." He nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave. After closing the door, I intended to sit back down and continue eating, only to find everyone staring at the entrance. Chapter 15. The second letter, what's wrong? I asked, noticing their expressions were somewhat off. "Do you know that person?" The boss asked in a low, tense voice. "I know him, but not well. We don't have much contact." I thought for a moment. "But my grandfather did mention he was a coffin bearer. He carries a scent of blood." "Blood?" I inquired. "Yes, chicken blood, duck blood, and a hint of rose incense," the boss affirmed with a nod. "Can you really smell that?" I chuckled lightly. "It's quite normal for villagers to slaughter chickens and ducks." I didn't detect any blood scent, though there was a slight aroma, perhaps from laundry detergent. Nothing to be concerned about. No, that's not it. The fragrance he carries is to mask the blood scent. It's not laundry detergent. It's incense, a potent scent that doesn't dissipate easily. The boss firmly countered. I was puzzled by his meaning and turned to Li Liangfeng and his nephew. Li Xiaogong remained silent, while Li Liangfeng nodded. "I didn't smell anything, but I trust the medicine king. He often uses blood from offerings when painting guardian deities, so he is sensitive to such scents." "Are you all being overly sensitive? This seems a bit excessive." I still maintained my indifference. The boss shook his head, choosing not to press the matter further, and continued his meal. Li Liangfeng and the others resumed eating. But the atmosphere had shifted from its previous warmth. Bang, bang, bang. Just as I was nearly full, another knock echoed through the room. Who could it be now? Can't anyone let a person eat in peace? I reluctantly stood up to open the door. I was surprised to see who it was. "What are you doing here?" I asked, bewildered. "Don't ask too many questions. Tell me, did my dad come by just now?" He interrupted before I could respond. The newcomer was Lu Ji, the coffin bearer's son, sharing the same surname as Liu Bang, and we were classmates, having grown close due to our shared commute to school. "He did come by, but weren't you with him?" I asked, confused as to why he arrived right after his father. "Did he give you a letter?" He pressed. "Yes, how did you know?" "My dad doesn't give out fake letters," he retorted, pulling out an envelope from his sleeve. It was a clean, white-green postal envelope, distinctly different from the one his father had given me. "You've been fooled by my dad." "What are you talking about?" I was taken aback. Why would he deceive me? "I can't say much. Just take this letter for now. Your grandfather came to our house late at night. I was up to use the bathroom and saw him, covered in blood, speaking with my dad. He handed him a letter. I didn't think I find myself in a peculiar state. Seated, I could easily succumb to slumber. He retrieved the ancient sword from the side, cradling it in his arms, and closed his eyes. How strange, I thought to myself before extinguishing the light. The bizarre occurrences of the past few days had done little to restore my spirit. I felt utterly fatigued. Initially, I believed that once Li Liangfeng arrived, everything would stabilize, yet the chaos has only intensified. Fortunately, I had not experienced any more peculiar dreams, and my sleep was deep. Just as I was drifting into slumber, anticipating a restful night, I felt a chilling sensation enveloping my body. Chapter 16. The serpent entrapped city, a slick and frigid entity, slithered across my form, the odd sound rousing me from my slumber. I turned to sit up, eager to discover the source of the disturbance. "Oh, not move," came Li Xiaogong's low voice. I hesitated, but complied obediently. When the incandescent light flickered on, I finally discerned the creature before me, a black serpent. As thick as a forearm, gliding over me, our gazes locking in mutual surprise. Where on earth did this serpent come from? With little time to ponder, I tilted my head, only to be reminded of the injuries to my ribs and left shoulder. Tumbling off the bed as I lost my balance, just as I was about to crash to the floor, Li Xiaogong caught me deftly. To my horror, I noticed that the ground was teeming with serpents. An abundance of them. Li Xiaogong's sword was Chapter 17. The city of snakes far from home. Did I weep until unconscious? The serpents on the ground began to slither away after the demise of the white snake. The Medicine King furrowed his brow as he made his way towards the bamboo grove, casually picking up the fallen purple-gold sword. What is happening? After a considerable wait, Li Liangfeng finally spotted the figure of the Medicine King re-emerging. In the bamboo grove stood a paper effigy, resembling his elder, presumably his grandfather. The Medicine King, holding the two halves of the paper figure, cast them into the flames. Had he been deceived again? This world truly harbors a relentless malice towards him. Li Liangfeng glanced at the severed paper figure and sighed. No wonder it looked at me like a frightened rabbit. Such uneased I in just a few days. He had undergone such drastic changes, family disappearing overnight and worrying for his own life. A rare hint of compassion surfaced on the rugged face of the Medicine King. His father was still alive. How could this be? Even if the demon-slaying little bull's nose remained, he would not have to endure such indignities. Was he not suffering too much? The youth would inevitably mature into a man. Li Liangfeng patted the Medicine King's shoulder, for he too would soon embark on his own journey, like his father. Before he departs, let us assist him with one final task. Li Liangfeng observed the collapsed mountainside with a tinge of regret. Despite the damage, it was still the home that the child yearned for. At the very least, let us tidy it up. Li Xiaogong had somehow procured a water hose and began to quietly wash away the serpent carcasses and bloodstains, suddenly spotting a few feathers on the ground. There must be someone behind tonight's events, he murmured. The Medicine King and Li Liangfeng turned to him. There were chicken feathers and bloodstains. The stench of the snakes was foul, yet strangely fragrant. Someone had deliberately lured these serpents here. Could it be that man surnamed Lu? Li Liangfeng pondered, recalling the Medicine King's words about his blood-stained aura. It should not be him, but he is certainly involved. So many snakes could not be attracted merely by a few chickens. The land of Shu is rife with serpents, and many skilled practitioners gather here. Yet what enmity could there be between them and his family? The Medicine King found this quite perplexing. In Sichuan. The Liangzhouyin Fong, is the Bu family now in charge? Li Xiaogong's expression darkened, sending someone to inquire, and no need for that. That lad was most vulnerable when he was in the woods. The vengeful spirit on that paper figure was fierce. It was the little Taoist's sword that had taken effect. That sword is indeed his most treasured possession, and the calamity I left him should be seen as a blessing. The other party likely feared it, which is why they did not harm the child. Li Liangfeng reasoned. I shall take another look. The Medicine King ventured back into the darkness of the woods, left with nothing but countless rolling stones and the long-dead white snake. After failing to discover anything unusual, he casually severed a piece of the snake's body, extracting a dark green snake gall. The gall was the size of an egg, and the Medicine King's eyes sparkled with excitement. The perpetrator must have left. To orchestrate the destruction of Luo Qingshan's feng shui is evidently the work of an extraordinary individual. However, for this snake to have grown to such a size is indeed rare. It must be of the Serpent King level. Its gallbladder is excellent. It could serve as a remedy for this lad, a compensation of sorts. Regardless, this serpent has attained a form of sentience and now lies dead here. No need to speak further. I shall bear this karmic burden. It is merely a beast after all. The Li family can afford such losses. Li Liangfeng's gaze turned unusually sharp. The Medicine King refrained from saying more, returning to his room to crush the snake gall in a small bowl before administering it to Luo Yitong. Were it not for the fact that this boy is your nephew, I would surely keep it for myself, he said, patting Luo Yitong's chest a few times to help him breathe easier. Is there any significance to this? Li Xiaogong inquired, curious. You should be aware of the medicinal effects of the snake gall. However, such a spiritually attuned serpent must possess unique qualities. The gall is its essence, and once consumed, it will repel other snakes and insects, at the very least preventing disturbances from mosquitoes. Its cold nature can soothe the spirit, the Medicine King explained. At the fourth watch, the three finally cleared all traces of blood. Aside from the collapsed mountainside, everything appeared unchanged. After locking the door, Li Shaogong carried Luo Yidong on his back. It was time to leave. Li Liangfeng and the Medicine King nodded in agreement and, taking advantage of the moonlight, headed towards the village's outskirts. Unbeknownst to them, a dark figure high in the trees watched their departure. Moments later, that shadow vanished. Shortly thereafter, a gentle breeze swept through, the clouds in the sky swirling and gathering upon the mountain across the way, faintly forming the image of a white dragon. The mountain itself was formidable, resembling a crouching tiger, seemingly poised to engage in battle with the white dragon. Atop the mountain stood a solitary grave, where the occupant, buried deep within the coffin, was covered in white down, which was gradually shifting from white to green, indicating a transformation of the corpse. The occupant slowly opened his eyes, shattering the coffin with a single palm. The green down gradually receded, revealing the black Zhongshan suit beneath. The man, standing at the mountain's peak, gazed down at the hidden houses amid the plum blossoms and bamboo groves, remaining silent for a long while. "Is it the Yang family?" he whispered. In an instant, he sped towards the door, only to be met by a rusted iron lock and a hidden green snake. The snake, lurking in the shadows, bared its fangs and lunged at the man's shoulder with blinding speed. The man made no attempt to evade, seemingly oblivious. Just as the snake's venomous fangs were about to sink into his shoulder, a long, powerful hand seized the snake's head, crushing it effortlessly before discarding it like refuse. The headless snake body continued to thrash about. "So it is you, Luo Yuezheng," the man said, picking up a cloth from the windowsill to wipe the blood from his hands. "Uncle, after all these years, you have not perished." He turned to gaze into the woods, in the direction where the white snake had perished, the same direction the shadow had departed. "When I awoke again, the sun was already shining brightly. I attempted to rise but found myself utterly devoid of strength. Where am I?" I rubbed my eyes, noticing a slight pain. They were likely swollen from crying. My mouth tasted inexplicably bitter. "I in the vehicle," Li Shaogong replied. It was then that I realized we were inside the boss's Toyota Hyacid. "Why home? Has it been tidied up?" Before I could finish my thought, Li Shaogong already knew what I was about to say. I refrained from asking further, and a heavy silence enveloped us. "You all have ulterior motives, to some extent, don't you?" After much hesitation, I finally inquired, "Is it because of my family's affairs?" Li Shaogong regarded me, his throat bobbing as if he wished to speak but ultimately said nothing, simply gazing at me calmly. "Not everyone who approaches you has ulterior motives. Even in the shadows, there exists light." Li Liangfeng's tone was gentle. "I sincerely regret that I could not assist you with your family's matters. If you seek to understand everything about your father, then live well, master the legacy of your family, and aid those who suffer as you do. Become a revered yin-yang master like your father." I was at a loss for how to respond, pondering Li Liangfeng's words thoughtfully. Yin Qinchao, the Hajin King, the city of snakes, far from home. Each of these had come to pass. "Father, is this the outcome you longed for? What precisely do you wish for me to become? Did you foresee what would happen to grandfather? Why has everything turned out this way?" I suddenly realized I had yet to pay my respects to my father. How could I, as a son, neglect this duty? "It is not as if I will never return," Li Liangfeng reassured me. "What transpired with those snakes? How much do you know?" After careful consideration, I came to the same conclusion. I could only return later to honor my father. It would be wise to first understand why the snake swarm appeared in our home. Those snakes abound in the mountains during summer. Such a tide of serpents is clearly abnormal. You have hit the nail on the head. Those snakes must have been controlled by someone, and that man surnamed Lu is also suspicious, Li Liangfeng remarked. "Why? Was it the Yang family? Were they targeting my grandfather? Why leave without clarifying things?" My voice sharpened, my emotions flaring. "I must go back. Even if you return, can you truly uncover the truth? Even if you do, what will you truly learn?" Li Shaogong grasped my arm, urging calmness. "We must take our time. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. In due course, the truth will reveal itself. Everything has its destined outcome." Unlike his usual taciturn self, he spoke softly, sharing a wealth of thoughts. However, it likely isn't the Yang family, he added after a moment of silence. Li Xiaogong's words held weight. At present, I truly felt powerless. Engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. It is not the Yang family? I closed my eyes, suppressing the surge of blood within me, striving to steady my breath before finally meeting his gaze again. He nodded slightly, his eyes still calm, devoid of any emotion, exuding a composure that belied his youth, or perhaps an indifference. For the first time, I found myself profoundly curious about him. "How old are you?" I asked. 21, in my third year of university. I nodded, pondering our next destination, Hubei, Yichang. Chapter 18. Jinyang Tower. Your father left something for you there. Do not underestimate him, Li Xiaogong frowned. While he despised Luo Qingshan, his brother-in-law, he could not deny the man's abilities. Praising him in front of his son left Li Xiaogong with an indescribable discomfort. I nodded, retrieving a book from my backpack. This was left to me by my father. It must be the aim of the Yang family and those individuals, right? It is indeed that tome of Chimen Tianjing. Before Li Xiaogong could take it, Li Liangfeng swiftly snatched it away. I have encountered this before. Your father wrote it at my place, dedicating considerable time to it, complete with his own summaries and annotations, showcasing his earnestness. It has finally made its way into your hands. He had always hoped that this would be passed down to the descendants of the Luo family. And now it seems to be a case of heritage being honored. Li Liangfeng caressed the book, seemingly lost in recollection. Have you seen it? I asked in astonishment, not expecting that Li Liangfeng shared such a connection with my father. This subtly indicated that their relationship was far from ordinary. Yes, I have, Li Xiaogong interjected, eager to take a look, but Li Liangfeng promptly thrust it back into my embrace, saying, I cannot comprehend the matters of your family. But be sure it does not fall into the hands of the Yang family. Remember this well. If you manage to memorize it, burn it, lest it attract attention. Our disinterest does not imply others share the same sentiment. Your father compiled this. Aware that his days were numbered, I could discern that, despite their interest in my family's scholarly pursuits, neither Li Liangfeng nor Li Xiaogong exhibited the slightest hint of greed. I cautiously tucked it away, firmly committing Li Liangfeng's words to memory. My first task upon memorizing it would be to incinerate it. What did my father leave for me? I inquired, curiosity piqued. The composed Li Xiaogong also turned to his uncle, indicating his interest. You will know upon your arrival. It is undoubtedly astonishing. It is a gift from your father, Li Liangfeng replied with a mysterious smile. Seeing that he would not elaborate, I refrained from pressing further. Sichuan is not too far from Hubei. After traversing Chongqing, one can easily enter Hubei. By the time we reached Yichang, it was already 4 in the afternoon. I assumed that upon arriving in the city center of Yichang, we would have reached our destination, but to my surprise, the final stop was a small county within Yichang. This county is named Zigui, known for Liu Bei's military deployment during his campaign against Wu, thus possessing a modest reputation. Yet, what significance did my father see in choosing this place? The vehicle halted in a narrow alleyway, which was relatively spacious and resembled a quaint leisure street, adorned with antique shops, tea houses, taverns, and small eateries, bustling with a lively atmosphere. We ultimately stopped before an ancient, charming pavilion, its door adorned with a rusted padlock and the wooden surface thickly coated in dust, indicating it had not been visited in quite some time. The most captivating feature was the plaque hanging above the door, Jinyang Tower. I surveyed the layout of the area and noted that, although Jinyang Tower was located at the alley's end, it was originally erected as the focal point of the street, thus serving as its dragon head. However, entry could only be made from the alley's entrance, creating a dynamic reminiscent of a green dragon turning its head. This configuration was quite favorable. In feng shui, the Earth's energy typically refers to yin energy, and the arrangement of the green dragon returning was beneficial. The interplay of the incoming and outgoing energies would transform the yin and yang, both of which would prove advantageous for Jinyang Tower. What an intriguing setup, I remarked, unable to contain my curiosity. Was your father the architect of this tower? Oh, you grasped concepts swiftly. It seems your father indeed imparted his feng shui knowledge to you, Li Liangfeng praised. However, the texts left by your father do not contain any chapters on feng shui. They are solely focused on yang calculations. What I just deduced was a personal interpretation combining yang calculations. I can still comprehend certain configurations. This left me pondering, for outsiders often claimed my father was unparalleled in feng shui. Yet the Qimen Tianjing bore no trace of feng shui teachings. How could one as esteemed as my father fail to pass down his most cherished knowledge to his son? Within our family, my grandfather spoke of my father's calculations as infallible, differing from what outsiders conveyed. Li Liangfeng and Yao Wang exchanged glances, both taken aback, clearly surprised that my father's legacy lacked feng shui techniques. I believe your father must have bequeathed his feng shui skills to you. It's merely that your understanding is insufficient to recognize them. How could he not leave his finest treasures to his own child? Li Liangfeng speculated, recalling the meticulous demeanor of the young man who once pinned his writings beneath a lamp. Do not dwell on what you cannot comprehend for now. Your ability to assess configurations through your own perspective is commendable. However, one thing you're mistaken about is that Jinyang Tower was not built by your father but inherited from a previous master, Yi Dingzhou, the esteemed governor of the Yang family in Jingzhou. Your father, upon his debut, received guidance from him. Li Liangfeng leisurely recounted the origins of Jinyang Tower, which intrigued me as the listener. Is Yi Dingzhou truly remarkable? I queried, aware that Hubei belongs to the 9 provinces and Jingzhou is well known. Yet I was unfamiliar with this Yi Dingzhou who could rise to such prominence through Yang techniques. Indeed, he is a legendary figure within the realm of Yin and Yang, a venerable elder who accomplished numerous benevolent acts for Jingzhou during his tenure as governor. After his retirement, his whereabouts became a mystery, likely having long since departed from this world, Yao Wang added, expressing admiration for Yi Dingzhou. De Li Xiaogong, however, appeared less interested in Yi Dingzhou, instead rummaging through his belongings, likely well aware of the significance of Yi Dingzhou as a member of the Yin and Yang Li family. We observed him, and at last, he produced a copper key from his inner pocket. So, this fellow had been searching for the door key all along. Why apologies? I misplaced it, he chuckled sheepishly, approaching the door and inserting the key into the lock. With a click, the long-sealed Jinyang Tower was unlocked once more, the setting sun illuminating the plaque, casting a golden glow upon the 3 gilded characters. In that moment the door swung open. I suddenly noticed that nearly every pair of eyes on the street, men, women, and children alike, were drawn toward us. Their gazes reflected joy, excitement, confusion, and astonishment. It seemed Jinyang Tower held a magnetic allure that captivated the entire street, indicating that there was more to it than met the eye. Jinyang Tower has been reopened. Its new master has returned. Someone in the crowd shouted, igniting a wave of excitement along the long street. Even the elderly patrons in the tea house across the way stood to investigate. Many began to converge at the entrance, yet the crowd maintained a commendable decorum, showing no signs of pushing. Esteemed guests, Jinyang Tower is open today but will not be receiving visitors. We shall officially open tomorrow. And you are all warmly invited to return then. Tea and wine will be complimentary for the day. Li Liangfeng called out to the neighbors with a resonant voice. To my surprise, the locals actually heeded his words. Although the discussions about Jinyang Tower did not diminish, they dispersed amicably. Upon opening the door, I was greeted with a layout that was truly a realm of wonder. The first floor was spacious, adorned with numerous small display cases filled with coins, spanning from the Warring States period to the Qing dynasty, including rare Liao coins in excellent condition. There were mirrors from the Ming dynasty, arrowheads of indeterminate age, and a wealth of porcelain, most of which seemed to be from the Song dynasty onward. Even so, Jinyang Tower could be deemed a treasure trove. The second floor was considerably smaller, housing primarily wooden artifacts, exquisite items crafted from precious wood such as golden silk nanmu, as well as mythical creatures like the Pishio and the Swanee, all made from rare, ancient materials. There were even some pieces I could not identify. The third floor was even more compact, comprising 3 or 4 rooms, presumably for lodging. What a remarkable sight! I nodded in awe, marveling at these treasures I had only seen on television. You come from a prominent family. What is this modest collection? All of these are left for you by your father, and I possess some more. If you ever find yourself in need of money, you can sell them, all within legal bounds. So do not worry. However, I have one request. Do not sell to foreigners, Li Liangfeng earnestly cautioned. Next time I return to pay respects at the grave, I shall inquire if my father still seeks a son. Although we are of similar age, if he does not reject me, I would be honored to call him my godfather, Yao Wang remarked while inspecting various porcelain items with gleaming eyes. I couldn't help but twitch at the corner of my eye. It seemed the proprietor was not a serious person, his banter revealing a playful nature. When I next return, I will ask him. However, you also have a noodle shop, which is thriving, surely netting you a tidy sum each year. Uncle Sun has his eye on some treasures. I shall send you a few, feel free to choose, I replied, half joking, yet genuinely grateful for their assistance throughout the journey, tending to my injuries and enduring the long travel. The proprietor set down the porcelain he was examining and turned to me. Your disposition mirrors that of your father. Although I have never met him, his reputation for generosity and valor is renowned. Moreover, he possesses remarkable skills, earning him the title of Little Qin Xiong. You, too, are a fine young man, possessing both grace and nobility. With such a temperament at a young age, you are destined for greatness. The proprietor's praise became increasingly extravagant, ultimately giving me a thumbs up. Chapter 19. The beginning of farewells. I found myself somewhat speechless at the proprietor's enthusiastic flattery. With a resigned sigh, I said, if you find something you like, do claim it quickly. Otherwise, I might change my mind, do not. You are now my boss, he chuckled, producing 3 Qianyuan Tongbao coins. I'll take these. I was taken aback by his choice of the ancient coins. While those 3 Qianyuan Tongbao were of excellent quality, their actual value was not particularly high, around 10,000 each. With so many porcelain pieces here, why not select something of greater value? I inquired. You underestimate him. A single painting can fetch over 100,000. In the past, well-off families would often commission him to create artworks for protection against evil. He has quite a fortune saved up, lacking for nothing, Li Liangfeng laughed, adding, and do not assume he is at a disadvantage. Those 3 Qianyuan Tongbao, if I am not mistaken, were the very ones Yi Dingzhou used, personal divination coins of the Yin-Yang master, not something that can be measured by mere currency. I was astounded. It seemed the proprietor had a keen eye, and in the end, I was the one at a loss. Old Lu, Yi Dingzhou's personal divination coins are indeed coveted treasures for those within the realms of Yin and Yang. However, having spoken my piece, I felt reluctant to ask for them back, especially since I had no use for copper coins in my own divinations. Speaking of coins, I was reminded of the 3 gold Kaiyuan Tongbao coins owned by Li Xiaogong. I turned to him and inquired, Brother Xiaogong, I recall you possess 3 gold Kaiyuan Tongbao coins. Were they crafted by you, or are they antiques? Oh, it's rare for you to not know something. Li Xiaogong smiled slightly at my question. Does this imply they are antiques? What? Gold Kaiyuan Tongbao? The shopkeeper exclaimed in bewilderment, startling me. You still have gold Kaiyuan coins. Seeing the shopkeeper's excitement only piqued my curiosity further. What is the origin of these gold Kaiyuan coins? Is there a story behind them? Bestowed by Emperor Kaiyuan, they have wandered the earthly realm for 50 years. It is said that at the Cheng Tian Gate banquet, officials below would gather gold coins. Li Xiaogong recited a Tang Dynasty poem, its rhythm captivating. Here, the gold coins referred to the gold Kaiyuan coins in my possession. In truth, Kaiyuan Tongbao also existed in silver. My uncle has 3 silver ones. Li Xiaogong remarked, glancing at Li Liangfeng. Li Liangfeng reached into his inner pocket, revealing 3 silver Kaiyuan Tongbao coins resting in his palm, exuding an ancient charm, nearly identical to Li Xiaogong's gold coins. Yet, whether gold or silver, these coins were never circulated by the court. They were directly minted by the central Taifu temple. Such coins were intended as rewards, known as year money, to honor ministers during prosperous times. Their circulation was exceedingly rare, thus their significance was immense, explaining why they were seldom seen by the public. The Shaanxi History Museum houses 30 of them, and as for the rest, they must surely be in my family. Li Xiaogong said, quite pleased with himself. Truly, as a descendant of the Li Tang royal family, he enjoys the privilege of such connections, the Medicine King remarked. Uncle Sun, why not take on another adoptive father? To make it 3? I jested. The shopkeeper shot me a disapproving glance. Which holds greater value, the gold Kaiyuan or the Qianyuan Tongbao? I inquired. A single gold Kaiyuan could fetch you a traditional courtyard in Beijing. However, what you truly seek to understand is that, for practitioners of Yin and Yang, the gold Kaiyuan holds greater worth. Gold inherently exudes nobility and possesses protective qualities against malevolent forces. When forged into coins, their efficacy in the hands of a Yin and Yang practitioner is enhanced. Furthermore, our gold Kaiyuan coins have been utilized by ancestors through generations, thus imbued with a certain spiritual essence. Naturally, Yi Dingzhou's 3 coins are more powerful than mine. Given the depth of my own cultivation, Li Xiaogong explained earnestly. Tomorrow, Xinyang Tower will officially open. Are you prepared? He then turned his gaze toward me. Prepared? Is there anything specific I need to prepare? I asked. Somewhat perplexed. The first-generation tower master, Yi Dingzhou, established a tea house and tavern here, providing divination services to ensure the peace and stability of the region, thereby elevating Xinyang Tower's reputation. Even under your father's stewardship, it remained reputable. Now, as it returns to your hands, its reopening will undoubtedly create a stir in the feng shui community. Though it may serve as a tavern, it fundamentally engages in yin and yang business. Do you understand now? Upon hearing his words, I finally grasped why the opening of Xinyang Tower elicited such a strong reaction from the locals. They had long been aware of its significance. I noticed the elderly were particularly animated, likely frequent patrons who had known Yi Dingzhou and my father. The wave of pressure washed over me. The success of Xinyang Tower's business would hinge entirely on my capabilities. Yet I had barely learned a fraction of my father's skills, which left me feeling rather anxious. No worries, I must return to the Li family. Xiaogong will stay here for a while to assist you. Although Yi Dingzhou engaged in yin and yang business, the original intent of Xinyang Tower was as an antique tea house. You need not rush into the yin and yang trade. Your presence here serves as a refuge for now. You may manage it as you see fit, Li Liangfeng reassured, patting my shoulder. Focus on mastering what your father left behind, and come to terms with your family's history. That is your primary task. The shopkeeper interjected. I pondered their advice. They were indeed correct. My purpose here was merely to find a place, and acquiring the necessary skills for self-preservation was paramount. Indeed, once my skills are honed, I can venture into the yin and yang business. After all, you will eventually tread this path, Li Liangfeng affirmed. Xiaogong, go purchase peanuts, tea, and drinks. We open our doors to welcome guests tomorrow, he instructed. After Li Xiaogong departed, Li Liangfeng handed me a backpack, which I opened to find property certificates and other documents. I will leave tomorrow. The path ahead is yours to navigate. Your father walked this journey step by step. He was far braver than you. Li Liangfeng spoke kindly, ruffling my hair like a caring elder. Such haste? What was the relationship between Uncle Li and my father? Though I had anticipated his departure, I was taken aback by its swiftness and pressed for more information about my father. Friends, very good ones. He knew me long before he met your mother, Li Liangfeng replied. Just when I thought he would remain tight-lipped, he inadvertently revealed a hint of insight. Seizing the opportunity, I pressed on. Do you know how my father died? I know a bit, but it's not the right time to share, he said. Raising an eyebrow, the flicker of hope ignited within me. Though he withheld details now, it did not mean he would do so forever. It related to the Yang family? I continued my inquiry, eager for any useful information. There is some connection, but it's not entirely so. Your father never held the Yang family in high regard. Li Liangfeng answered. My fate has been altered, hasn't it? After a moment of silence, I posed a question concerning my own circumstances. Did your grandfather tell you? Li Liangfeng seemed surprised, evidently not expecting my awareness of this matter. Yes, well, that makes sense. Indeed, it has been altered, though your fate was predetermined. Changing one's fate is a rare feat. Even if possible, the cost is often exorbitant. Li Liangfeng stroked his beard, nodding in acknowledgement. I regarded Li Liangfeng with increasing astonishment. He possessed an understanding of my situation that even my grandfather might not have. Clearly, my father and he shared a profound bond, one that allowed him to divulge so much. Perhaps he felt compelled to share this knowledge with me before his departure. So I would not be left in ignorance. As for your father's coffin, do you know how it came to be in our home? I asked, returning to the heart of the matter. Everything seemed to circle back to the moment my father returned to his ancestral home. Have you heard of the 5 ghosts transporting wealth? It's a folk practice, Li Liangfeng inquired. Of course, I know. Wealth and coffin material share a connection, elevation in status and wealth. Your father mastered this practice, which could mean he returned himself after death. Or perhaps someone else brought him back. He had many talented individuals around him. Li Liangfeng paused, pacing thoughtfully before continuing. The return of your father's body, along with the coffin, was likely facilitated by a friend rather than an enemy. Possibly someone who benefited from his kindness. Seemed Li Liangfeng was uncertain about the details of this matter. Further questioning would yield no additional clarity. As for our family, do not inquire about your family affairs. Your father seldom spoke of them to me. I only know that your family is a branch of the Luo clan. When your great-grandfather was alive, there were many yin and yang practitioners in the Luo clan, forming a substantial and complete lineage. However, the division of your family began with your great-grandfather, Li Liangfeng interjected. Several years ago, a significant event transpired within the yin and yang community, accompanied by a prophetic saying. Since then, many individuals began to mysteriously disappear, an occurrence referred to as the Guiwei transformation. Li Liangfeng paused, continuing, "Your inquiry has made me realize that many events within the yin and yang community seem to have commenced with the decline of your family's lineage. Perhaps I am overthinking it." Li Liangfeng squinted, a look of confusion flickering in his eyes. The Medicine King, standing nearby, had hands clasped behind his back, trembling slightly. Chapter 20. The Yi clan youth. Though I was puzzled by the Medicine King's reaction, I refrained from questioning him. Perhaps something had indeed transpired in his past. I have never been one to pry into others' secrets. Just then, Li Xiaogong entered, carrying a large bag of loose tea and another bag of peanuts. Followed by several delivery men, I must admit, despite his youth, he was far more considerate than I in his preparations, ensuring a comprehensive supply of alcohol, sugar, tea, and more. This, I surmised, is what girls might describe as a very reliable young man. The middle-aged men who accompanied him surveyed the room as they entered. After all these years, the decor remains unchanged, one of the delivery men sighed. Indeed, I remember that porcelain bowl. It has always been placed in that corner. Boss, are you planning to reopen Jinyang Tower? Another man looked at Li Xiaogong and chimed in. He chuckled. I am not the boss, so do not mistake me. He is the current owner of Jinyang Tower. Li Xiaogong pointed at me. Him? The man who spoke next looked somewhat astonished, clearly not expecting a mere child to take over Jinyang Tower. Yes, it is indeed him. Do not underestimate him. Even Xinshu once said to respect the younger generation. A man should not belittle youth, Li Xiaogong countered. Well, that makes sense. When that young man took over Jinyang Tower, no one had high hopes for him, but it turned out everyone was mistaken. He did not let Elder Yi down. The first man nodded in agreement. Young man, I hope you can restore Jinyang Tower to its former glory, where the 5 lords and 7 commoners would share a drink together, he said, turning to me with fervent eyes. That's not right, uncle. It should be 5 lords and 7 nobles sharing a drink. I corrected him. No, you misunderstand. Back when Yi Dingzhou and that young man were here, many people came from all directions, and the number of those arriving in grand carriages was countless. Those who could ride in such carriages were not ordinary folk. Yet, upon arrival, they carried no airs, graciously drinking with us villagers in those early years. We were poor and life was hard, but those people invested in our community, transforming our hardships. Regardless of wealth or poverty, all gathered in Jinyang Tower, creating a scene where 5 lords and 7 commoners shared drinks together in harmony. We all understood it was thanks to Yi Dingzhou and that young man, which is why everyone was so excited when Jinyang Tower reopened. We all thought that young man from back then had returned. The uncle grew increasingly animated, eventually grasping my hand. Could that young man be my father? I asked eagerly. Uncle, do you remember what he looked like? Of course. That young man was quite handsome, about as tall as him. He gestured towards Li Xiaogong, probably in his early 20s, perhaps not even 20. He never spoke of his name, so the villagers only referred to him as that young man. He always wore a pure black Zhongshan suit, made of fine material. Though young, he was quite capable, giving him an impressive and commanding presence. Unlike Yi Dingzhou, this young man constantly sought omens and studied feng shui. Upon hearing this, I was nearly certain he was speaking of my father. It turned out my father had helped so many people, and even in death, he was still remembered fondly. This was the first time I had heard of my father's deeds from the outside world, further solidifying my resolve to inherit his legacy. However, the locals, like Li Liangfeng, seemed to share the belief that my father was only knowledgeable in feng shui and not in fortune-telling. I assured them that as his son, I would rely on their support. What did you say? The man looked at me in astonishment, clearly surprised that the once reticent youth had already become a father. There is indeed a resemblance. But I did not expect he would have a son. He scrutinized me closely and nodded, reminiscing about the years gone by. And your father? How is he? He continued. My father has passed away. I have come to inherit his shop. I did not conceal the cause of my father's death. Your father is gone. The man was momentarily taken aback, but after a while, he regained his composure, seemingly indifferent to the cycle of life and death. After all, Yi Dingzhou had also disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Will you continue your father's business? He inquired further. I understood what he meant and shook my head. I will open it when fate allows. At least not this month. I will treat it as an ordinary tea house for now. The man's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment, but he merely sighed and pointed to a black square table in the corner by the window. That table is where your father and Yi Dingzhou often sat to discuss omens. If wealthy guests come from afar, they would go to the private rooms on the third floor if you plan to run a business. These two spots are ideal. He raised his head to indicate the location of the private rooms, and I followed his gaze, committing the room to memory. We shall take our leave now, young boss. Do well. Another man patted my shoulder. I offered him a slight smile. Your father was quite popular here. How do you feel? Is there pressure? Li Xiaogong asked with a grin. To say there was no pressure would be a lie. I sighed. It's all right. I'll stay to help you for a few days. After organizing the purchase cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and sugar, and giving the shop a thorough cleaning, it was already time for rest after a simple meal. As I lay in bed, sleep eluded me, and in the stillness of the night, I suddenly realized I was about to embark on a new chapter of my life. But where are you now? Grandfather? Yitong, get up. Li Xiaogong pushed the door open and pulled me from my bed. Though university students rise this early? I yawned, glancing at my phone. It was only 6 o'clock. Today is the day Zhenyang Tower reopens. Are you not responsible as the young boss? Li Xiaogong teased. After a quick wash, I headed downstairs and found Yao Wang and Li Liangfeng already having breakfast, with a few patrons scattered about the shop. I picked up a bun, my gaze drifting to the guests entering the shop, lost in thought. Li Liangfeng and the others busied themselves serving alcohol and tea, and everything felt so harmonious, yet it seemed disconnected from me. Not quite used to it yet, are you? No worries, you'll get accustomed to it. Being a young boss without financial worries isn't a bad thing, Li Xiaogong consoled me, helping himself to some pickled vegetables. I just fear having the means but no time to spend it. I sighed. Is it because of that girl from the Yang family? Li Xiaogong inquired. I nodded in acknowledgement. My grandfather had warned me that she would come for my life on my 17th birthday. Yet, she arrived before my birthday, and what would it be like on that day? It's all right. I'll help you when the time comes. No need to fear. There are more solutions than difficulties. He reassured me, taking a more optimistic view and encouraging me to focus on the present. When it was just the two of us, he became more talkative. Thank you. I sincerely expressed my gratitude. As more guests arrived, it was time to make an appearance and announce the reopening. After all, I would be living here for a long time. I'm not shy. Even though I'm not eloquent, it doesn't affect my sociability. This little scene is nothing for me, I thought to myself. Dear villagers, look at me. Today marks the reopening of Zhenyang Tower. I sincerely thank all of you for your support. I am the new owner of Zhenyang Tower, and the son of that good young man you all speak of. I hope for your guidance. Today, all expenses for cigarettes, alcohol, and tea are waived. Feel free to trade antiques, including wood, porcelain, and ancient coins. The rules remain the same, fair, just, and open. However, for matters concerning feng shui and fortune-telling, we will not be accepting customers this month, I announced loudly at the center. Good, the boss is generous. Someone shouted, startling me. This was soon followed by thunderous applause. What do we call you, young boss? Young boss, when can we ask about omens? Many older patrons asked various questions, and I patiently responded, and my surname is Luo. And my name is Yitong. Since I had decided to walk this path, I had no intention of concealing my identity. So, that young man back then was named Luo. Murmurs of surprise rippled through the crowd. It seemed everyone was still interested in my father. Young man, do your best. Your father was a youthful hero who did not bring shame to Yi Dingzhou. Do not disgrace your father. Many uncles and aunts encouraged me, indicating that my father was indeed held in high regard, and I was fortunate to benefit from his reputation. I will certainly do my best. I replied politely to every guest, regardless of age or gender. Most of the patrons were familiar neighbors, engaging in lively conversations. Although the crowd was large, I noticed a young boy sitting by the window, about my age, who only ordered a cup of tea and a handful of mountain walnuts. Quietly sipping away, he was alone at the table, appearing calm and unconcerned with the world around him. However, it was not merely his solitude that piqued my curiosity. It was the way he cracked the walnuts. With just one hand, or rather, with 2 fingers, the index and middle, he pinched the walnut, causing it to crack open with ease. Then, with remarkable speed, He deftly extracted the 2 walnut halves and slowly brought them to his mouth. It is known that normal people cannot crack walnuts using just their index and middle fingers. Even sideways, it is difficult, let alone vertically. How strong must his fingers be to achieve such a feat? Moreover, his calm demeanor suggested he was no ordinary person, intensifying my curiosity about him. As if sensing my gaze, he looked up at me. I smiled slightly, and he beckoned me over. Though puzzled, I approached him. "Little brother, do you need anything?" I asked politely. "Do you have any part-time positions available? I can help with chores. I'm a diligent worker." I was taken aback. His question caught me off guard. Was he looking to earn a little pocket money during summer break? Unfortunately, I had to decline. Seeing me in a daze, he waved his hand in front of my eyes. "We are not hiring part-time help at the moment, and besides, you should only be in middle school." "Too young," I politely refused. The youth pondered for a moment before extending the hand that had been cracking walnuts, pointing towards the not-so-distantly Liangfeng and saying, "He is leaving today, and soon you will find yourself one person short." He then gestured towards Li Xiaogong, who was still dining, adding, "In a few days, he too will depart, leaving you even more understaffed." After uttering these words, he turned to me with a serious expression. However, his words struck me like a thunderclap. How could this boy possibly know? A wave of alarm washed over me. Before I could respond, he pointed at the apothecary king and remarked, "He will not be leaving. He will stay, yet he will not assist you in managing the shop. So you will remain overwhelmed." Upon hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking I had encountered a sage, only to realize he was merely guessing. The apothecary king has a noodle shop to tend to. What purpose would he serve here? The child had made a miscalculation. "Little brother, do not speak nonsense. If he does not leave, I shall recruit you, offering a monthly salary of 0.3 dalu. I jested. "A gentleman's word is his bond. And 4 horses cannot pursue it," the boy replied with utmost seriousness, punctuating each word. "It was quite convincing. 40 horses would struggle to pursue it." I chuckled in response. "Very well, you may inquire of him. I shall return tomorrow." After finishing the last sip of tea from his cup, the youth withdrew a Tinyuan note from his pocket and placed it on the table, preparing to leave. By the way, my surname is Yi, specifically Yi Dingzhou. Chapter 21. The first divination of Zhenyang Tower. What an odd child. I did not take his words to heart. Yi Dingzhou, a figure of great renown from generations past, was the governor of Jingzhou. His prowess is undoubtedly formidable, yet the common folk here only recognize the name, unaware of Yi Dingzhou's true identity. Moreover, how could a middle school child possess such insight? I shook my head and tidied up the disarray on the table. Turning around, I noticed that Li Xiaogong had already seated himself at the corner table, the very table that conducted the business of yin and yang. As he took his seat, all eyes converged upon him, and nearly everyone ceased their conversations, turning to look in his direction. "In divination, Li Xiaogong, temporarily residing here. If any villagers encounter troubles, feel free to seek me out," he said politely with a concise smile. "Young man, can you truly divine?" An elderly gentleman inquired cautiously. "Indeed, do not be misled by my youth. My abilities are considerable," I interjected to bolster Li Xiaogong's reputation. I held great admiration for Li Xiaogong's skills, knowing full well I had once suffered due to not heeding his advice. That prophetic verse still lingered in my memory. The drums of Yuyang passed through Tongguan. On this day, the monarch will favor Jian Mountain. If Mui encounters the ghost beneath the willow, it is here that the golden ring shall be buried. He had made it quite clear that he would leave that very night. Failure to do so would bring misfortune, and indeed, the snake tie disaster ensued shortly thereafter. Upon reflection, I did not blame him for not urging me to depart that evening, as I understood he wished for me to learn through hardship. On the contrary, I was profoundly grateful to this elder brother, who was willing to guide me during my moments of confusion and protect me during my weaknesses, employing his own methods to foster my growth. It was through his instruction that I was able to swiftly accept many matters and come to terms with my circumstances. Moreover, having witnessed his divination, I developed my own understanding of yin and yang. I could not help but wonder if I would ever reach his level of expertise. I must say, Yi Dingzhou and your father possess remarkable discernment. This table is likely the most valuable piece here. Li Xiaogong remarked as he took the tea from my hand, running his fingers along the surface of the table in admiration. I scrutinized the table closely, realizing it was indeed extraordinary. The surface was intricately carved with the image of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, while the edges and forelegs were adorned with cloud patterns. Remarkably, the entire table was lacquered, not with modern paint, but with the ancient Chinese lacquer technique, a craft that is nearly lost to time today. As for the type of wood used, that could be set aside for now. Merely as a lacquerware piece, its value was already exceedingly high. Furthermore, given Yi Dingzhou's discerning eye, the wood must surely be extraordinary. As I marveled at the table's craftsmanship, the elderly gentleman had already taken a seat across from Li Xiaogong. "Old man, what are you gazing at?" "I am not looking, I am showing it to my grandson. He will be taking the high school entrance exam next year. I wish for you to help me ascertain whether he can gain admission to a key high school." "Very well," Li Xiaogong replied, producing 3 gold Kaiyuan coins, tossing them upon the table, and swiftly retrieving them 6 times. Yet, I still managed to discern the final outcome. It was a Zhan hexagram. The child's grades fluctuate. Overall, he has been scoring above the passing line in mock exams. "Correct?" Li Xiaogong inquired. "Indeed," the old man replied. "The child is rather playful, often visiting internet cafes, which has led to unstable grades. Moreover, he does not go alone. He likely has several friends accompanying him," Li Xiaogong mused while stroking the gold coins. "Indeed, little master, you can even divine that. My grandson is indeed playful, and with his parents absent, he is usually cared for by me and his grandmother. Every weekend, he eagerly heads to the internet cafe, refusing to listen to reason. Although his grades are relatively stable, no one can be certain. I came to seek a divination for peace of mind," the elderly man sighed. "There is no significant issue. The child is still quite sensible. He may be playful, but it does not hinder his studies at home. He reinforces his learning. Do not scold him when you return. Instead, encourage him with understanding and reason. There is no need to micromanage. A little tutoring where he struggles will suffice. He is capable of gaining admission to a key high school," Li Xiaogong concluded. "With what little master has said, I am reassured. What is the fee for the divination? If it is as you say, I must invite you to my grandson's graduation banquet next year," the old man said excitedly, reaching into his pocket. 500 will suffice." The old man complied readily, producing 5 red banknotes to hand to Li Xiaogong, expressing his gratitude before making his way to the door. "How can you be so certain that the child is merely playful?" The Zhan hexagram signifies movement, and it implies significant fluctuations. "Why not consider the possibility that the child is beyond saving?" I inquired curiously. At the heart of divination, one must ultimately assess the individual. The first impression, based on a person's appearance and demeanor, reveals much. That old gentleman's hair was neatly combed, his attire clean, and he exuded vitality, presenting himself as a cultured individual. The authority in his bearing suggests that even if his grandson were flawed, he would not stray too far from the path. Thus, I confidently deduced that the essence of the subject is indeed good. Li Xiaogong explained to me. That is not necessarily true. Some individuals have wise and understanding parents, yet their offspring may still turn out to be wayward, I countered. You make a valid point. However, keep in mind that this hexagram is Zhan, which signifies movement in all directions, and those associated with the hexagram will be affected. That old gentleman is quite concerned for his grandson, yet the worry in his eyes is minimal, indicating that he has not been shaken, which implies he is indeed seeking peace of mind. The situation remains under his control. Indeed, that perspective holds merit. I nodded in agreement, simultaneously admiring Li Xiaogong's keen observational skills. "The most intriguing part lies ahead," Li Xiaogong continued. "There is more to this?" I asked in astonishment. "As I mentioned, all matters related to the subject will experience disturbance. The final line of the Zhen hexagram indicates that the only individuals close to him are friends. Zhen signifies disturbance, and it also relates to all electrical devices. Thus, it can only pertain to playing in an internet cafe. But do you not find it curious that a cultured gentleman like that old man could raise a child so frivolous?" Li Xiaogong smiled mysteriously. "Why is that?" At that moment, my curiosity was thoroughly piqued. What I just articulated was that the Zhan hexagram denotes a struggle between the host and the guest. The child plays daily but still manages to study diligently, maintaining his grades, signifying a battle between himself and his academic performance. Do you not find that peculiar? We have all gone through childhood. I question my own ability to exert such self-discipline. I often played games until dawn. While the child's declining grades suggest that the opposing force has grown stronger. Now, consider the final line of the hexagram. Zhen hexagram upper 6, Zhen suosu, shi jueju, zheng xiong, zhen bu yu qi jun, yu qi ling, wu jiu, hun go yu yin. In that instant, the crux of the problem dawned upon me. Are you suggesting that the child is plotting something? His true intention is not to visit the internet cafe to play games, but rather to drag his friends down with him? I was taken aback, incredulous at the revelation. Indeed, quite astute. That is precisely the implication, Li Xiaogong affirmed with satisfaction. Then why did you not inform the old gentleman? I inquired. That does not fall within the scope of his inquiry, and furthermore, we cannot divulge too much of the heavenly secrets. That is the rule you must remember. Observe, that old gentleman will surely return next year. Li Xiaogong stated nonchalantly. My gaze shifted towards him. My perception altered. Could it be that such a simple hexagram could reveal so much? Is this what it means to be a master of yang divination? Yet, I still felt the need for verification. Only by witnessing it firsthand could I truly be convinced. Did the villagers recognize that old gentleman? I turned to inquire of the patrons within the room. You mean Teacher Bai? Within a radius of over 10 kilometers, there should be none who do not recognize him. He was once the principal of the city's top high school, a learned man from an era when knowledge was hard-won. Responded a middle-aged man. Indeed, Li Xiaogong's assessment was spot on. That old gentleman was indeed a cultured individual and furthermore, a former principal. And no wonder he exuded an air of refinement and authority. I found myself thoroughly convinced of Li Xiaogong's abilities. There is no need to look at me that way. I did not merely rely on divination. I also incorporated insights from the prophetic verses of the 2A Bei 2. Your family's knowledge is not inferior to mine, he remarked. Sipping his tea, I shook my head. At least at this moment, I lacked such abilities. Rising, I began to serve tea and wine to the guests in the shop. After the departure of the elderly gentleman, no one else came to seek divination. I did not ponder this too deeply. I surmised that since Zhenyang Tower had only just opened, its reputation had yet to be established, thus failing to instill confidence in the townsfolk. Around 10 o'clock, the guests at Zhenyang Tower had mostly departed. This alley could be considered a small market. Numerous stalls lined both sides, creating a quaint gathering spot where townsfolk would converge at specific times, bringing an influx of patrons to Zhenyang Tower. Today, fortuitously, was one such market day had come to comprehend the operational model of Zhenyang Tower, which primarily functioned as a tea house and tavern, yet also operated as an antique shop, engaging in a rather intricate and intriguing side business. Thus, I found no necessity to rise early each day. I could indulge in a leisurely morning before returning to my studies. Though the days passed in a monotonous cycle, this existence, akin to a languid afternoon spent with a lute, seemed quite agreeable. By noon, the patrons had nearly all vanished, prompting us to seek out a local eatery to order a selection of regional dishes to enjoy back at Zhenyang Tower. After our meal, I prepared to leave, and Li Liangfeng remarked, "Are you departing, Uncle Li?" My tone was somber. Though partings are a natural part of life, the moment of farewell invariably stirs feelings of melancholy. Indeed, after all these years, it is time to return and pay a visit, Li Xiaogong replied hastily, rising from his seat to rummage through the counter. After a brief search, he approached with several exquisite boxes, clearly expensive confections he must have procured during his travels. With great care, Li Xiaogong placed the intricately packaged sweets into a plastic bag and gently handed it to Li Liangfeng. Be cautious, do not damage them, he urged, his movements graceful, revealing a surprising earnestness that piqued my curiosity. It seemed he held a deep concern for this matter, or rather, for his sister, suggesting their sibling bond was indeed exceptional. You have a sister? I inquired, intrigued. Yes, she is significantly older than I am. I am a late-born child. Li Xiaogong nodded. You show great care for your sister, remembering to bring her gifts while away. Why did she not accompany you? My sister raised me during my childhood, so we share a close bond. Unfortunately, her health is frail, preventing her from traveling. Li Xiaogong's tone grew somber, a shadow of worry crossing his brow. I refrained from probing further. As an only child, I could not truly grasp the complexities of sibling relationships. Not to mention, my extended family was quite sparse. In the future, I will take you to the Li family to meet her. She is a wonderful person, Li Xiaogong said softly. He cast me a curious glance. Though I could not quite discern its nature, that would be delightful. It would certainly be beneficial to visit the Li family and broaden my horizons, I replied. Xiaogong will also be leaving in a few days. Boss, You should also consider the noodle shop. I tactfully shifted the topic to lighten the atmosphere, glancing at the Medicine King. Haha, I've decided to stay. The Medicine King laughed heartily. Liangfeng has returned home. And I have no acquaintances there. It makes more sense for me to keep you company and perhaps assist in managing that young family girl I have yet to meet. His words startled me, causing my mind to reel. Are you serious? I gazed at him, my expression shifting. Hey, what's with that face? Is my help unwelcome? The Medicine King retorted, slightly irked. He was unaware that my concerns were not of gratitude but rather a sudden recollection of a figure capable of cracking walnuts with their fingers. Will something happen? Li Liangfeng inquired, observing my pallor. Are you serious? I disregarded Li Liangfeng's question, turning my attention back to the Medicine King. His demeanor shifted, catching my seriousness. I genuinely intend to do so, he replied. Abandoning his jest. Is that so? I sighed deeply. What transpired? Li Liangfeng asked. Maintaining his composure, I recounted my encounter with the boy earlier that day, particularly noting his shared surname with Yiding. Is the Yi family still active? The Medicine King asked, turning to Li Xiaogong. It has been quite some time since I've heard of the Yi family, Li Xiaogong replied, his eyes revealing a calm indifference. However, I do find his martial skills intriguing. His appearance was anticipated. My prophecy has already foretold it. 2 fingers cracking a walnut is no ordinary feat. The strength required is formidable, and such individuals often possess martial prowess, he analyzed. I consider my own abilities passable. Yet I had not anticipated encountering such a remarkable individual. Do the Yi family members possess martial skills? The Medicine King questioned again. I have not heard of any. The Yi family is renowned for their golden strategies. The Yang, Luo, and Li families are more noted for their martial arts. Li Liangfeng interjected. You predicted this? I was not particularly attentive to their discussion, but I seized upon the pivotal point in Li Xiaogong's words. Did you foresee that boy's arrival as well? My gaze shifted to him, filled with newfound intrigue. Yes, not that I can predict everything. Prophecies cannot encompass all outcomes. He tapped my forehead gently. However, I did foresee his arrival, as the saying goes. If Mu Yi meets the ghost of Yang, your ghostly bride shall come to fruition. There's nothing more to say. It is set for this place to bury the golden ring. The golden ring symbolizes value, implying that a noble person is buried. A noble person buried surely requires salvation. He must be in need of money to seek work from you. Whether or not he is of the Yi family is inconsequential. At the very least, he can assist you, and anyone bold enough to invoke the name of Yi Dingzhou is certainly no ordinary individual. Fear not. It's not as if we are burying a bomb here. There's no need for trepidation. After all, you are now a wealthy individual, capable of affording wages, Li Xiaogong reassured me, offering me a few bites of shredded pork and garlic sauce, signaling that I need not be anxious. Moreover, many matters have been instigated by your ghostly bride. Since this lad is related to her, he might just be of assistance. Your 17th birthday is approaching next month, isn't it? Once we depart, you will undoubtedly feel the void, yet his arrival may very well provide you a lifeline. His strength surpasses that of ordinary folk, making him a suitable companion. From Li Xiaogong's tone, I discerned his intention to invite the boy into our fold. His reasoning was sound, and I found his foresight remarkable, leaving little room for doubt. I glanced at Li Liangfeng and the Medicine King, seeking their opinions. Decide for yourself. You are the master of this place now. Li Liangfeng mused after a moment of contemplation. After much deliberation, I found myself inclined to accept the boy of the Yi surname. With my resolve solidified, there was little left to discuss. I would await his arrival tomorrow to assess the situation. After our meal, we escorted Li Liangfeng and the Medicine King to the train station. As they prepared for a long-term stay, I absorbed their advice, to take my time, to not worry about the mundane, to delve deeply into my father's legacy, and to remember that the matters regarding the Yang family girl were far from resolved. Why father's affairs would unfold in due course. Those who lurked in the shadows would eventually reveal themselves. Exercise caution, Li Liangfeng admonished, patting my shoulder earnestly as he entered the station. For reasons unknown, I felt a tinge of sadness. Will we meet again? Of course, he nodded, stroking his beard. Wait for me. I shall return in a few days. The Medicine King and Li Liangfeng stepped into the station together. Only Li Xiaogong remained by my side, and I found myself lost in thought as I observed their retreating figures. Once Li Xiaogong departed, I felt a profound sense of solitude envelop me. He crossed his arms, wishing to offer comfort but at a loss for words. There is always someone who loves you silently. He recalled the night he encountered the girl in the skirt and thought of his sister at home. Suddenly, he felt an impulsive desire to bring Luo Yi back to the Li family. The practitioners of yin and yang see through the entanglements of fate, and they abhor human separations, especially those between mother and child. Yet, he could not act on this impulse. "Let us return," I finally said. Snapping back to reality, although the Medicine King had returned to Pang'an, he left behind his mobile office for our use. "Not a problem. Tomorrow, we will interview that boy and see if he is suitable. After I leave, you will have some company," Li Xiaogong offered, recognizing my inherent loneliness. "It matters not." "Please tell me about the Medicine King," I replied. Life can be inherently lonely, and the prospect of enduring this state indefinitely was not unbearable. My curiosity was piqued about the noodle shop owner. He seemed particularly familiar with Li Liangfeng, yet I knew little of his background. Though he claimed he wished to stay as my companion, I suspected his intentions were far more complex than mere companionship. Li Xiaogong nodded. "The Medicine King is no simple character. He possesses some martial skills, but his true expertise lies in his artistry. People recognize him as a member of the Wu School of Painting, which references the lineage of Wu Daozi. The yin-yang painting school is no joke. The spirit of Zhong Kuei, as portrayed by Wu Daozi, is indeed formidable. However, he has also mastered the true teachings of Qiao Ba, whose paintings are both realistic and commanding, instilling great fear in the spirits." "Are you referring to the Qiao Ba and Du Fu's poetry?" I asked, intrigued. "Yes, the very same." Li Xiaogong confirmed that Du Fu once penned an extensive poem praising General Qiao Ba's exceptional painting skills, which was included in the 300 poems of the Tang dynasty. It is widely celebrated, and I hold it in high regard, never realizing the connection between the Medicine King and Qiao Ba. "You have quite the breadth of knowledge for one so young," Li Xiaogong remarked sincerely, impressed by my insight. His perspective on the Luo family was also renewed. His elders had often cautioned him against underestimating them. Each member of the Luo family was learned and talented, yet he had never truly appreciated this until encountering Luo Yi, who, despite her youth, possessed a wealth of knowledge about countless matters, a rarity indeed. Continuing, he whispered a little-known secret that left me utterly astonished. Chapter 23. Yi Jinqin. "The Medicine King and your father have actually met." As he finished speaking, my mind went blank. I distinctly remembered the Medicine King insisting that he had never encountered my father. Li Liangfeng was present at that moment and did not refute him. Was it that he was unaware, or was he assisting the Medicine King in concealing something? In hindsight, the Medicine King's approach towards me must be far from simple, or perhaps Li Xiaogong was speaking falsely? A sudden headache gripped me as I struggled to discern the truth in their words. My father's warning echoed in my mind. Never to trust anyone too readily. I had grown weary of living in such a state of anxiety. "Why didn't Uncle Li tell me?" I pondered aloud. This matter was something my father mentioned during their conversation. Perhaps my third uncle was unaware. However, do not overthink it. The Medicine King is likely not a villain. After all, my third uncle has known him for many years, and our Li family has been discerning and judging character over generations. It seems my father vaguely mentioned that the Medicine King owed your father a significant favor. "What kind of favor?" I pressed eagerly. "That I do not know." My father didn't elaborate. Li Xiaogong, observing my urgency, appeared somewhat helpless. "Perhaps it pertains to the special favor bestowed upon the late emperor, which he wishes to repay to his majesty." He jested. I nodded, recognizing that the words of the head of the Li family should carry considerable weight. Moreover, according to the divination techniques my grandfather taught me, Li Liangfeng does not seem like a malicious person. Nonetheless, one must always remain vigilant, so I retained a degree of caution in my mind. "Let me share an interesting tidbit with you. You have one foot in the realm of the supernatural, and you will inevitably encounter such matters in due course. What is it?" I inquired with curiosity. "The demon-subduing Taoist, Han Longyin. The diviner, Ma Yi. The celestial walker, Bu Tian Shan. When will the plum blossoms mark the golden tomb?" "Perhaps ask the diviner of the imperial capital." Li Xiaogong recited a poem, then paused before continuing. "This poem speaks of the most formidable individuals from your father's generation. There should be very few of them still alive now." "How intriguing. Who are they?" "The demon-subduing Taoist, whose name is unknown, title demon-subduing, possesses unparalleled martial skills, ranking first, and maintains a very close relationship with your father, Han Long, your father, the worry-free Guqin master, Mu Jianghe, whose melodies can commune with the divine. Reputedly a true disciple of Shi Kuang, the diviner, Yang Wanshou, now deceased, the celestial walker, Bun Yin, heir to the family tradition of the celestial song, the lord of Liangzhou, and the plum blossom I Ching master. Xiao Zhitong, lord of Binzhou, the six-young saint hand, Sun Siyue, also known as the medicine king, the golden strategist, Yi Dingzhou, the former lord of Jingzhou, presumed dead long before my birth, as he was already over 70. The burial scripture master, Bian Liang, the lord of Yuzhou, and the Jing family I Ching, Jing Bi, the lord of Jizhou, who has strong ties to the imperial capital. Naturally, the book of prophecies belongs to our forebears, specifically my great-grandfather's era, and I have not had much chance to meet them. It is astonishing that many of these figures are linked to ancient Chinese metaphysical traditions. The Jing family I Ching? The celestial song, indeed, has successors. I was greatly astonished, for many practices of geomancy and metaphysics have long since vanished into the annals of history. However, are not all of them the lords of the 9 provinces? Indeed, yet the abilities of these individuals were unparalleled at the time, making it difficult to distinguish superiority. Thus, they were recorded. The lords of the 9 provinces merely serve as representatives. Their capabilities may not necessarily surpass those of the others, but they are not necessarily inferior either, Li Shaogong elucidated. You will inevitably encounter such matters in the future, he asserted confidently. I chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, as they still felt too distant for me. The journey from Jinyang building to the train station was not short. At that time, Jigue did not yet have a train station, so we could only go to Yichang City. After nearly 2 hours of round trip, we finally returned. After a brief tidy-up, we could begin our endeavors. I retrieved 2 bottles of sour plum drink from the old refrigerator, handed one to Li Shaogong, and then ascended to the 3rd floor. Immersing myself in the study of the Qimen Duanjia, while relishing the splendid afternoon and the sweltering summer, the white porcelain sour plum drink clinked against the ice. Such days seemed rather pleasant. The next morning, I awoke early, even though it was not a market day. Oh, my surprise! Li Shaogong had risen even earlier. By the time I finished washing up, he was already enjoying breakfast. I joined him at the table, and to my astonishment, he had bought quite a feast. 6 pieces of fried dough, 3 baskets of buns, 2 baskets of full meat xiaomai, and 5 cups of soy milk. Though I knew he was wealthy, I had not expected him to have such a large appetite. Having grown up in the vast northwestern regions, a hearty appetite was typical. By the way, I brought a portion for your soon-to-arrive younger brother. This is how to win people's hearts, ensuring they are willing to follow you wholeheartedly. Whether he comes or not remains to be seen. Perhaps he doesn't care, I replied, picking up a xiaomai. Truth be told, I do enjoy lamb-filled xiaomai, absolutely delightful, especially when they are fully meat-filled. I must admit, these xiaomai truly suit my palate. Don't even mention it. I woke up at the crack of dawn, scoured all of Jigue, just to find this place selling meat xiaomai. Let me tell you, in the north, we eat only meat. There is no vegetarian filling. I simply cannot comprehend how you southerners can fill xiaomai with rice. You might as well call it bread rice, Li Shaogong lamented, clearly harboring strong sentiments against southern xiaomai. I chuckled at his words, but he did have a point. I couldn't help but wonder who the brilliant mind was that invented using dough to wrap rice and dubbed it xiaomai. As I ate, I gazed outside, and soon enough, a figure in a white short-sleeve shirt appeared at the door. Little boss, you're up quite early. Without waiting for me to speak, he greeted me with familiarity. Come, sit down and eat, I invited. He stood still, but I could see the eagerness in his eyes for the food. This struck me as odd. Xiaomai and buns were not exactly luxurious fare, and such a polite child should not exhibit such a longing gaze. Perhaps he was genuinely hungry, I mused, though I didn't dwell on it too much. What's your name? I inquired. Yi Jin Chin, he replied. The fox fur does not warm the thin brocade. The youth seemed indifferent to my question, quickly grabbing a bun and devouring it with ravenous urgency, entirely devoid of the elegance he displayed while eating walnuts yesterday. Slow down. It's all yours. No one is going to snatch it away, I said, bemused. Nevertheless, it was merely a meal, and I could easily afford it. Where are you from? What grade are you in? I continued. From Jigue, the countryside, 2nd year of junior high, Yi Jinshin mumbled through chewed food. Do you know about Yang Xuan? I tentatively asked. A little, the youth replied, his words carefully chosen, leaving me to wonder just how much a little entailed. From his demeanor yesterday, it was evident that he was not lacking in skill, yet he seemed reluctant to divulge the truth. What is your relation to Yi Dingzhou? He had piqued my curiosity yesterday with this very question. We share the same surname. Beyond that, there isn't much of a connection. Yesterday, I merely wanted to pique your curiosity, fearing you might not accept me. It's a technique taught by my teacher. During reading comprehension, we call it attracting the reader's interest, Yi Jinqin declared, slurping down a mouthful of soy milk. Ha ha ha. Li Xiaogong laughed so hard that soy milk splattered everywhere. Well, you're impressive, I concede. But I haven't agreed to take you in, I replied, amused by his audacity to toy with me. I felt obliged to teach him a lesson in return. No, you agreed. It's a promise made in a moment of passion. Not honoring it would be inappropriate. Yi Jinqin insisted confidently. I was uncertain whether this young lad had indeed foreseen this, but he made a valid point. For the sake of fleeting emotions, it would be unreasonable to renege on a decision I had already made. He was quite the quirky character, and I found myself losing my temper with him. Nodding, I said, then stay here. I will give you 4,000 a month. No objections? I asked, framing it as a statement rather than a request, thereby asserting my authority while leaving room for negotiation. Having spent these days with Li Liangfeng and the others, I had learned much about the art of conversation, adapting my tone and expression to different circumstances. Upon reflection, I realized I was gradually beginning to exude that indefinable aura my father possessed. No objections would suffice, Yi Jinqin replied. Your name is quite interesting. Why are you called Jinqin? Once we had concluded our formal discussion, I began to chat casually with him. Because when my father left, he had nothing to cover himself with, not even a quilt, on my grandfather did not want me to suffer his hardships, so he named me Yi Jinqin. The youth responded matter-of-factly, devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if everything was of no consequence to him. Yet to me, it sounded profoundly unusual. This child was so young and had already lost his father. And your mother? I asked. She is also deceased, came the emotionless reply. Both parents gone? Suddenly, it dawned on me why Yi Jinqin had looked at the food with such fervor upon entering, that glimmer of eagerness. That yearning. Such luxuries were perhaps beyond the reach of someone who had grown up without parents. I am sorry, I said softly. There is no need to concern yourself, the youth looked at me, offering a bright smile that felt like a ray of sunshine. I could see that he was profoundly sensitive, even considering healing others despite his own circumstances. Was he worried I might not accept him? You can stay here from now on. Consider this your home, and regard us as your brothers, I said, patting his back. Thank you. I am full. The youth wiped his mouth and looked at me. Chapter 24. The Resurgence of the Overlord. Are you full? If not, I can go buy more, Li Xiaogong inquired. A meal shared is a bond forged. I owe you a divination. Yi Jinqin looked at me earnestly. He then produced 3 divination coins from his pocket. Heavenly Dynasty Wanshun coins, I exclaimed in surprise. The origins of this young man are undoubtedly extraordinary. Crafted during the reign of the Liao dynasty by the illustrious Taizu, Yilu Aboji, these coins are exceedingly rare. Particularly the 3 exquisite specimens in his possession, with one alone valued at a staggering 1,700,000. The youth's background is indeed remarkable. Yet, one wonders, how could someone of such high status be swayed by mere sustenance? While I pondered this, I was startled by the sound of 3 coins clattering onto the table. The young man tossed the copper coins with remarkable speed, and before I could fully comprehend the situation, he had already picked them up. As he rubbed the coins in his hands, he closed his eyes in contemplation for a considerable time, only to open them in shock. Have you encountered something unclean? I inquired, to which I nodded in acknowledgement, chuckling. It's been quite a while since I last experienced anything like that. Have you lost your wife? He asked bluntly. Hey, mind your words. I'm not much older than you. I am only in my 2nd year of high school, still a blooming young lad, I retorted, casting him a disapproving glance. He simply gazed at me in silence. Well, there's the matter of a ghost marriage. Should I explain it to you? I realized my question was somewhat unnecessary. The youth nodded in understanding. No need. I'm aware of ghost marriages. On the 17th of next month, you will perish. She will come to slay you. Ah, you do have some foresight. Which sect do you belong to? I jested, shrugging my shoulders. The 17th of next month is my birthday. I've known about it for quite some time, its not as if I've never encountered such things before. So I shan't be frightened like last time. Aren't you afraid? Now it was Yi Jinqin's turn to look at me with curiosity. Why would I fear such trivial matters? I've been wanting to confront her for ages. I exclaimed, banging the table in frustration. In truth, claiming I wasn't afraid would be a lie. I simply couldn't lose face in front of a middle schooler like Yi Jinqin. To my surprise, I noticed a glimmer of admiration in his gaze. What a peculiar sensation. Stay sharp. Don't lose face, he advised me earnestly, as if it were a matter of utmost importance to him. I will assist you. Boss, no need. I am the boss here, and I will protect you, I declared, patting my chest with confidence. I'm quite formidable, Yi Jinqin stated emphatically. His earnest demeanor reminded me of his dexterous fingers adeptly cracking walnuts. And I suddenly felt as though I had been boasting excessively. I glanced at Li Xiaogong, only to find him regarding me with a look of disdain. Ahem, how formidable are you? I asked sheepishly. I can fight quite well, he replied. Just how well can you fight? Li Xiaogong echoed, intrigued. I possess great strength. Shall I test your might? I queried. Feel free. I'm curious, Yi Jinqin replied with an air of calmness. Let us arm wrestle, shall we? I suggested. No need. That would be too troublesome. He shook his head. Extend both your hands. I complied and presented my hands. He extended his right hand, grasping both of my wrists. I must say, despite being in middle school, he had developed remarkably well, nearly matching my height. His fingers, though slender and pale, concealed a surprising strength. You can struggle. If you break free, I'll concede defeat, he challenged with a light-hearted tone. Was I being underestimated? What could a mere boy do to restrain me? I exerted all my strength in an attempt to break free, only to find his grip tightening like an iron band around my wrists. Watching his calm demeanor, I began to suspect whether he was even trying. This is quite unusual, I thought. Taking a deep breath, I summoned my full strength, yet nothing changed. I stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Let me take a turn, Li Xiaogong interjected. My face flushed red. Losing was losing, and I could accept that, but his choice of words was rather harsh. Can I wrestle with you? Li Xiaogong asked. Certainly, Yi Jinqin nodded seriously. Well, it seems I am not worthy, I muttered under my breath. Once seated, the two clasped hands and exerted force simultaneously. Both maintained a stoic expression, neither budging an inch. They stared at each other for a full 5 minutes. And had I not noticed a slight tremor in Li Xiaogong's wrist, I might have thought time had stood still. Remarkably, Li Xiaogong managed to hold on for 5 minutes. After 10 minutes, Li Xiaogong's hand began to visibly shake. While Yi Jinqin remained as composed as a monk in meditation. 3 minutes later, Li Xiaogong's face flushed crimson, a clear sign of exertion. With a slight increase in force from Yi Jinqin, Li Xiaogong's hand was pinned to the table. Unable to recover, Yi Jinqin then withdrew his hand at the opportune moment. You possess considerable strength. Shall we have a match? Li Xiaogong suggested. Flexing his forearm, it appeared he was not yet willing to concede defeat. By the way, have you practiced martial arts? Li Xiaogong inquired suddenly as he stood up. I have. What style? Mo Fumo Fist. Shaolin Kung Fu? In that case, we won't continue, he quickly reassured. Sitting back down, I regarded him with a hint of disdain. He was clearly intimidated. But I still wish to ascertain just how strong you truly are. You didn't exert yourself earlier, did you? Li Xiaogong's tone had lost its previous condescension. I didn't. Hiss, Li Xiaogong inhaled sharply. What a remarkable fellow. Show me just how strong you are. I'll cover your breakfast from now on, he exclaimed excitedly. With a loud crash, splinters of wood flew everywhere as I swiftly pierced through the tabletop. My strength was indeed evident. Bravo, bravo. I clapped my hands in delight. Thank you for the compliment, boss, Yi Jinqin replied bashfully, scratching his head in embarrassment, seemingly pleased by my praise. Fantastic. An entire Wangwali wood table, worth around 5 million. I'll charge it to your account, deducting it from your wages. At your current pay rate. You'll owe me for 104 years and 1 month, I calculated, counting on my fingers. What? I can't believe it. On my first day, I'm already in debt to the boss for over 5 million. Li Xiaogong gasped. Yi Jinqin looked at the table with palpable concern, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He glanced between me and Li Xiaogong, unsure of how to react. Just take it slow with your work, Li Xiaogong patted his shoulder, suggesting he could repay me later when he earned money. Is this table really made of Wangwali? Yi Jinqin asked. Indeed, and it's from old stock. You can consult an expert for verification. I offered him a piece of wood shavings. He lowered his head in embarrassment, squeezing his fingers without uttering a word. Never mind. I want he asked for the money. I sighed. He still remained silent. Ahem. I said I want he asked for the money. I thought perhaps you didn't hear me. I repeated, believing he was lost in thought. I have no money. It's my fault for getting carried away. He raised his head to meet my gaze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if he were on the verge of crying. The table was indeed made of Wangwali, but I had no intention of demanding money from him. What value does a table hold compared to a remarkable individual? As I watched him nearly break down in tears, I gathered Li Xiaogong to help tidy the mess, throwing the remnants of breakfast and wood shavings into the large trash bin outside. We are all wanderers in this world. Why must we have known each other before? It's merely a table. To sacrifice 104 years over it is not worth it. In the future, exercise moderation in your actions. Not everyone will be forgiving. We are of similar age, brought together by loyalty and fate. Fate is inherently fragile and fleeting. I am immensely grateful for our encounter. Consider this place your temporary harbor, where you can set sail with your dreams and aspirations. I did not wait for his response, pulling Li Xiaogong along to dispose of the trash further away, knowing the young man would shed tears of guilt, and a man's tears should not be witnessed. You bear a resemblance to your father, Li Xiaogong remarked as we walked away. Though? You've met my father? I inquired. Li Xiaogong nodded. What kind of person is he? He is as forgiving and loyal as you. He is astute and courageous, seemingly without any flaws. Li Xiaogong's voice was devoid of emotion. Yet I harbored disdain for him. Why? I asked, bewildered. I could sense the shift in Li Xiaogong's emotions. It was a pure aversion directed at my father, not at me. You'll understand in due time, he said, lighting a cigarette, inhaling deeply, and exhaling the smoke. He is sincere towards you. My dislike for him is my own affair and has nothing to do with you. There's no need to take it to heart. I nodded, feeling the clarity of his sentiments. His kindness toward me was evident in the details and was genuinely heartfelt. I chose not to inquire further about my father, for he would not divulge such information so soon. In this regard, he was similar to Li Liangfeng, both of them aware of the unspoken understanding. Let us talk about that child. What are your plans for him? His skills are impressive. He possesses innate strength, and few can rival him, Li Xiaogong remarked. Let us observe him for now. I wish to understand his character better. He seems quite decent, as evidenced by how he handled the table incident. He showed no desire to evade responsibility or resort to threats, displaying a genuine and sincere demeanor. I analyzed after considerable thought. You've made an astute observation. This is your first serious assessment of someone. Li Xiaogong commented. I am confident that I have not erred, I asserted. Let us hope you are like your father. He has never misjudged anyone, except... Li Xiaogong hesitated at the end of his sentence. Except what? I want to tell you. It's uninteresting to leave things half said. I can still play with you for another month before I must return to school, Li Xiaogong said with a hint of reluctance in his tone. Aren't you leaving in a few days? Yes, but I'm worried about you. Next month is your birthday. I'll protect you. There's no need for me to die here. The future head of the Li family has a bright path ahead. I advised him. Fate is inherently elusive and insipid. To encounter one another even once evokes profound gratitude. He returned to me the words I had just spoken to Yi Jinqin. This time, I would strike with an imposing demeanor. Li Xiaogong's tone was icy, and as I turned to look at him, I beheld a fierce glint in his eyes, brimming with ruthlessness. That remark, initially meant in jest, sent a chill down my spine. Could it be that she harbored enmity towards the daughters of the Yang family as well? Chapter 25. Encountering shadows. By the time we returned to Xinyang Building, Yi Jinqin had meticulously cleared the shattered fragments from the ground. I could faintly discern a hint of redness around his eyes. Jinqin, may I pose a question? I hesitated before inquiring. Boss, where do you reside now? Are you being raised by your uncles or aunts? Although it is somewhat impolite to pry into others' privacy, I must understand these fundamental details. I live in the countryside, about a 20-minute drive away. My family is no more. It is my great-grandfather who has entrusted someone to care for me, a very impoverished family in the countryside. Their children have all passed away unexpectedly, and the elderly couple, having no descendants, treats me with great kindness. That Tianqiao Wanshan money was actually left for me by my great-grandfather, I nodded, feeling a pang of sympathy for Yi Jinqin's plight, which mirrored my own. Both of us were devoid of kin. Yet, I at least had my grandfather to raise me, while he was utterly alone. Your great-grandfather, is he Yi Dingzhou? I whispered. The youth did not respond. Yet his silence spoke volumes. Do you cherish this Wanshan money? Yi Jinqin spread his palm, revealing 3 coins of Tianqiao Wanshan neatly arranged. Tianqiao Wanshan is indeed admirable. I fiddled with the coins, scrutinizing their quality. I was uncertain of his intentions. These coins held little significance for me, as I had no need for fortune-telling. It's a gift for you, he insisted, pushing the coins towards me. What are you doing? I have already stated that the matter with the table is behind us. I replied earnestly. I understood the importance of these coins to a practitioner of yin and yang. They were meant to be cherished for a lifetime. I had assumed he sought to repay me for the table with his fortune-telling coins. A fortune-teller would only part with such coins if they were utterly desperate, akin to Qin Xiong selling his horse. How could I accept them? Nevertheless, I was willing to be his elder brother. You should keep the coins for yourself. I do not want them. I have no need for fortune-telling coins, and I won't be asking you for the money for the table. I gently pushed his hand back, attempting to soothe him. All right, then perhaps the boss could at least keep them for fun. These 3 Tianqiao Wanshan coins belong to Yel Bei, Yi Jinqin insisted, refusing to retract his hand. Yel Bei? Li Xiaogong queried, perplexed. Small mountains overshadow larger ones. The larger ones are utterly powerless. Ashamed to face my fellow countrymen, I have since sought refuge in foreign lands, I sighed, reciting a melancholic verse. Indeed, Yel Bei was a pitiable figure. Yet, are these 3 coins truly his? Yel Bei, the eldest son of Yelabaoji, was commendable in both civil and military pursuits. Regrettably, he was forced to relinquish his throne due to the influence of his mother, Empress Shul, allowing his younger brother Yel Dugwang to ascend. Ultimately, he was compelled to seek refuge in later Jin. I actually hold a certain fondness for Yel Bei. I took the fortune-telling coins, weighing them in my hand. They felt heavy, a testament to their historical significance. Truly, practitioners of yin and yang can perceive all, I mused inwardly. You even know this? Li Xiaogong expressed astonishment. I only knew of Yel Dugwang. I had no idea he had an elder brother. How else could he be called the boss? Yi Jinqin chimed in. I shook my head and dragged the table, which Yi Jinqin had damaged, outside. Conveniently, there was a woodcraft shop just 4 streets away. I wondered if I could repurpose the table, perhaps to accommodate a hot pot in the center, making it suitable for future gatherings. It was made of rosewood, and if it were to be discarded, it could be crafted into prayer beads that would fetch a good price. Do you really plan to throw it away? Li Xiaogong exclaimed. As if I were a spendthrift. I have a plan, I replied. Once everything is settled, I shall sit on the first floor, sipping tea and reading to pass the time. The past few days had been relatively pleasant. The influx of guests at Jinyang Building was decent, and I managed to earn a little tea money daily. Yi Jinqin was busy and diligent. However, starting from the 3rd day, the rain persisted, and even on market days, the turnout was dismal. I had not anticipated such dreadful weather. It had been raining for nearly a week. Nevertheless, I relished the tranquility, as rain was the perfect excuse for indulging in late slumbers. Since Yi Jinqin returned from his visit to the countryside, having obtained permission from his foster parents, he had taken up residence with me. After Li Xiaogong departed, I would be alone once more, so having a companion was quite welcome. Sigh, when will this rain ever cease? It has been falling for almost half a month. Yi Jinqin yawned, weariness evident on his face, clearly having caught my habit of sleeping in. What about Xiaogong? Is he still asleep? He inquired further. Who rises early on a Saturday? What university student wakes up at this hour? I yawned in response, utterly fatigued. The bustling business of the tea house had little bearing on me, as I had merely come to reside here. My primary focus was on antiques and the practice of yin and yang. With a substantial sum of money at my disposal, I was in no rush to spend it.as for the yin and yang business. I planned to commence next month, as I had nearly memorized the intricacies of the Qi-Min Tianjing. The sole piece of good news was that the carpenter had delivered a brand new table to me, transforming it into an integrated induction hot pot setup. Quite satisfactory indeed. I could now enjoy hot pot meals. I instructed Yi Jinqin to procure ingredients, allowing him to buy whatever he desired. In recent days, I had also come to understand Yi Jinqin's circumstances. He had been raised by his foster parents since childhood, recalling only a single encounter with Yi Dingzhou during his early years. His foster family's livelihood depended on farming, and they were not particularly well off, which made Yi Jinqin's life quite austere. The Mafamokuan and other skills were remnants passed down to him by Yi Dingzhou during his youth. Indeed, he was a good child. Without fail, the rain continued to pour throughout the day. Even now, at around 6 o'clock, it showed no signs of letting up, and darkness had already begun to envelop the sky. Jinqin closed the door. "We redone for the day. Let us have hot pot," I called out. "All right," he readily replied, rising to shut the door. "Hey, old man, do you need something?" Just as Yi Jinqin was about to close the door, an aged hand pressed against the doorframe. "Is this Shenyang building?" the elder inquired, folding his umbrella. "Yes, sir." "Where do you come from?" "I hail from the countryside. I heard that Shenyang building had opened, so I came to take a look." As the elder entered, Yi Jinqin courteously invited him inside. "Are you here for business?" he asked straightforwardly. "We're not conducting business this month." I exchanged glances with Li Xiaogong, both of us aware of the implication behind his question. "Has something happened at your home, elder?" Li Xiaogong subtly gestured to me. I understood his intent. He wanted me to take on the business, to elevate the reputation of Shenyang building. "No worries. I'll return next month." "I comprehend the rules of Shenyang building," the elder replied. "Please, elder, first tell us what the matter is," Li Xiaogong urged, pulling out a chair. The elder hesitated for a moment before finally taking a seat. "I believe I have encountered something unclean," he whispered, glancing around. "What do you mean, elder?" Li Xiaogong prompted. The elder cautiously withdrew a stack of colorful bills from his bosom. "Banknotes from Tiandi Bank. These are ghost money." "Would you mind if I smoke?" he asked. The three of us shook our heads. The elder lit a cigarette, taking a long drag, as if the stimulation of the smoke gave him the courage to continue. "I run a supermarket in town, and recently, I've been encountering a peculiar customer." "How peculiar?" Yi Jinqin inquired. "About a month ago, a woman began visiting my shop every night, always arriving late, around 9 o'clock. At that hour, the streets are virtually deserted in our town. Each time she came, she would ask the same question: how do I get to the Li residence? When I inquired which Li residence she meant, she would remain silent, leaving me unable to respond. Thus she would depart after merely asking her question." The elder took a sip from his teacup, downing it in one go before continuing. "I found her actions rather strange. Each night, she would come and ask her question, standing for a while before leaving. This continued for half a month until she began buying a box of mung bean cakes, always paying with exact change. However, 3 days later, I discovered that all the money I had received had turned into ghost money. At this point, the elder's face had turned ashen. Every night, she would buy mung bean cakes, consume them, and leave. The next morning, I would find that the money had transformed into ghost money. And every spot where she stood would leave behind a large puddle of water the following day." I exchanged glances with Li Xiaogong, both of us finding the situation rather peculiar. "Does anyone else know of this?" Li Xiaogong asked. No one. I dared not tell anyone. I could only grit my teeth and accept the ghost money. "This anxiety-ridden life has nearly driven me to the brink of madness," the elder lamented. "Until a week ago, she finally asked a different question, and it was this question that compelled me to seek you out." The elder's expression grew grave. "Was there a change? What question did she ask?" I inquired, furrowing my brow. "She asked if I knew a certain Li Changsheng." "Do you know him?" Yi Jinqin pressed. The elder's lips moved, as if he wished to speak but hesitated, as if fearing something. "You cannot escape this. It is better to speak," Li Xiaogong urged. "Li Changsheng is my son." The elder's revelation caught us off guard. Chapter 26. The Return of the Medicine King. "What?" Yi Jinqin exclaimed, his voice rising. I shot him a glare. Children often lacked composure. "What is your connection to him? Is your son not at home?" Although I was uncertain whether she was indeed searching for my son, I dared not reveal to her that he was engaged in business out of town, perpetually claiming to be busy, even neglecting to return home to visit me, his father. The old man expressed a hint of irritation, which quickly transformed into concern. "Do you think she is coming to seek vengeance on my son?" I shook my head and smiled, assuring him that it was unlikely, especially since she was not acquainted with his identity. "Could you describe the woman's appearance? Perhaps there are details worth noting?" Li Xiaogong inquired. After some contemplation, I replied. She appeared to be around 20 years of age, with a remarkably fair complexion, almost startlingly pale, reminiscent of a delicate beauty. She seemed quite obedient and polite, oh yes. She always donned ancient attire. Ancient attire? Li Xiaogong astutely detected the crux of the matter. Indeed, it was akin to that seen in period dramas, but not the grotesque garments of the Qing dynasty. The old man gestured with his hands by chance. I overheard a fellow villager mention that Jinyang Tower was reopening, and he specifically sought our assistance. You must certainly help me, the proprietor urged, gripping my hand tightly. After contemplating for a moment, I could not quite grasp the situation and said, very well, sir, why don't you return for now? Allow us some time to consider, and in a few days we shall personally investigate. If any issues arise, feel free to call me. I then wrote down a string of phone numbers for the old man. All right, he replied, trembling as he exited Jinyang Tower. We watched his silhouette slowly fade as we closed the door. What are your thoughts? Li Xiaogong asked. I am uncertain. However, based on the elder's description, it seems he may have inadvertently provoked something unclean. The woman's inquiry about Li Chongqing's son likely isn't mere coincidence. I shook my head, acknowledging that I had yet to encounter the individual in question and could only make a rudimentary analysis. I have an opinion. Yi Jinqin interjected. Oh? What is it, young fellow? Li Xiaogong inquired with curiosity. I suggest we start with a hot pot, Yi Jinqin stated earnestly. Get lost? Li Xiaogong retorted angrily. Hey, you're being unreasonable. Why was I not invited to the hot pot? Just as we were exchanging banter, the door was abruptly thrust open by a plump hand. Is that you? Elder Yao Wang, Li Xiaogong greeted. The newcomer was none other than the noodle shop owner, who had returned after nearly half a month. Though I harbored some wariness towards him, I still welcomed him, for he had yet to cause me any harm. Elder Yao Wang, your return is quite timely. We have encountered a troublesome matter, Li Xiaogong remarked. Have you begun your business? What trouble is it? Oh, is this the young fellow you mentioned? He certainly looks quite admirable. The Yao Wang's thoughts seemed perpetually erratic, as he immediately noticed Yi Jinqin. Tell me, what is his name? Yao Wang asked, as he listened to our account of events while playfully teasing Yi Jinqin. Oh, this matter is easily resolved. It likely involves encountering something unclean. I can paint a talisman for him to ward off evil. Yao Wang assured us. Since he had made such a promise, I naturally believed him. We would await the elder's call. I must inform you, elder son, that Yi Dingzhou, the governor of Jingzhou, is his great-grandfather, I interjected. What? Yao Wang's gaze toward Yi Jinqin shifted, revealing a hint of trepidation. After all, having taken his great-grandfather's divination fee, one could only wonder how Yi Jinqin might react upon learning this. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Yao Wang chuckled, his demeanor shifting faster than a page turned in a book, his audacity rivaling that of a city wall. This left Yi Jinqin feeling somewhat bashful at the unexpected compliment. Observing their busy preparations, I quietly reflected on the elder's expression. Could things truly be so simple? Overthinking proved futile, as the aroma of the food drew me back to the present. Yao Wang produced a bottle of sesame paste from seemingly nowhere and distributed some to each of us. Declaring that enjoying hot pot without sesame paste was akin to not having hot pot at all, a custom from the north, I was trying sesame paste for the first time, and after combining it with cilantro, garlic, crushed peanuts, and chili oil, I dipped a slice of lamb, discovering that the flavor was indeed delightful. What are your next plans, Uncle Son? I asked between bites. I intend to open a noodle shop here. I've already found a location, just across the street from you, as someone is renting out a storefront, Yao Wang replied. So soon? I found myself admiring Yao Wang's decisiveness, or perhaps he had long harbored intentions towards me. I had already scouted it before I left. He nodded. As we dined, Yi Jinqin suddenly recited a short poem, a work of the Five Dynasties poet Feng Yanxi, albeit altering my lord to I. I was taken aback, realizing that this young man was even more sentimental than I had anticipated. Yet perhaps for a child starved of affection, such moments of warmth were profoundly precious. I refrained from teasing him. How come you're speaking so poetically, just like Yi Tong? Aren't you the reincarnation of a formidable warrior? Li Xiaogong laughed. Why, Yi Jinqin embodied the type who appeared carefree on the surface but was, in reality, a bashful youth. His face flushed crimson, which was rather endearing. The meal concluded with a sense of camaraderie, yet I found myself lamenting the aftermath of the feast, though I had grown fond of this lifestyle. Soon, it was time for bed, but I lay awake, unable to sleep, my thoughts consumed by the matter the old man had mentioned. Who was that woman? Was she human or ghost? Why was she seeking his son? Did my own father encounter such events in his past? Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa within Wuhan, Li Changsheng, a relatively successful businessman, had risen from humble beginnings in Ziguay. With a keen eye in his youth, he ventured into the herbal medicine trade, and today, the namely in the Hubei pharmaceutical industry was well-known. It is often said that in chaotic times, gold is plentiful, while in prosperous eras, antiques thrive. Li Changsheng was no exception, dabbling in antiquities. However, ever since acquiring a Song dynasty mirror, he had not enjoyed a single night's rest. Strangely, although the mirror was undeniably from the Song era, its surface gleamed as though freshly polished. Li Changsheng had never noticed that after he fell asleep, the mirror would reveal images, continuously replaying like a film projector, vanishing the moment he awoke, as if nothing had transpired. Presently, Li Changsheng found himself ensnared in a nightmare. Changsheng, return swiftly. Regardless of whether you succeed or fail, you shall always be my Li Lang. I shall await your return at home. A young woman clad in a delicate pink gown nestled her head against the chest of her beloved. Reluctant to part, the man in the nightmare, also named Li Changsheng, bore a striking resemblance to him. The man affectionately stroked the woman's head, but when she refused to let go, he gently pried her fingers away. Yun Yang, do not worry. Once I attain my scholarly title, I shall return to wed you. You wouldn't want to delay my examination, would you? Hearing this, the woman reluctantly released her grip, gazing at him with a hint of sadness. The man named Changsheng found her demeanor quite amusing. Yun Yang, today you don the ceremonial veil. Did you wear it specifically to send me off for my examination? Of course. We women only wear the ceremonial veil on significant occasions. Perhaps the next time I wear it will be on our wedding day, she replied earnestly. However, you two have donned the robe you seldom wear, looking quite handsome compared to usual. Just be cautious on your journey. Avoid any encounters with fox spirits or the like who might ensnare your soul. What nonsense! Li Changsheng lightly tapped her head. Fear not, Yun Yang, I shall not let you down. The two lovers lingered beneath the peach blossom tree. Reluctant to part as the girl watched her beloved's silhouette gradually recede. Her eyes welled with tears, and she unconsciously recited a poem by Bai Juyi. On the wall, I gaze at you from afar. Upon first sight, my heart is shattered. Bai Juyi's poem conveyed a rather somber message, cautioning young women against becoming too enraptured in love, lest they ultimately suffer great losses, as the girl recited the lines. The few remaining peach blossoms began to fall, perhaps foreshadowing the tumultuous and tragic nature of their love affair. At that moment, the reflection in the mirror mirrored the very nightmare he was experiencing. It's already 8 o'clock. I'm going to be late for work. Li Changsheng awoke, groggily glancing at the alarm clock. The instant he turned his head, the mirror's images vanished completely. He examined his reflection and noticed dark circles under his eyes, rendering him utterly listless. This had been the umpteenth time this month he had dreamt of such a tale, of scholars and noble ladies entwined in amorous embraces. Was there truly no originality left? Li Changsheng complained. But I wish to know what happened next. Did they end up together? I hope this isn't yet another tale of a man achieving success only to abandon his beloved, leading her to despair. Moreover, why did that man share his name? He grumbled, his modern-day curiosity ignited. The torment of dreams was overwhelming. If this continued, I fear I might lose my sanity. Just as Li Changsheng attempted to rise, he discovered he lacked any strength, nearly collapsing to the floor, as though his very soul had been drained. Perhaps I should consult a practitioner when time permits. These dreams have severely disrupted my daily life. This month, I also need to find time to return home, lest my father accuse me of forgetting my mother after marrying, when in fact, I have yet to Li Changsheng mused to himself. Chapter 27. A reunion with the Northern Qi princess boss. May I work as a fortune teller here? Yi Jinqin asked, stifling a yawn. Certainly. Your skills are quite remarkable, I replied without hesitation, affirming his abilities. He had managed to predict Li Yangfeng's departure, Li Xiaogong's stagnation, and Yao Wang's retention. An impressive feat indeed, suggesting he could handle ordinary matters with ease. Are you in dire need of money? After a moment's hesitation, I posed my inquiry. Indeed, financial constraints weigh heavily upon me. My adoptive parents rely solely on agriculture for their livelihood, categorizing them as genuine impoverished households. The earnings from grain sales are meager, and I fear that by the time I reach high school, they might struggle to afford my tuition, potentially leading to dire circumstances at home. Thus, I aspire to earn enough money for my education. Yi Jinqin candidly expressed his thoughts, revealing his understanding of the situation. What a considerate child he is! No wonder his gaze towards food was filled with such fervor. I sighed inwardly, reflecting on the existence of such impoverished families and empathizing with Yi Jinqin's plight. His hardships surpass my own considerably. You manage the earnings as you see fit, I said. All right, thank you, boss, Yi Jinqin replied, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. I shook my head with a chuckle, realizing that Xinjiang Tower needs development and cannot rely solely on my efforts. The reputation established long ago by Yi Dingzhou and my father seems to have reunited the descendants of Xinjiang Tower after many years, a testament to the wondrous nature of fate. Boss, is the boss lady beautiful? Yi Jinqin inquired. Boss lady? I responded, somewhat puzzled. The one you're betrothed to in a ghost marriage, Oh, I see. He was referring to Yang Jianu. Truth be told, I couldn't ascertain her beauty. That night, her insulting words ignited a furious rage within me, leaving little room to contemplate her appearance. Nevertheless, she seemed decent enough. Beautiful, perhaps. I waved my hand dismissively. After all, I was still recovering from the ordeal she had put me through. And please, refrain from calling her boss lady. She doesn't deserve it, I added, irritation rising at the mere mention of Yang Sixiu. Li Liangfeng and Li Shaogong had informed me about her, including details regarding her name and lineage. They claimed that Yang Jianu was birthed as a means to confront my father. However, I firmly believe that a mere harbinger of doom cannot possibly threaten my father. The more I delve into the intricacies of Yin-Yang arts, the more I recall the faint yet palpable pressure my father exudes. Oh, understood. Yi Jinqin acknowledged. Little Yi, come here. I need to discuss something with you. Li Shaogong called from his rocking chair, eyes closed in repose. Coming! Yi Jinqin hurried over. Li Shaogong whispered something to him, and by the end, Yi Jinqin looked at me with astonishment, nodding like a chick pecking at rice, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. What are you two whispering about? I asked, frowning. Nothing, nothing, Yi Jinqin quickly replied. This was clearly a cover. There was undoubtedly something that had caused the mighty Yi Jinqin to display such fear. Ahem, due to your negligence. I hereby deduct 1,000 from your wages, I announced. Please no. Yi Jinqin's expression turned bitter. Then tell me what he just said, I said, regarding him with curiosity. Let us stick with the wage deduction. Yi Jinqin's face shifted, resolute. Huh? I was taken aback. What kind of spell had Li Shaogong cast upon him to render him so tight-lipped? Never mind, I was jesting, I said, rising to ascend to the 3rd floor. Once again, it was a rainy day, and with no customers in sight, I might as well indulge in a short nap. Thank you, boss. I knew you were a person of honor, possessing the grace of a dragon and phoenix. Yi Jinqin exclaimed, clearly relieved, and began to babble endlessly. Enough with the flattery, and refrained from associating too much with Li Shaogong. I interrupted, warning him, don't let this fine lad lead you astray. Just as the door to the bedroom on the 3rd floor closed, a young girl in a light yellow skirt suddenly appeared at the entrance of the herbal medicine shop across from Xinjiang Tower, casting a cold glance at Li Shaogong. With his eyes still half closed, Li Shaogong seemed to sense something, raising his gaze only to see the girl approaching, her expression darkening, causing a fine sheen of cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Shaogong, what's wrong? Yi Jinqin, who was quite close, noticed the shift in atmosphere. Li Shaogong said nothing but raised a hand, pointing towards the girl. Who is she? Yi Jinqin asked, observing the girl's flowing skirt, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Can you see her? Li Shaogong inquired, somewhat astonished. Are you referring to that sister in the Hanfu? Yi Jinqin asked. She is the boss lady of Xinjiang Tower, Yang Xixiu, Li Shaogong revealed. With just that one sentence, the girl halted, the chill in her expression evaporating, replaced by a semblance of a smile. After casting another glance at Li Shaogong, she dissipated into thin air. Phew. Li Shaogong exhaled, aware that he had narrowly escaped a perilous encounter. This was due to a promise he made to the girl, vowing not to speak of her to outsiders, and he had just disclosed her identity to Yi Jinqin. In truth, Li Shaogong was also safeguarding Yi Jinqin. He could sense the girl's animosity towards Yang Xixio. If Yi Jinqin were to openly declare her as the boss lady, he might find himself in grave danger on his journey home. However, it appeared that this princess from Beiqi had taken a liking to his nephew. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. "Your sister is truly beautiful," Yi Jinqin remarked. Finally coming to his senses, "Speak a bit more if you can," Li Xiaogong chided him with a sidelong glance. "Goodness, you've changed your tune quickly. How considerate of you," Li Xiaogong thought to himself, impressed. Laughter echoed through Jinyang Tower. Reminiscent of silver bells, Li Xiaogong and Yi Jinqin exchanged glances. "You truly are remarkable. It seems the girl genuinely enjoys hearing you speak," Li Xiaogong said, giving Yi Jinqin a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. Next year, your brother Luo will find you a sister-in-law. And what about me? Could you also introduce me to a lovely one?" Yi Jinqin asked. "How old are you to be thinking about marrying?" Li Xiaogong was left speechless, though he soon pondered the matter seriously and nodded after a while. "No problem. I reckon that Yang Xixio has some charm. I'll arrange for you to meet her next time, and you can simply call her wife. Ta-da. Will brother Luo agree?" Despite knowing that Li Xiaogong was joking, Yi Jinqin continued the banter. "He will definitely agree." Listening to the playful exchanges within the building, the girl's laughter faded as she entered a bedroom on the third floor, quietly observing the sleeping Luo Yidong. Silently, she withdrew a stick of incense from her bosom, carefully struck a match, and lit it before placing it in a crack in the floor. This is moon scale incense, also known as sleeve spring. It aids in calming the spirit. "Sleep well," she murmured before departing contentedly. Indeed, rainy days are perfect for slumber. Awakening in the afternoon felt utterly refreshing. Just as I was about to stretch, a phone call abruptly interrupted my yawn. "Hello, is this the young man from Jinyang Tower?" It was the elderly man from yesterday. "Yes, that's me. What seems to be the matter?" "She came again last night, offering ghost money. Every time I inquired, she remained silent. Is there any way you could help me get rid of her?" "All right, I'll see what I can do. I'll provide you with a spirit painting to help ward off the house's troubles. Typically, malevolent spirits do not dare to intrude," I replied. "Thank you, young man, that I will come by tomorrow afternoon to collect it. Yi Jinqin, Xiaogong, come upstairs," I called out, pushing the door open. "Wow, your room smells wonderful," Yi Jinqin remarked as he entered and inhaled deeply. "Indeed, I hadn't noticed." "It's quite fragrant," I responded, taking a whiff and realizing the room was imbued with a delicate yet pervasive aroma. The scent of moon-scale incense." Li Xiaogong pointed to the ground. Following his gesture, I noticed a pile of ash scattered across the floor, the last embers having extinguished, signifying its recent burning. "Did you both enter my room?" I queried. "What business do men have with incense?" "No." Yi Jinqin shook his head. "Moon-scale incense, a rare fragrance favored by my ancestor, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang.it, is one of the primary ingredients for sleeve spring, known for its excellent calming effects." Li Xiaogong explained. That makes sense, and no wonder I slept so soundly and feel rejuvenated." I nodded. Li Xiaogong smiled but remained silent, while Yi Jinqin appeared eager to speak but was silenced by a glance from Li Xiaogong. "What is the reason for summoning us?" Li Xiaogong asked. The elderly gentleman called. "We must head to the west to seek the Medicine King Buddha." I informed them that I understand. "I'll go personally," Li Xiaogong, a man of action, recognized the gravity of the situation and gracefully descended the stairs. Chapter 28. Spirit painting. At that moment, the Medicine King was busy renovating a noodle shop. After hearing Li Xiaogong's purpose, he gathered some items and brought along a rectangular box. "I'm aware of the situation. I will create a spirit painting for him. The price can be discussed later," the Medicine King stated. "Is there anything we need to prepare?" Yi Jinqin inquired. "Black dog blood and goose blood are required. The goose is the most spiritually attuned animal, capable of detecting malevolent spirits, while black dog blood is commonly available in rural areas, effective for warding off evil. The combination of their blood enhances spiritual communication," the Medicine King elaborated. "I'll go purchase them," Li Xiaogong interjected without further ado. Fortunately, during our stay, we had familiarized ourselves with various locations. On the road from the county to a small border town in Zigue, there was a slaughterhouse, making it relatively easy to acquire black dog blood and goose blood. After nearly an hour's wait, Li Xiaogong finally returned, carrying 2 small buckets. Still fresh, he handed them to the Medicine King. That moment, the Medicine King opened his wooden box, prompting our curiosity as we gathered around. Inside were brushes of various shapes and sizes. Despite their differences, the brush handles were all made of the same material, jade. I had no expertise in jade, so I couldn't identify its type, but it was evident that it was no ordinary jade. The box contained no fewer than a dozen jade brushes, and calling them priceless would not be an exaggeration. In addition to the jade brushes, there were several square boxes. The Medicine King handled them carefully, not daring to touch them, which piqued my curiosity further. What is contained within those small boxes? I inquired. In the future, you will come to know, perhaps quite soon, yet I sincerely hope such knowledge will not be required in haste. The apothecary, with an air of solemnity, meticulously blended dog's blood and goose blood with vermilion, carefully spreading it upon the rice paper. Observing his grave demeanor, devoid of the previous nonchalance, it seemed this was his true self. Today, I burn incense to honor the spirits, allowing my soul's mirror to reflect my being. Pure yang paper scrolls summon the spirits from all directions, while the celestial brush stabilizes the four seasons. After lighting 3 sticks of incense, the apothecary let out a fierce shout, chanting incantations, as he deftly wielded his brush. I was about to inquire when Li Shaogong covered my mouth, interrupting me. A spirit painter cannot be disturbed during their work, he whispered, for they must invoke the spirits they depict with utmost sincerity. I nodded, grateful for his intervention. Otherwise, I feared I might have caused a calamity. I quietly watched the apothecary at work. The first painting depicted Wang Zhaojun, whose homeland was Zigue. Zhaojun sacrificed her own happiness for the country by entering a political marriage, an act of great righteousness, celebrated through the ages. How could she not protect future generations? The second painting was intriguing. It illustrated a surrounded general, gallantly mounted on a steed, clad in interlocking armor, drawing his bow with arrows like a torrential downpour aimed at the enemy. In the distance, a corner of a city was visible. It was only when the apothecary signed the piece that I recognized the figure, Taishir Ci of Beihai. The tale of Taishir Ci recounts how he, during the late Eastern Han dynasty, was grateful for Kong Rong's care for his mother, single-handedly breaking the siege of the Yellow Turbans with just a spear and a fierce POW. It was indeed a moment of glory for him, as thousands of enemies could not withstand his valor. Strangely, at the moment both paintings were signed, the ink dried instantly, leaving only the immaculate scrolls to testify to their newfound existence. At that instant, a deep rumble of thunder startled the three of us. Simultaneously, the figures of Wang Zhaojun and Taishir Ci opened their eyes and gazed at us. Li Shaogong remained unfazed, while I, having already been startled, was somewhat composed. Yet Yi Jinqin recoiled in fear. I could not shake the feeling that Wang Zhaojun and Taishir Ci were fixated on me. Just as I was about to speak, I perceived that Taishir Ci seemed to move. A strange sensation washed over me, as if he were drawing his bow to shoot at me. I held my breath, feeling as though I could not evade his arrow. Suddenly, I awoke to the apothecary forcefully patting my back, gasping for air. I pondered what had just transpired. Your body harbors too much energy. The spirits in the painting wish to aid you in dispelling the malevolence, the apothecary explained. Is it effective? I inquired. For you, it may prove futile. You are bound by a ghostly marriage, and she has become a malevolent spirit. He replied, shaking his head. The energy expended in painting drains the artist's own yang essence, relying on it to commune with the spirits and seek their assistance. For typical household protection, ancient emperors and generals would suffice. But for greater evils, one must invoke deities, which exacts a heavier toll on the painter. These 2 paintings should suffice, the apothecary stated, his breath somewhat erratic, a hint of weakness in his gaze, suggesting he had sacrificed considerable yang energy. Has Sun Shu ever painted deities? I asked curiously. He has. Once, a prominent family in Hunan was beset by vengeful spirits. I painted a likeness of the spirit of justice for them, which they had to sunbathe for a month to restore. He recounted. What about the paintings of Yama? I queried, cleverly deduced. Except for the earth god, all other officials requiring energy for invocation. However, most people lack sufficient energy, making it rare even for me to paint them. One could grind the bones of the deceased into powder and mix it into the paint to acquire energy, but such practices are forbidden by our code and would bring retribution. He cautioned. Ensure he comes for the paintings. As for the payment, let us say 1,000. he concluded, efficiently gathering his materials, especially placing the incense ash into a small box with great care before departing. Remarkable indeed, Yi Jinqin exclaimed, watching the apothecary's retreating figure. The paintings are so lifelike. The eyes of the figures moving startled me. Enough with the banter. Remember to give the paintings to the old man tomorrow, I said, rolling the 2 scrolls and placing them in his embrace. The following day was still drenched in rain, even heavier than in the preceding days. Li Xiaogong stared at the curtain of rain outside. Lost in thought, do you not think this rain is unusual? In another 2 or 3 days, it will have rained for a full month, he remarked. I found it unremarkable. Southern regions are inherently rainy, and substantial precipitation is quite normal. It's just rain. What could it signify? Yi Jinqin dismissed. It's not that simple. Yu Haven Tea lived in the north. If a region experiences prolonged drought, it warrants attention. Thus, in northern Enyang establishments, there are meteorological monitors to observe the weather, fearing the emergence of drought demons. When drought demons appear, the land turns barren, and the people suffer. In ancient times, this was no trivial matter. Yu Wanzhong, the governor of Yuzhou, was adept at countering drought demons, and our Li family has often sought his assistance, Li Xiaogong said gravely. Are you suggesting that the rain could bring forth water ghosts? I asked. I cannot be certain, but this rain is indeed peculiar. Why dwell on it? Even if it is strange, it does not concern us. I am more curious if the old man will come in such downpour. It's nearly 4 o'clock, I mused. As if on cue, I glanced toward the entrance, and just as my words fell, a figure clad in a black raincoat, holding an umbrella, slowly approached the Zhenyang Tower. Who else could it be but the old man? I quickly ushered him inside and offered a cup of hot tea. Thank you, the old man replied courteously, accepting the tea. How could I not come? I have been terrified these past few days. What troubles you? I asked, intrigued. Didn't you say over the phone it was the same as before? I couldn't say over the phone. I feared she might be watching me. Let me tell you, she has been standing at my doorstep for the past 2 days, refusing to leave after finishing the mung bean cake, repeatedly muttering, Li Changsheng, where are you? She only departed at dawn. The old man said cautiously, glancing around as if still haunted by fear. Can you ascertain what she truly is? I pressed further. He nodded, then shook his head, explaining, once, when I offered her a mung bean cake, I inadvertently touched her hand. It was chillingly white and icy, just like my late wife's. Based on a few words, can we truly determine if she is human or ghost? Did you see a shadow? I continued. Yes, I specifically checked, but she seemed to lack breath. He replied that a shadow cannot definitively indicate whether someone is human or ghost. Even ghosts can cast shadows, such as Yang Xixio, Li Xiaogong interjected. All right, I was biased. My recent encounter with my grandfather lingers in my mind. I exchanged glances with Yi Jinqin, who promptly handed the 2 spirit paintings to the old man. Old man, these 2 scrolls should ensure the safety of your home. The elder accepted one, unfolding the painting. Can this truly be of any use? He asked, half in doubt. Take a closer look, Li Xiaogong urged. The elder nodded, scrutinizing Taisher Ci on the scroll, gently stroking the surface. Suddenly he recoiled, akin to a startled rabbit, pointing at the painting, his arm trembling. His eyes are moving. Look, he is still moving. Do not be afraid, the painting possesses spirit. Taisher Ci will safeguard your home. Li Xiaogong reassured him with a smile. Now do you believe? Is that so? The elder gazed at the scroll, apprehensive and hesitant to approach. The older generation holds great reverence for supernatural matters. I could only helplessly roll the painting back and hand it to him. Do not fear, this painting will not harm the living. Then I shall rest easy. With your assurance, I no longer feel fear, he said, extending his hand to accept the painting, 1,000 for the 2 paintings. Is that unreasonable? The payment for any future matters can be discussed separately, I inquired. Not unreasonable. Just for the artistry alone, it is worth this price. I understand art. My son even collects 2 paintings by Lu Wenci. He replied generously, not haggling, and no wonder he raised a fine son. But what if the issue cannot be resolved? The elder looked at us with concern. If it cannot be resolved, we will personally visit to see it through. I answered decisively. Regardless, the reputation of Zhenyang Tower must not fall on my watch. Agreed. Agreed. With your word, I am reassured. My compatriot praised Zhenyang Tower highly, likening it to realms heavenly and earthly. I thought it akin to those charlatans. But seeing you three, though young, you are indeed honorable individuals. If it proves effective, I shall ensure my son spreads the word." The elder's worries began to dissipate as he carefully secured the paintings. I smiled, offering no arguments. Once the task is accomplished, reputation follows naturally. Rest assured, our signboard remains here. Should any issues arise, feel free to communicate with us. Its pouring. Tread carefully, I said as I escorted him outside. He perceives the figures within the painting as alive, which clearly indicates an encounter with something unclean. Generally, only those burdened with yin energy or overflowing with yang energy can perceive such things. Yet the old gentleman evidently did not belong to the latter category, Li Xiaogong observed as he watched the elder's retreating silhouette. "Let us hope those two paintings can resolve the matter." I concurred, nodding in agreement. "Let us call it a day. Time to close up," I announced. "Since it is raining, there are no guests. Closing the doors early does not affect anything." "Hooray! Shall we have hot pot today?" exclaimed Yi Jinqin with excitement. "Nonsense," I shot him a glance. "Do you truly think I am a local host? Eating hot pot every day. Once this matter is settled, I shall treat you to a feast." Just moments ago, Yi Jinqin, who appeared dejected, instantly transformed back into a state of enthusiasm. "Such a child," I murmured to myself. We simply prepared a quick fried rice with eggs, paired with a few marinated dishes, and retired early for the night. The night was dark and silent, with only the gentle sound of rain permeating the world. I, in stark contrast, Wuhan, not far from Zigui, enjoyed a gentle breeze and a scene of colorful clouds chasing the moon. Li Changsheng, lying on his bed, had already succumbed to slumber. However, under the moonlight, his figure, emaciated from lack of rest, was distinctly visible. The moment his eyes closed, images began to emerge in the mirror. This time, the scene was different. It was no longer about a woman sending her beloved off to take an exam. After enduring countless hardships, he had finally arrived in the capital, and he wondered if this truly was the prosperous Beijing everyone yearned for. Standing before the grand city gate, he gazed at the bustling crowd within Beijing, lost in thought. "First, I ought to find a place to stay," he mused, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation at the city gate, he eventually blended into the throng. "Young master, wait! Young master, wait!" Li Changsheng turned to see a middle-aged fortune-teller, blind, beckoning him. "Are you calling me, old sir?" Li Changsheng inquired uncertainly. Indeed, I am from the divine calculation sect. Today, upon encountering you, I have precisely reached 1,000 divinations. This last divination is fated to be connected to you. Why not give it a try? Once you finish, I can retire gracefully," the blind elder said, hastily grasping Li Changsheng's sleeve as he feared he might flee. "Ha ha ha, as a scholar, we cultivate a heart filled with righteous spirit, so I do not believe in such superstitions. However, since the old sir wishes to conclude his fortune-telling, I shall indulge him. Let us see if I can achieve success." Li Changsheng chuckled, fully aware that he held no belief in such prophetic teachings. The elderly man opened his clouded eyes, fixating intently on Li Changsheng as his fingers deftly moved. "Can you see, old sir?" Li Changsheng asked. "I never claimed to be blind." The elder retorted sharply. "I beg your pardon." Li Changsheng replied politely. "Young master, allow me to extend my early congratulations. You shall surely succeed in your examination." The elder said, bowing repeatedly to Li Changsheng. "Then I thank you, old sir. With your auspicious words, should I succeed, I will certainly return to express my gratitude and reward you generously." With that, Li Changsheng produced several coins from his pocket and offered them to the elder. In truth, he did not take the elder's words to heart. To him, these street fortune-tellers flourished on flattering words, claiming credit for accurate predictions while disappearing if they were wrong. Yet, who would not wish to hear kind words? The elder's remarks still brought him some comfort. "Not so fast. I have yet to finish." The elder unexpectedly pushed the coins back. "Is there more you wish to impart, old sir?" Li Changsheng asked, intrigued, finding him different from the usual charlatans. "Are you from the Jingshu region?" "Indeed," Li Changsheng thought, finding this fortune-teller rather intriguing. "Rest assured in your examination. You shall surely succeed." However, the elder hesitated midway through his statement. "Please, speak freely, old sir," Li Changsheng encouraged. "I assume your diligent studies are aimed at an official position. After your success, the court will grant time for the successful candidates to visit their families before undertaking the selection examinations for officials. Yet, I must advise you against returning home immediately after your success. The elder said, looking at Li Chongqing with sincere concern. Why not? Li Chongqing frowned, still considering his plans for Yunxiang. For how could he not return to marry her if he succeeded? Returning home may be easy, but ensuring your safe return is another matter entirely. I suggest you wait until after the selection examinations before you go back. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. Could you clarify your meaning? Old sir? Li Chongqing asked, perplexed. Did the fortune teller imply he would meet his demise upon returning home? Was he merely trying to scare him due to the modest amount of money he offered? That cannot be divulged. I shall not accept your fortune-telling fee. Come back once you have succeeded as a jinsher. You should be the 121 ST, the elder declared, returning to his stall and closing his eyes tightly. Although Li Chongqing found this strange, he still respectfully replied, as you say, old Sirt I in the Northern Song Dynasty, in Guizhou, Zigui County. I imagine Li Lang may be in the midst of his examination now. Wondering if he thinks of me, mused a young girl in her chamber, gazing at the magpies on the treetops. Clearly, this must be Yun Xiang'o. Where has our Yun gone? It seems she is hiding in her room. Lost in thoughts of love, remarked an older girl, stepping into the room with a fan in hand. Sister, I am not, Gu Yun blushed, lowering her head shyly. You say you are not? Oh dear, it seems your very soul has been taken by that Li Chongqing. The elder teased, tapping her on the forehead. Be careful. Your Li Gongzi may be sought after by the officials as a favored son-in-law after he passes. Sister, Li Lang is not that kind of person. We have known each other since childhood, and you have watched us grow up, Gu Yun retorted with a pout. Silly sister, do you not realize that the most unreliable beings in this world are men? Heartbreak often comes from scholars. I only wish to prepare you. If he does not succeed, it is one thing, but if he does, I hope you are ready for the possibility of disappointment. The elder sighed and gracefully departed. Leaving Gu Yun alone in the room, her gaze flickered with uncertainty as she looked back at the magpie, a hint of melancholy crossing her features. Li Lang is not that kind of person, she murmured, though her conviction wavered. Far away in Bianjing, Li Chongqing remained unaware of these occurrences, for he was now fervently writing. The palace examination had commenced. This year marked the second year of the Jiayu era in the Northern Song Dynasty. Unlike in the Qing Dynasty, where the emperor would engage in questioning the candidates directly, during the Song Dynasty, the emperor either set the questions himself or had ministers draft them, with the emperor ultimately reviewing and naming the candidates. Emperor Runzong treated the examinees exceptionally well, providing splendid bedding and an array of fruits. As he stepped into the palace for the first time, Li Chongqing felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After nearly an hour, he finally completed the exam paper and dared to take a bite of a nearby plum. Upon exiting the palace, he hurriedly collided with another examinee clad in blue. My apologies, brother, Li Chongqing exclaimed, embarrassed. No worries, no worries. Anyone would feel nervous being so close to the emperor for the first time. The other replied with a polite smile. Detecting a familiar accent, Li Chongqing presumed he hailed from Shu, as Chongqing and Zigui were neighboring regions. Are you from Shu? Indeed. I am Su Shi, from Meizhou. May I ask your name? The young man introduced, gesturing to the people beside him as his father and younger brother. I am Li Chongqing from Guizhou.it. Is a pleasure to meet you, uncle, and you, brother Su, Li Chongqing greeted courteously. The dream ended here, and the images in the mirror faded completely. It seems I must return to work. Li Chongqing awoke, rubbing his eyes. He had not anticipated that in his dream, he would encounter Su Shi as a fellow examinee. I remember Su Dongpo ranked first, right? Mr. Ouyang Xiao mistook his writing style for that of his student, Zheng Gong, and demoted Su Shi to second place. However, this Li Chongqing seems to lack historical fame. Surely he did not fail, did he? Furthermore, what did that fortune teller mean when he said Li Chongqing would not return alive after going home? Could it be that he would be forsaken by that girl Yunxiang? Is this not a cliché plot, but a melodrama? Well, at least it is no longer the same dream, Li Chongqing muttered while washing up. Glancing at his gaunt figure in the mirror and sighing helplessly. Busy every day, and hardly any rest, I should take a moment to call my father. Chapter 30. The spirit of the painting after half a month of torrential rain. Most parts of Hubei have cleared, yet for some unknown reason, a vast expanse of dark clouds looms over Yichang, lingering as if the wind master and rain master intend to reside there. After 3 more days of heavy rain, in Zigui County, Guizhou town. The townsfolk rose early, as the older generation seldom indulged in sleeping. Li Chi, too, was up early, carefully examining the painting he retrieved from the town Yang Tower while enjoying a bowl of millet porridge. Watching Taisher Ci come to life in the painting as he slowly nocked an arrow, ready to shoot at countless foes, he felt no fear from the previous day, instead praising the artistry as remarkable. He hung the paintings of Wang Zhaojun and Taisher Ci on the wall, thinking that surely the female ghost would not dare to come today, when the phone rang. Hello? The elder busied himself with hanging the paintings, not checking who was calling, and held the phone between his head and shoulder. Hello? Father, it's me, Changsheng. Li Changsheng said cheerfully. Oh, Changsheng, is there something you need? The elder's tone was cold, seemingly harboring resentment over his son's prolonged absence. Ha, nothing much. Since July is approaching, I plan to come back and visit you. Father, I crave the cured meat you make at home. Upon hearing that his son intended to return, the elder's heart swelled with joy. It seemed this boy still had a shred of conscience. Just as he began to mention the abundance of cured meat at home, he suddenly recalled something, and fear filled his eyes. You still remember that you have a father? Tell me, how many times have you come back in the past 6 months? Is Ziguay so far from Wuhan? Whether you choose to return or not is of no concern to me. The elder scolded vehemently. I have managed to get by alone all these years since your mother passed away. You think you can come home for a feast? You will be lucky to have even a morsel to eat. It would be best if you never returned. This household does not welcome you. Without waiting for Li Changsheng's response, he abruptly hung up the phone, as the busy tone echoed in his ears. Li Changsheng found himself momentarily stunned. After a prolonged pause, he bitterly chuckled. Father is angry because I haven't visited him in a long time. I must make time to go back next month. Money can be earned at any time, but my father is my only kin. After the elder hung up, he stared blankly at the two paintings for an extended period, finally letting out a heavy sigh. My child, do not blame your father. The home is not clean, and I fear for your safety. You are my sole descendant, and though I am uncertain if she is looking for you, it is perhaps best that you do not return. It has been nearly a month since I left home, and I have finally grasped the essence of this mysterious text, the Qimen Tianjing. The Yang calculations are indeed a branch of Qimen Duanjia. With records of both the turning disc and the flying plate. My father has left numerous notes on the subject. However, I do not understand why it is called the Qimen Tianjing, rather than Qimen Duanjia. Surely, my father named it with profound significance that I may still not comprehend. Xiaogonggu, I have memorized it. Can I burn it now? I believe it is prudent to first seek Li Xiaogong's opinion. How is your study of Yang techniques progressing? He inquired. I have mastered 10 parts. I already had a foundation in Yang techniques, I confidently replied. Well, when you next engage in Yang calculations, come to fetch me. I, along with Eugene Qin, would like to assess your progress. Is that agreeable? Naturally, upon hearing my response, Li Xiaogong appeared quite satisfied and then asked, what about Yin techniques? I do not see any Yin techniques. Perhaps my father did not include them. That cannot be. My third uncle stated that if it was written, it must indeed be there. It is surely your own lack of discernment. How could your father, being such a skilled geomancer, not pass down the good stuff to you? Li Xiaogong interrupted me, his faith in Li Liangfeng's words unwavering. Or perhaps he deeply believed in my father's abilities. Is my father's geomancy truly that formidable? Although I have asked this question numerous times, I still seek clarity. Our family has always known my father to possess an unparalleled ability to predict outcomes, which differs from what outsiders hear. Indeed, it is impressive. I have heard my father say that in Kunlun, the deities Butian and Yuanzhong once attempted to alter the geomantic energy of the land, only to suffer a backlash, incurring great costs to enlist your father's aid, who personally resolved the matter. It is well known that Luo Qingshan's geomancy is unmatched throughout the realm. I assure you, I would not deceive you. Li Xiaogong replied emphatically. However, I only learned of your father's prowess in Yang calculations from you. I have never heard of his reputation outside, as he keeps it hidden well. I have asked you to transcribe that book. Can you do so without error? He asked earnestly. Yes, word for word. I can even recall the illustrations. I assured him confidently. Good. Our most fundamental requirement is to possess the memory akin to Wang Can of the 7 scholars of Jianan. If you can memorize it, that is sufficient, he said, slightly relieved. The time you have is limited. If you think it appropriate, you may burn it now, and a man without guilt may bear the burden of a treasure. But Eam techniques can be comprehended gradually, very well. Without hesitation, I procured an iron basin, ignited a few pieces of charcoal, and held the Chiman Tianjing in my hands. Gazing at it once more, I suppressed my reluctance, gritted my teeth, and cast it directly into the basin. My reluctance stemmed from the fact that it was the sole gift my father had left me. Yet burning it was essential to prevent it from falling into another's hands. This was the resolve of a yin-yang master. The owner was originally of the Chiman school. Yi Jinqin remarked, observing the book gradually turning to ash. I rose, retrieving a stick to stir the coals, ensuring that every character was incinerated to nothingness. When all had turned to ashes, a sudden enlightenment washed over me, and I realized that my yang techniques had been completed at that moment. As the evening rain began to lighten, the gentle drizzle fell upon me. Barely noticeable, at 8 o'clock, Li Qi's supermarket remained open, and he glanced nervously towards the entrance. "It must work," he murmured, staring at the two paintings. Just then, the figures of Taisher Ci and Wang Zhaojun within the paintings radiated a brilliant red light. Taisher Ci drew his bow taut, while Wang Zhaojun's sleeves fluttered gracefully. The elder suddenly turned to the door, and indeed, a woman clad in Song Dynasty Hanfu stood at a distance, gazing in his direction. She stared intently at the supermarket, hesitating as if wary of something. Seeing the flickering red light of the figures in the paintings, the elder felt a surge of confidence. It worked. It seems that this 1,000 yuan was not wasted. Although feeling somewhat guilty, he refrained from looking at the woman as he usually would, instead attempting to catch a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye. "Old man, I would like some mung bean cake," the woman said, her delicate lips parting to speak. Although they were separated by some distance, her words reached the elder clearly. "We still have mung bean cake. Come and get it, young lady," he responded kindly. I am afraid," the woman murmured. "Why should a young lady be afraid? What holds you back today?" "The old man is not a bad person," he reassured her. Yet, the elder himself felt quite anxious, eager to draw the woman closer to see whether the paintings could indeed subdue her. If they could, it would be for the best. "Old man, there is something in your place that frightens me. I feel unwell all over," the woman replied honestly. "Did I say, daughter, you will not be able to have mung bean cake today?" The elder lamented. The woman did not respond, cautiously taking a step towards the supermarket. The elder watched her approach, holding his breath, his heart racing. Meanwhile, the red light in the paintings grew increasingly intense, indicating that this woman was no ordinary human. Their contest had begun. As the woman drew closer, the elder fervently prayed. The two paintings were his only hope at that moment. The woman sensed a terrifying aura surrounding her, yet it did her no harm. Ultimately, she arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, though the fear in her eyes had not diminished. Just as her foot descended for the final step, a sound like tearing fabric echoed sharply. The red light from the two paintings extinguished, and they fell slowly, the tear precisely bisecting the forms of Taisher Ci and Wang Zhaojun. The elder stood frozen, staring at the fallen scrolls, a chill running through him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. It was not until the woman broke the silence that he stirred. "Old man, I want some mung bean cake." Chapter 31. The point of no return far away in Wuhan. Li Changsheng remained oblivious to the events unfolding at home. He had taken several melatonin pills, hoping for a restful night. Yet, reality did not unfold as he wished. The images in the mirror continued to play out. The day of the examination arrived quietly, and by coincidence, Li Changsheng and Su Shi found themselves lodging at the same inn. Upon hearing the messenger announce the results, both reacted with remarkable calmness. Lost in their thoughts. "Congratulations, Brother Su, on your remarkable achievement," Li Changsheng said sincerely, surprised that a youth of similar age could be so accomplished. "You flatter me, Brother Li. I also extend my congratulations on your success in the imperial examination. Our years of diligent study are merely a means to serve our country. We need not be overly concerned with our rankings," Su Shi encouraged, noticing the cloud of gloom on Li Changsheng's face. He believed Li Changsheng was troubled by the rankings, unaware that beneath his calm exterior, Li Changsheng was grappling with tumultuous emotions. "Do you think I am concerned about the rankings?" Li Changsheng replied with a bitter smile, waving his hand dismissively. "When I first arrived in Bianjing, I encountered an old man who read fortunes. I initially thought him to be a wandering sorcerer, but now I realize his predictions align precisely with my results. I intended to return in glory after the examinations, But he warned me that I might have the fate to return, but not the life to do so. I fear his words may come true. And that is what troubles me. Could that old man be a living deity? How could he predict so accurately? Is my return home truly misguided? Yet, Yun Yang is still waiting for me at home. There exists a curious contradiction in ancient beliefs. While they admonished against discussing supernatural matters, they simultaneously held superstitions. The more Li Changxing pondered, the more anxious he became. Is that so? Su Shi asked. Intrigued, I asked, the old man still around? I believe so. I have yet to pay him for his services. Shall we seek him out? I am eager to witness this old man's abilities, certainly. The fortune-telling old man's booth remained unchanged at the city gate. Upon seeing Li Changxing approach, he chuckled softly. Young master, how did it go? Not a single detail was amiss, Li Changxing replied, his gaze fixed intently on him. Neither Su Shi nor Li Changxing questioned whether the old man had colluded with the examination official, since the chief examiner was Ouyang Xiu, a figure renowned throughout the Song dynasty for his integrity. However, they could not fathom how the old man had predicted Li Changxing's rank. What did the old man mean when he said you had the fate to return but not the life to do so? Su Shi inquired. With your current success, your future should be bright. Upon hearing this, the old man looked up at Su Shi, and a single glance left Su Shi feeling unnerved in the old man's eyes. He saw Su Shi enveloped in golden light, vaguely forming a figure. His left hand held a scroll, while his right hand grasped a heavenly tablet. The old man began, but then abruptly fell silent. Lowering his gaze, afraid to meet Su Shi's eyes again. What did you say? I did not hear, Su Shi pressed. Nothing. I meant to say that the hexagram given to Master Li was the Sun hexagram. The old man quickly explained, waving his hands. The Sun hexagram is favorable for the southwest and unfavorable for the northeast. From the perspective of the 8 trigrams, Master Li's family is located in the southwest. The timing of your examination corresponds precisely with the 9th line of Sun, which denotes good fortune and the absence of regrets. From beginnings to endings, 3 days after Gung, and 3 days later. Auspicious. This also signifies that the young master is destined for success in his examinations. However, immediately following, the 6th line, 9 above, reveals the wind beneath the bed, leading to the loss of his tools and resources. Foretelling misfortune, it is evident that the young master's journey will undoubtedly bring calamity. Such utter nonsense. Su Shi exclaimed in anger. I asked this how the divination texts are to be interpreted. What shall the young master say? Strangely, the old diviner did not engage in a debate with Su Shi, but rather inquired indifferently. Su Shi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the elder had made his predictions first. And despite his extensive reading, Su Shi's understanding of the I Ching was rather superficial. Let us do this, Brother Li. In a few days, I shall accompany you back to your hometown. If we return safely, I shall report to Lord Ouyang Xiu regarding your deception. Does that seem agreeable? Su Shi looked at Li Changxing and the old diviner. Agreed. The elder replied immediately. Enough of this, Su brother. Let's dismiss the elder's ramblings. It cannot be as dire as he claims, Li Changxing said, producing double the divination fee to pay the old man. Su Shi could no longer bear the sight and took Li Changxing away. How can our Song dynasty harbor such deceitful knaves? The elder watched Su Shi's furious retreat and lamented. Who would have thought that it was the star of literature incarnate? Alas, even he must experience the tribulations of the mortal world before achieving ultimate enlightenment. Fortunately, I did not offend the star of literature. He then turned his gaze toward Li Changxing's departing figure, reflecting that despite the protection of the star of literature, the young master was still destined for a grave fate. In light of the fact that the young master allowed me to close my divination with his last reading, I shall extend my assistance this once, as for success or failure, that shall depend on fate. At Guizhou, in Jigui County, the news of Li Changxing's success in the imperial examinations had already reached the Li family. Today, the Li household was bustling with excitement as guests poured in to offer their congratulations. With drums resounding and firecrackers echoing. Both the Gu family and the Li family were prominent households in the area, having maintained a close relationship over the years, considered family friends. Naturally, today, the Gu family was among those offering their felicitations. Congratulations, my brother. I have long said that your nephew would achieve great things. See, it has come to pass, has it not? Guyan's father was presently seated beside the head of the Li family. Ha ha ha, my son has indeed made me proud. When he returns, let us arrange the marriage between our two families, shall we? Let him wed Yun, my niece, at once. Li Changxing's father clapped his old friend on the shoulder. Laughing heartily, clearly overjoyed by his son's success in the examinations. Standing among the crowd, Gu Yun felt a surge of joy and pinched her sister beside her. Sister, see? I told you there would be no mishaps this time. The young woman said nothing in reply, merely affectionately ruffling her younger sister's hair. After several days and nights of travel, Li Changxing and Su Shi were nearing the borders of Xiaozhou. Unaware that a figure had been following them at a distance, Su brother, I take it you are not merely accompanying me back? Li Changxing patted Su Shi on the back, asking with a smile. He was quite pleased to be journeying home with the second-ranking scholar. Haha, Brother Li is truly astute. Before our departure, I had the honor of meeting the chief examiner, Lord Ouyang. Just as the tales describe, he is imbued with righteous spirit. From our very first encounter, I was captivated by his intellect and character. We spoke at length, and I learned much. Hearing that Lord Ouyang once served as the magistrate of Yiling in Xiaozhou, conveniently close to your Jigue, I thought to take the opportunity to walk the path he once trod and witness firsthand the impact of his governance. Su Shi spoke with a gleam in his eyes. Su brother, you are truly admirable, managing to meet Lord Ouyang himself. Li Changxing's eyes brimmed with envy and admiration, but there was no trace of jealousy. Lord Ouyang held immense prestige among scholars, particularly due to his advocacy for the ancient prose movement, which sought to reflect reality through poetry rather than indulge in empty lamentation. This garnered fervent support from students, who regarded it as a privilege to meet such a virtuous and erudite gentleman. There is no need for admiration, my friend. Maintain your lofty aspirations, for Lord Ouyang would surely recognize your worth, Su Shi encouraged. Just as the two were exchanging pleasantries, they spotted several figures approaching them, seemingly waiting for their arrival. May I inquire if you are the esteemed scholar, Li Changxing? The leading individual asked politely that I am Li Changxing. May I ask who you are? Li Changxing responded courteously. We are servants of the governor's office. The governor has heard of your achievement in the imperial examinations and has specially instructed us to await your arrival. You have brought great honor to Guizhou, young master, the servant continued to flatter. That is not quite right that a gentleman is born in a humble nation. It is not the gentleman's fault. Likewise, a gentleman emerging from a small nation is not a merit of the small nation. Su Shi interjected disapprovingly, unable to tolerate the sycophantic demeanor of the servants. Dear young master, and who might this be? The servants, trained to read the room, remained unfazed and turned to Li Changxing with a calm inquiry. Oh, this is the second-ranking scholar, Su Shi, a pupil of Lord Ouyang. Li Changxing introduced politely. May I inquire what business the governor has with me? Ah, so it is Master Isudem. My apologies for the oversight. The servant acknowledged, bowing respectfully to Su Shi. The governor has expressed a desire to invite you, young master, to his residence for a meeting, and we have been instructed to await you here. Li Changxing hesitated. Although the governor's residence was indeed in Jigue County, he had intended to first return home to see his parents and, of course, his beloved Yun. However, he did not wish to offend the governor. He glanced hesitantly at Su Shapdio. Not worry. The choice is yours. Su Shi offered him a reassuring glance. Very well then, gentlemen, lead the way, Li Changxing replied. The Li family residence and the governor's office lay directly north and south of one another. Therefore, he would need to pass by the governor's office to return home. It was not a burden to visit, and thus he decided it best not to incur the governor's ire. Su Shi did not look down upon Li Changxing for his reluctance to offend authority, for he understood that the Li family resided here, and sometimes one must bow their head beneath the eaves. Su brother, I have. Inside the carriage, Li Changxing was about to speak when Su Shi raised a hand to silence him, whispering, This is not the place for conversation. They soon arrived at the governor's office, where the servants had already returned to report, and the governor himself came out to greet them. Li Changxing had seen the governor on numerous occasions before, but never had he been so cordial as he was today. Esteemed nephew, congratulations. You have risen from a humble farmer to the halls of the emperor in a single day. Truly, you are a talent of Guizhou. Governor Jing's words were well-timed, conveying goodwill without seeming insincere. Your words are too kind, governor. This gentleman beside me is Master Su Shi, a student of Lord Ouyang. In comparison, I find myself lacking, Li Changxing said, assisting Su Shi down from the carriage as he introduced him. "Oh, so it is Master Li. My apologies," Governor Zheng said, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes before it quickly vanished. At tea present, Su Shi was still an unknown, and there was no need for the governor to be overly courteous to him. Yet his association with Lord Ouyang warranted such treatment. Flattery, it seems, is a timeless practice. Su Shi keenly sensed the flicker of interest in Governor Zheng's gaze and frowned slightly, merely offering a respectful nod in return. He genuinely detested such individuals. "Dear nephew, please rest for a moment. I have prepared a modest feast to welcome you and wash away the fatigue of your journey." Governor Zheng invited them into his residence and, after issuing a few instructions to the servants, departed. He hurried back to his study, turned the inkstone on his desk, and a hidden door in the bookcase slowly opened, revealing a secret chamber. Inside, the dim light of candles illuminated a woman lying on a bed. Her abdomen slightly swollen, her breath faint. At the foot of the bed stood a figure cloaked in black, his features obscured by shadows. "You arrived in such haste. Is there good news?" the figure in black inquired. "The young Master Li Chongqing has achieved the rank of Jinshi and has finally returned, here within my residence," Governor Zheng replied. "And what of it?" the figure asked calmly. "Shall we kill him? A Jinshi is worth more than the many scholars we have eliminated before. Li Chongqing has been like a son to me. I had intended to betroth him to my daughter." Governor Zheng hesitated, caught between his affection for talent and a twinge of compassion. "However, this Li Chongqing has indeed brought me an unexpected surprise," he added excitedly. "Oh? What surprise?" The figure in black's curiosity was piqued. "Do you know who he has brought with him?" "The second-ranking scholar of this examination, and a student of Lord Ouyang. If we kill him and transfer his literary essence into my unborn grandson, when my grandson grows up, he will surely leap to greatness, and the Zheng family will rise to prominence before long." "Zheng Duoxing, do you realize what you are suggesting?" Before Governor Zheng could finish, the figure in black interrupted him harshly. "That is the second-ranking scholar, personally appointed by the Emperor, favored by Lord Ouyang. Though you understand the heights he has reached, which you could never aspire to? Should his student die here, we would both come to ruin. It would lead to a massacre of your entire family. You are playing with fire." The figure in black's wrath was palpable. Showing no regard for Governor Zheng's status, awakening from his delusions, Governor Zheng felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead and asked in a daze, "What then shall we do? Are you so foolish that you require my guidance? Tell me, what is the relationship between the second-ranking scholar and Li Chongqing?" The figure in black demanded, still seething. "From what I can tell, it seems to be amicable enough, though not particularly close, likely an acquaintance formed through the examinations." Governor Zheng analyzed. "Then find a pretext to remove that second-ranking scholar, and first use trickery to compel Li Chongqing to agree to become your son-in-law, so that the Li family does not become suspicious. Then drain his blood, and finally arrange for him to be accused of violating a commoner, tarnishing his reputation, with a witness to support the claim. And then..." The figure in black made a slicing motion across his throat as he spoke, his tone disturbingly casual, revealing a lack of remorse, as if he were all too familiar with such deeds. After a prolonged period of contemplation, a glint of determination flashed in the eyes of the Governor Zheng, solidifying his resolve. Meanwhile, within a private chamber, Su Shi and Li Chongqing were engaged in hushed whispers. "Brotherly, just now, the way Governor Zheng looked at me felt off," Su Shi reflected after a lengthy pause. "That's to be expected. Someone like Governor Zheng is sycophantic by nature. I've heard that you are favored by the Emperor and are a disciple of Master Ouyang. He must be eager to curry favor with you." Li Chongqing remarked nonchalantly. "No, it's not that simple. Something feels amiss, yet I cannot articulate it." "What is your impression of him?" Su Shi inquired. "While he can be somewhat obsequious, he maintains a decent relationship with our family. The Li family is quite prominent in the entirety of Jingling Prefecture," Li Chongqing replied thoughtfully. "Very well, perhaps I am overthinking it," Su Shi mused, recalling the peculiar look Zheng had cast his way. Unable to discern its meaning, and reluctantly advised Li Chongqing, "Do exercise caution." Su Shi's words prompted Li Chongqing to recall the fortune-teller's ominous words, sending a chill down his spine. Could it be that the old gentleman has foreseen this? Su Shi, feeling an irritable pang at the mention of the fortune-teller, retorted, "Brotherly, we ought to emulate Mencius and cultivate our noble spirit. We must not heed the words of these charlatans." You are right. It seems I have been overly anxious, Li Chongqing replied with a light-hearted smile. Suddenly, a resounding announcement echoed from outside. The governor has prepared a banquet. The two young masters are invited. The announcement was so boisterous that it jolted Li Chongqing back to the present. I never anticipated it would turn out this way. Did Master Dongpa realize he was dancing on the edge of the abyss back then? Speaking of which, did Li Chongqing ultimately perish? Could this tale conclude with a beauty saving the hero? How intriguing that would be! And is that fortune-teller truly so extraordinary? Could he be in league with that man in the black robe? Li Chongqing found himself looking at his gaunt reflection in the mirror, his grievances dissipating, replaced instead by an increasing anticipation for this dreamlike experience. Chapter 32. The initial machinations unveiled after nearly a month of incessant rain. Zigue finally welcomed a long-awaited sunny day. Although the sun was partially veiled by clouds, the occasional rays of golden light still evoked a sense of tranquility. Stalls reopened in the alley, and naturally, patrons flocked to the Jinyang Tower for tea. Seizing a moment of respite, I slipped outside intending to purchase a couple of boxes of rice rolls, when I received a phone call. Hello, hello? Young man, do you remember me? It was the old gentleman. Could it be that the matter had been resolved? How is the situation with your family? I inquired. Not too well, the old man replied, causing my heart to plummet. What happened? Did the painting fail to work? I asked anxiously. It's not that it didn't work. It's just that I cannot contain her. The old man's voice trembled with fear and helplessness. He recounted the details, and the worst of my fears had come to pass. All right, I understand. Please do not panic. Since I have made a promise, I will surely assist you. How about this? Provide me with your address, and I will visit in a couple of days. What do you think? My priority was to stabilize the old man's emotions and devise a solution. Retreating was not an option, for that would tarnish the reputation of Jinyang Tower. However, I was pleasantly surprised by the old man's sincerity. He did not blame me for the situation. Rather, he chose to believe in me. Then let us wait for you. Young man, I am certain you possess the means. The old gentleman's faith encouraged me. This touched my heart. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility, I assured him. After purchasing a few boxes of rice rolls, I hurried back to Jinyang Tower, summoning Yi Jinqin and Li Shaogong to urgently fetch the Medicine King. Noticing my fluctuating demeanor, Li Shaogong did not question me, but immediately departed. What's the rush? The Medicine King inquired upon entering. The two paintings failed, I replied in a hushed tone. What? The Medicine King appeared momentarily stunned. Incredulous. Failed? He sought confirmation. I nodded affirmatively. Do you understand the significance of my paintings? Even ordinary paintings should deter malevolent forces. For my paintings to become ineffective, it must be due to a formidable evil presence. The Medicine King furrowed his brow deeply, realizing the gravity of the situation. I had not anticipated that even the Medicine King would wear a troubled expression. In Li Yangfeng's descriptions, the Medicine King was a formidable figure. If he found the situation troublesome, what caliber of threat were we facing? All right, since you have made a promise, leave the rest to me. In 2 days, I will show you what true skill looks like. It has been many years since anything has dared to challenge me, the Medicine King declared with a fierce tone, departing abruptly, leaving us three in a state of bewildered silence. That night, within a luxurious residence in Wuhan, Li Chongqing washed up simply before drifting into slumber. As always, the ancient mirror on the bedside table revealed an image, and amidst swirling mists, time flowed back to the Northern Song dynasty. Why, dear nephew? If I am not mistaken, you remain unmarried, correct? After several rounds of wine, Governor Jing finally articulated his intentions. Indeed, Li Chongqing responded. Then, what do you think of my daughter, Su Su? Now that you have become a favored student of the emperor. My daughter, in her prime, is a match of talent and beauty, Governor Zheng signaled to his daughter, Zheng Susu. Understanding her father's intent, she rose to pour wine for Li Chongqing. This startled him, causing him to lean back slightly. But what troubled him most were the governor's words. What a jest! My beloved Yunu awaits my return at home. Is this not putting me on a pyre? Gratefully declining, Li Chongqing humbly responded, Thank you for your kind offer. But despite my status as a jinshi, I remain an ordinary man. Miss Su Su is a beauty of unparalleled grace. Those who admire her could form a line from Xiaozhou to Jingling. How could a mere dog like me hope to win her affection? After much deliberation, Li Chongqing articulated his thoughts with humility, inadvertently diminishing his own family's stature. Su Shi shook his head in silent understanding of Li Chongqing's predicament. A cold glimmer flickered in Governor Zheng's eyes upon hearing Li Chongqing's response. Dear nephew, your words do not align with reality. Your success is akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Your future is limitless, as the saying goes. Beauty is suited to a hero. Governor Zheng raised his cup with a hearty laugh, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere while reiterating his encouragement to Li Chongqing. Left with no alternative, Li Chongqing had no choice but to refuse once more. The atmosphere at the banquet shifted to a palpable silence, the only sounds being the clinking of cups and chopsticks. And soon the gathering dispersed unhappily. How detestable is this governor, sycophantic and self-serving, Su Shi fumed upon returning to their chamber. No matter. I shall bid farewell to the governor tomorrow. Yunu awaits my return. Li Chongqing did not seem troubled in a private study. The figure in the black robe addressed Governor Zheng upon his entry. That Li Chongqing is ungrateful, refusing to acknowledge our kindness, Governor Zheng replied with a hint of melancholy. Then swiftly arrange for that Su to be removed. We cannot delay. Li Chongqing must not be allowed to escape, the figure in black insisted earnestly. The following day, Li Chongqing sought to bid farewell to the governor, who, however, refused his request and instead organized another banquet, seemingly intent on uniting him with his daughter. Li Chongqing, hesitant to defy the governor, reluctantly attended the banquet. This pattern continued for the third day, with Zheng Susu frequently approaching Li Chongqing. Presumably at her father's behest, on the fourth morning, Governor Zheng himself came to visit, compelling Li Chongqing to greet him. Governor, may I return home today? It has been many days, and I fear my parents are worried. Li Chongqing hurriedly inquired. Do not fret, dear nephew. I informed your elders on the very day of your arrival. Stay with me a few more days. I wish to impart some governance wisdom to you, ensuring you are not left in the dark when you join the Ministry of Personnel, Governor Zheng said, patting his shoulder earnestly. Turning to Su Shi, he added, but today, I have come to find Master Su. I have a letter from the capital that arrived this morning. Governor Zheng handed the letter to Su Shi. Though he held disdain for the governor, Su Shi still expressed his gratitude. After exchanging pleasantries, Governor Zheng took his leave. Brotherly, I fear I must depart early. Master Ouyang has summoned me, Su Shi remarked after reading the letter. Oh, so urgent. Are you certain it is from Master Ouyang? Li Chongqing queried. Perplexed? Yes, it appears to be in his handwriting. I have seen it in his study. Besides, who would dare forge Master Ouyang's script? Su Shi replied confidently. That makes sense. Then do take care. Brother Yunwei home is not far from the governor's residence. And we shall meet again in Bianjing, Li Chongqing responded, acquiescing to Su Shi's departure. It is a pity you could not visit my home and meet my fiancée in a rush. When you wed, I shall surely come to celebrate. Now that you have safely arrived in Zigui, it is evident that the fortune teller is a fraud. I understand your Li family is residing in Zigui, in a precarious position. Brotherly, you must be cautious. Our purpose in serving in officialdom is to rectify the world and put an end to sycophantic officials like Governor Zheng, Su Shi advised patiently, like a brother concerned for his younger sibling. After an extended conversation, Su Shi finally exited the governor's residence. Just as Su Shi was leaving the city, Li Chongqing's door was besieged by several unexpected guests. Servants from the Li family stormed into Li Chongqing's chamber and restrained him. What do you intend to do? Li Chongqing demanded. What do you think? Young Master Li, the prefect wishes to take you as his son-in-law. This is a fortune you have accumulated over several lifetimes, yet you disdain it. What does being a successful scholar amount to? After all, you are but a commoner. Today, we shall teach you to recognize the times. The leading servant said fiercely. Is this your intention, or that of the prefect? Li Chongqing inquired. The leader of the servants, too lazy to engage in further conversation, gestured dismissively, and the remaining servants swiftly encircled him, delivering a brutal beating. However, Li Chongqing remained resolute, enduring the punishment in silence until he fainted from the blows. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the woodshed of the prefect's residence, his body battered and bound. Unable to move an inch, he called out loudly, attempting to grasp the situation, but the only response was the suffocating darkness surrounding him. Above the prefect's residence, an elderly man with clouded eyes peered into the night. Unmistakably the fortune teller from Bianjing. Even the god of literature can be deceived by mortals. yet you shall ultimately pay the price. Young Master Li, I shall do my utmost to assist you, the old man declared, fingers weaving intricate gestures, though the more he calculated, the more his brow furrowed, until a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. Is it truly a deadlock, even after I made an exception to alter his fate? Why is Li Changsheng destined to die? The following morning, a procession emerged from the prefect's residence, all clad in vibrant red, bearing gifts and accompanied by the sounds of gongs and drums as they made their way to the Li family. Is this Prefect Zheng proposing marriage to the Li family? The young scion of the Li family has become a successful scholar, elevating his entire household. An increasing number of onlookers gathered in the streets, their eyes filled with unmasked envy for the Li family. Little did they know that Li Changsheng was currently suffering torment within the prefect's residence. The door to the woodshed swung open, and a servant, wielding a knife, made a cut on Li Changsheng's wrist, crimson blood gushing forth, which the servant quickly caught in a bowl, filling two in total. "What are you doing?" Li Changsheng demanded, struggling with all his might. In response, he was met only with fists and kicks, accompanied by the cold indifference of the servants. "No, I must escape." Li Changsheng finally realized the gravity of his predicament. Although he was unaware of the prefect's intentions, he could sense the looming specter of death. Suddenly, he recalled the warning issued by Su Shi days prior, and at this moment, he regretted not heeding Su Shi's counsel in the secret chamber of the residence. Prefect Zheng anxiously inquired of the cloaked figure, "How fares the blood of Li Changsheng?" The cloaked figure, holding a bronze statue of the god of literature in one hand and performing incantations with the other, intoned softly. The statue shimmered with an eerie red light as a golden thread rose from the two bowls containing Li Changsheng's blood, slowly connecting to the abdomen of a woman lying on the bed, only to vanish in an instant. Truly, he is a scholar of great fortune, far surpassing those I have previously dispatched. The cloaked figure praised. This method of exchanging the god of literature requires blood as a medium. First, we must drain him of all his blood, then kill him, capturing his last breath before he succumbs, transferring it to the statue of the god of literature to complete the ritual. Your Zheng family will surely see this child soar to greatness. Zheng expressed his gratitude to the cloaked figure, elated. However, the cloaked figure coldly retorted, "Don't indulge in trivialities. I expect my payment to be exact." Prefect Zheng, far from being angered, displayed a fawning demeanor. The news of the prefect's proposal eventually reached the Gu family. At this moment, Gu Yun, her heart devoid of youthful longing, gazed at two playful magpies on a branch, lost in thought. The woman holding a fan stood quietly behind her, offering companionship. "Sister, has the Li family truly accepted this marriage proposal?" Gu Yun snapped back to reality. "They have accepted. No, it cannot be. How could Li Lang agree?" Gu Yun murmured, "My father has already sent someone to inquire at the Li family, and young Master Li has indeed consented to the union. The wedding date is set for the end of the month." "No, that cannot be, sister. You are deceiving me, aren't you?" Gu Yun, who had endured much, finally broke down, collapsing onto her vanity and weeping. The woman holding the fan gently patted her back in comfort. After an indeterminate time of crying, Gu Yun found herself drained of strength, managing to rise unsteadily. "Where are you going?" "I shall go to the Li family to seek clarity. Young Master Li is at the prefect's residence." "Then I shall go to the prefect's residence. Do you think you can enter?" "What do you take that place for?" The woman with the fan spoke coldly. "I have told you before, men are unreliable. All men are the same. If young Master Li truly cared for you, how could he agree to this marriage, lingering at the prefect's residence without returning? Does that not signify something? He has become a scholar, matching the prefect's family, while you, dear sister, are but a discarded wretch." Jiu Yun trembled at her sister's words, staring blankly as her mind became a tumult of confusion, unable to discern truth from falsehood. The woman with the fan, observing her sister's disoriented state, quickly assisted her to bed, while Gu Yun stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. "Sister, one must ultimately confront reality. You still have your father, mother, and me. Rest well. I shall return to keep you company later." After offering her sister comfort for a while, the woman with the fan took her leave. Pearl tears dampen the exquisite fabric. The young master ungratefully turns away. "Once, my sister clearly stated, do not invest your true feelings in him. Reflecting on this, does it suffice to possess mere knowledge?" Upon exiting, she suddenly recited a verse, shaking her head as she sighed, revealing her own heartache for her sister. Gu Yun, hearing the verse, "Let two streams of tears fall," seemed the verse had traveled from the northwest to the central plains, and she had heard that women from the northern regions, like Hua Mulan, were spirited and bold, yet could also suffer the pangs of love. She could not comprehend why Li Lang, who had sworn eternal fidelity, would so easily cast her aside. Was it her fault? Once again, the sound of weeping filled the young girl's chamber. Far away, within the prefect's residence, Li Changxing remained oblivious to the thoughts of his beloved. He yearned to escape the prefect's grasp, tirelessly working to free himself from his bonds. "Young Master Li, it is futile," an elderly voice echoed from within the woodshed. "Who is it?" Li Changxing exclaimed, startled, though the voice struck a familiar chord in his memory. Sun hexagram, favorable to the southwest, but unfavorable to the northeast. The voice continued, "Is it you, old sir? What brings you here?" Li Changxing asked excitedly. He recognized the voice of the fortune-teller from Bianjing. "Young Master Li, lower your voice. I thank you for your last divination that assisted me in leaving this world. I have come to offer my help in return, yet I am no longer a part of this mortal realm and cannot assist you greatly. This dagger I leave with you. In 7 days, the prefect's men will venture out, and that will be the moment when their defenses are weakest. Whether you can escape depends on your fortune." A dagger appeared out of thin air beside Li Changxing. 7 days, he mused, discreetly concealing the dagger among the firewood. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Once I escape, I shall repay your kindness," Li Changxing pledged sincerely. Yet, no response followed. The Gu family's front courtyard. "Ah, is that not my dear sister? What brings you out today? Have you come to your senses?" The woman with the fan, basking in the sunlight, called out to her sister as she emerged from the room. "Sister," Gu Yun greeted her parents with a bow. "Ha ha, Yuner. A mere man is not worth your sorrow in due time. Your father will find you a better match." Ensuring that Old Li regrets his decision, Gu Yun's father hastily comforted her. "Come, my precious daughter. Sit with your father in the sun. It was evident he was also angered by the Li family's fickleness. Although he had inquired, the head of the Li family merely deflected, attributing it to Li Changxing's choice. And they were unwilling to intervene. "Nonsense. It is clear you wish to climb the prefect's tree," the head of the Gu family fumed inwardly. However, in reality, the Li family was equally perplexed. Why had Li Changxing not returned after so many days at the prefect's residence? The prefect's gifts remained unclaimed in their courtyard, and the Li family had not dared to accept them. "Father, mother, you need not comfort me. I have come to terms with it. The weather is splendid today, and I wish to take a stroll by the Shaanxi River," Gu Yun declared. "Very well, go and enjoy yourself, but be careful and return early," her parents cautioned, waving to the attendants. "You all accompany the young lady and ensure her safety." "Yes," the attendants standing behind immediately responded. Watching the group depart, the elderly couple finally felt at ease. Their daughter seemed to have found clarity. "I knew my sister was the brightest," the woman with the fan chuckled softly. Yet, they were unprepared for the shocking news that would reach the Gu family that very night. Gu Yun has died. Chapter 33. A song concludes. "Yang Wu, tell me, how did the young lady die?" the head of the Gu family demanded, his eyes reddened with fury. "The young lady drowned herself," the servant named Yang Wu replied, trembling. "And where were you during this? Did I raise you simply to consume my resources?" The head of the Gu family, furious, struck the servant with a whip. Yang Wu dared not retaliate, only crying out, "On that day, the young lady sent us away, saying she craved pear syrup and wished for us to buy some fragrant sachets. When we returned, we found her standing on the Duanyan Bridge, about to jump. The winds were fierce, and despite our attempts to save her, 2 of us perished in the attempt. It is my fault for not watching over her." Crack, crack, crack. More lashes fell upon him. "By the way, sir, I heard from those nearby that before the young lady jumped, she seemed to be reciting something," Yang Wu hurriedly added, hoping to escape further punishment. "What was she reciting?" "It seemed to be a verse, something like, 'I wish for 1,000 desires by my pillow, yet must wait for the mountains to crumble. On the surface of the water, a plum bob floats, waiting for the yellow river to completely dry up. The sun rises alongside the constellations, and the Big Dipper shifts to face the south. Rest is not yet attainable, and one must wait until the 3rd watch to see the dawn.'" After the head of the Gu family finished listening to the servant recite, He gazed up at the starry sky, lost in thought. After a long silence, he dejectedly returned to his seat, his hands hanging limply by his sides. The riding crop falling to the ground. Is this the tune of Dun Huang, the Bodhisattva man? My daughter, how could you be so foolish? Is that Li Changxing truly worth it? The voice of the head of the Gu family trembled with a hint of tears. The death of his daughter had left him heartbroken. Meanwhile, trapped within the governor's residence, Li Changxing endured 7 days of torment. Finally seizing an opportunity, he had discreetly cut several knots in the ropes binding him. And when the servant came to draw blood, he suddenly sprang into action, throwing a handful of dust into the eyes of the 2 men before hastily fleeing the woodshed. Someone! Li Changxing is escaping. The servant immediately screamed. Hearing the shouts from afar, others quickly armed themselves with long staffs, surrounding Li Changxing. Desperate, he steeled himself, a fierce expression gleaming in his eyes. He knew that if he did not escape today, he would never have another chance. Young Master Li, go quickly. I will assist you. The horse is yours. Just as Li Changxing was about to fight desperately, an elder clad in dark robes, wielding a sword, leapt down from the woodshed and effortlessly tossed Li Changxing out of the courtyard. Several servants attempted to scale the walls in pursuit, but were swiftly dispatched by the elder's blade. Li Changxing hit the ground but paid no heed to the pain. He immediately rose and spotted a fine steed before leaping onto its back, hearing the clashing of swords and knives from within the walls. He hesitated, unsure whether to wait for the elder to escape with him, fearing that the elder might suffer. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, the elder's voice rang out once more, Young Master Li, flee swiftly. Do not worry about this old man. Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Changxing finally cast aside his doubts, urging the horse toward home. The elder was indeed formidable, with his sword dancing like pear blossoms. He left deep, bone-exposing wounds on each servant. Just as the servants were on the verge of being annihilated, a figure clad in black slowly emerged, gazing at the elder and inquiring, Who are you? I am from the Divine Machine sect, Luo Qianji. What kind of wild dog sect is that? I've never heard of it, the black-clad man scoffed. And what of the imperial city of the Song dynasty? The elder pressed that I've heard of that, but you? Is that even possible? The man in black clearly doubted him. Li Changxing was oblivious to the unfolding events. He cared not whether he collided with passers-by. Spurring his horse furiously toward home to report everything to the Li family. This young Master Li is truly extraordinary, having become the governor's son-in-law, yet he disregards his fellow townsfolk. Lower your voice. Young Master Li is a current jinshi. The surrounding commoners, witnessing Li Changxing's reckless gallop, harbored resentment and hurled sarcastic remarks. Li Changxing, puzzled by their derision, had no time to concern himself with such matters. Meanwhile, Su Shi had already arrived in Bianjing, where heavy rain poured down, accompanied by the constant rumble of thunder. Su Shi approached Ouyang Xiu's study, knocked on the door, and upon receiving permission, entered. Su Shi? Ouyang Xiu? Seeing the visitor, expressed confusion. Why have you returned so quickly? Did not the master send word for my return? Su Shi replied, taken aback. I sent no such message. Ouyang Xiu responded. Su Shi said nothing, his expression darkening as he looked up at Ouyang Xiu. Slowly uttering, Master, something has happened. His demeanor startled Ouyang Xiu. Without waiting for a response, Su Shi turned and left, his expression contorting into a grimace as a gust of wind battered his oil paper umbrella. Rendering it tattered, Su Shi stared at the wreckage of the umbrella for a long moment, unmoving despite the torrential rain pelting down on him. After a prolonged pause, he regained his senses, his lips trembling. Brother Eladin is dead. After several days of bloodletting, Li Changxing was utterly weakened, barely able to stay seated on the horse, and he felt faint several times, almost toppling off. Fortunately, his willpower was immense, and he finally managed to return home. Congratulations, young Master Li, on your success. Congratulations, young Master Li, on your union with the governor's daughter, bringing home a beauty. Many came to offer their congratulations to the Li family. What the hell are you saying? Li Changxing could no longer contain his rage, seizing the collar of the person who had just congratulated him, shouting, I say congratulations to young Master Li for bringing home a beauty. I congratulate your mother. In the entire Zigue city, who did not know of my affection for Gu Yun? Where is Yun? Li Changxing scanned the crowd. Those present thought him mad, with some even scoffing at his fickleness. Young Master Li, Miss Yun. She has passed away, someone in the crowd replied. Passed away? Li Changxing immediately turned to him, disbelief flooding his mind. In a way. All right, Changsheng, whatever you have to say, come inside. Everyone else, please disperse. Today, the Li residence does not receive guests. At that moment, the gates of the Li residence swung open, revealing a dignified middle-aged man and a beautiful woman standing at the entrance, gazing at Li Changsheng. Father, mother. Li Changxing quickly bowed, following closely behind his parents. The gates of the Li residence closed once more, leaving the outsiders feeling dejected as they dispersed. Father, mother, what was that engagement they just mentioned? I wish to ask you the same. The middle-aged man turned to him, his face flushed with anger. How am I supposed to explain this to your Uncle Gu? Li Changxing realized then that it was indeed the governor's doing, and he struggled to articulate his explanation to his parents. So it was Governor Zhang who pressured you. Li's father understood. Father, mother, what of Yun? Are they jesting with me? Li Changxing inquired. No. Yun is truly gone. His father shook his head, sighing, his expression grave. What? Li Changxing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He bit his tongue sharply, the pain and the taste of blood slightly grounding him. I said. Yun is truly gone. Li Changxing still could not believe it and turned to the beautiful woman beside him. Mother, father is merely deceiving me, is he not? The woman hesitated, struggling internally for a moment before sorrowfully nodding. Li Changxing felt as if a weight had settled in his chest, rendering him breathless. He stood there, dazed and trembling, before suddenly breaking into a grim smile. The head of the Li family observed his demeanor, furrowing his brow. Has this child been driven mad by the blow he has received? Just as he was about to speak, he saw Li Changxing remove his beloved robe, now covered in dust, and approach him solemnly, placing it in the head of the Li family's hands. Father, this robe is my most cherished possession. As you well know, I ask you to pass it on to someone named Su Shi in the future. Do not worry. He will be easy to find. He is the second-place scholar in this examination, a disciple of Master Ouyang Xiao, destined for greatness. Having said that, Li Changxing bowed deeply to his parents before returning to his room. Father, mother, I shall rest now. He had initially intended to share the tale of bloodletting at the governor's residence with his parents, but at that moment, it seemed unnecessary. Nothing seemed necessary anymore. In his room, Li Changxing retrieved 2 lengths of red silk from a sandalwood chest, originally intended for Gu Yun's wedding gown. With a flick of his wrist, the red silk spiraled toward the beam, and the stool beneath him toppled over. Yun, we shall meet again in the underworld. Li Changxing did not go back on his promise made that day. The scene in the mirror reached its conclusion, but curiously, the image did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to replay the dreams of recent days, intertwining them into a complete narrative. The modern Li Changxing awoke at that moment, instinctively grasping the cup of water on the bedside table and taking a large gulp. He was taken aback by the unexpected conclusion of the tale. How tragic that the 2 lovers never met in the end. Did that robe ultimately reach Mr. Dongpa? Did Mr. Dongpa avenge his friend? Just as Li Changxing set the cup back on the bedside table, he caught a casual glimpse at the mirror. That fleeting glance sent a chill through him. The mirror displayed the scene of the Northern Song's Li Changxing hanging himself, and he suddenly realized that the figure in the mirror bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. And that figure was now gazing back at him. What the hell? A ghost? Li Changxing shouted, slapping the mirror shut. He sat on the bed, gasping for breath, but as he pondered, could it be that he had been sleep-deprived and was losing his mind? He decided to verify. He lifted the mirror slightly, squinting at its surface. The reflection of Li Changxing mirrored his movements, turning to meet his gaze once more. Indeed, the mirror was toying with him. It had to be dealt with. I recall my father mentioning a place called Jinyang Tower, famous throughout the country, a gathering place for ancient players. I shall visit there the day after tomorrow when I return home. After a long while, Li Changxing picked up the mirror again, finding the image still playing. However, this time, the figure in the mirror no longer looked at him. He dared not gaze any longer, hastily shoving the mirror into his backpack. Today's Jinyang Tower was closed, not due to my oversleeping, but because the Medicine King was finally prepared to showcase his prowess in gathering the myriad of ghosts. Chapter 34. Imposing Presence. The Medicine King had arrived early, having eaten breakfast and set us to work preparing various items. This time, the requirements extended beyond mere dog's blood and goose's blood. He instructed us to procure a variety of minerals, lapis lazuli, malachite, amethyst, realgar, and orpiment, among over 30 types. Some of these stones could not be found in the county and had to be sourced from the city, and after much running around, we finally gathered everything. By the time Li Xiaogong and I returned to Jinyang Tower, it was already noon. Uncle Sun, what use are these minerals? I, utterly exhausted, slumped tiredly over the table. These relatively rare ores are formed after absorbing the essence of earth spirits, akin to jade, displaying 5 colors that embody the 5 elements. When ground into pigments, they yield astonishing effects, much like the use of vermilion by Taoist priests for talismanic drawings, as patiently explained by the Medicine King. Upon hearing this, a sudden clarity dawned upon me. The Medicine King carefully produced a long box, delicately extracting several small containers. My interest was piqued at the sight of these boxes, as I had been curious about them since our last encounter. And the Medicine King had expressed a hope that they would not be needed. Uncle Sun, what do these contain, and why have you brought out such treasures this time? Eugene Qin shared my curiosity about the small boxes. The ash from thunderstruck wood, mixed into the pigments. No wonder the Medicine King treated these boxes with such care, as if they were precious relics. Thunderstruck wood is inherently rare, formed under extraordinarily stringent conditions. And its association with thunder represents the utmost yang and strength, possessing a potent restraining effect on spirits and demons. A piece of thunderstruck wood is indeed invaluable, Uncle Sun. You seem to have quite a bit of this thunderstruck wood ash, I remarked, observing the 10 square boxes, each roughly the size of a fist. It appeared to be a considerable amount, and I wondered where the Medicine King had acquired such a supply. All of this has been passed down through the sect. My master mentioned that in the past, senior disciples frequently sought out thunderstruck wood through offerings to the Thunder Ancestor. Since the Republic era, amidst the chaos of warlords, many disciples of our Lingyang sect have perished while wandering the world. Coupled with the rigorous selection process of our sect, the number of disciples has dwindled over time, resulting in only 3 inheritors from a single master. Alas, the Medicine King sighed heavily at the end of his explanation. It is fortunate that the lineage has not been broken. There is still someone to carry it on, Li Xiaogong reassured him. Not all sects are as robust as your Li family. The world is indeed a harsh place. The Medicine King shook his head, and Mu Jianghe has reached a point where one person constitutes an entire sect. Mu Jianghe, the one from the demon-slaying Taoist shocking dragon sound? The forgetting worry Guqin master. I recalled the poem that Li Xiaogong had mentioned to me earlier. Yes, that is him. Exercise caution when you encounter him. His Guqin music can disturb one's mind, the Medicine King warned. His lineage is even older than mine. His forebear was Shirquan from the spring and autumn period. You know? I nodded, the Medicine King's words instilling a heightened sense of vigilance in me. The deeper the lineage of yin-yang mysticism, the more complex it becomes. Shirquan from the Jin state of the spring and autumn period. There are even rumors that he is a legendary figure. All right, everything is prepared. We just need the yin energy now. The Medicine King clapped his hands. Yin energy? I inquired. Is Uncle Sun going to draw the yin god? Yes, indeed. Who? The Wheel King of the 10 Yama Kings, Shui Rengue. I gasped. It seemed Uncle Sun was truly preparing to engage in a battle with her. I did not anticipate the Medicine King would summon this individual. You have undergone a ghostly marriage, and your body is replete with yin energy. Lend me your yin energy. When I light the incense. You shall hold the censer, the Medicine King said, igniting 3 sticks of incense and bowing towards the void. Strangely enough, after I took hold of the censer, the smoke from the 3 sticks no longer ascended but rather descended slowly, vanishing before it could reach the ground. The Medicine King then pricked the tips of his left hand's index and middle fingers, allowing 2 drops of blood to merge with the vermilion pigment. A sight that greatly astonished Li Xiaogong. Uncle Sun, you actually used 2 drops of blood. 2 drops should suffice, the Medicine King replied with a smile. Is there any significance to these 2 drops of blood? Yi Jinqin inquired, expressing my confusion. What is so miraculous about just 2 drops of blood? Seeing our bewilderment, Li Xiaogong explained earnestly. Do you know why Uncle Sun is called the 6-yang saint hand? The essence of our Lingyang painting school resides in all 10 fingers. Only those with the yang essence in their 10 fingers can wield the master's brush. This is also the standard for selecting disciples. When it comes to bringing life to a painting, the painter's essence must be used to infuse vitality, granting the depicted deity's formidable power. Uncle Sun is called the six-yang saint hand because no specter has yet compelled him to use his six-fingered essence. Once the painting is completed, you shall witness its magnificence. Li Xiaogong was visibly excited, his eyes shining with fervor as he watched the Medicine King begin to paint. Nearly all the pigments were employed in this endeavor. Crafting an image of Shui Rengue clad in a beastly face, adorned in luminous armor, blue silk brocade boots, standing tall with a square-tipped spear. At this moment, Shui Rengue was taking shape. The Medicine King's painting process was more solemn and focused than before. However, curiously, he did not appear to be sweating this time, a stark contrast to his previous state. This painting took longer than the last, extending over an hour without completion. My hand, which cradled the censer, began to ache. No one dared to urge him on. We could only quietly appreciate the Medicine King's artistry. After an indeterminate period, a valiant general's visage sprang forth from the canvas. Prepare yourselves. I am about to bring the painting to life. Expect the unexpected, the Medicine King warned with a commanding voice, snapping me to attention. His speed in bestowing life upon the painting was remarkable. Before I could fully comprehend, two lively eyes filled the void of the painted face. Just as I leaned in closer to observe, a thunderous explosion erupted outside, startling me and nearly causing the censer to slip from my grasp. That was thunder. Following the first clap, a series of explosions ensued, each accompanied by a flash of lightning. The brilliance of the lightning was blinding, slicing across the sky like a colossal sword, each explosion reverberating against my eardrums, resonating deeply within my soul. I had never before experienced such a thunderous roar, nor witnessed such ferocious lightning. It seemed a divine power indeed. Truly, it was awe-inspiring. After a brief moment, both the lightning and thunder ceased, and the gentle rain outside transformed into a torrential downpour, pounding against the door like the drums of war, instilling a sense of trepidation. When I turned my gaze back to the painting of Shui Rengue, I was once again astounded. The figure was no longer confined to the canvas. A spectral form resembling a general slowly emerged, wielding his spear as if dancing among the plum blossoms, with the winds and thunder accompanying him. Who else could this be but Shui? This latest painting was incomparable to the previous two. With a flourish of his hand, the spectral figure dissolved into specks of golden light, merging back into the painting. The Medicine King, satisfied, concluded his work and stumbled back a few steps. At that moment, I noticed his face had drained of color, appearing ghostly pale. Even his lips were white. I finally understood that this painting had not only drained his energy but also his essence and spirit. The essence nurtures the spiritual root, while energy nourishes the spirit. It seemed the Medicine King would be unable to paint another piece for quite some time. I hurried to support him to a seat. "Take care of it," he said, carefully handing the rolled painting to me. I quickly retrieved a wooden box from the side to store it, fearful of misplacing it. In the midst of this exchange, I suddenly recalled the joyful sheep painting from the Medicine King's cart, realizing he had not been jesting. That painting truly possessed the power to ward off evil. I wondered where that painting had gone, whether he had torn it or if it had been lost to the rain. "Visit that old man on a sunny day. I need to rest for a few days, and I can help you watch the shop," Uncle Sun suggested. "Thank you, Uncle Sun, for your concern. I feel quite guilty about imposing on you." I replied sincerely. It was not that I was being insincere. Although I harbored some reservations about the Medicine King, I acknowledged his assistance. He had always been devoted and selfless in his help. Sometimes I pondered whether I had misjudged him, thinking that he had ulterior motives when in fact he did not. Such words are unnecessary. Helping you out for the sake of Li Si is no trouble at all. Besides, I have no children, so I regard you like my own kin. I merely hope that when Luo Qingshan's son becomes capable in the future, he won't forget Uncle Sun. The Medicine King's tone was weak yet carried a playful spirit. "Uncle Sun, you speak too humbly. If you ever need my assistance, I shall surely be at your service." I declared earnestly. I had faith in Luo Qingshan's character. His son would undoubtedly uphold the family honor. The Medicine King patted my head, but I could discern that his words were imbued with trust in my father, having no connection to me whatsoever. My instincts were seldom wrong. Suddenly, I recalled Li Xiaogong's earlier words. "Your father and the Medicine King have met." Now it appeared that this was indeed the case. Chapter 35. The unraveling. After 2 consecutive days of rain, Ji Gue finally witnessed the sun's return. I had communicated with the old man in advance about our desire to understand the situation firsthand, and he was quite eager for our arrival over the phone. Fortunately, the town where the old man resided was easy to locate. Guided by our navigation, we finally arrived at his supermarket. The supermarket was modestly sized, situated at the corner of a long street. Being a town, the foot traffic was not particularly heavy, with the counter positioned near the entrance for welcoming customers. I briefly inspected the store and found no apparent issues. "Young man, let me tell you, she came again last night. This time, I saw her without a shadow. It was quite terrifying." The old man pointed to a puddle of water in front of his door. "Every time she leaves, there is this puddle, which remains even at night." "Could you elaborate on this, old man? Is it possible that she emerged from the water?" I asked. "That's quite possible. I noticed she lacks a shadow on rainy days, but she does cast one when it's sunny," the old man described earnestly, recalling various details. "Moreover, she has been inquiring about Li Changxing more frequently as of late." "You haven't mentioned this to your son, have you?" Li Xiaogong asked. "Alas, that ungrateful child said he would come back to see me, but I scolded him and sent him back. I truly fear for his safety, so I didn't dare tell him." The old man replied. "Young man, do you think she is truly after my son?" he questioned, his eyes brimming with worry. "This matter remains uncertain." I shook my head, yet it is highly probable. Sharing the same name and surname is likely not a mere coincidence. Perhaps your son has provoked some unclean entity which has found its way to your home. Such possibilities abound. When one's business flourishes, naturally it attracts envy. "What shall we do?" the elder exclaimed in a state of panic. "Fear not, for since we have arrived, the situation will be resolved." I solemnly placed the painting given by the medicine king into the elder's hands. "Will this be effective?" The elder visibly harbored lingering apprehension from the previous incident with the scroll. "This time it will undoubtedly work. Do not worry, esteemed elder. When she arrives, you must ascertain her true identity and intentions. Should you fail to do so, then eliminate her directly," Li Xiaogong advised. "We shall keep watch from over there. If anything amiss occurs, we will not abandon you, elder." Yi Jinqin gestured toward the nearby street corner, where the houses were conveniently situated by a river, providing an excellent hiding place. "With your assurance, I feel at ease." The elder accepted the painting and warmly invited us to lunch. However, we declined, as we had much to discuss, and settled for a random restaurant in town. "The spot chosen by Xiao Yi is quite suitable for observation," Li Xiaogong remarked as he pushed his rice around. "Will we be able to handle this? By the way, what exactly is that thing?" Yi Jinqin asked, shoving a large piece of steamed pork rib into his mouth. His words unclear, "No one knows what it is. Let us hope it is not too difficult to deal with." "Have you brought everything?" I inquired. "My sword is in the car," Li Xiaogong replied. "I have nothing to carry. Those 3 Tian Chao Wan Shun talismans can be used for suppression. Do not underestimate the trinkets of Dongdan Wang," Yi Jinqin assured. "What about you? Did you bring the sword your uncle left for you?" Li Xiaogong inquired about the purple gold longsword. "Ever since the encounter with the paper effigies in the bamboo forest, I have ceased to underestimate it. Without it, I fear I would not have survived that ordeal. Thus, I always keep it in my room when I sleep, let alone during such critical matters. Then, I hereby name this operation Jigui Tiaoanai." Yi Jinqin raised his cup. Rarely did Li Xiaogong and I refrain from retorting, and we clinked our cups in unison. The night was indeed pleasant, with stars adorning the heavens and a few white clouds leisurely drifting by, gathering and dispersing in the gentle breeze. The moonlight spilled like silver, casting a breathtaking aura upon the world. "Why hasn't Tishi arrived yet?" Yi Jinqin whispered as he leaned closer to me. "What's the rush? It's only just past 8, Li Xiaogong replied. I quietly gazed down the long street, remaining silent. The townsfolk had all turned in early, leaving the streets desolate and eerily quiet. After a prolonged wait, a figure finally appeared at the street corner, slowly advancing towards us. "She's here." I held my breath, simultaneously covering Yi Jinqin's mouth to prevent him from giving us away. It was a woman, exactly as the elder had described, dressed in a Song-style long gown, elegant yet exuding youthful vivacity. She headed straight for the elder's supermarket, seemingly quite familiar with the place. "They are conversing," Yi Jinqin noted, my anxiety heightened. My palms were sweaty as I questioned whether the painting could truly contain her. I feared for the elder's safety, my eyes fixated on her every move. I could even hear my own breathing. "What are you looking at?" A sudden, unfamiliar voice echoed through the night, startling me. Just as I was about to respond, I heard Eugene Chin's voice. "Who the hell are you, speaking nonsense?" Eugene Chin replied, his tone laced with disdain. Turning to look, I found a middle-aged man in a suit, carrying a Nike bag, observing the three of us. "Why is it permissible for you to spy on my family, yet not for me to speak?" he retorted, displeased. "Are you Li Chongsheng?" I surmised, noting his resemblance to the elder and piecing together his words. "You know me?" he asked, somewhat surprised. Why would he return at this moment? It seemed far too coincidental. However, as long as he did not interfere with my affairs, I remained unconcerned. "Your family is in trouble. Your father has requested our assistance. You may observe, but do not speak," Li Xiaogong warned, his tone stern, as I could not guarantee there would be no repercussions. To my surprise, Li Chongsheng did not take offense. "Oh? My father summoned you? How interesting. I would like to see what is happening," he replied. He struck me as cultured, which was my first impression of him. I recalled the elder mentioning that his son had a thriving business. Now, he did not carry himself with the airs of a big boss, nor did he react angrily to our brusque demeanor. Such humility was commendable. Meanwhile, at the supermarket entrance, the woman stood silently as usual, neither speaking nor requesting the mung bean cake. "Miss, you've been here for quite a while. Would you care to chat with the elder?" he inquired. The woman nodded in agreement, not refusing. "What is your surname?" "Young lady, Gu," she replied. The elder silently noted this surname, but soon realized that there were no families with the surname Gu within 100 miles of the town. "How old are you this year?" 20. What a delightful young lady you are." The elder, holding the painting, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. "Elder," it was the woman who spoke next. Do you know Li Chongsheng? You've asked me this many times already." Yet the elder has been deceiving me, he thought, alarmed, but did not show any signs of distress. "Who told you Li Chongsheng was here?" An elder sister informed me. "How can you be sure she wasn't deceiving you?" The elder chuckled softly. "She could not possibly deceive me." "What is your intention in finding Li Chongsheng? Do you wish to harm him?" The woman fell silent for a long moment, not answering. Surely, the elder must realize I am not human. She suddenly raised her gaze to meet the elderess. He flinched at her penetrating stare but remained composed. Nodding slightly, "I know the elder is a good man. I am seeking Li Chongsheng for certain matters." That elder sister said that if I kill someone, I could meet him. The Gu surnamed girl spoke nonchalantly. "Who did she instruct you to kill?" "I am not quite certain. She mentioned someone with the surname Luo." As she spoke, the woman drew forth a scroll from her sleeve. Upon unfolding, it revealed the image of a young boy, Luo Yitong. The elder was left in a state of shock. Was that not the young master of Xinyang Tower? "Do you know him, elder?" the woman inquired, suspicion evident in her voice. "Not exactly. I merely saw him when I entered the city. He has some notoriety," the elder replied, neither confirming nor denying, understanding that a denial would only incite further suspicion, potentially provoking rash actions. "Young man, though I do not understand why you've become entangled in this, even an elder knows the importance of reciprocity. You have treated me with utmost kindness. How could I betray you?" The elder murmured under his breath, inaudible to the girl. "What did you say?" she asked, unable to catch his words. "Child, I said I know Li Chongsheng. I have his portrait here. Take a look and see if it resembles him." The elder firmly gripped the scroll. "Is it true, elder? Quickly show me." For reasons unknown, every mention of Li Chongsheng seemed to bring her immense joy, akin to the flutterings of first love. "Come closer, my dear," the elder softly urged. The girl, upon hearing this, cheerfully stepped a few paces closer. The elder swiftly unfurled the scroll, and in an instant, the winds and clouds above surged, revealing Shueli, clad in black armor and a white robe, slowly coming to life on the scroll, accompanied by a low roar. "Young man, quickly leave. Do not concern yourself with our family's matters." The echo of his warning resonated through the night. I heard it clearly. Due to the distance, I could only observe the movements of the elder and the woman, unable to discern their conversation. As the scroll unfurled, the moonlight dimmed, and I heard the elder's voice rise in alarm. "What? Is she coming for me? Is it not for Li Chongsheng?" The elder was aware of my presence yet did not look in my direction. Was he trying to shield me? Did he refuse to expose me even knowing the danger he faced? The girl turned her gaze around, her eyes icy. Elder, how dare you deceive me? At that moment, I heard Li Chongqing's trembling voice, I know her. Chapter 36, A Love Spanning Millennia. What? Upon hearing this, I abruptly turned around, seizing Li Chongqing by the collar. What do you know? My initial doubts were evidently not unfounded. Could there truly be such coincidences in this world? I said I know her. Have you seen her? I inquired. No, then how do you know her? Li Chongqing remained silent, rummaging through his backpack before tremblingly producing an ancient mirror. What does this mean? I asked, perplexed. Turn it over. Upon flipping the ancient mirror, silvery moonlight cascaded across its surface. Suddenly, the mirror began to ripple as if it were water, and after a series of waves, an image began to materialize. The figure of a woman appeared, strikingly similar to the young lady in the song-style attire just a short distance away. Down to her clothing and adornments, Songpajing, Li Xiaogong exclaimed in astonishment. What is that Songpajing? Yi Jinqin inquired. In ancient times, there were often grievances that could not be expressed, and the last breath of the deceased was difficult to swallow. Over time, this would lead to the creation of a living corpse, which would only be willing to reincarnate after fulfilling its unfulfilled wishes from life. Taoist priests would extract a trace of a person's 7 souls and seal that breath along with a fragment of the 7 souls, allowing them to rest in peace. Mirrors served as the finest vessels for such seals, hence these mirrors were referred to as soul-concealing mirrors. These mirrors would incessantly replay the obsessions of their masters, and if someone from future reincarnations were fortunate enough to obtain one, they would possess the memories of that lifetime, thus experiencing an alternative existence across 2 lives. Li Xiaogong spoke with remarkable speed yet articulated his explanations with clarity. Logically, as time passed, the obsessions contained within would gradually dissipate, leaving future generations with little chance to encounter them. But so, are you implying that the Li Chongqing in this mirror is indeed the Li Chongqing of this lifetime? Yi Jinqin inquired. Li Xiaogong remained silent, yet his admiring gaze spoke volumes, suggesting that it might indeed be true. But if that is the case, why can I not recall anything? Li Chongqing interjected. Perhaps the timing is not yet right? Li Xiaogong replied. Let's not dwell on the mirror for now. The old man may be in danger. Yi Jinqin tugged at my sleeve. We all regained our focus and redirected our gaze towards the supermarket. Old man, do you dare to intimidate me with your scroll again? The woman's voice was icy, and despite the distance, we could hear her clearly. I, Shui Rengue, am here. Let the spirits cease their mischief. Before the old man could respond, the figure from the painting transformed into a spirit and soared into the air, exuding an imposing presence. Humph, all show and no substance, the woman scoffed, extending her hand in an attempt to disperse him. Yet, it was not so simple. This returning Shui Rengue was in no way comparable to the likes of Taisher Ci and Wang Zhaojun from before. Shui Rengue met her strike head-on, and their clash resulted in the woman being sent reeling. The apothecary king was indeed not exaggerating. He possessed genuine power. The ensuing scene unfolded without much suspense, as Shui Rengue consistently overpowered the woman, who could only retreat in disarray. Under the moonlight, her figure began to appear increasingly ethereal. Before long, she was defeated, left without the strength to fight back. You who bring calamity to the world, will you meet your end today? Shui Rengue's voice resonated like celestial music, distant and profound. No, this is not fair. I have waited for 1,000 years, a full millennium. The woman knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Li Lang, why have you not given me an explanation after all this time? We turned to look at Li Chongqing, only to find him staring at the mirror, lost in thought, oblivious to everything else. Meanwhile, Shui Rengue's face remained devoid of emotion as he slowly raised his Fangtian Huaji, preparing to strike down upon the woman. One blow would shatter her soul. It seemed that the woman had resigned herself to fate, making no pleas for mercy, only softly weeping, lamenting the injustice of heaven and earth. Just as Shui Rengue was about to deliver his strike, Li Chongqing suddenly sprang into action. Don't! He shouted. We looked at him in astonishment, unsure of his intentions. Even the woman turned to him, momentarily stunned. Before murmuring, Li Lang, is it really you? Alas, it was too late. The Fangtian Huaji had already descended. No, Li Chongqing cried out in despair. Whether it was due to his prayer or some other force, an unexpected change occurred. A pale hand pierced through Shui Rengui's spirit and then clenched tightly, causing Shui Rengui to dissolve into countless specks of golden light scattered across the heavens. A chilling voice echoed, Luo Yitong. How does my Yin energy suit you? Is it her? She's here? How could I not recognize that voice? It was Yang Xixio. Why had she come? And why was she assisting that woman? She has arrived. Li Xiaogong murmured. I nodded silently, my breath quickening. Who? Yi Jinqin asked. A ghostly marriage, Yang Xixio. I replied succinctly, I will protect you, Luo Gu. Yi Jinqin looked at me, his eyes ablaze with fervor, as if he had finally found purpose. I patted his head, saying nothing. Today is the 17th. It dawned on me that today marked my 17th birthday, a detail I had forgotten. Today was the day she came to claim my life. I went to retrieve my sword. Take care of yourself, Luo Ji, by the way. Finish watching this, Li Xiaogong instructed Yi Jinqin before handing me the mirror that Li Chongqing held. Uncertain of Yang Xixio's reasons for remaining hidden, I resolved to observe the events of a millennium pass through the mirror's surface. Suddenly, a stream of white mist shot forth from the mirror, surging towards Li Changsheng. At that moment, he gazed at the woman before him. Tears streaming down his face, he finally understood why he had been plagued by dreams night after night. He comprehended why his consciousness had been swayed by those dreams. It turned out that he had been dreaming of his past life all along. The scholar personally appointed by the emperor. The one who vowed to spend his life beneath the peach tree with the young maiden, and the leading figure in the pharmaceutical industry of Hubei. The white mist entered his body. Long-buried memories surged forth like a tidal wave, washing over him and engulfing him repeatedly. Everything became clear. Trembling with excitement, Li Chongqing approached the woman, calling out, Yun Yang, is it really you? Chongsheng, come back. She is a ghost. The old man in the supermarket shouted anxiously, but it was of no use. Li Chongqing remained oblivious. Li Lang, is it truly you? The woman exclaimed joyfully, I am Gu Yun. Do you remember me? The mirror played back scene after scene of the scholar and the maiden's tale. And how could I not understand? That maiden was indeed Gu Yun from the Northern Song dynasty. Yet, it was clear that Li Chongqing was no longer the Li Chongqing of that era. I remember everything. I recall it all. Yun Yang. Li Chongqing choked out, Li Lang. Why did you forsake me back then? The maiden cried louder. Yun Yang, I did not forsake you. It was the deceitful schemes of that magistrate. I nearly lost my life back then. Had it not been for the intervention of a great being, I would have perished in the magistrate's residence. When I returned, I heard of your tragic leap into the waters. That very night, I followed you into the afterlife, Li Chongqing hurriedly explained. Soothing her back, I prepared to step forward, intending to return the mirror to Li Chongqing, as it might be the only thing that could validate his identity. Yi Jinqin, sensing my movement, quickly grasped my sleeve, but I shook my head, signaling him to remain calm. I chose not to interrupt the couple, instead placing the mirror between them, allowing them to witness their shared memories. Li Lang, why are you so foolish? The maiden gazed into the mirror, her cries growing more fervent, her voice soaring to the heavens. And you are no different. I told you I would return. Why did you not believe me? Li Chongqing gently stroked her hair. I stood at a distance, watching the two, feeling somewhat dazed, unable to distinguish whether this was the Li Chongqing of the Northern Song dynasty or the present-day Li Chongqing. They embraced for a long time, sharing their heartfelt words in a language that was difficult for modern ears to comprehend. It was an ancient dialect, challenging for contemporary individuals to grasp. Yet, none of that truly mattered. What was significant was that this love, spanning a millennium, had finally reached a resolution. Jiyu Yun's long-held wish had been fulfilled, and she would likely no longer wreak havoc upon the world. The developments had surpassed my expectations, but fortunately, everything remained on course, culminating in a satisfactory outcome. All were joyous, and the heavens rejoiced together. Throughout my life, I have witnessed three things that I cannot bear. One is the suffering of hunger and cold. The second is the devastation wrought by war, and the third is the sorrow of parting in this world. Although I have yet to experience love myself, I have seen performances of the Peony Pavilion often enough to know that love is hard won. As the saying goes, which maiden does not harbor springtime feelings? The same can be said for young men. Chapter 37. The truth behind the conspiracy. Mr. Li, after a while, I finally interrupted their moment. Now that they had reunited, the tender exchanges between the couple could not last indefinitely. Matters were far from concluded. Li Chongqing looked at me in confusion. Since the situation is largely resolved, I should take my leave. You can speak to your father about this. Is that agreeable? I inquired. That is agreeable, Li Chongqing responded readily. For the painting, I will charge you 50,000. Does that seem fair? It does. There is no rush. When you have time, you can come to Jinyang Tower in the county to settle the payment. Congratulations on your reunion, and I certainly do not wish to be a spoilsport. The remuneration for the spirit painting can wait until Li Chongqing has the opportunity to visit Jinyang Tower. It was evident that he, as the leader in Hubei's pharmaceutical industry, had no issues with credibility. No problem. I will definitely visit to express my gratitude on another day. This moment, Li Chongqing's demeanor had shifted from our first meeting. He exuded an air of elegance, resembling a scholar from the mirror or a business elite. However, I felt compelled to offer him a word of caution. I sighed. Please speak, young sir, Li Chongqing replied courteously. Your bond is indeed hard one, yet the chasm between realms of yin and yang cannot be bridged indefinitely. This cannot be a lasting solution. You are, after all, a man of the modern age with a father. Moreover, life is fleeting. Must you allow the ancient maiden to witness your aging and eventual demise, while she remains a wandering spirit? What do you mean, young sir? I observed Li Chongqing with a hint of exasperation. Such a wise business elite could be so oblivious at times, perhaps due to an unwillingness to accept reality if possible. I suggest you grant the ancient maiden a proper send-off, allowing her to reincarnate. She has lingered for 1,000 years. How much longer can she endure? I had no choice but to lay it bare, though it sounded cruel. It was a truth they had to confront. I shall give serious consideration to the words of the young gentleman, thought Li Chongqing, his expression darkening. Alas, the sorrow of parting is akin to death itself. I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Choosing my words carefully, there was no need for excessive discourse. Ultimately, the decision rests with him, and whether it be right or wrong, it no longer concerns me, for I have fulfilled my obligations. Are you of the Luo family? Inquired the nearby Gu Yun suddenly. Indeed. Why do you ask? Do you intend to take my life, young lady? I jested. Such words are unworthy of you. Master Luo, be cautious on your return journey. The night road is fraught with danger. Gu Yun replied softly. She bowed her head low, making it difficult to discern her features, yet I could still perceive the struggle in her expression, mingled with worry and sorrow. Was her concern directed at me? What did she mean by that? I turned to leave with Yi Jinqing. You are correct. The night road is indeed perilous. Luo Yidong, you are fated to die today. A voice, hauntingly familiar, rang out from behind me. I immediately turned, only to behold a figure clad in a fiery red wedding gown before me. Yang Xixio had finally made her appearance. But why now? What were her intentions? If you can slay me today, I shall take your surname, I scoffed, though my wariness of her remained unyielding. Humph, you wretched spawn of a nameless parent, Yang Xixio retorted, her words laced with bitterness, and after searching high and low without finding anyone. He glared fiercely at Yi Jinqing, merely uttering in a flat tone, go find someone. Why Yi Jinqing, terrified by Li Xiaogong's demeanor, dared not respond. Li Xiaogong spoke the most mundane words with the most ferocious expression, which would unnerve anyone. I said, find someone? Li Xiaogong bellowed. Yes, I shall go at once. Yi Jinqing instinctively replied, paralyzed with fear. Once Yi Jinqing had dashed away, Li Xiaogong retrieved a protective talisman from around his neck. The characters peace charm were scribbled unevenly on it, and it bore a faint fragrance, one that his mentally unstable sister had embroidered for him. It appeared somewhat comical, yet Li Xiaogong cherished it as a treasure. Sister, I will ensure your child is safe, he muttered, caressing the talisman, his expression softening, even trembling. Nothing will happen. It absolutely won't. The world was engulfed in a thick, white fog, visibility reduced to less than a meter. If anything happens to him, I will kill you. You will have no chance of reincarnation. Li Xiaogong turned to the nearly transparent Gu Yun. I'm sorry. I never anticipated things would turn out this way. Gu Yun buried her head low, tears streaming down her face as she continually apologized. Li Xiaogong, uninterested in her pleas, pulled 3 gold coins from his pocket, shook them, but the results were obscure. Damn it. He cursed. Although he did not receive the specific outcome he desired, It indicated that he was within the confines of this residential area, undoubtedly easing his search. Soon, his figure vanished into the fog. This fog seemed not merely to be mist, but rather a nightmare, as the townsfolk fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to any disturbances. Yi Jinqin traversed countless streets and alleys, yet failed to locate Luo Yitong. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "At this rate, Brother Luo is undoubtedly doomed." At this moment, Yi Jinqin was consumed with anxiety. He reached into his pocket, where 3 coins from the Celestial Empire lay quietly in his palm. "Dongdin Wang, I have never asked anyone for help in my life. Today, I beseech you." Yi Jinqin prayed fervently to the coins. Perhaps attuned to his earnest plea, the coins began to react, enveloped in a faint crimson glow. Vibrating gently, from within that red light emerged a figure of serene demeanor, unmistakably the emblematic envoy of the Khitan tribe that once founded the Liao dynasty. The figure solidified, revealing striking brows and bright eyes. A countenance imbued with authority. Yi Jinqin recognized him as the illustrious Dongdin Wang. Yel Bei. Yel Bei uttered no words, merely gesturing in a specific direction with his right hand. "Thank you, Dongdin Wang. Once this ordeal passes, I shall ensure you receive the reverence you deserve." Yi Jinqin expressed his gratitude, repeating his thanks. Following the direction indicated by Yel Bei, he pursued, with Yel Bei altering his course multiple times. After countless turns, Yel Bei finally ceased directing him. Yi Jinqin, standing before the thick fog, hesitated to advance. After groping around, he finally touched a wall, emboldening him to venture forth. "Brother, how long until we can return? Do you think the young lady has succeeded?" Suddenly, a voice pierced the fog. Is someone here?" Yi Jinqin dared not take another step forward. If we're not careful, the elder sister should have already captured that brat and is likely tormenting him now. Another voice chimed in. Could they be referring to Brother Luo? Is Brother Luo in danger? Just as Yi Jinqin was about to take action, he reconsidered and decided to listen further, unwilling to leap to conclusions. "I don't believe we need to be here. We might as well head back to sleep," the first speaker complained. "Lao Lu, how can you be so careless in your duties?" Another individual responded, displeased. "But it seems we are indeed unnecessary. Does that wild spawn from the Luo family even deserve to marry my sister?" Upon hearing this, Yi Jinqin's rage ignited. "What have you done with Brother Luo?" he shouted. Who's there?" The dense fog suddenly parted, revealing the scene within. It was an alleyway, where numerous pairs of eyes turned to face Yi Jinqin. About 30 individuals clad in black regarded him, their gazes shifting to a short-haired young man who appeared to be their leader. "Damn, why are there so many?" Yi Jinqin thought to himself, sensing trouble. Yet he lifted his gaze towards the throng and coldly demanded, "Where have you taken Brother Luo?" "Oh, the Luo family still has members left?" "I hadn't heard," the short-haired youth said nonchalantly, barely glancing at Yi Jinqin. "Lao Lu, bring this little brat over. I have questions to ask him, but don't kill him. Brother Luo, I owe you a debt of gratitude for every meal you've shared with me. In your eyes, it's merely a meal, yet you don't realize that I, Yi Jinqin, have no parents to care for me, and you are the only one who shows concern. Today, I will risk everything to stop them. The rest will depend on you," Yi Jinqin said quietly, watching as the one referred to as Lao Lu approached. "Little brat, what are you babbling about? Are you scared? Will you come willingly, or shall I have to beat you?" The man laughed mockingly. Yi Jinqin remained silent, then made his move, and one saw his action clearly. When he stood still again, he was already before the man, seizing his ear without waiting for a response. In the next moment, a powerful fist, propelled by fierce wind, struck the man's head, sending him flying 3 feet away. Yi Jinqin still held half of a bloodied ear in his left hand. My ear. My ear is gone," the man wailed on the ground, clutching the spot where his right ear had once been, blood flowing through his fingers. "Grab me?" Yi Jinqin tossed the ear before him, looking down imperiously. "You think you're worthy?" The youth at the forefront gasped at the scene, astonished that this boy, appearing no older than a middle schooler, could strike with such ruthlessness. "Surround him," he commanded immediately. The remaining 20 or so individuals promptly encircled Yi Jinqin, resembling a pack of wolves hunting prey. Yet Yi Jinqin stood like a newly born tiger, unyielding before the 20-odd individuals. The clash between wolves and tigers was imminent, while far away, Another youth was being tortured beyond recognition. Damn brat, how dare you slap me? Young Sishio struck me across the face. A searing pain radiated across my visage. You vile woman, do you wish to kill me? Just grant me a swift end. I coughed violently, blood seeping from between my teeth. Since being captured by her, I had endured relentless beatings, even with a long sword in hand. I found no opportunity to resist. Every part of my body throbbed with agony. Perhaps she grew weary, or perhaps her sadistic urge to torment me had been temporarily satisfied, for she finally ceased her assault. Yang Sishio produced an object resembling a formal decree and tossed it before me. Sign it, she commanded coldly. I did not respond, instead reaching down to pick up the object. For some reason, the fog did not swirl around me. Through the moonlight, I discerned that the item was exquisitely crafted, its cover seemingly wooden and green, adorned with carved birds, though at first, I couldn't identify what they resembled. They bore a slight resemblance to phoenixes. The wooden seal bore the words, Jinluan marriage contract. So, this is a marriage contract. Naturally, I had no mind to read its contents. My focus lay on the individual who sought my signature. Yang Sishio, born of Yang Wenhui, Luo Yidong, born of Luo Qingshan. The document bore my father's blood fingerprint. Though it was somewhat blurred, upon seeing my father's name and fingerprint, my mind went blank. Father, dear father, how could you have foreseen everything yet not anticipate that she would seek to kill me? What is your true intent, and why do you wish to harm your own flesh and blood? Tears streamed down my face as my lingering resolve crumbled into confusion. Stop your weeping, you wild spawn of the Luo family. Do you think I wish to marry you? Yang Sishio shot me a disdainful glance. Sign it quickly, with your blood, or I'll kill you. Lost in my doubts about my father, I paid little heed to her words. Nonsense, I instinctively replied. Yang Sishio merely nodded faintly, producing a dagger from somewhere. You, the illegitimate child of the Luo family, do you think I cannot tame you? She approached me slowly with the knife, and as she leaned in, I glimpsed a visage reminiscent of a demon. Chapter 39. Like a celestial being, Yang Sishio plunged the knife into my forearm, crimson blood oozing forth, flowing in rivulets under the moonlight. Useless, you vile woman. I shook my head, too lethargic to even glance at her. She remained silent, incessantly carving into my arms until my flesh was a gruesome sight. Will you not sign? She asked coldly. You do best to kill me today. Do not grant me the chance, or I will ensure your utter destruction, I replied calmly. What a wretched spawn. All of you from the Luo family are wretched. Ultimately, it was she who first lost her composure. Unleashing a furious scream, she planted her foot on my spine, causing my breath to catch, and I felt a violent jolt, the world fading to darkness before I regained a semblance of light. Will you sign or not? She yelled. I felt something slice through my ribs, followed by a surge of pain. I reached to touch my left side, trembling as I withdrew my hand, stained with blood. Is that all you can do? I closed my eyes, awaiting her torment. Will you sign or not? She shrieked, bordering on madness. The dagger relentlessly cut into my flesh, blood scattering in the moonlight like fireworks. I felt an overwhelming tide of pain coursing through me, my body bleeding profusely. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, she halted, her gaze fixed upon me for a moment before breaking into a sudden, light-hearted laugh. You scoundrel, your skin is quite resilient, she remarked. Before I could fully comprehend her words, a flash of steel sliced through the air, and I instinctively closed my eyes. When I reopened them and reached for my face, I discovered a ghastly wound that traversed my entire cheek. My visage had been irrevocably marred by her hand. In a fury of rage and desperation, I attempted to rise and confront her with whatever strength I had left. Yet, she effortlessly restrained both of my wrists with a single hand, rendering me powerless to resist. Then, in swift succession, I felt several more flashes of the blade. A dampness spread across my face, and I realized I was bleeding profusely. The blood from my forehead trickled into my eyes, obscuring my vision. You scoundrel do possess some spirit, she taunted, as she retrieved a jade vial from her bosom. She uncorked it and liberally sprinkled the powder it contained across my face. Fear gripped me as I wondered whether it was a poison, and I hastily closed my eyes, dreading the prospect of being blinded. And how about this? I heard her loathsome voice whisper beside me. To my astonishment, the powder seemed to have no effect. It did not appear to be toxic. I gradually opened my eyes to ascertain what had transpired. "What is this?" "You'll find out shortly, so don't be in such a hurry," she replied with a beguiling smile, raising her hand to count off 1, 2, 3. As she uttered the third number, my face finally reacted. First came a searing sensation, followed by an unbearable itch that I knew I would never forget. My mind was consumed by one singular thought. How excruciatingly itchy it felt that I reached out with both hands, desperate to scratch my face, but I was acutely aware of the multitude of wounds that adorned it. If I scratched, it would be a permanent blemish. My hands repeatedly lifted and fell, but the itch only intensified. With a cry of despair, I slammed my fists into the ground, hoping to alleviate the torment through pain. I pounded the earth relentlessly, my knuckles becoming a gruesome mess. Yet, the itching only grew more pronounced. "Let us see how long you can endure," she taunted, emptying the vial's contents over me, and soon the same maddening sensation that plagued my face enveloped my body. Unable to withstand it any longer, I thought that since I could not scratch my face, perhaps my body would be unscathed. I hastily extended my hands to my sides, scratching at my ribs with frantic urgency. Just as I had finished scratching my unbearably itchy left side, a wave of intense pain surged through me. I glanced at the area I had scratched and was horrified to see that I had torn my own flesh apart. In that moment, pain and itch intertwined, rendering me incapable of articulating my anguish. If I had to assign it a descriptor, I would say it felt like a fate worse than death. To restrain myself from scratching further, I pounded the ground even more violently, but my fists had lost their strength, instinctively mimicking the scratching motion as I dug into the earth. I watched helplessly as my fingers, bloodied and torn, continued their futile dance. Yang Xixio, this woman is truly wicked, I thought, as pain threatened to overwhelm my consciousness. In the haze of my suffering, I seemed to see my father, his figure illuminated by the moonlight. Still exuding an air of authority in that moment, he rarely smiled, gently stroking my head as he said, "Itong, my son, do not resist, be obedient, sign the marriage contract, and spare yourself some suffering." I could not utter a word, only shaking my head in refusal. "Why, son Itong, how could your father harm you? Be good, sign it, and all this pain and itch will cease." I continued to shake my head. My father's demeanor darkened. Itong has grown up. Has he hardened his wings and ceased to heed his father's words? Since childhood, I had always feared my father's anger, and upon witnessing it, I hastily sought to appease him. "No, no, father. Please do not be angry. I shall sign it at once." I quickly dipped my finger into the blood that oozed from my wounds and pressed it against the line meant for my signature. "That's it, my good son," my father said, a look of satisfaction crossing his face as he stroked my head with paternal affection. Just as my finger was about to touch the marriage contract, a voice boomed like thunder from the heavens, "Do not sign. Once you do, you shall fall into endless despair." The voice was majestic and resonant, seemingly emanating from the celestial realm. I looked up again, only to find that my father had vanished. Instead, I saw Yang Xixio gently caressing my head, her eyes glistening with an autumnal hue. It dawned on me that everything I had just witnessed was but an illusion, conjured to deceive me. I hastily retreated, recalling her earlier visage, and could not suppress my nausea, momentarily forgetting the pain and itch that plagued my body. Yet Yang Xixio had lost her patience, dragging me toward the marriage contract, forcing my fingers to dip into my blood to seal it with my mark. The echoes of that authoritative voice reverberated in my mind as I gazed at the contract, now appearing as a gateway to an abyss. At that moment, the mere sight of the small piece of parchment instilled within me a profound sense of dread. I was unaware from whence I derived the strength to resist, but for a fleeting moment, neither of us could prevail over the other. "Yang Xixio, have you sought my permission to compel her to sign this contract?" Just as we were locked in this stalemate, a feminine voice rang out, serene as the rippling waves of summer, yet haunting like the sound of rain at night. Both Yang Xixio and I turned to gaze upon the source of the voice. A graceful figure emerged in the night sky, the moonlight illuminating her flowing deep blue gown adorned with fluttering golden swallows and intricate floral patterns woven from precious threads, accentuating her nobility. She appeared as if descended from the heavens. "Is it you?" Yang Xixio inquired. I stared at the woman before me, A sense of familiarity washed over me, yet I could not place where I had seen her before. Suddenly, she fixed her gaze upon me, her body trembling slightly, fists clenched tightly. "Did you do this?" In an instant, she turned her ire upon young Sishio, flames of rage igniting in her eyes. "And if I did, do you think today you are still my match?" Young Sishio sneered. Very well, very well." The girl's words were squeezed out between clenched teeth, her patience having reached its limit. She vanished into the moonlight, only to reappear an instant later, delivering a powerful kick that sent young Sishio sprawling several yards away. When she rose again, her chest was visibly caved in. Young Sishio exclaimed, her face etched with shock. Yet the girl showed no signs of mercy. With a swift motion, she appeared before young Sishio, seizing her by the hair and dragging her back. Depositing her at my feet, "Kneel," the girl commanded, her voice echoing with authority. Just as young Sishio had once trampled upon me, the girl placed her foot upon young Sishio's spine, pressing down with ferocity. "You?" Young Sishio attempted to utter a curse, but the girl mercilessly silenced her. Gripping her hair, the girl forcefully drove young Sishio's head into the ground, the impact shattering the thick stone slabs beneath them. The girl's fury remained unabated, unwilling to show leniency. With one foot pressing down on young Sishio's spine and one hand pulling her hair, she compelled her to bow. I could not discern how many times young Sishio had prostrated herself. But a small crater appeared in the earth, stained with the dark red blood that flowed from her. At that moment, I noticed something peculiar about young Sishio. Her entire body began sprouting crimson hair, growing at an alarming rate from her ankles to her crown. "Be careful," I urged the girl. "There is no need," she replied, delivering a fierce slap to young Sishio's face, causing the red hair to dissolve as if melting away. "I will kill you," young Sishio shrieked in rage. "You? A mere mountain hen dares to contend with a phoenix?" Another slap followed. Perhaps weary from the exertion, the girl hurled young Sishio aside. "Go away, if you return. It won't merely be a few blows," she declared with disdain. With that, she turned her unwavering gaze upon me. Though I had no idea who she was, I understood that she posed a far greater threat than young Sishio. She had rendered young Sishio, a being of death, utterly powerless. I regarded the girl with caution, but to my surprise, she suddenly embraced me, softly murmuring, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Her voice trembled with restrained tears. This unexpected gesture left me utterly bewildered. Who was she, and why was she acting this way? As I felt her softness envelop me, my mind went blank. What did her words mean? "I'm dirty, covered in blood. I wouldn't want to soil your dress," I stammered after a long silence. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." "I arrived late," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, resembling that of a small girl who had erred. I thought to myself, how could I dare blame you? But merely responded, "How could I blame you? Really?" A note of happiness crept into her voice. Just as I was about to comfort her, I caught sight of young Sishio suddenly reappearing before me. Hadn't she just left? When had she approached me? Did she not fear the girl? How could she dare to show herself again? Before I could react, young Sishio lunged toward the girl, aiming for her vulnerable back. "Die!" she spat venomously. Her hatred for the girl surpassed even her animosity toward me. I scarcely had time to ponder the situation before I hastily pressed the girl beneath me, shifting my body as much as possible. Suddenly, a pale hand pierced through my left shoulder, and an intense pain radiated throughout my entire being. The girl beneath me gazed in a daze at the blood gushing from my shoulder, her expression shifting from shock to a mixture of anger and fright. Turning my head, I beheld young Sishio, her hands stained with blood, raising her hand before me and striking down upon the marriage contract. A triumphant smile adorned her face, as if she had fulfilled a long-held desire. The girl tried to stop her, crying out in alarm. "Young Sishio, are you seeking death?" The girl was genuinely furious. The surrounding white mist coalesced into frost-like flowers, cascading to the ground. Yet, young Sishio paid her no heed, choosing instead to clutch the marriage contract and depart. Although I was unaware of the contract's significance, the ominous voice I had heard earlier suggested that matters were far from simple. That marriage contract must not fall into young Sishio's hands. Ignoring the pain in my shoulder, I attempted to rise, only to find my limbs suddenly paralyzed. My entire body felt as if it had stiffened. enveloped in an unyielding chill, akin to being trapped within a glacial abyss so cold. I instinctively murmured. I could only witness the girl striving to chase after Yang Xixio, yet she was unable to catch up. A resounding clang echoed. It was the sound of the purple-gold longsword unsheathing itself at that moment. The stars in the sky blazed brightly. A fierce wind began to swirl around us, dispersing the surrounding mist, while distant thunder rumbled ominously. The unsheathed longsword streaked through the air like a meteor, racing towards Yang Xixio. My limbs remained immobilized, and despite straining my eyes, I could not discern its precise destination. The sword rises while the stars dash 1,000 miles to slay. A voice resonated from behind me. It was Li Xiaogong. He had finally arrived. What does the sword rises while the stars dash 1,000 miles to slay mean? I inquired. It is a Taoist method to vanquish demons, akin to a folk tale of flying swords claiming heads. He explained. Is that sword the one? It should be. That sword is formidable beyond our grasp. Its master is even stronger, a demon-slaying Taoist, your father's closest friend. Perhaps it was left behind to assist you, he continued as he stepped before me and glanced back. He suddenly froze. You? Apologies for my tardiness. It's nothing. I bear no ill will. Someone just said the same to you. I replied. I was ensnared by her illusionary techniques. Li Xiaogong clarified. It's all right. I do not blame you. I reassured him I genuinely held no resentment towards him. Yang Xixio's methods were insidious, and she could employ any trick in the book. What of Yi Jinqin? I asked. What? The one who just arrived was not Yi Jinqin, Li Xiaogong exclaimed in shock. No, it was another girl. Li Xiaogong nodded, his earlier panic dissipating. I did not see Xiao Yezi. We were not together. Could he be in danger? I voiced my concern. He should be fine, Li Xiaogong replied uncertainly, adding, I think. I fell silent. Staring blankly ahead. Is your face the doing of the Yang family girl? After a lengthy silence, Li Xiaogong inquired. Yes, if it is not serious, the Medicine King should have a remedy. Once we return to the Li family, I will ensure your father seeks justice for you, he promised. This left me perplexed, as I keenly sensed something amiss. Was he being overly kind to me? Too kind, perhaps? I refrained from answering, unsure how to respond. He seemed to realize he had misspoken and had no intention of elaborating. The long sword, propelled by wind and thunder, sped forth, overtaking the girl in an instant. With a swift motion, the sword cut through the air, severing Yang Xixio's bridal attire and exposing her pale back. Beneath the moonlight, a crimson line of blood erupted from her back, revealing her stark white spine beneath the torn flesh. Yang Xixio stumbled, coughing up blood. The marriage contract she had clutched so tightly slipped from her grasp at that moment. The girl rejoiced, hastening towards the contract, intent on reclaiming it. Yet, Yang Xixio was not to be outdone. With quick reflexes, she seized the cover of the marriage contract. However, faster still was the purple-gold longsword. With unmatched force, it struck down once more. Having learned from her previous misstep, Yang Xixio dared not confront it again. Swiftly retracting her hand, with a sharp sound, the contract was cleaved in two. What happened? Li Xiaogong looked at me. For some reason, I felt less cold, as though my body could move again, and I attempted to stretch. My marriage contract, Yang Xixio cried out, an unusual look of urgency crossing her face. She disregarded the danger, attempting to snatch the severed half of the contract. Yet she had underestimated the speed of the purple-gold longsword. The sword twisted and turned, driving the remaining half of the contract forcefully into the ground. Flames of a vivid red erupted from the sword, resembling molten iron, as they spread from top to bottom across the contract, reducing it to ashes within mere seconds. No? Yang Xixio screamed in anguish. Yet the girl remained unfazed, her eyes fixed hungrily on the other half of the marriage contract in Yang Xixio's possession. Realizing she could not linger, Yang Xixio exploded into astonishing speed, fleeing into the distance. The girl furrowed her brow, taken aback by Yang Xixio's swiftness, but she resolutely pursued her. The purple-gold longsword once again turned, this time blocking the girl's path. Are you telling me not to chase? The sword performed a flourish, affirming its stance. All right. Remarkably, the girl heeded the sword's advice, turning back to the side of Luo Yi. Chapter 41. The Gathering of Dragons. Young Master Xiao Luo. I was taken aback to find Li Changxing and Gu Yun arriving at this moment. But where is Yi Jinqin? The heir of Huang Jinsu? He possesses Yelv Bey's personal funds. Why has he not yet arrived? Could he have encountered some peril? If Yi Jinqin were to face danger because of me, I might live a lifetime burdened by guilt. He is the last scion of the Yi family. Have you seen the little brother who came with me? I hastily inquired. Li Chongqing and Gu Yun exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. I stood momentarily stunned, unsure of what to do. Young Master Xiao Luo, your face, Gu Yun asked with concern. It must hurt terribly, right? I'm sorry. It's nothing. I do not hold you responsible. This is my fate, I replied nonchalantly. Clang! The high-pitched sound of the sword rang out once more. It had returned to its sheath. The girl's form emerged from the mist. I could not seize the marriage contract, but this sword has destroyed half of it. She said, her expression somber. It matters not. Do you know the significance of that marriage contract? I queried. Why is everyone so invested in that document? The girl nodded. That contract binds your fate to hers. By signing a ghost marriage, the ebb and flow of yin and yang would render your fortune entirely hers, or rather, that of the Yang family. Should the signing succeed, you would live like a corpse, unable to move. Upon hearing her words, I suddenly recalled the sensation of my limbs becoming stiff and my body turning cold. Reflecting carefully, it seemed to coincide with the moment my blood had spilled upon the contract. Precisely when the marriage pact was formed. What sort of malevolent sorcery could be so terrifying? Yet, the situation should not be dire. The sword had destroyed the most crucial part, the mandates of parents and the matchmaker's words. Along with your name and hers, were obliterated. The girl embraced me, letting my head rest upon her lap. You seem to know a great deal. I hesitated before asking. Yes, she replied. Was my father's name on that marriage contract? Did he sign it? I posed the question I most wished to know. I could not fathom why my ingenious father would have acted so foolishly. No, but the blood upon it is indeed your father's. I can only tell you this much. The girl placed her hand upon my face. Though it was bloodied and bruised, I could still feel the delicacy and coolness of her touch. Aren't you disgusted? Not at all, she chuckled softly. Young Master Xiao Luo, Gu Yun suddenly exclaimed, pointing at my face. What is it? I asked, puzzled. Your face. It's healed, she shouted, her finger indicating my visage. What? I was utterly astonished. And your left shoulder? Li Xiaogong added. I quickly reached up to touch my face and shoulder. There was no trace of blood or injury, not even a scar. Everything was as it had been. Did you do this? I looked at the girl in shock. I said it was no trouble, she said, tousling my hair. What is your name? I asked after a prolonged silence. Gaochen. 3 drops of water, and a character for abundance? Incorrect. It is 3 drops of water followed by the character for Prime Minister, she corrected me. Why are you being so kind to me? I inquired. Otherwise, should I treat you like young Cixio? The girl smiled mischievously. I would prefer not to. I instinctively shuddered. Gao Chen laughed heartily. Her smile was truly enchanting, her cheeks forming delightful dimples. For a moment, I found myself entranced. Is it beautiful? She asked, pulling me from my reverie. And I blushed, averting my gaze. Since she was unwilling to answer, I had no recourse. Meanwhile, at the border of Zigue, a young man clad in a pure black Zhongshan suit faced off against an elderly man with graying hair. Luo Yuezheng, do you intend to stop me? Or are you simply tired of living and wish to hasten your burial? The young man spoke. The old man showed no anger, merely chuckling lightly. Qingshan, though death extinguishes the light. It is rather ungracious not to even greet one's uncle upon meeting. In your youth, I cared for you for several years. The young man's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately leading him to softly call out. Uncle, indeed, the elder replied with a hearty laugh, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Humph, uncle, I am acutely aware of your desires. However, today I have neither the time nor the inclination to engage with you. Either I shall take your life, or you shall not hinder me. For the sake of my son, I am capable of anything. With a flick of his sleeve, the young man brandished a short sword, its ancient elegance shimmering with a chilling aura under the moonlight. Inscribed upon it were the 2 characters, Yu Chong, or perhaps, you are also involved in the Yang family's schemes concerning my son? The elder did not respond to the young man's inquiry, his gaze fixated on the short sword. The Yu Chong sword, used by Zhuang Zhou to assassinate King Liao of Wu during the spring and autumn period. has indeed found its way into your possession, which piques my curiosity about it even further," the elder exclaimed in admiration. Yet, he swiftly raised his hand and struck the young man across the face. "Qing Shan, the internal strife within the Luo family is our own affair. Whether I am selfish or cold-hearted, I have never violated the ancestral teachings of the Luo family. Should outsiders attempt to meddle in our affairs, they must face our wrath. Your son, after all, is my own nephew. He may perish by my hand, but I shall never assist those scoundrels from the Yang family against him. Consider this slap a lesson for you." For those who disregard our ancestral teachings, the elder's expression darkened with barely concealed anger, while the young man, despite the blow, remained still, obediently receiving the reprimand. "It seems this is not the right time. Leave now, and I shall not stop you." The elder gestured dismissively, indicating for the young man to depart. Without uttering a word, the young man turned and silently left. His speed was astonishing, surpassing even Yang Xixio. As he vanished into the night, evading the moonlight's embrace, "Young lady, hand over that half of the marriage certificate. You may leave now." Luo Qingshan finally halted amidst the forest, addressing the darkness. "Who?" a voice responded from the woods. "Belonging to none other than Yang Xixio. You signed a marriage contract with my son and dare to inquire who I am. Do you not find that amusing?" Luo Qingshan retorted. "You are Luo Qingshan?" Yang Xixio exclaimed in terror upon recognizing the figure. Luo Qingshan had no desire for further dialogue and directly seized the marriage certificate from her grasp. You are not dead?" Yang Xixio stammered in shock. Retreating in fear, not even daring to consider reclaiming the certificate, fully aware of the terror this man instilled. "Inform the head of the Yang family that I am not the only one who has returned. My elder brother, Yang Wanshou, whom he forced to death, has returned as well." Luo Qingshan had no intention of making her uncomfortable and allowed her to leave after his declaration. "No, it cannot be. This is impossible." Yang Xixio murmured, her eyes devoid of life, her expression vacant as she hurriedly retreated, oblivious to the trees she collided with, appearing as if possessed or driven mad. "Come out, I know you are there." Luo Qingshan called to the treetops after Yang Xixio had disappeared. To his surprise, a figure indeed emerged from the branches above. The individual stood 8 feet tall, clad in a Taoist robe, a sword crown adorning his head. Exuding an aura of valor, "I have always said that the sword crown does not suit you. The lotus crown would be far more fitting." Luo Qingshan appraised him, tossing the marriage certificate to him. "Ah, this sword crown was crafted by your own hands, was it not?" The Taoist scratched his head, catching the marriage certificate, only to have flames suddenly erupt from his hands, flames identical to those on the purple-gold long sword, bright red and resplendent. The marriage certificate was consumed in the crimson blaze, turning to ash. "Baiyun, I trust you are well." Luo Qingshan's voice, rare in its excitement, resonated. "I am well, but you are dead. How could I be unscathed?" The Taoist's brow furrowed with unresolved melancholy and heartache. Well, I have come to terms with death. What is there that you cannot accept? By the way, you are older than I am, if I recall correctly. You should be about 9 or 10 years my senior." Luo Qingshan clapped him on the shoulder. "Isn't that a redundant statement? You are dead. How can you possibly age?" The Taoist scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance. "Have you met my son? What do you think? Is he a good lad?" Luo Qingshan disregarded the mockery. "Not yet. I was just about to go see him when I sensed your presence. However, your son is indeed a bit lacking compared to you. At his age, if he had encountered that young girl, she would likely be half dead by now." The Taoist remarked. "My son knows little of the world, aside from the 4 Seasons fist and the Gao family's spear techniques. I have not taught him much. I am quite satisfied with his progress," Luo Qingshan countered, holding a different perspective. "Satisfied with what? Relying on others for assistance?" The Taoist shot back. "Isn't it a skill to have others willing to help? Did Li Shaogong assist him out of kindness? He despises me. And did Yi Jinqin also act out of respect for me?" This time, it was Luo Qingshan's turn to look down on him. "Long hair, short sight. Fine. I cannot argue with you. Does your son require my protection?" "I, the Taoist, shall guide my nephew through the world," the Taoist declared with enthusiasm. "You can traverse only 6 paces. The mastermind behind the attempt to kill both me and Wanshou is still unknown to you. And who was it that orchestrated the sinister scheme of a ghost marriage for my son?" You are of no use, Luo Qingshan exclaimed with fervor. As for my son, let him be, as long as he is not in mortal danger. I won't disturb your tranquility. However, you must teach that boy to walk the righteous path. I implore you. When discussing Luo Yidong, Luo Qingshan's voice softened. Very well, I understand. I shall take my leave, the Taoist agreed. So soon? Luo Qingshan looked up at his old friend, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. That girl named Gu Yun is on the brink of death. I must go perform a rite for her. After all, it was you who introduced me to her, so we can be considered friends. Few in this world remember that my name is Bai Yun, the Taoist reflected. Then go ahead. Also, take the time to check on my son. Luo Qingshan instructed. Rest assured, I will not forget. The Taoist vanished into the night, his voice echoing from all directions. Heavenly thunder, 8 tones, subdue demons. You have grown stronger. Luo Qingshan gazed longingly in the direction his friend departed. After some time, the Taoist turned back to glance at the woods. We agreed not to be entangled in matters of children. When I look back, you must do the same. Chapter 42. The seeds of fate already sown. Xiaogong. I called softly to Li Xiaogong. I am here, he replied. Go look for Yi. Why has he not returned? I'm rather worried about him. Although Yi Jinqin possessed considerable abilities, his youth was a cause for concern. From a martial perspective, he was the strongest among us, so his prolonged absence was worrisome. Rest well. I shall go find him, Li Xiaogong said, shouldering his ancient sword and preparing to depart. No, there is no need to search. I have returned. A breathless voice came from behind, tinged with a hint of youthful innocence. Turning to look, it was none other than Yi Jinqin himself. He was drenched in blood, even his hair matted with crimson, the bright red liquid trickling down from his tips. Upon seeing me, Yi Jinqin mustered a weary smile, limping toward us, his grin concealing a sliver of reassurance. Why, Ed? I exclaimed, struggling to rise from the embrace of Gao Qian, only to be gently pushed back down. Why? Yi Jinqin stared at me in shock, lifting his gaze to the young lady beside him. Sister. The young lady slightly raised her head, cold light flickering in her eyes. Before Yi Jinqin could utter another word, he hastily closed his mouth. I found it peculiar, not quite grasping what he intended to convey. What do you mean by sweep? I inquired. Nothing much. I was just saying I am craving some sauce noodles. I nearly got beaten to death, so you owe me a bowl of sauce noodles. No, make it 10 bowls. Yi Jinqin shook his head. Realizing something was amiss, I understood that he had encountered trouble, which explained his delay. Yed, come here. Let me take a look, I urged him to my words. Yi Jinqin quickened his pace, nearly bouncing to my side. As he approached, I noticed a gruesome gash on his slender, powerful left arm, illuminated by the moonlight, still oozing blood. Yed, your hand. It's nothing, Luo Gu. Look, Yi Jinqin replied with a weary smile, shaking his head. After some searching, he finally retrieved what he sought. He raised both fists, slowly opening them. White granules fell to the ground, producing a crackling sound like pearls cascading onto a jade plate. I focused intently, realizing that the white objects were indeed teeth, over 60 of them, still stained with blood, clearly freshly extracted. Yi Jinqin then rummaged through his pocket again, and upon pulling out what he found, he immediately retched, discarding it onto the ground. It was 3 bloody ears. Well, that's certainly disgusting. Yi, what happened? Li Xiaogong inquired. Why? Yi Jinqin kicked the refuse scattered on the ground, plopping down onto the earth. Luo Gu, actually, I wasn't the only one who showed up tonight. I looked up at Yi Jinqin. Yes, there were living people too. All from the Yang family. I had the misfortune of encountering them, Yi Jinqin explained. What were they like? Yi, describe them. The clearer, the better, Li Xiaogong urged, shaking Yi Jinqin's shoulders, his excitement palpable. He fired off several questions in quick succession. Xiaogong, stop shaking. I'll throw up if you keep this up, Yi Jinqin protested. Realizing his overexcitement, Li Xiaogong quickly withdrew his hands. There were over 30 of them. As soon as they saw me, they attacked. I couldn't just let them have their way with me. Yi Jinqin vividly recounted the fierce battle that had ensued. With over 30 individuals, how could I possibly remember their appearances? However, I distinctly recalled the leader. Yi Jinqin pondered, recollecting vividly his visage. Li Xiaogong inquired. What was he like? He was about your age, donned in gold-rimmed spectacles, with eyes resembling willow leaves. Though undeniably male, his features bore an exquisite and effeminate grace. "Then I know who he is," Li Xiaogong nodded. "You recognize him?" I asked. "Not personally, but I know he is Yang Xishuo's younger brother, Yang Sidu. He has mastered the art of the Mai divination. And there are rumors he is the next prodigy of the Yang family. Is he truly that formidable?" I expressed my astonishment. The Mai diviner of the Yang family holds significant prestige. One could equate him to the next patriarch of the clan, essentially the future governor of Yangzhou. Indeed, and his temperament aligns perfectly with his appearance. Arrogant and overbearing, he is known as the smiling tiger among the younger generation of the 9 prefectures. Xiao Zhibai, the eldest son of the current governor of Bingzhou, once suffered a grievous defeat at his hands, reportedly losing an arm. It was your uncle who advised you. Avoid entanglements with members of the Yang family unless you possess undeniable confidence of victory. This was the 4th time Li Xiaogong had reiterated this warning, revealing his palpable trepidation towards the Yang clan. By the way, how is your condition, Brother Yi? Where are you injured? Li Xiaogong quickly turned his attention to Yi Jinqin. My left arm was slashed, and my right leg suffered a blow. Other than that, I am well. Those individuals were indeed exceptional fighters. My master had warned me about the Yang family, so I held nothing back. I managed to forcibly extract all their teeth. They must pay a price. The only pity is that the leader was too cautious for his own good. Fleeing swiftly, however, I did manage to pierce his left palm clean through. Yi Jinqin said with a hint of resentment. "Brother Yi, you truly excel in bravery," Li Xiaogong remarked, somewhat enviously. "From now on, you must exercise caution. The Yang family will undoubtedly seek retribution. Yang Sidu is no trifling character," he added, patting Yi Jinqin's shoulder. "Let us discuss future matters later," Yi Jinqin said, then reclined on the ground. "Little brother, come here." Gao Chen suddenly beckoned to Yi Jinqin. For a moment, Yi Jinqin hesitated, glancing at me. I thought to myself, lacking confidence, "What use am I to you?" Reluctantly, I nodded. Yi Jinqin approached, and Gao Chen gently brushed his injured left arm. To my astonishment, the gruesome wound on his arm began to heal. If not for the remaining scab, one would hardly believe this was an arm that had recently sustained a severe injury. "Thank you, sister," Yi Jinqin exclaimed, withdrawing his arm hastily to express his gratitude. "No need for thanks," Gao Chen replied politely. "Is such a thing truly possible? This seems to defy medical principles," I mused. Although I had personally experienced her healing, which was even more profound than Yi Jinqin's, I still found it hard to believe. Could she truly be a celestial being? "Brother Luo, is that young fellow handsome?" Yi Jinqin inquired. I was still in a daze, momentarily oblivious to his question. "Hey, he asked you if that young fellow is handsome." Gao Chen tugged at my ear, raising her voice. She appeared somewhat displeased. How perplexing. Girls are indeed the most enigmatic creatures in existence. "Haven't you seen him?" "Why ask me?" I retorted, somewhat exasperated. The fog was too thick. I couldn't see clearly. Yi Jinqin replied, "At that moment." Li Xiaogong's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Yi Jinqin, seemingly admonishing him for mentioning another woman in the presence of the main subject. Thankfully, the girl did not seem inclined to make things difficult for him. Suddenly, 3 streaks of red light flashed before my eyes, and before I could comprehend, Yi Jinqin had grasped them in his hands. Are those the 3 coins of Tianchao Wanshun?" At that moment, the 3 copper coins hovered serenely in midair, their red light converging to form a human figure. The man exuded an air of heroism and authority, embodying both the ruggedness of a barbarian and the elegance of a Han scholar. "Is this the king of Dongdan?" Li Xiaogong inquired. "Yes, the king of Dongdan has emerged, sensing the familiar aura of an era," Yi Jinqin explained. Simultaneously, Yel Bei raised his hand, pointing towards the dim figure of Gu Yu in a wonder. With the Liao, Song, Xia, and Jin dynasties coexisting, the king of Dongdan would perceive such an aura. He mentioned that the girl was nearing her end. Upon hearing this, I abruptly turned to look at Gu Yun, only to see her form dissipating at a visible rate, growing increasingly transparent. Lai Changxing held her in his embrace, weeping silently. To be honest, although I had never experienced love, this scene tugged at my heartstrings. "Little Luo Gongzi," Gu Yun softly called. "I'm here." I hurriedly replied that I'm sorry. She said in a barely audible voice, "I have already stated that I do not blame you. No need for apologies." The mere fact that you could meet is a rare fortune. It is I who should feel guilty for your current state, I lamented, if it weren't for my involvement in the matters with Yang Xixio. How could Gu Yun have ended up like this? The one who should apologize is me. No, in truth, I had foreseen this outcome many years ago. Gu Yun shook her head, countering, this is a consequence that was already sown. It cannot be evaded. What? I was momentarily bewildered by her words. What does she mean by many years ago? Have we met before? Ignoring my confusion, Gu Yun continued, do you know why I call you little Luo Gongzi? I shook my head, wondering if there was a big Luo Gongzi. What was intended as a light-hearted remark to amuse Gu Yun unexpectedly earned her firm nod of affirmation. Indeed, there exists a big Luo Gongzi. Before I could fully process this revelation, her subsequent words struck me with profound impact, shaking my very being. That person is your father. Chapter 43. The closed loop of fate. Gu Yun's words left me reeling. I had never imagined she had any connection to my father. You know my father? I exclaimed, my eyes wide with disbelief. I do. The moment I laid eyes on you, I thought of him. You are remarkably alike. When I first saw him, he was nearly your age. Had it not been for your differing names, I would have believed he had returned, Gu Yun clarified. Then what do you mean by consequences? I pressed, my thoughts in disarray. 1,000 years ago, I perished by drowning. My spirit steeped in resentment lingered for centuries in the Xiangxi River, subjected to the gnawing of fish and shrimp. My corpse had long since decayed. Until a century ago when I gained consciousness. Years later, I could no longer resist emerging onto shore. However, the world I encountered was no longer the one I had known. Everything was foreign to me. As a wandering spirit, I frightened many common folk, and your father, as the master of Xinyang Tower, came to resolve the matter, accompanied by a young Taoist. Little Luo Gongzi, your father was far more formidable back then than you are now. And then what happened? I lowered my head, feeling a sense of shame. I was indeed inferior to my father, even compared to his youthful self. Eventually, he and that young Taoist captured me. I confided my long-standing wish to your father. Little Luo Gongzi. I am merely a remnant of a corpse in the water. I have never harmed anyone. Do you believe me? I believe you, I replied earnestly. Gu Yun seemed to be a spirit rather than a remnant of a corpse. Her lack of resistance against Yang Xixio was evident, indicating she bore no malevolent aura. Thank you for believing in me, she continued. Your father may have foreseen something that compelled me to wait here. Within 30 years, I shall fulfill my wish that I believed in him. Your father and that young Taoist would pass by the Xiangxi River, always bringing me food. Your father is truly a remarkable person. As she spoke, a smile graced Gu Yun's face. Is he well? I asked. He is past, I said, my voice catching in my throat. What? Even someone like your father could die? Gu Yun's eyes glazed over, lost in thought for a long time. May you find peace in your grief. I shook my head. A month ago, that girl named Yang approached me, claiming she could help me find Li Lang, but only if I killed someone. She provided me with an image that was somewhat crude. It was only upon seeing you that everything fell into place. Upon hearing your surname Luo, I knew I could not escape this calamity. Gu Yun's voice grew fainter. Whether this chain of events originated from me or you remains unclear. But little Luo Gongzi, I never intended to harm you. I have never harbored such thoughts. As she spoke, her form became increasingly transparent, her knees nearly vanishing. Having waited 1,000 years, I finally met Li Lang and understood the events of a millennium ago. Thus, everything formed a closed loop. Fate is indeed inscrutable. Gu Yun gazed at Li Changsheng, tears streaming down her cheeks. Li Lang, loving you is truly painful. Li Changsheng held his beloved tightly, his grief rendering him speechless. Repeatedly uttering apologies, pearl tears wet the fine silk. The young master bears a heavy debt of gratitude. Clearly, the elder sister warned, do not give your true heart to him. After careful reflection, can one truly discern such matters? Gu Yun wept softly, reciting a poem, a verse from an ancient Dunhuang tune I had once heard. Li Changsheng's cries grew louder, piercing the heavens, dispersing the surrounding mist. Indeed, in the face of love, men often experience heart-wrenching pain. During this moment of parting between life and death, the three of us refrained from intruding upon them. Li Lang, do not weep. Your journey still lies ahead. Gu Yun reached out to wipe away her beloved's tears. Yet her ethereal hand could not erase the tangible pearls of sorrow, ultimately leading her to heave a wistful sigh, her hands falling helplessly. Yun Yang, please, do not leave, I beseech you, do not depart. Changsheng, the mere sight of you brings me immense joy. Yet, ultimately, I must take my leave. You must live well, do you understand? The journey of life is fraught with challenges, and you have already traversed 2 lifetimes. Li Changsheng's garments were thoroughly soaked by tears, his body trembling, having wept to the point of convulsions. The sorrow of longing for you is unbearable, and I cannot forget. Unbidden tears stained my attire, and there is nothing more painful than this. This is the first time I have truly witnessed the heart-wrenching separation of life and death, unfolding right before my eyes. I possess a profound sense of empathy, and as my nose tinged with bitterness, my vision blurred. Turning my gaze to Li Shaogong, I found him standing in silence, face concealed, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Yi Jinqin was already in tears. Just then, a blaring horn shattered the stillness, 2 headlights piercing through the mist and illuminating us. Who could it be? How could one navigate so freely in this dense fog, and why have they arrived at this moment? Are they friend or foe? The car door swung open, revealing an elderly man and a young man resembling a Taoist priest. The old man had long hair, slightly curled from neglect, yet his gaze was striking, akin to that of a lion. Leaning against the car, he slowly lit a cigarette, indulging himself in the smoke with eyes closed. The Taoist, donned in a sword crown, approached us with a subtle smile. He appeared untouched by the mundane, tall and graceful, seemingly walking on lotus blossoms, his almond-shaped eyes glimmering with mirth, exuding an ethereal charm. Step Li Shaogong exclaimed, gazing at the smoking elder in astonishment. However, before he could finish, the old man merely raised a hand in a gesture of refusal, prompting Li Shaogong to fall silent immediately. The elder did not even open his eyes, arousing my curiosity regarding his identity. The Taoist then beckoned to me. I presumed he was calling me, and just as I was about to respond, I heard a sound akin to a dragon's roar. The long sword in my hand trembled violently, as if struggling to break free from my control. That dragon's roar was indeed its own making, and I hastily released my grip. The purple gold sword, liberated from my hold, sped towards the Taoist, swirling around him joyfully, performing several sword dances as if in delight. At that moment, the Taoist's true identity was unveiled. It would be foolish not to recognize him as the legendary demon-slaying Taoist, reputed to be my father's closest friend. To my astonishment, he appeared so youthful. He did not gaze at me, nor did he seem to regard my presence. Sister Gu, why the haste to depart? He called out loudly. Upon hearing his voice, Gu Yun abruptly turned around, incredulous. It's you, Xiao Baiyun? The Taoist's dignified demeanor faltered, scratching his head in a non-committal manner. Sister Gu, you needn't invoke my name. I truly did not expect you to come see me. Are you here to accompany me on my final journey? Gu Yun's eyes glimmered with tears, yet a smile broke through. I have come to guide you, Sister Gu, the Taoist replied with a grin. Gu Yun nodded, then turned to me, the son of an old friend. Why not offer a greeting? I felt my pupils constrict as I looked towards the demon-slaying Taoist. No need for that. He still did not meet my gaze. Xiao Baiyun has grown, he mused. The little Taoist Baiyun has transformed into an elder Taoist, aloof and unapproachable. You have changed, indeed, Gu Yun sighed. The Taoist settled beside Gu Yun, sitting on the ground, nodding and shaking his head. I understand. Gu Yun observed the Taoist for a long while before suddenly speaking. The Taoist smiled in return. I have heard that young Master Luo has passed. Is this true? Gu Yun's eyes brimmed with anticipation as she looked at the Taoist. The Taoist hesitated for a moment before uttering 3 words. It is true. Though those words came from his mouth, I found them hard to accept. Gu Yun's gaze dimmed. He was so formidable. How could he die? He meddled with forces beyond the mortal realm. The Taoist sighed, a rare flicker of emotion in his eyes. Such is fate. Indeed. How could someone so powerful meet their end? Gu Yun's tone carried a hint of reproach. Where were you at that time? You know I had but 2 friends, the Taoist replied with a bitter smile. I was taken back by my master, and it was only upon my return to the world that I learned of the tragic news and why elder brother and second brother have both perished, leaving me a solitary soul. The Taoist's voice was laden with sorrow. Enough about me. Let's speak of Sister Gu. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? He inquired. None. I have met my beloved. Gu Yun clutched Li Chongqing's garment. That is splendid. I wish you fulfillment of your desires. The Taoist expressed his heartfelt congratulations. However, I possess a means to unite you both. Sister Gu, would you consent? Upon the utterance of the Taoist's words, all eyes turned towards him. Tio bridged the chasm between life and death. He claims to have a method to bring them together. Such a technique is unheard of. Everyone awaited his elaboration. Do you truly possess a way? Even Li Chongqing ceased his weeping. Indeed. Chapter 44. The subtlety of methods. There is no need to placate Sister Gu. Such methods do not exist in this world, Gu Yun responded with a wise smile. Shaking her head, as expected, nothing escapes Sister Gu's discernment. You remain as astute as ever, the Taoist chuckled before swiftly changing the subject. But I am not deceiving you. Could it truly be that there is such a means? Gu Yun's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, there exists a way, but it will only allow you to reunite in the next life. In this life, your separation is fated and cannot be changed. The Taoist looked at Li Chongqing. Do you accept this? Li Chongqing remained silent for a long time, as if reconciling with the outcome, before gritting his teeth. I am willing, Taoist. And you, Sister Gu? The Taoist turned to Gu Yun. It could not be better. What is there to refuse? Gu Yun smiled, having come to terms with it. Then I shall begin guiding you. Sister Gu, do you have any final words? I do have something to convey to young Master Luo. Gu Yun said. I lifted my gaze to meet hers. Young Master Luo, your fate is not particularly fortunate. If a girl appears in your life, her eyes filled with affection, willing to wait for you, do not forsake her. Gu Yun's voice was gentle yet resolute. For a moment, I felt a haze of confusion, unsure of her intent. Was it a lesson from one generation to the next? Gu Yun glanced at Gao Chen, quickly averting her gaze, unnoticed by anyone. Gao Chen suddenly tightened her grip on my hand, and I felt her touch was icy, devoid of warmth. Thank you. I will remember, I replied. Well, that is good, Chongqing. I have lingered in the mortal realm for 1,000 years. It is now time for me to depart. I await your return in the next life. You will find me, will you not? Gu Yun turned to her beloved. I will, without fail, Li Chongqing assured her. There is no need for such formality. Sister Gu can wait for him in the afterlife. I have a way to ensure that souls may linger in the underworld, the Taoist remarked. The little Baiyun Taoist has grown increasingly formidable. Gu Yun praised. Then I shall entrust this to you. The Taoist nodded and turned to the elder leaning against the car. The elder finished his last puff of smoke, extinguishing the cigarette butt, raised his right hand, and glanced skyward. His hair and beard billowed as if moved by an unseen wind, and he murmured incantations. The 7 stars of the northern dipper shine bright. The first master is named Shu Jing. The second and third are Xianji. The fourth is Tianquan. The fifth is Hong. The 6th and 7th are Kaiyang and Yao Guang. That I now step forth to command the stars. The dipper's handle aligning in the 4 directions. As the elder's voice fell, a sudden brilliance flickered in the sky, piercing the mist and illuminating the Taoist. It was the light of the 7 stars of the northern dipper. I looked up to see the dipper's handle materializing in the heavens, its brilliance surpassing even the moonlight. I began to suspect the elder's identity. He had just recited the song of the heavenly steps. The Taoist drew forth his sword, then turned to me. Time is of the essence. How much of your father's abilities have you acquired? About 20 to 30%, I believe, I hastily replied. Can you perform yang calculations? I can, I responded. Calculate Li Chongqing's lifespan. This is your father's karma, and it is also yours. The events originated from you. You must bear the consequences. He gazed at me piercingly, his presence imposing. Realizing the urgency, I turned to Li Chongqing. Mr. Li, please provide your birth details. April 18, 1980, at 3:40 p.m. He answered. I immediately began to set up a divination chart, utilizing the flying plate Chiman technique. To predict the duration of life. I arranged 3 charts based on the time of birth. For males, the chart is arranged in the direction of Tianchong, while females follow the Tianju direction, by counting the intervals to the death door. One can ascertain the year of death. The first palace represents a decade, and any remainder in the first palace counts as 1 year. With the 4-dimensional palace counting as 2, the lifespan can be calculated accordingly. Following the trajectory from Tianchong to the 4 doors of Yang, separated by 3 palaces, The 4 upright palaces yield 2, and the 4-dimensional palace yields 1. Li Chongqing has 34 years of life remaining. Yet, as this was my first time calculating a person's lifespan and entangled with karma, I felt somewhat hesitant. Glancing at Li Xiaogong, he shook his head and muttered, "The 2A Bei 2 predicts fortune and misfortune. Applicable to national fate and personal fate, but it does not calculate lifespans." I asked the son of Luo Qingshan, incapable of even this? The Taoist questioned sternly. Why? Jinqin subtly tugged at my sleeve. Signaling 3 or 4 with her fingers, he had also calculated 34. Mr. Li has 34 years of life remaining. Are you certain? When the underworld opens and the yellow springs connect, whether the two can meet depends on their lifespan. Can you bear this karma? I can bear it, I nodded. Both calculations yield 34. It should not be erroneous. The Taoist nodded, falling silent as he drew his sword and stepped forth. He moved with increasing speed until he became an indistinct figure. Only the glimmer of his sword visible as the surrounding mist began to coalesce. I now bow in reverence to the deities, beseeching the earth deity to guide the mundane, he proclaimed, gazing upon the altar to summon the souls. Traversing the yellow springs through 17 springs, his voice rang out, high and sincere, as a gust of wind whipped up, swirling the white mist until it ultimately formed a vague silhouette. The figure adorned with a celestial crown was draped in attire that, while simple, exuded an air of elegance. The robe was intricately embroidered with motifs of clouds and thunder, and the gaze it bore was both authoritative and compassionate, with half of its form shrouded in mist. Remaining unmanifested at that moment, I truly grasped the essence of Li Bai's words, "O Lord of the Clouds." Arriving in a flurry, I observed as it extended a hand to gently brush over the essence of Gu Yun, causing her spirit to dissipate like melting ice and snow. She appeared serene, a smile gracing her lips. "Yun Yang," Li Chongqing exclaimed, eager to grasp her. Yet his efforts were in vain. With countless wishes before my pillow, I await the day the green mountains fade. On the water's surface, the plum bob floats until the yellow river runs dry. When the sun and stars align, the Big Dipper turns southward. Though I have yet to find rest, I shall wait until the 3rd watch for the sun to rise. A faint sound of a woman's melancholic recitation seemed to echo in the air. Surely, she too must have been reluctant to part from Li Chongqing. In a fleeting moment, Gu Yun had vanished completely. The divine figure extended its hand, and as the misty hand swept over Li Chongqing's head, it too dissipated in an instant. The immortal caresses my crown. As I transcend the past, the Taoist chanted solemnly, his tone reverent. I recognized the incantation as the treasured edict of the Earth Official. Could he truly summon the Earth Official to manifest in this realm? Suddenly, an irresistible force turned our bodies away, leaving us with our backs to the Taoist. The moment the Earth Official faded, Gu Yun's form was revealed. Her body was shattered, her visage unrecognizable, covered in white hair, with patches of flesh having vanished, leaving only bare bones. It turned out she had been presenting herself as a spirit all along, maintaining the beauty of her former life. A sigh escaped the Taoist's lips as a flame materialized in his hand. Hurtling towards Gu Yun's form, in the blink of an eye, her body was consumed by fire. I yearned to turn and see what the Taoist was doing, but found myself unable to move. Even my arms were heavy. A glance towards Gao Chun revealed her gazing down at me. As I had suspected, she was capable of movement. "Don't look," she softly admonished. With her words, I had no choice but to acquiesce. "Mr. Li, take care." The Taoist approached and handed Li Chongqing a box. "Oh, can I move again? Was it the Taoist's doing? Is that an urn of ashes he holds?" She explained that she did not wish for us to witness her decaying form after death. Hence she concealed it from us. So that is the case. "Mr. Li, cherish yourself," the Taoist earnestly advised, reminding him that after his life span concluded, he might meet the young Lady Gu in the underworld, and to do good deeds, for the Earth Official was watching over him. Destiny is inherently fleeting. To have crossed paths is already a profound gratitude, I added. "Truly, you are the son of Luo Qingshan. Your words carry wisdom," the long silent elder suddenly interjected. "Do you know my father?" I inquired. Looking at him, he nodded, clearly reluctant to elaborate further. Thank you all." Li Chongqing bowed deeply to the Taoist and us. At long last, the affair reached its conclusion. There were moments of joy, and yet, there lingered a sense of regret. Much like the moon in the sky, it was filled with phases of brightness and obscurity. Chapter 45. The curtain falls on wind and moon, let us depart. The task is complete, the Taoist called out to the elder leaning against the car door. The elder nodded, opened the door, igniting the engine, and took out a cigarette to light. Fumigation? Shouldn't he share something with him? The elder cast a lion-like gaze towards me before addressing the Taoist. Oh, you've reminded me. The Taoist slung his sword behind him. Hey, Luo's young lad, she called out to me. What is it, Taoist? Though I was exceedingly curious about this close friend of my father, it was evident she had no intention of conversing with me. So I could only respond politely, I'll take my sword. Consider it compensation for you. He retrieved an item from his robe and tossed it to me. I caught it instantly. It was a short sword, engraved with the characters, Yuchong. The Yuchong sword? Is this real? Isn't it a legendary blade? I expressed my gratitude. He merely shook his head. That vile Taoist, Gao Chen muttered quietly, seemingly displeased. The Taoist glanced at her, merely smiling before getting into the vehicle. Luo's young lad, should you encounter insurmountable troubles, remember to seek me out. The elder waved at me from the driver's seat. Thank you, old sir, I called back. The elder was certainly no ordinary man. What a polite child, he remarked as the Land Rover roared to life, departing without a backward glance, leaving only a trail of exhaust and swirling dust. What a magnificent vehicle, Luo Gu. When shall we acquire one as well? Yi Jinqin gazed enviously at the receding figure of the Land Rover. One day, we will. I patted his shoulder. Let us take our leave, I said to Li Xiaogong and Yi Jinqin. Mr. Li, we bid you farewell. I turned to Li Chongsheng. Take care, young sir, he responded, clutching Gu Yun's urn, his tone somber, his face filled with desolation. I refrained from offering consolation. After all, such matters are not easily set aside. What is love in this world? That it binds life and death? I sighed, attempting to rise but felt pain coursing through various parts of my body. A sudden movement caused me to wince, and I sank back down. Luo Gu. Allow me to carry you, Yi Jinqin, ever considerate, offered. Gao Chen shot him a glare, and he promptly fell silent. You come, Yi Jinqin chuckled awkwardly. To my surprise, she genuinely lifted me onto her back, having never been carried by a girl before. I found myself in a peculiar predicament, unsure whether to descend or remain aloft, which left me both amused and bewildered. Ultimately, I relented, resting my chin on her shoulder, catching a whiff of a unique fragrance emanating from her hair, delightfully pleasant. I gently inhaled. Is it fragrant? A voice came from ahead. Despite my subtle movement, she noticed, and I felt a rush of embarrassment. Quite fragrant, I replied honestly. That's good, she responded, with the malevolent aura dissipated by the Taoist. The world regained its clarity, the moonlight illuminating the path once more. As we passed the supermarket, I spotted the old man slumped over the counter, seemingly asleep, back in the Toyota Hiace belonging to the Medicine King. Yi Jinqin began to muse. I truly wish to experience what it feels like to drive the Land Rover. Let your Xiaogong brother buy you one. He is a landlord, I replied cheerfully, as the grandson of Yi Dingzhou. Yi Jinqin was well aware of the Yinyang 9 mansions, and naturally, he was familiar with the Li family. Sure, Li Xiaogong agreed. Really? Yi Jinqin's eyes widened in disbelief. Let me play with those 3 Tianchao Wanshun coins from the East King. Li Xiaogong chuckled. Better not. Even if you buy 100, I wouldn't give you any, Yi Jinqin retorted. If it fell into Li Xiaogong's hands, it could well turn into a wasted endeavor. The vehicle was filled with lively laughter. By the way, what is the conclusion of the story? Yi Jinqin suddenly inquired. Did M.S.U. Dongpa investigate the cause of his friend's demise? Did he seek revenge for his friend? Aren't you curious about these matters? Only heaven knows, Li Xiaogong replied. I pondered seriously. To be honest, I too was quite intrigued. Luo Gu, what do you think? Yi Jinqin turned to me, her large eyes sparkling. I hesitated. I suppose he took vengeance, perhaps. Oh, how so? Li Xiaogong pressed. Mr. Dongpa was exiled to Huangzhou due to the Wutai poetry incident. But consider, Huangzhou is not far from the capital, and it lies within Hubei, specifically today's Huanggang, which is close to Ziguwei. Given the significance of the Wutai poetry incident, despite being falsely accused of slandering the court, Mr. Dongpa's brother, Su Jie, held the esteemed position of right minister and faced no repercussions. Dio, you truly believe there was nothing amiss? In truth, at this point, the outcome was already apparent. When many events are interconnected, it becomes evident that there must be some coincidence. Mr. Dompa likely went to Huangzhou to conduct a covert investigation. With his temperament, he would surely avenge his friend. You're quite astute, Luo Gu, Yi Jinqin remarked. Indeed, it holds validity, Li Xiaogong concurred. Alas, this is merely my personal conjecture. It cannot be taken as fact. To unearth the truth, one must consult local records. Moreover, with the passage of a millennium, who can discern the real from the false? The myriad affairs of the world are inexhaustible. Future generations can only lament in vain. I commented. A profound silence enveloped the car. With no one speaking, each lost in their thoughts, to live well in the present, to cherish the moment, is indeed sufficient. Just like the gentle summer evening breeze, the soft moonlight among the willow branches. The impending midnight feast and our gathering it was rare for me to express such sentiments. Perhaps the experiences shared with them had loosened my normally reticent tongue. On the fourth watch of the night on National Route 318, the Land Rover darted through the darkness like a sprite. Having known each other for so long, I still do not know your name. The elder at the wheel jested. I did not expect such a formidable person to have such a casual name. How could it be casual? The Taoist murmured. Oh, Qinshan, Chushan, all are white clouds. Wherever the white clouds drift, they follow you. It is Luo Qingshan who bestowed this name upon me. Is that so? The elder nodded. Then why do you not acknowledge his son? The child of an old friend, why be so heartless? There will surely come a day of reconnection. No need to rush, the Taoist replied. Indeed, is the Yucheng sword also from Luo Qingshan? The elder inquired. Naturally, the Yucheng sword, crafted by the ghostly artisan Long Xiu, revered by the dragon lords, Luo Qingshan. Has he truly passed on? He has. I have witnessed him, already transformed into a wraith. Perhaps after accomplishing his final desires, he can finally rest. The Taoist spoke with an unperturbed tone, as if recounting a commonplace event. Though have departed to that realm, none return alive. Luo Qingshan, so young yet becoming the illustrious lord among the three masters of the 9 mansions, was the one with the greatest hope of surviving, yet he was ultimately forced to his demise by the Yang family, the elder lamented. The 3 masters? The Taoist's interest was piqued. How could you possibly be unaware? The elder's face reflected a moment of confusion, but he soon nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the matter. You seldom concern yourself with worldly affairs. The 9 courts are governed by 3 sovereigns, the wise and perceptive leader, known as the sovereign of insight, the valiant and resolute commander, recognized as the sovereign of dominance, and the cunning strategist, referred to as the sovereign of supremacy. Only the most exceptional individuals from the 9 courts are deemed worthy of these titles. It is only when matters arise that cannot be resolved by the 9 courts that the 3 sovereigns intervene, thus functioning as the de facto leaders of the 9 courts. Their combined forces must merge martial prowess with the arts of yin and yang. And in times of peace, the 9 courts must show them due respect, while in times of strife, they directly command the courts. This tradition likely dates back to the tumultuous end of the Tang dynasty and the subsequent 5 dynasties. Perhaps it was established to honor the legacy of their forebears, mused the demon hunter. In an era of prolonged national tranquility, the 9 courts must also consider their own interests. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. For how many years have countless individuals pursued the elusive prophecies only to wonder? What if they are false? The demon hunter inquired, driven by the desire to secure a legacy for themselves. Some individuals have descended into madness, such as the Yang family. The last master of divination from the Yang family has returned, consumed by hatred and fury. His transformation into a malevolent corpse is far more terrifying. Devoid of reason, leaving only vengeance in its wake. The Yang family's actions, which sealed his fate alongside Luo Qingshan, warranted such a conclusion. He had lived his life in a state of subservience, and the weight of his grievances is too great. The demon hunter spoke slowly. Yang Wanshou, the sovereign of supremacy. What a pity that the Yang family never regarded him as a human, the elder sighed, lamenting the unfortunate fate of the young man. Who was the sovereign of dominance? Did he also venture to that place? The Taoist looked towards the elder, seeking clarification. You haven't yet told me, the elder replied. He did not go. Initially, I intended to choose you, but considering your Taoist identity and your reluctance to meddle in worldly matters, I opted for Mu Jianghe. Old Mu is indeed a suitable choice for the role of sovereign of dominance. He is the successor of the renowned Shi Kuang from the spring and autumn period, possessing considerable skills. The demon hunter bore no ill will for not being the sovereign of dominance. On the contrary, he held great faith in Mu Jianghe. Yitong, do you know why I am so concerned about that half of the marriage contract with Yang Xixio? Just as I was about to drift into slumber in the carriage, the young girl suddenly asked, "Wasn't he at all destroyed? What is there to be concerned about?" I responded, somewhat bewildered. That marriage contract can be repaired, for its material is not artificial but rather crafted from ghostly silk, commonly referred to as ghostly embroidery. What? I exclaimed in astonishment. Is such a thing possible? Indeed, for the garment your father wore, that Zhongshan suit, was also woven from ghostly silk. It was his most cherished attire. I do not possess extensive knowledge regarding this fabric, but I do know it can indeed be mended. So, you mean to say that the marriage contract can be repaired? I inquired. That is indeed the implication. And at that time, they could compel you to sign the marriage contract, thereby placing your fate in the hands of the Yang family. This means that Luo Gu's situation is perilous. Yi Jinqin interjected. It is as such. You must swiftly gain strength, I sighed. What a remarkable fabric the marriage contract is made from. Do you know what kind of material was used in the embroidery of the golden threaded jade garment? I have heard of it. Naturally, it is said that ghostly embroidery is crafted from the jade pieces of the golden threaded jade garment, which are transformed into silk threads. Jade can be transformed into silk threads? Isn't jade a type of crystal? I questioned. As for that, I do not know. Your father never spoke of it. Regardless, it is no longer of great importance, as everything has ended on a joyous note, with clarity and serenity prevailing. Chapter 46. The incident at the Yang family. It was only as dawn approached that we returned to Xinyang building. Phew, I am utterly exhausted. Yi Jinqin plopped down onto a chair. Tomorrow we shall close for the day. Let us rest well, he suggested. You certainly know how to be lazy, I teased, yet I approved of this proposal. I asked, there any cola left? Gao Chun, who had been lingering at the door for some time, finally entered. Aren't you going home? I asked curiously. I am in no rush, she casually replied as she found a seat. She truly does not regard herself as an outsider. Thank you for today's events. I expressed my gratitude politely. She responded flatly. I want cola. Goodness, why is this girl so fixated on cola? I went to fetch it, and Yi Jinqin, displaying unexpected diligence, eagerly opened the refrigerator and produced several cans to place in front of her. How thoughtful, Gao Chen remarked indifferently. Why? Yi Jinqin smiled shyly. Hey, this is my home, I pointed out to Yi Jinqin. Should I leave then? Gao Chen retorted, her tone displeased as she pretended to rise. That is not what I meant. I quickly stopped her. There is no reason to chase anyone away at this hour. Yidong, I will be leaving in a couple of days. Wouldn't it be better for someone to accompany you? Li Xiaogong suddenly interjected. Even the cold-faced king is making jokes now? Are you really leaving? I asked. Yes, I must go. I will be a senior next year, and I have some trivial matters to attend to at home. Preparing for the start of school. Very well, it seems I will be left with just you and Yi. I must also prepare for school. Yi scratched his head. I want to be able to accompany you often. You can go to school. It's not far. Only half an hour away. I will be living on campus. I was momentarily speechless, looking at Gao Chun, who met my gaze, and we exchanged glances. It's fine. You should also return home. I smiled. I can choose not to go home, she replied. I scrutinized her. She did not appear to be joking. Goodness, could it be that she truly intends to stay? A man and a woman alone in a room. What kind of propriety is that? Though she is indeed very beautiful, I must remain a gentleman. Don't be ridiculous. Sichuan isn't too far. I can take you home. I will soon be preparing to return to handle my leave of absence. Who told you my home is in Sichuan? Gao Chen's tone was icy. I was somewhat taken aback. Isn't she from the same county as I am? That was a jest. My home is not in Gaoyan village. She continued, seemingly reading my thoughts. Why do I know so much about your marriage contract? Have you never wondered? Why do I know about your father, yet you have never questioned it? I was momentarily stunned into silence. Indeed, why does she know so much about me? Why did she appear just when I was in peril? How is it that she knows about my father? Why does she instill fear in Yang Xixio? And why does she dare to mock the demon hunter in his presence? I suddenly realized that I had been so immersed in her assistance that I had developed a natural fondness for her. Never questioning these matters, reflecting back, I discovered that the situation was far from simple. What role does she truly play in my affairs, or in all of this? I looked at her, my gaze gradually filled with caution as I stepped back. What is wrong? Are you afraid? She smiled sweetly, observing me. Who are you really, and what is your purpose in approaching me? I fixed my gaze upon her. I want to tell you, and you can do nothing to compel me. After all, the three of you combined cannot defeat me. She glanced back at Jin Qin. Don't believe me? Just ask them. I turned to Yi Jin Qin, who nodded without hesitation. I looked to Li Xiaogong, who also nodded in agreement. Strangely, however, the two of them remained unfazed, displaying no fear whatsoever. The three heroes of Hulao could barely match Elbu, let alone the three of us being inferior to them. Let us just sit quietly. Li Xiaogong said, moreover, she harbors no ill intent. I stood awkwardly, unsure whether to sit or stand. At least my name hasn't deceived you. I merely promised your father a few things that he failed to fulfill. So it falls upon you now, Gaochen said, sipping her cola contentedly in the blink of an eye. She had downed 4 cans, evidently relishing the drink. I still dared not sit beside her, pulling over a stool to sit at a distance. I muttered, is it really that delicious? Burp. She didn't answer, unabashedly belching. Yet I came to realize that it seems I cannot drive her away. In July, the countryside of Yangzhou was as sweltering as being in a furnace. Scattered across the border were Sioux-style buildings, arranged in an orderly yet charming manner. Strangely, amidst the white walls and green tiles, beneath the arching eaves, one could not feel a hint of the oppressive heat. A gentle breeze wafted through, reaching every household. This was the residence of the Yang family of the 9 courts, concealing a grand geomantic layout. The earth's energy rose and fell with the seasons, resulting in warmth in winter and coolness in summer, so much so that even in the heat of summer, it felt like an ice chamber. Yet today, the Yang family found itself in a state of turmoil, for an uninvited guest had arrived. The figure was clad in a coarse black robe, covered in dark feathers, exuding an aura of malevolence. He appeared strikingly handsome, yet within that beauty lurked a hint of savagery. Bring out Yang Xingmian. The figure in black had already entered the expansive courtyard of the Yang family, dragging along 2 members of the clan. Uncle, why rush? Is there not a way to sit down and discuss matters? A lady in red approached gracefully, adorned in a phoenix crown and elaborate gown. She was none other than Yang Xixio. The man in black eyed Yang Xixio, his pupils narrowing, the ferocity in his gaze intensifying. He seized her by the neck, exclaiming, "It is all you're doing, you wretched girl." His grip tightened, determined not to relent until he had crushed her throat. Uncle, they are all dead, surrounded by the members of the Yang family. They gazed at the visitor in dark robes, their expressions a mixture of fear, respect, and concern. Fourth brother, you've returned without even a greeting. A middle-aged man, accompanied by a pair of young brothers, slowly approached from the inner hall. Upon seeing the figure in dark robes, the brothers' eyes gleamed with excitement, and they rushed to his side, calling out, "Father!" Yet, the only response they received were 2 withered fists, each striking them and sending them sprawling. The brothers fell to the ground, coughing up blood. "Bring Yang Xingmian out," the visitor commanded. "Fourth brother, they are your sons. How could you be so ruthless?" The middle-aged man hastily pulled the brothers back. "Bring Yang Xingmian out." The visitor repeated, his voice becoming somewhat mechanical, devoid of emotion. "When show, death is like extinguished lamp. Let this grudge be buried." Suddenly a figure emerged from the crowd, slowly approaching the man in dark robes. Under his revelation, everyone finally understood that this man was Yang Wenshou, the former diviner of the Yang family. Upon seeing the newcomer, the dark feathers on Yang Wenshou's body surged wildly, enveloping him completely. "It seems you bear a particularly great grudge against me. Allow me to teach you about brotherly respect. Do not think that simply because the deceased is revered, you can act recklessly at home." Yang Wenshou's eyes glinted with hatred as he looked at the figure before him, wishing to tear him to pieces in his fury, for this man was directly responsible for his demise. This man was the current head of the Yang family, Yang Wenli, and also the father of Yang Xiu. At this moment, Yang Wenshou was utterly consumed by hatred, woodenly advancing towards Yang Wenli. "Wenshou, let me see if you've made any progress over the years. Yang Wenli stepped forward, catching Yang Wenshou's fist with his palm and firmly locking it in place. Yang Wenshou found himself immobilized. Yet his expression remained impassive, a sinister smile directed at Yang Wenli before he exerted force. Just as Yang Wenli sensed something amiss, a sharp pain shot through his hand. My finger. With a shriek, an irregularly broken finger appeared in Yang Wenshou's hand. Yang Wenli's middle finger had vanished, forcibly removed by Yang Wenshou. Luo family, Four Seasons Fist, Shuo Feng style. Those who had previously called him fourth brother were left in shock. It was known that Yang Wenshou had never trained in martial arts due to their father's suppression. The answer to who had taught him the Four Seasons Fist was now clear. The visage of the young man who had once single-handedly shattered the Yang family's fortune, leading to the death of many, flashed through their minds. Yu Chongjin, Gui Gong Yulong A. Hanlong Zunjia, Luo Qing Shan. Chapter 47. Fratricide, Brotherhood and Discord Family Head. The surrounding Yang clan members witnessed this horrifying scene and rushed to shield Yang Wenli. Yang Wenshou made no move, quietly observing his elder brother. Fourth brother, how could you be so vicious? Another middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd. His second brother, Yang Wenfeng. Vicious? Why don't you ask what he did? If it weren't for him and our father forcing me, would I have become like this? Yang Wenshou's voice simmered with anger. Then what do you intend to do today? Yang Wenfeng confronted him. Given my current state, what do you think I wish to do? Yang Wenshou replied ominously. You can't possibly want to kill our elder brother? Yang Wenfeng exclaimed in alarm. Father, stop this. The two young brothers beside him called out to Yang Wenshou. You little bastards, what right do you have to speak here? Yang Wenshou glared at his sons, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The brothers immediately fell silent and retreated. Yang Wenji hurriedly shielded the two brothers behind him. Fourth brother, you still have a chance to turn things around. Turn around? With you lot? Yang Wenshou scoffed. You? Yang Wenji was rendered speechless by the retort. Are you truly willing to sever ties with your kin? After ensuring Yang Wenli was safe, Yang Wenfeng seized a long spear handed to him by a clan member, advancing towards Yang Wenshou. The one severing ties is him. A tiger does not eat its cubs. Yet he has become so deranged that he can drive his own daughter to death. Yang Wenshou pointed at Yang Xixio on the ground. Seemingly aware of his own culpability, Yang Wenfeng shifted the topic. Fourth brother, since childhood, our father forbade you from practicing martial arts. Let me see your progress over the years. Do you not think that just because you possess martial skills, I will fear you? Yang Wenshou snatched the spear from the clan member's grasp. The two soon became entangled in a fierce duel. Yang Wenfeng was indeed a skilled fighter, wielding the spear with such precision that Yang Wenshou could not find an opening. Yang Wenshou was no slouch either, his strikes powerful and forceful, attacking relentlessly, the spear weaving like shooting stars, dancing like falling pear blossoms. This is Gao CG, Gao family spear technique. Was it also passed down to you by Luo Qingshan? Yang Wenji murmured, observing the fierce confrontation. I suddenly understand why you have become so close to that adversarial figure. The Yang family does not treat you as one of their own. Only he is willing to care for you, even willing to share his most valued techniques. A complex expression flickered across Yang Wenji's face. The Yang family's spear technique versus the Gao family's spear technique. Which will prevail? The two fought for dozens of exchanges without a clear victor, sweat beading on Yang Wenfeng's forehead, while Yang Wenshou remained calm and collected, his urgent assaults showing no signs of fatigue. Yang Wenfeng grew increasingly alarmed. Damned it, the corpse's fury knows no fatigue. If this continues, I will surely be at a disadvantage. With a determined heart, Yang Wenfeng retreated, but Yang Wenshou's stance followed closely. Suddenly, Yang Wenfeng moved like a fish darting through water, executing a swift somersault and turning back with incredible speed. The counterstrike. Although Yang Wenshou avoided a fatal blow, he could not evade entirely, and his neck was grazed, causing pure black blood to flow. Before Yang Wenfeng could retract his spear, Yang Wenshou grabbed the shaft, a smirk playing on his lips. Second brother, you've fallen for my trick. A glint of cold light widened in his pupils, and Yang Wenfeng realized the peril, hastily ducking away. SSH, the sound of the spear-piercing flesh echoed, but it did not find Yang Wenfeng. Instead, it shot through the shoulder of the resting Yang Wenli behind him, pinning him to the ground with tremendous force. Elder brother, Yang Wenfeng exclaimed in horror. In that moment, he comprehended why Yang Wenshou had said he had been fooled. It was clear that Yang Wenshou's target had always been Yang Wenli. "You certainly value your life," dodging quite swiftly, Yang Wenshou remarked, his expression chilling. "Fourth brother, do you truly intend to eradicate kinship and pursue complete annihilation?" Yang Wenfeng's face finally showed signs of urgency. "Second brother, step aside," Yang Wenshou bellowed. "Fourth brother, please stop," Yang Wenfeng implored. "Get lost." Yang Wenshou no longer held back, throwing Yang Wenfeng several yards away. With a palpable aura of death and murderous intent, he approached Yang Wenli. SSH. The spear was withdrawn, a stream of blood erupting from Yang Wenli. The surrounding members of the Yang family dared not move. Acutely aware of Yang Wenshou's murderous intent, they knew that uttering even a single word would result in them sharing the same bloodied fate as Yang Wenli. Yet, Yang Wenli remained stoic, uttering not a word, nor pleading for mercy. Indeed, he embodied the fortitude of a family head. Yet it proved futile. "Tio die at the hands of my own son." Yang Wenli glared at him with disdain. Yang Wenshou raised the spear, aiming it at Yang Wenli's heart, preparing to thrust downwards. Just as he was about to strike, a spear, imbued with unmatched force, deflected Yang Wenshou's weapon away. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful face appeared before Yang Wenli, wielding the spear, his expression grim. "Yang Xingmian, you remain as unyielding as ever," Yang Wenshou remarked, unfazed. "A beast is a beast. Truly an untrainable wolf," Yang Xingmian retorted without reserve. "Have you even forgotten to call your father? Ha, from the very beginning, you never regarded me as human." "Spare me your nonsense," Yang Wenshou laughed bitterly. "Having become this way, I cannot even reincarnate. Do you dare to claim you bear no responsibility? As a member of the Yang family, one must possess the resolve to die for the Yang family." The elder replied coldly. "Since that is the case, then you can die as well." Yang Wenshou raised his spear, aiming it at the elder's head. "You truly are insufferable," the elder scolded, then raised his spear to meet Yang Wenshou's attack. "Why did all the brothers receive martial training while you did not teach me? Is it because I am a bastard, or did you fear I would be uncontrollable?" Yang Wenshou's words finally bore emotion. Filled with resentment, "The Yang family's diviner has no need for martial prowess." The elder's movements were swift and agile. "All mere nonsense," Yang Wenshou cursed. Observing his furious fourth son, Yang Xingmian's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. With a flick of his wrist, the spear's tip reversed, plunging directly into Yang Wenshou's shoulder without any restraint. Yang Wenshou paused momentarily, then, in a fit of rage, thrust his spear forward towards Yang Xingmian's throat. The two father and son had reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. After all, the elder's experience proved invaluable. He evaded the strike with a swift motion, then waved his hand. Several individuals rushed out from the inner hall, wielding iron chains, quickly wrapping them around Yang Wenshou. Struggling fiercely, Yang Wenshou used all his strength to pull and drag the clan members down. "Mr. Liu," Yang Xingmian respectfully addressed another elder who had been observing from the side. The elder finally took action, producing a talisman from his sleeve and affixing it to Yang Wenshou's forehead. The dark feathers enveloping Yang Wenshou swiftly retreated, his eyes gradually dimming. "Father!" The two children beside Yang Wenji cried out anxiously, their names being Yang Xiliang and Yang Sisu. Although their father had passed, he was still their father, and they were reluctant to witness him suffer harm. It seemed Yang Wenshou could hear his children's cries. He numbly turned his head, blood tears streaming from his eyes. He gazed at his children, seemingly wishing to reach out to them, yet was incapable, his body bound by chains like a dumpling. The hand he had just raised fell helplessly. The eldest son gazed at his father's dangling hand, his pupils constricting as he beheld 3 lines etched upon it, the lowest of which was severed in 2, that was the symbol of the Sun hexagram. The father's intent was clear. Flee. He urged them to escape. As the firstborn, he harbored deeper insights. He vividly recalled how their grandfather had once treated their father. He cast a fearful glance at Yang Xingmian standing at a distance, instinctively tightening his grip around his younger brother's hand. Though they belonged to the Yang family, only their second uncle, Yang Wenfeng, showed them any concern. Otherwise, they were largely ignored. Perhaps being the sons of Yang Wenshou was a sin in itself. He could foresee the grim scenario where the two brothers would be used to threaten Yang Wenshou, and he desired nothing more than for his brother to survive. Yang Wenshou lay silent, his tattered garments stained with blood. Yang Siliang had been taught by his father that Yang Wenshou lived his life with bowed head and submissive demeanor, devoid of any freedom, yet he had bestowed all his liberty upon his children. The cunning and scheming that could topple empires were not lost on Yang Wenshou's sons, who were certainly no ordinary beings. Father, you truly deserve this fate, Yang Siliang thought bitterly, to have contemplated fratricide and patricide. Your retribution has come to fruition? Elder brother, what are you saying? Yang Sihu queried, gazing at his brother, feeling a profound estrangement. He was aware of the father's troubles and believed, despite any faults, that his father did not deserve such treatment. He attempted to extricate himself from his brother's grasp, but Yang Siliang held him firmly, the pain from the grip snapping him back to reality. Elder brother is right. Father is indeed a disgrace to the Yang family. Yang Sihu trembledly acquiesced, uttering words he did not truly believe. Such was the only way for them to safeguard themselves within the Yang clan. The family members of the Yang clan regarded the two brothers with ambiguous expressions. Yang Xingmian looked at his two grandsons with unexpected surprise. Due to Yang Wenshou, he had never favored them, but today, he considered the prospect of nurturing them. Yet, none of this escaped the keen eyes of Yang Wenji, who stood behind them. His thoughts deviated from those of others, as he regarded the two children with admiration. What clever children! The Yang family indeed harbors talents. Those who disrupt the Yang clan must be these two. This was Yang Wenji's internal assessment. Chapter 48. Luo Yuezheng, lock him away, Yang Xingmian intoned gravely. The crowd remained frozen, daunted by Yang Wenshou's ferocity. Although he appeared incapacitated, one could never be too certain, and none wished to take chances. What? Are you all incapable of dealing with a lifeless corpse? How can you still call yourselves members of the Yang family? Do you not fear becoming the subject of ridicule? Yang Xingmian bellowed. Still, no one dared to move. Allow me, Yang Wenji interjected. He sidestepped the two brothers and approached Yang Wenshou. Fourth brother, do not blame me for this, he said, patting his younger brother's shoulder. Old Lu, where shall you place him? Yang Wenji inquired, lifting his fourth brother with a single hand, the chains rattling. Follow me, replied the elderly Lu. Very well, Yang Wenji followed with utmost respect. Bang! As they ascended the steps, Yang Wenji slipped, tumbling down. The elder Lu turned at the sound, his brow furrowing as he beheld Yang Wenji's disheveled state. You cannot even manage such a simple task? He expressed his displeasure. Why apologies, Lu elder? I have caused you embarrassment. Why fourth brother is quite fearsome. And I was somewhat frightened, Yang Wenji hurriedly replied, scrambling to his feet and wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The elder Lu regarded him with disdain, turning to continue onward. Just as he turned, a cold glint flashed in Yang Wenji's eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, a gleaming dagger appeared in his hand. With a swift thrust, the dagger pierced through the elder Lu's back and emerged from his chest. The elder Lu struggled to turn, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Yang Wenji. Lu Shiming, I know you. Yang Wenji pressed the dagger deeper into the elder's heart. Yet, even this did not extinguish the elder's life. The sudden turn of events astonished everyone present. The Yang clan stared wide-eyed at Yang Wenji. Third brother, what are you doing? Was the first to react, Yang Xingmian. Third brother? Does that mean I must now address you as elder brother? Yang Wenji chuckled disdainfully, tearing off a mask resembling human skin, revealing an aged visage. All eyes of the Yang clan converged upon him, a cacophony of voices erupting. They soon realized they did not recognize this elder. Who are you? What is your purpose in the Yang family? Yang Xingmian shouted. Do you not recognize me? The elder pointed at himself. True enough. I am not well known. However, Lu Shiming ought to know me, he said, kicking the lifeless Lu Shiming towards Yang Xingmian. Lu Shiming attempted to speak, but he was beyond breath. Old Lu, you have long been stealing lives. What is it now? You cannot even utter a word? The elder mocked at it matters not that you do not recognize me. Surely you are aware of my father, Luo Sunshan. Yang Xingmian pondered the words of this elder, feeling a strange familiarity with the name Luo Sunshan. It echoed in his memory. Still cannot recall? Did your father never mention it to you? The elder's reminder finally stirred a distant memory within Yang Xingmian. Luo Sunshan, the most legendary master of yin and yang during the Republican era. A leader among thieves, commanding respect from all walks of life, at least in the northern regions. The Luo family was a renowned clan in the realm of feng shui and occult practices. Though they had similarly fallen into decline for unknown reasons, their influence still formidable. He had often heard this name from his father, the fear in his father's eyes vividly etched in his mind. "You are Luo Qingshan's father," exclaimed the current head of the Yang family, young Winli, who lay on the ground. "The young one possesses discernment, but alas, you are mistaken. I am either Luo Yuezhing or Luo Ji, or perhaps Luo Yuanping or Luo Tingchun." Yang Xingmian regarded the elder warily. "Have you remembered? I, like you, am an elder brother. You are Luo Yuezhing? Impossible. I thought you had long since perished." Yang Xingmian shook his head in disbelief. "Humph, do you doubt me?" Luo Yuezhing scoffed, then stomped his foot vehemently, causing a section of the Yang family estate to collapse with a thunderous roar. The earth's energy clashes, the hidden dragon reveals its wrath. Young Winli shouted, his eyes glinting with greed. "The Yang family remains as inept as ever, allowing even my nephew to inflict countless casualties upon you." Luo Yuezhing shook his head. "Your family's Sutra of the Heavenly Dragon was originally derived from the Yang family." Yang Xingmian's words were cut short by Luo Yuezhing's hand. "Did your father tell you that? If your father instructed you to die, would you comply? You and I are practically the same age. Yet it seems you have aged poorly." Yang Xingmian glared at Luo Yuezhing, fury flickering in his eyes, yet he refrained from acting rashly without understanding the other's strength. Luo Yuezhing paid him no heed, rummaging through Lu Shiming's belongings until he unearthed a marriage contract, identical to the one Yang Xixio had previously obtained. "Is this a marriage contract?" Luo Yuezhing unfolded the document, his expression turning serious. The contents were identical to that of the contract held by Yang Xixio, yet the signature section was intact, prominently displaying Luo Yidong's name. "How insidious! You truly managed to orchestrate this." Luo Yuezhing gritted his teeth. Yang Xingmian stood by, refraining from further comment. "How do we resolve this?" Luo Yuezhing's cold gaze fell upon him. "There is no resolution." "Very well," Luo Yuezhing nodded. "On the day of Imao, at the hour of Guiwei, with Tianrui on duty, the hidden dragon breaks the peace. The residents shall not know tranquility." Just as Luo Yuezhing's words concluded, another collapse resonated from the distance of the Yang estate, accompanied by faint cries and wails. "How do we resolve this?" "There is no resolution. Even if you were to kill every member of the Yang family, there remains no resolution. The marriage contract is inherently a nefarious scheme, devoid of any solution." Yang Xingmian's countenance darkened, yet he felt utterly powerless, for the marriage contract indeed harbored no remedy. Had Lu Shiming still been alive, there might have been a chance. Alas, he had already been slain. Though I hold no fondness for Luo Qingshan, he is still my uncle, and I must at least prove my innocence. Moreover, I intend to take this person with me. Luo Yuezhing pointed at Yang Wenzo. "Be my guest." Yang Xingmian gritted through clenched teeth, for he cared little for the fate of this rebellious son. After Luo Yuezhing departed, Yang Xingmian remained lost in thought for an extended period. "Father," Yang Wenfeng called out, "the Luo family comes and goes at will. Do they truly believe my Yang family is an easy target? Just a fallen clan. Yet they dare to act so arrogantly." Yang Xingmian's anger boiled over, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Yang Wenfeng hurriedly rushed to support him, internally reflecting, "It was you who insisted on seizing the Luo family's possessions from the outset." Yet, he could only voice this in his mind. After Luo Yuezhing had taken Yang Wenshou far from the Yang estate, they traversed a considerable distance before finally halting in the woods, where Luo Yuezhing unshackled Yang Wenshou. "Where is the item?" "Hand it over." Luo Yuezhing extended his hand. "What item?" Yang Wenshou queried. "Are you feigning ignorance?" "Your corpse, Dan, of course." Luo Yuezhing's expression turned increasingly frigid. "It is gone." Yang Wenshou replied succinctly. "You dare to deceive me?" Luo Yuezhing's anger flared. "If I had the corpse, Dan, would I need your assistance today? I not only lost the corpse, Dan, but my malevolent energy has also been sealed. Otherwise, I would have avenged myself long ago. Who did this? I will seek retribution from them." Chapter 49. Old secrets following the incident with the Tsangpa mirror. We recuperated for several days before Zhenyang Tower reopened its doors for business, and patrons began to flow in to enjoy tea. Perhaps it is due to my obscurity, or perhaps my youthfulness. But my dealings in the realm of yin and yang are rather meager, predominantly involving trivial matters handled by the locals. "Itong, I shall be departing in a couple of days," Li Shaogong remarked. "We shall see you off in due time." I nodded in agreement. "You are always welcome to visit the Li family. The Li family based in Didao. I inquired. I in the past, the founding Emperor Li Yuan, under the auspices of Yuan Tai, acknowledged prominent families to secure a noble lineage for himself, thus recognizing the Longxi Li clan as his ancestral roots. Consequently, the Didao Li clan became entwined with the imperial lineage of the Tang dynasty. You are correct, Li Shaogong commended. Where exactly is Didao? Yi Jinqin asked. If I recall correctly, it should be in present-day Lintao, I responded. And where is Lintao? Lintao is located in Dingxi. I see. Yi Jinqin exclaimed. Dingxi's wide noodles are delicious. I found myself speechless, feeling that he was beyond redemption, consumed only by thoughts of food. To be fair, they truly are delectable. If you visit, Dingxi's wide noodles will be in abundance. Li Shaogong earnestly answered his inquiry. Very well, let us keep in touch. Fortunately, we have exchanged phone numbers, and we can occasionally enjoy games like Rhythm Master together. However, I have a few questions I wish to pose to you. Go ahead. Li Shaogong encouraged. You happen to know the elderly gentleman who accompanied the Taoist last time? If memory serves, upon seeing him for the first time, it appeared that Li Shaogong was about to speak, but was interrupted by the elder. Indeed, I am acquainted with him, Li Shaogong confirmed without hesitation. Is it convenient to discuss? It is quite convenient, Li Shaogong nodded. He is Butian, known for his divine steps. He has frequently visited our area, and our families share a cordial relationship, becoming familiar over time. That elder is Bunyan, a master of yin and yang, which explains the unique aura he emanated. Tio summarized in 4 characters. It is heroic spirit, for despite his advanced age, he bears the majestic presence of a lion, particularly accentuated by his profoundly deep eyes. Their family has inherited the Butian Gu, which notably differs from the widely circulated Dan Yuanzi's Butian Gu scripture. Possessing a more comprehensive lineage in the present day, rapid industrial advancement has affected the weather, particularly increasing the prevalence of smog, rendering it impossible for ordinary citizens in urban areas to behold the stars. Yet, the Bu family seems impervious to this plight, as they are, strictly speaking, practitioners of feng shui and yin arts, including celestial observation and burial rites. There are also rumors that their family has received the teachings of the Huangji Jingshi. Although I am not well versed on that matter, has the Bu family's lineage endured for long? I found myself deeply intrigued by this family. Although astrology falls under the category of feng shui, there are remarkably few practitioners of astrology left. Indeed, it has persisted for quite some time, at least from our generation back, spanning over a dozen generations. The Liangzhou prefecture has always been under the stewardship of the Bu family, who have been diligent in their responsibilities, Li Shaogong affirmed with a nod of acknowledgement. And how much do you know about my family? I cautiously inquired. Since the Li family possesses such extensive information, he should have some insight into ours as well. Not much, he replied. Your family has experienced breaks in lineage, but not in the continuity of its heritage. The lineage is determined by the one who inherits it, becoming the clan leader. The Luo family, however, seems to have fractured due to disputes over inheritance. In ancient times, the Luo family fell into disarray, and during the modern era, around the Yongjing period, a clan leader who had received the inheritance called back scattered relatives. Marking one of the few instances of consolidation within the Luo family, it was said that their ancestral home was in Hunan, but during the Republic era, they began to splinter once more. Yet, it is well known in the yin and yang circles that the Luo family members possess remarkable abilities, each specializing in different arts, some in paper effigy crafting, others in physiognomy, and yet others in divination. These individuals, lacking the Luo family's inheritance, acquired alternative yin and yang techniques through their own means, even including corpse driving, Li Shaogong admitted, shaking his head, revealing he knew little of the Luo family's affairs. Truly a peculiar clan, maintaining continuity despite fragmentation, and each branch still possessing its own genealogy. Then why are there only my grandfather and I left now? I mused, perplexed. Even if the family has disintegrated, they should have scattered rather than remaining in conflict. Shouldn't we still acknowledge our kin? I do possess some knowledge about this matter. It seems during the Republic era, when your great-grandfather was in charge, he was a legendary figure, highly skilled, renowned in both the northern yin and yang circles and among the outlaws. During the tumultuous times, even many brave men from the Li family were eager to serve under him. This was during the Guangxu era when chaos reigned, and your great-grandfather primarily engaged in tomb raiding, being exceptionally adept in feng shui and the arts of the occult, Li Shaogong recounted. You know about my great-grandfather? My grandfather and father have never mentioned him, I said, astonished, as expected of the Didao Li family, a lineage that has endured for a millennium. That was when everything began. However, I am unsure of the specifics. I only know my grandfather mentioned that your great-grandfather took something from a tomb that he should not have, incurring a curse, which led to the current state of your Luo family. Whether this is true or not, I cannot say. So our family began to fracture from the time of my great-grandfather? Around the Guangxu era? I asked. Not exactly. With the protection of your great-great-grandfather, your Luo family lived in peace during that era, remaining harmonious until the passing of your great-great-grandfather. The true fragmentation began in the later years of your great-grandfather, Luo Qingshan explained. That is somewhat strange. I pondered aloud. I do know a little. Yi Jinqin, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke. You know too? I looked at him in surprise. It makes sense for him to know, as the Yi, Li Bu, and Yang families are all prominent clans, and the Yi family of that era was not inferior to ours. Having also fallen from grace, Li Xiaogong gestured for me not to be surprised. My adoptive father mentioned some things. Yi Jinqin nodded. Please share, Li Xiaogong encouraged. You mentioned that Luo Ji's great-great-grandfather took something he shouldn't have. It reminds me of something. My adoptive father seemed to say that Luo Ji's great-great-grandfather once entered a tomb with over 600 people, of which more than 200 were from the Luo family, and none returned. What? Such a thing happened? I was taken aback. Now that you mention it, I do recall that there was indeed such an incident. After that, your great-great-grandfather did not enter another tomb until his demise. Li Xiaogong tapped the table. However, he did enter a tomb, and it was his last, but you all are unaware. Yi Jinqin countered. Is that true? Li Xiaogong looked at him skeptically. As a member of the Li family, he believed his understanding was more comprehensive. Why would I deceive you? It is said that 5 years after that tomb expedition, Luo Ji's great-great-grandfather secretly prepared for another venture, gathering an army of 10,000. In the end, only a handful survived. As for how I know, my adoptive father's grandfather was one of the participants back then. Yi Jinqin revealed a shocking secret. 10,000 entered a tomb. All those capable individuals perished? Li Xiaogong clearly found this hard to believe. I cannot fabricate stories to deceive you. Yi Jinqin swore an oath. It was evident that he had no reason to deceive us. What were they truly after? What else did your adoptive father say? Li Xiaogong pressed eagerly, his curiosity piqued by these hidden truths. My adoptive father knew little, only that his grandfather would occasionally lose his senses after returning. And as he aged, this became more frequent. He often spoke of the divine tomb, claiming that they disturbed the divine presence and were cursed, which I only recalled upon your mention, Yi Jinqin asserted confidently. Such occurrences indeed exist. A flicker of confusion crossed Li Xiaogong's eyes. But how could there be gods? There are spirits. We have all seen them. How could there be no gods? Yi Jinqin retorted. I am not suggesting there are no gods, but rather that such beings are beyond our comprehension, operating on a different plane. We common folk pray to the gods during festivals, hoping that these transcendental beings will aid us in leading better lives, rather than mindlessly worshipping them. Thus, my question is, how could they manifest in this world? Li Xiaogong turned to Yi Jinqin, articulating my understanding of what is termed divine. I found his reasoning quite compelling. The Chinese populace is predominantly pragmatic, and as long as it aligns with our values and embodies auspicious wishes, our optimistic outlook on life is the primary reason for our reverence, rather than mere superstition. I share your sentiments. I nodded in agreement with Li Xiaogong. Is it from here that our family began to fracture? I inquired again. Not exactly, Xiaogong. There is something you have not mentioned. Your great-great-grandfather maintained a state of stability until his passing. The fragmentation indeed occurred during your great-grandfather's later years, Yi Jinqin denied. Could it possibly be due to the Yang family? I speculated. The Yang family? Yi Jinqin chuckled lightly. While I am not well versed in the Yang family, I must say you hold them in too high regard. From beginning to end, your Luo family has never regarded them as a significant threat. It is merely that your family has fallen, and they dared to bully you, a solitary orphan. The enmity between your family and the Yang family likely traces back to the latter part of the Qianlong era. Your lineage possesses a feng shui inheritance known as the Dutian Hanlong Jing, attributed to the author Yang Yunsong. They insist that it belongs to the Yang family. However, This heritage was not initially theirs. It seems that the clan leader from your family discovered it during the Qinlong period when numerous tombs were being excavated. A time devoid of the present awareness regarding the preservation of cultural relics. It appears that your family reaped benefits from the tomb, inciting jealousy from the Yang family. The Yang family's Mai Shunxiang merely encompasses the realm of Yang techniques. They lack a heritage of Yin techniques and Feng Shui. Human greed, akin to a serpent devouring an elephant, led them to target your family. Thereafter, Li Shaogong harbored a strong aversion towards the Yang family's gluttony. If it were not due to the Yang family, then what could it possibly be? My curiosity deepened. The answer eluded us. Perhaps internal issues within the Luo family were to blame, a mystery known to no one. From that point onward, the Luo family began to dwindle, their numbers decreasing over time. I speculated that it might indeed relate to a curse, as Yi Jinqin conjectured. Does my father know? I glanced at Li Shaogong. He likely does, considering your father's profound abilities. Though I personally disdain him, I still hold a measure of respect for him, Li Shaogong replied. Has he made any effort to reach out to the remaining members of the Luo family? I inquired. This is beyond my knowledge, as every family harbors its own secrets. Perhaps your kin are in hiding. I find it hard to believe that an entire lineage could perish solely due to a curse. Li Shaogong candidly stated. Despite living in a technologically advanced society, many still retreat into the mountains, choosing an ascetic life. I concurred, acknowledging that in the unnoticed corners of the world, there are always individuals living freely, unconcerned with the mundane affairs of society. You needn't inquire about your father's affairs with me, for my knowledge is limited, and I am merely 5 years your senior, Li Shaogong added. I chuckled softly, no longer questioning his reluctance to share, for it had become inconsequential. I would eventually uncover the truth myself. Are you aware of my connection with the Yang family's daughter? I asked. Indeed, I am familiar with that. My father once mentioned your exceptional fate. The heads of the Luo family all possess remarkably auspicious destinies. For instance, your illustrious great-grandfather, despite having plundered countless tombs, remained righteous and generous, ultimately enjoying a good end. The marriage contract with the Yang family was intended to siphon your fortune, transferring it to them, thereby severing the Luo family's roots while compelling your father to surrender the Dutian Hanlongjing. A twofold strategy. Li Shaogong was willing to divulge more information this time, no longer shrouded in secrecy as before. You seem to know quite a lot. The Li family is truly unfathomable. I was astonished by how well the Li family understood both me and my father. They are indeed a formidable clan. This is merely information your father shared with mine. It is hardly a secret. What are you thinking? If all goes as expected, I might have even cradled you in my arms as a child. Li Shaogong retorted. You? Held me? I was perplexed. Perhaps your father brought you to the Li household when you were but a year old and I was 5. I am merely speculating, Li Shaogong laughed lightly. So, the cold-faced king can crack jokes as well. Does this imply that my father shares a close relationship with your family? I inquired. Otherwise, how could the head of the Li family be so well informed about my affairs? Quite the contrary, Li Shaogong nodded in affirmation, internally lamenting that your father had indeed taken away his sister, and a wonder. However, there remains one matter I find perplexing. I suddenly recalled. How is it that during the Guangxu era, amidst such turmoil, the 9 houses did not support the Qing dynasty? If assistance were rendered, the dynasty might have persisted. You are mistaken, Li Shaogong shook his head. The purpose of the 9 houses has never been to safeguard the dominion of a single family. When the Tang dynasty fell, none of my forebears considered prolonging its existence. The 9 houses exist for the land itself. The collapse of the Qing dynasty was destined. Numerous elders from the Li family predicted that although chaos would ensue after the fall of the Qing, the lives of the common people would improve, leading to a more prosperous nation, a claim that history has now validated. This nation is our great motherland. The Bu family was particularly astute, foreseeing the imminent demise of the Qing and retreating early. Yi Jinqin chuckled. How, then, did your family decline? I turned my gaze towards him. Li Shaogong similarly looked at him, finding it somewhat strange that such a substantial family could simply disintegrate. Our family has little worth discussing. Over time, our numbers dwindled. The primary issue was one of manpower. We lacked filial descendants, all of them wastrels. Yi Jinqin expressed with bitterness. My heart ached for Yi Jinqin's plight, and I sighed, gently ruffling his hair. No wonder there hasn't been a whisper of news. How could such a large family dissolve so easily? Li Xiaogong realized. It's all right. Perhaps I can strive to assume the role of the governor of Jingzhou. What an admirable ambition, Li Xiaogong commended. Mu Jianghe is aging. In a few years, he may retire, so you could certainly give it a try. What are you two discussing? A girl with a bun hairstyle descended from upstairs, yawning. Just some casual chatter. Sister Gao, are you coming down for breakfast? Yi Jinqin cheerfully greeted her, rising to offer her a seat, resembling a sycophant, which made me roll my eyes in exasperation. Is it delicious? The girl inquired. Lamb xiaomai, your favorite, give it a try. I handed my chopsticks to Gao Chun, preparing her dipping sauce. The girl made a face at me before deftly picking up a xiaomai, dipping it in chili, and popping it into her mouth. I noticed her chopstick technique differed from ours, her movements graceful yet precise, exuding both beauty and rigidity. How meticulous you are about your meal. I remarked, aristocratic dining etiquette, you wouldn't understand. A whole xiaomai filled her cherry-like mouth, leaving her to mumble incomprehensibly. Are your eating habits at odds with your thoughts? I asked with a chuckle. The girl shot me an exasperated glance. Within minutes, she had devoured an entire steamer of xiaomai. Is that enough? If not, I can go buy more. Strangely, the cold-faced king, Li Xiaogong, seemed quite courteous towards her, displaying no signs of disdain. I want cola. She ignored Li Xiaogong, focusing solely on me. The cola is in the fridge. Drinking it cold in the morning might upset your stomach. I must have it, she replied crossly. I begrudgingly stood up to fetch it. Just as I turned back with the cola, a blaring horn pierced the air from outside, jarring me. I frowned, glancing out to see a Mercedes-Benz with an E license plate slowly approaching Xinjiang Building. Though Xinjiang Building's alley is relatively wide, does driving a car in here not irritate the townsfolk? When the car door swung open, I looked to see who had arrived. Oh, it turns out to be him. Chapter 51. Melodies and Revelry at Xinjiang Building. As the car door opened, a familiar face emerged. The patrons within Xinjiang Building exchanged whispers regarding the approaching Mercedes. The young boss truly possesses talent, attracting such esteemed guests so swiftly. The interior buzzed with chatter, and I felt a swell of happiness. Regardless of the circumstances, Xinjiang Building seemed to be thriving. Mr. Li, please come in for a cup of tea. I beckoned. Young sir, it has been a while, Li Chongqing replied politely. Oh, you have quite the collection. Upon entering, Li Chongqing's eyes lit up, pointing towards a bronze censer in the corner. Is that a Schwanda furnace? Mr. Li, you have a keen eye. And this ice-cracked circular plate, is it from the Go kiln? Li Chongqing marveled. Indeed, I answered candidly. Young sir, you are truly a treasure hidden in plain sight, Li Chongqing praised. It is merely the legacy of my father. I humbly wave it off as I invite him to take a seat. Mr. Li, please have a seat. Allow me to prepare tea for you, Li Chongqing. A wealthy merchant is not a case of sudden wealth. His demeanor suggests he possesses profound cultivation, deserving of my utmost respect. I began to brew tea, fortunate that I had learned some tea ceremony etiquette during idle times. As Guangong patrols the city and Han Xian assesses his troops, it seems the young sir also has a commendable understanding of tea rituals. Li Chongqing chuckled. Just a bit of playful experimentation. I replied, it's not fine tea. Everyone drinks the same. I hope you won't find it lacking, I added. This tea was procured in bulk from Li Xiaogong, and I had no intention of distinguishing between high and low quality to treat different guests. In the eyes of true yin-yang masters, there is no hierarchy among individuals. Nobility and beggars alike possess life, merely differing in circumstances and destinies. Not at all. Li Chongqing accepted the teacup and took a sip, which elevated my regard for him. One should not regard oneself as superior and belittle others. Such a person is worthy of my esteem. By the way, should I refer to you as Mr. Li or Scholar Li? I inquired. Scholar would be more fitting, Li Chongqing replied with a hearty laugh. After all, we live in modern times. I have brought this ancient mirror for you. Young Sir Li Chongqing retrieved an item from his backpack, revealing the exquisite diamond-patterned song mirror. Mr. Li, what is the purpose of this? I was taken aback, for I thought he would keep the mirror for himself. Would it not be better for you to keep it? If you miss Miss Gu, you could gaze upon it often. Leaving it with me would mean you cannot see it. It is precisely because I miss her dearly that I find it too painful to look at. Li Chongqing sighed heavily. The more I gaze, the more I long. The more I long, the more I gaze, and my heart aches. Li Chongqing touched his eyes. Yet, having met once, we became acquainted. Meeting is far more poignant than not meeting at all. How can one attain a resolute farewell, lest life and death transform into longing? Gao Chun, seated nearby, propped her chin in contemplation, her demeanor tinged with melancholy. This girl seems easily swayed by emotions, clearly not in high spirits. You speak the truth, I concurred, though I have never experienced love nor tasted its sorrows, so I cannot comprehend its essence. Nonetheless, I choose to respect it. Very well, I shall keep it for you and store it in my room. Ensuring it remains untouched, I solemnly accepted the mirror. Thank you very much, Li Changxing said. It is but a trifling matter. Mr. Li, your visit today is not solely for delivering the mirror, is it? I inquired further. Indeed, I also bring the outstanding payment for the young master, and I thought to pay him a visit as well. With that, Li Changxing rummaged through his bag and produced an exceptionally well-sealed box. I took the box, surprised by its weight, nearly losing my grip and dropping it to the floor. This is premium Longjing tea, specially brought for the young master, Li Changxing announced with a hearty voice. Then turned to me, speaking in a tone only we few could hear. 10 large yellow croakers, my, that's quite a bounty. The young master must accept it, Li Changxing insisted, pressing my hand down, making refusal impossible. Then I must extend my gratitude to Mr. Li, I said, passing the box to Yi Jinqin, signaling him to put it away. Yi Jinqin's eyes sparkled at the sight of the box, not out of greed, but rather because he was excited to finally afford some good food. Shall I browse around? Li Changxing asked. Please do, I gestured invitingly. Excuse me, may I consult the divination? A crisp voice chimed from behind Li Changxing. He turned around and hurriedly offered her a seat. It was a young lady, approximately the same age as Yi Jinqin. Certainly, we have 3 gentlemen present. Whom would you like to consult? I asked. The master of Zhenyang Tower? She replied. That would be me. She looked at me, then at Li Xiaogong, her gaze laden with skepticism. Well, looking youthful is a fault in itself, Li Xiaogong remarked. All right, let's inquire about your romantic fate. I inadvertently spat out a mouthful of tea onto the floor, astonished at the notion of middle school students engaging in romantic pursuits. Little miss, what romantic fate? Focus on your studies and strive for excellence. Avoid early relationships, I advised earnestly. That needn't concern you, she retorted. The young girl was quite spirited. I decided not to engage further. Luo Gu, if you don't come, I'll take the lead, Yi Jinqin asserted. Get lost? I snapped. What's the matter? Do tell. I prompted. I have feelings for a boy and wanted to see if it could work out. I nodded and immediately began casting the divination. It can work. Her divination was indeed quite favorable. How so? She inquired. With the arrival of the celestial horse in the 6 Harmonies Palace, your romantic fate is sure to flourish. However what? She pressed eagerly. It appears you may need to take the initiative. The conversation seems to flow well, and he likely enjoys your company. I paused. Yes, she agreed. But it may not last long. If you were to ask whether a confession would lead to a relationship, that would certainly be possible. However, this romance is unlikely to endure, I explained. Why? The celestial horse in the 6 Harmonies Palace suggests a romantic inclination, yet it resides in a dead end, indicating it should not come to fruition. Coupled with your guiding star being the 9 heavens, you are indeed the proactive one. As for the reason it may not last, his guiding star is the serpent, which implies he may be concealing something from you. And he possesses a certain charm with words. The young lady nodded, her earlier bravado diminished, and asked, How much do I owe you? 20 will suffice. I replied casually. In divination, the emphasis lies on fate, primarily aiding others, and secondly oneself, determining a suitable fee based on the individual's status. One cannot simply charge exorbitantly. For the poor, I charge less. For the affluent, more. This is the principle. As long as the amount paid can bear the consequences of revealing heavenly secrets, it suffices. The girl placed 20 yuan on the table, her expression somewhat dimmed, and she huffed out of Zhenyang Tower. Yi Jinqin watched her retreating figure. Hey, she's gone. Why are you still staring? Gao Chen teased. Giving him a light pat. Yi Jinqin snapped back to reality, eliciting laughter from the crowd as his face shifted in color. Little brother, are you perhaps smitten with that girl? Li Changxing inquired. Pfft. Li Xiaogong finally burst into laughter. No, Yi Jinqin denied, though his face turned crimson again. Heavens, could this lad genuinely have taken a liking? No worries, Yi brother, you still have a chance. They are unlikely to last, I assured. Really? Gao Chen asked. Well wrapped, I presume? I shot her a glare for underestimating me. What? You still wish to meet her? Gao Chen laughed, supporting himself on the table. Li Xiaogong, too, joined in the laughter, as the surrounding tea patrons could all hear our conversation and laughed heartily. Yi Jinqin looked as if he wished to vanish into the floor. Youth is indeed wonderful. I remember being just like him. I mused. Little one, focus on your studies. If you do well, you will have no shortage of beautiful girls. The tea patrons chimed in with their opinions, and the atmosphere was filled with merriment. Chapter 52. Plans for returning home. Observing the joyful demeanor of those around me, I felt a wave of warmth wash over me. Releasing the long-held tension within, I genuinely cherished this lifestyle. Such simple yet heartwarming days are the most desirable. If you like her, then just admit it. There's no need for a show of bravado. I joked. Now, let us consult the divination to see if you two will meet again. Perhaps it's best to let it be, Yi Jinqin said, shyly sitting down. At tea that moment, he resembled a child. I paid no heed to whether he fancied that girl. It was his freedom, and as long as he was happy, that sufficed. May I consult the divination? A middle-aged man suddenly appeared before me. Certainly. What would you like to inquire about? I have a business deal and wish to see if it will be successful. Very well. Are you in trade? I asked. I deal in building materials. All right, let us commence. The divination began. The board appeared favorable, indicating a positive outcome. The deal will succeed. The counterpart will agree. I stated truthfully. You may proceed with confidence. Is it truly viable? The man asked. Indeed, I nodded. How much do I owe you? 500. To my surprise, he exclaimed. What? 500? Yes, I repeated. Why does that young lady pay 20, yet you demand 500? He questioned. That young lady is evidently a middle school student, reliant on her parents for her needs, lacking the ability to earn. Her youthful longing is a mere inquiry about romance, and I am merely facilitating her matter. In contrast, you are a businessman, earning handsomely. Revealing heavenly secrets to you is worth more, I replied, my expression darkening as I glared at him. Humph, you think to pocket 500 so easily? I shall only give you 20 with that. He slapped 20 yuan onto the table. I stared at him, astonished. It was the first time I encountered such a person. Should he think my youth allows him to bully me, he is sorely mistaken. Who do you think you are to speak to the young master in such a manner? Just as I was about to retort, Li Chongqing interjected. He continued relentlessly, we are both businessmen. Your sharp tongue suggests you have not conducted much business. It is a disgrace to be compared with someone like you. The man's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. Who are you? He demanded. I am Li Chongqing, who in the entire Hubei pharmaceutical industry does not know my name. Go inquire if you've been in business for any length of time. Look at my vehicle. It is likely worth more than your life. With that, Li Chongqing produced a card from his pocket and challenged the man. I am also here to see the young master. This card represents my payment to him, containing 300,000. Do you dare to confirm it now, with all present bearing witness? Very well, Mr. Li, let us verify this immediately. The surrounding tea patrons were eager for the spectacle and began to cheer. The man scrutinized Li Chongqing, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, glancing at the card with hesitation. He did not believe someone would casually reveal 300,000, especially in these times, yet Li Chongqing did not appear to be deceiving him. But what if it were true? He dared not take that gamble. There is no need for such theatrics. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, I chuckled softly, taking the 20 yuan from the table, folding it and placing it into the man's pocket. Consider this 20 as a gesture. Your endeavor will succeed, but do not let a small loss cost you a great fortune. Losing 20 for a larger sum is hardly wise. I advised, shaking my head and waving him off. You may leave now. Xinyang Tower does not welcome you. Upon hearing this, the man departed hastily, wishing to avoid further embarrassment. Just as he was about to disappear around the corner, he glanced back at the sign of Xinyang Tower, quietly committing Li Chongqing's name to memory, determined to inquire further. Young master, please accept this, Li Chongqing insisted, thrusting the card into my hands. How can I accept this? I have already received 10 large yellow croakers. One must have principles. Li Chongqing fixed his gaze upon me. You will inevitably hear from me again, young master. Reluctantly, I accepted the card, not out of greed for the 40,000, But because I had already devised a way to return it to him, we resumed our tea. Please, do sit, I encouraged. The man is simply unworthy of consideration, Li Chongqing lamented. Li speaks wisely. Such ruffians existed even during your father's time. There is no need to dwell on them. Indeed, the young master need not concern himself with such individuals. To my surprise, the patrons enjoying tea also offered me comfort, which genuinely touched me. It seems my father's influence remained strong, endearing him to our neighbors. Thank you all, thank you. Truly, there is no need to fret over such people. Today's tea is on the house, I declared joyfully. Not for any other reason, but simply out of happiness. What a generous young master, the patrons cheered in unison. How did you know he would let a small loss lead to a greater one? Gao Chen tugged at my sleeve. His wealth palace is represented by the earthly branch Wu, with the deity Tai Chang positioned centrally in the 5 palaces, serving as the commander. I am a practitioner of yang arts, and Tai Chang embodies the essence of the 5 elements. He aligns with whomever he encounters, which can be interpreted as me. Fortuitously, I possess the means to exert influence over his wealth palace. I patiently elucidated this to Gao Chun, cautioning her not to be misled by his current triumph. For in truth, he has incurred substantial expenses on this journey. Were he to straightforwardly provide me with 500, it would be a different matter, but since he withholds it, he ought to brace himself. Upon hearing this, Gao Chen inquired, "Why can you control it?" I responded with a smile, "The practitioners of yin and yang can command the forces of yin and yang. Although I am not versed in yin arts, I am proficient in yang arts, thus I can manage it." Gao Chun, clearly skeptical, curled her lip dismissively. "You are merely boasting," I refrained from retorting, instead savoring my tea with an air of inscrutability, for I was not misleading her. Indeed, practitioners of yang arts possess the genuine ability to alter certain circumstances to a degree. Truly remarkable, young master, Li Chongqing remarked with admiration. Li is indeed a promising young man, already renowned for his wealth. I noted. This statement was neither flattery nor exaggeration. It was an honest acknowledgement that individuals like Li Chongqing, a prosperous merchant, are quite rare. His willingness to advocate for me only heightened my fondness for him. Seeing that you can manage affairs capably, I can rest easy about departing. Li Xiaogong nodded in agreement. Is this young brother preparing to leave? Li Chongqing inquired. As a third-year student, I am set to begin my internship and will be returning home. Li Xiaogong confirmed. A trivial matter. Simply come directly to my place, Li Chongqing graciously invited. Oh, you need not worry about him. I assure you, his family wealth surpasses even that of Mr. Li. Yi Jinqin interjected. Li Xiaogong shot him a sharp glare. In that case, I was unnecessarily concerned. Li Chongqing chuckled. I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Li, I replied. Indeed, the companions of the young master are truly exceptional individuals, Li Chongqing sighed, reflecting on how many compliments he had bestowed upon them upon entering. Shall I book a flight for you? He asked again, but please, do not mention any troublesome matters. This inquiry left Li Xiaogong feeling somewhat embarrassed. I have already purchased my ticket, he sheepishly admitted. Very well. Go forth with confidence. In a few days, I too shall return to process my leave of absence. The matters of returning home will take place this very day. Chapter 53. The time of parting approaches, however. My grandfather is not at home, and I shall need to trouble the Medicine King to act as an elder in arranging my leave of absence. I lamented. It truly is a hassle when grandfather is away. I wonder how he is faring, where he is gone, and whether he is safe. Will I get the chance to see him upon returning home? I pondered. That would indeed be troublesome. The Medicine King has asked me to inform you that he has gone to Kyoto. Oh dear, I forgot to mention it, Li Xiaogong exclaimed, slapping the table. I responded in surprise. No wonder I haven't seen him in so many days. However, I have been recuperating and did not visit him either. What transpired? I inquired. It seems to be a personal matter. He did not elaborate much and left in quite a rush. You and Xiaoyi have been resting, while I, having sustained no injuries, managed to visit briefly before he departed a few days ago. I nodded, acknowledging that the Medicine King, being part of the yin and yang circles, would naturally have his own affairs. I had hoped we could all share a meal before parting. I expressed regret. There will be other opportunities, Li Xiaogong replied with a smile. Young master, if you do not mind, I could take on the role of your elder, Li Chongqing interjected, tentatively suggesting. After a moment's contemplation, I realized he was indeed the most suitable candidate given his age. However, I wondered if he was in a rush to return home. Furthermore, would my family object to his acting as an elder? I worried about how my grandfather might react, for while we live in a new society, the old familial customs are difficult to erase, and I lean towards traditional propriety. I find it appropriate. To my surprise, Li Xiaogong readily agreed, which astonished me. There is nothing inappropriate about ITM. Art Li is quite familiar with us and possesses a demeanor that is both meticulous and magnanimous. He is truly a person of great stature, Li Xiaogong affirmed. The Li family is also a prominent lineage. Since Li Xiaogong has stated as much, I felt reassured and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will not impose any burdens upon the young master, Li Chongqing promised with evident delight. You are being too courteous, Mr. Li, I responded amicably. Then, until we meet again, I shall leave you my business card, which contains my contact number, Li Chongqing said. That would be excellent. Please keep it safe. He handed me a card. I shall take my leave now. Do not hesitate to call should you require anything. So soon? Won't you stay for a meal? I inquired. After all, Li Chongqing had endured trials alongside me and could be considered a friend, more so as my first acquaintance in this unfamiliar place. I must decline. There will be future occasions. I need to return to accompany my father, who has been quite displeased with me for not returning home. Li Chongqing sighed. Do you visit often? I encouraged As for that incident the other night. Do not worry, it has all been smoothed over, Li Chongqing interjected, aware of my impending concerns. Some matters ought not to be witnessed by the uninitiated. Very well, I responded. Seeing him off, Li Chongqing did not refuse, taking my hand and insisting I reach out to him without hesitation should I need assistance. At the car door, I shook out my sleeves and made a gesture as if to shake hands. Unnoticed by anyone, the bank card materializing once more in my palm. Mr. Li, until we meet again. I smiled at Li Chongqing extended his right hand, clasping mine in return. Young master, you, he felt the bank card in my hand. His expression one of astonishment. Mr. Li, such actions may imply you wish to withdraw your friendship. Do not place me in a difficult position, I cautioned, patting his hand with my left. Upon hearing this, he ceased his reluctance, immediately releasing his grip and accepting the card. A gentleman values wealth but acquires it through rightful means. Such unexpected fortune is not mine to claim. The future is long, I nodded. Indeed, the future is long, he echoed, smiling in agreement. The friendship of gentlemen is as gentle as water. What was that exchange between you two just now? I did not quite grasp it, Jinqing queried, her brows furrowed in confusion. He returned the bank card to Mr. Li. Li Chongqing quietly explained. Yi Jinqing and Gao Chun turned their gazes towards me, to which I nodded in affirmation. You acted correctly, Li Xiaogong commended. Here, without any roots. It is advantageous to have an additional friend. Li is quite well regarded in Hubei. Having aided him, he is also aware of your capabilities, providing mutual support. Indeed, a shared perspective among heroes. Should I encounter any insurmountable difficulties in Hubei, I might reach out to Li for assistance, I concurred. You are right, I can return with ease, but I am uncertain when that girl from the Yang family will arrive. You are not versed in arts, which may pose a challenge in dealing with her, Li Xiaogong expressed concern. Fear not, I am here as well, Jinqing reassured, thumping her chest. She likely will not come for a while, Gao Chen interjected suddenly. Why do you say that? Jinqing asked. The previous Taoist was not an ordinary individual. Do you not find it strange how he appeared so promptly? Gao Chen queried. Upon hearing her reasoning, I found it quite compelling. The timing of the Taoist's appearance was indeed too fortuitous. Just as we had dispatched the girl from the Yang family, he showed up, seemingly pinpointing our location with uncanny accuracy. It felt rather peculiar. Could it be that he has his sights set on me? Is he harboring ulterior motives towards me? It is unlikely. His intention seemed directed towards the ancient arts. His appearance is merely coincidental. Gao Chen contemplated after a moment. Are you suggesting he had been present all along, but chose not to reveal himself? Jinqing deduced astutely. That is precisely the case, Gao Chen affirmed. I too shared this sentiment. He likely poses no threat to you. You remain unaware of the bond he shares with your father. They are sworn brothers, and one of the reasons the Yang family refrains from acting against your father is due to him. Whether viewed as a Taoist or as a brother, he possesses no reason to harm you, Li Xiaogong analyzed. But I sensed a certain indifference from him towards me, as a friend of my father's. One would expect him to engage with me, I queried. That Taoist leaves a rather unusual impression. He lacks the oppressive aura that my father possesses, and instead of a gentle demeanor, he feels almost devoid of emotion. Akin to a flower blooming by the roadside, no matter how splendidly it blooms, if one does not pay heed, it seems to exist in oblivion. It is altogether quite strange. I confess I am not well acquainted with him. He has only visited the Lee family twice, both times accompanying your father. We do not know him well and have little connection. I only recall an instance when the 9 houses collaborated to confront a formidable corpse demon, resulting in numerous fatalities. Even Yu Wenzhong could only ensure his own escape, ultimately necessitating that we invite him to assist us. It was your father who personally extended the invitation, and he aided our family solely out of respect for your father. Otherwise, the 9 houses would not have been able to summon him. Later, my father remarked upon his remarkable skills, and when I inquired about their extent, my father merely gasped and uttered 4 words, "True immortal indeed." "True immortal indeed?" I echoed, perplexed. "Indeed," Li Shaogong affirmed. "What kind of praise is that?" "It is akin to proclaiming a deity walks among us, akin to Chow Chow meetings with CI. Such a notion is utterly incredible." I chuckled at my own self-mockery. "Nevertheless, it is inconsequential. It is not something I can engage with at present. As long as he harbors no ill will, that suffices. You need not concern yourself with the demon-slaying Taoist. I can assure you he harbors no malice. The same applies to Bunyan. He shares a strong bond with my family, and my father says he is a man of good fortune. Although he is quite elderly, he remains spirited. He should be nearing 80 this year and likely harbors no ulterior motives." Li Shaogong added, "I recalled the lion-like elder. Though his demeanor was imposing, his gentle smile was like a refreshing breeze, and he exuded an aura of benevolence and longevity. The road ahead is long and arduous. Whenever I think of the legendary figures from the older generation, I feel a pang of headache. I never anticipated that I would encounter them right at the outset of my journey. And not just one, but 2. No, that's not quite right. Including the Medicine King, it makes 3. Truly, it is a dazzling assembly of heroes." Chapter 54. The journey begins. "I have nothing further to impart to you," Li Shaogong said, glancing at Yi Jinqin. "Brother Yi, study diligently and mingle well with your brother Luo." "Rest assured, I shall," Yi Jinqin replied with a nod. He then turned to Gao Zhan, seemingly about to say something, but ultimately refrained. Gao Zhan met his gaze, and the two merely stared at each other in silence. Ahem. I cleared my throat to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. "All is well now," Li Shaogong regained his composure. "Young master," just as I was about to express some parting words, a familiar voice rang from outside. I turned around to see none other than Li Changsheng. This time, he had not arrived in a vehicle. But why had he returned? "Mr. Li?" I looked at him, perplexed. "What brings you back?" Li Changsheng entered Jinyang Tower and took a seat at the black table, glancing at Li Shaogong and Yi Jinqin, hesitating to speak. "We are all acquaintances here, Mr. Li. Just speak freely," I urged. "Ahem, young master. I fear there is a matter that requires your attention," Li Changsheng said, looking somewhat embarrassed. "What is it?" I inquired. "Could it be that the issue with the ancient rhyme remains unresolved? I have a friend whose family is facing some troubles. I mentioned you to him, and he wishes for you to take a look," Li Changsheng explained. "Please, tell me what the matter is," I offered. Pouring him a cup of tea. "I do not know." He shook his head. "You do not know?" I asked, bemused that it truly is peculiar to seek assistance without specifying the issue. I inquired, but he was unwilling to disclose anything, merely stating that I would understand upon arrival. He seems quite reluctant to let others know about this matter, not even sharing it with me, which strikes me as odd. Encountering something unclean usually involves a few straightforward scenarios: a death, a bloodshed, requiring the intervention of a yin-yang master. What could possibly be so sensitive? "Are you in a hurry?" I questioned. While I was delighted to have work at hand, my primary task remained to return home, pay respects at my father's grave, and then clarify matters concerning my grandfather with a classmate. If urgency were a factor, I might truly be powerless. He said there is no rush, Li Changsheng replied. I interjected, Li Shaogong. We ought to be informed of the danger involved. I cannot allow Yi Tong to venture into peril. Li Changsheng hesitated at his words, and after a lengthy pause, he finally stammered. 8 people have perished. What? I exclaimed in shock. 8 people have died, and there is no sense of urgency? Calm down, Li Changsheng urged softly. I am as perplexed as you, but if he says there is no rush, I have no recourse. I nodded, for ultimately such matters are dictated by the family involved. I cannot go. Have him find some people to look into it. If I return and the issue remains unresolved, I shall investigate then. I did not wish to shut the door entirely. Firstly, I did not want to miss this opportunity that could elevate Zhenyang Tower's reputation, and secondly, I genuinely had the desire to investigate, albeit with limitations. After seeing Li Changxing off from Zhenyang Tower, Li Xiaogong remarked, "This time, I fear I cannot assist you. Be cautious if you decide to go. I fear by then, school will have commenced." Yi Jinqin expressed her concern. "Isn't there still me?" Gaozhen declared proudly. "Thank you very much. If I recall correctly, this is the first time Li Xiaogong has spoken to her in such a long while." I noted. Gaozhen huffed in response and retreated into the room. Li Xiaogong shook his head and said nothing further. I could only acquiesce to the girl's whims. After all, who were we to provoke her? 3 days later, Li Xiaogong finally boarded the train to Lanzhou, while Yi Jinqin returned to her rural home to prepare for the upcoming school term, also collecting her wages. "Ah, it's so desolate." I sighed. "Isn't there's still me?" Gaozhen retorted indignantly. "You refuse to say anything when I ask. It's quite dull." I shook my head. "What do you wish to know?" "I shall see if I can divulge it." Gaozhen tilted her head, looking at me. "What promises did my father make that he has not fulfilled? By the way, with your prowess, do you truly require my father?" I asked curiously. "You do not understand. Extraordinary individuals undertake extraordinary tasks. Only your father can do what he cannot accomplish, and I shall tell you more later," Gaozhen replied. "How tedious," I scoffed. While I found her elusive, through our interactions over the past few days, I had gained a rough understanding of her character. She possessed a rather peculiar disposition, seemingly untouched by the affairs of the world, often asking strange yet mundane questions. For instance, why does a refrigerator cool? How are cars manufactured? Why do phones display images? And how come there are so many games within them? She appeared to marvel at many commonplace phenomena, as if she had never encountered them before, which I found particularly intriguing. Moreover, she enjoyed sleeping and relished delicious food. Yet I had never seen her venture far from home. She especially loved drinking cola, prompting me to purchase several cases for her. She seemed to harbor no animosity towards me, often willing to engage in play and follow me wherever I went. I decided to call Mr. Li. I pulled out my phone and dialed Li Changxing's number. "Hello, young master. Are you heading back?" Li Changxing greeted warmly. "Yes, I am returning," I replied. "Then I shall come to fetch you tomorrow." Thus, I arranged to meet Li Changxing the following day. The next morning, I closed the doors of Zhenyang Tower and, along with Gao Zhan, awaited his arrival. However, I was puzzled to see 2 vehicles this time, both bearing the license plate of E8. A tiger-headed Benz was followed by a sleek, black Land Rover. "Mr. Li, you're up so early," Li Changxing said as he opened the car door. The door of the vehicle behind him swung open as well, revealing 4 robust young men with impressive physiques stepping out of the Land Rover. "This is Mr. Luo," Li Changxing introduced them. "Hello, Mr. Luo," the 4 young men chorused in unison. "What is the purpose of their presence?" I inquired, uncertain of their intentions. "These are 4 bodyguards introduced by my friend. It seems that, as Yuner mentioned, your father is indeed a formidable Yinyang master. Even my friend, upon hearing the name Zhenyang Tower, specifically sent these 4 to ensure your safety. After you complete your tasks, they will assist him. They are all skilled individuals. Do not worry, the expenses will be covered by him," Li Changxing whispered to me, signaling for me to remain at ease. I was momentarily speechless, but soon grasped the underlying rationale. Li Changxing's friend was no ordinary person. Although Zhenyang Tower had seen better days, its reputation still commanded respect. He must be well acquainted with its history, or else he wouldn't go to such lengths for a mere unknown youth like myself. Additionally, it was a gesture of goodwill, rendering it impossible for me to refuse. If I were to dismiss them, would they simply leave? Such individuals, who are both polite and capable, would undoubtedly be challenging to deal with. Quite intriguing. It was no wonder that he could associate with someone like Li Changxing. "I appreciate your assistance," I said with a calm demeanor. "It is no trouble at all," the 4 replied in unison. I shook my head and, with Gao Zhan, climbed into Li Changxing's car. "What is their background?" I asked Mr. Li. "I do not know their background, but these 4 are individuals who prioritize money over their lives." Li Changxing responded, "That is excellent. I am in need of such people." I laughed. I still vividly recalled that night when I was schemed against at home, as well as the faux grandfather at the cemetery outside the village. In truth, I felt quite apprehensive. This return home was bound to be anything but peaceful. Chapter 55. The heart of a young girl basking in the warmth of the sun. I inadvertently dozed off against Gao Zhen, grateful for the air conditioning that shielded me from the sweltering summer heat. What a pig, Gao Zhen muttered softly. Miss must indeed have feelings for the young master, Li Changsheng remarked with a smile. Did Gu Yun tell you? Gao Zhen's expression turned cold. As fellow entities of Yin and Sha, Gu Yun could undoubtedly perceive that Gao Zhen was not entirely human. Hence, he had shared this matter with Li Changsheng that night. However, Gao Zhen had not expected Gu Yun to relay such information to him. Well, Gao Zhen replied nonchalantly. Why does the young lady not express her feelings? Li Changsheng inquired. What concern is it of yours? Gao Zhen shot back icily. I merely do not wish to see you, and the young master tread the same path we did. Li Changsheng shook his head, hoping for a favorable outcome for both of them. Yin and Yang are inherently separated. It is ultimately futile to force it. Gao Zhen lowered her guard. How can one know without trying? Moreover, the young master is kind-hearted, undoubtedly a person of great virtue. Li Changsheng encouraged. Gao Zhen slightly closed her eyes, clearly wishing to say no more. Li Changsheng internally lamented, wishing to avert a similar tragedy from befalling them as it had with Luo Yitong. Thus he pressed on a bit more. Even if you cannot be together, one should at least understand the other's feelings. Gao Zhen was not oblivious to his intentions. She merely recognized that the distance between them was insurmountable. The example of Li Changsheng loomed large in her mind. In truth, Gao Zhen had begun to awaken to her feelings since the moment her marriage contract was established with Luo Qingshan. Gradually emerging from her cold and desolate coffin over the past few years, and native of Beiki, she felt a profound curiosity towards the contemporary world, prompting her to seek out her modern husband early on. From her perspective, her emotions towards Luo Yitong were complex. He was the first modern person she had encountered. Upon their first meeting, she merely perceived him as a simpleton of the present era. She had followed Luo Yitong closely, yet he had not permitted her to be seen. Through prolonged observation, she witnessed his growth, evolving from a naive boy into a thoughtful, calculative, and persuasive yin-yang master. Though she had spent the past few days at Zhenyang Tower indulging in the offerings of food and drink, she had also taken the time to keenly observe Luo Yitong's character. He was intelligent and courageous, self-reliant without seeking external assistance. He was sensitive and suspicious, yet deeply caring towards those around him. There was no reason for her not to hold a fondness for such a person. Initially, the young girl had come with a purpose, as she was tasked by her father to ascertain whether Luo Qingshan's son possessed the capability to fulfill the promises made years ago. However, through prolonged observation and recent interactions, the princess of Beiki found herself developing feelings for this youth who was roughly her age. She had passed away prematurely, and her father, the formidable Emperor Gao Huan, had expended considerable resources to construct a princess's tomb, ensuring her body would not decay, using her as a means to appease the countless fallen soldiers. Over the years, she had cultivated a sense of consciousness in the underground. And upon gaining awareness, she was confronted with the lingering souls of her father's former subordinates, the relentless spirits, and the eternal lamp that could not extinguish, unable to reincarnate, waiting for a millennium, until that young man arrived at the tomb. Addressing his father, saying, I can help you guide these thousands of soldiers to peace, and I will also facilitate your daughter's reincarnation, but your daughter must be wed to my son in a ghostly marriage, to protect his life for eternity. Thus, she beheld the light once more. Unlike Yang Xixio, she felt immense gratitude toward the boy who had granted her the chance to see the sun again. She genuinely liked him. Miss, Li Changsheng suddenly lamented, do you know what my thoughts were after Yun Yang departed? What were they? The mountains remain unyielding, the seas uncalmed. I wish for my death to usher in your rebirth. Sighing deeply, the girl seemed to have a multitude of words to express, yet ultimately could only release a soft sigh. Gao Chun had also fallen asleep against Luo Yitong's shoulder. Mr. Li, we have arrived. Li Changsheng called out, Dengmim. I opened my drowsy eyes, the familiar surroundings coming into view. We are at the village. How long did I sleep? I rubbed my eyes, feeling a twinge of pain. Over 4 hours, I deliberately drove slowly. It was comfortable, wasn't it? Li Changsheng replied. Yes, quite nice. I glanced at Gao Chun, who had fallen into a deep slumber. Her fair and beautiful complexion was illuminated by the midday sun, making her appear like a porcelain doll. Utterly charming. Unable to resist, I reached out to pinch her cheek, But just as my hand approached, I noticed she had awakened at some point, her large eyes blinking at me, caught in the act. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me, unsure whether to proceed or withdraw. Seeing that I had halted, she smiled slightly, revealing her small tiger teeth, and then stretched out her hand to pinch my cheek before exiting the vehicle, leaving me in a state of bemusement. Turning to look, I discovered that the large Land Rover behind us had not followed. I had them arrange accommodations in the city. After all, it's young Master S home. Better not to let outsiders intrude. I glanced at Li Changsheng. Idong, where have you been these past few days? Have you found your grandfather? The elderly folks lounging at the village entrance hurriedly greeted me upon my return. Their gazes lingering more on Li Changsheng's robust figure. I found him. My grandfather has gone on a trip for some matters. I offered no further explanation and made my way directly towards home. With plum blossoms and bamboo groves ahead, young Master S family truly embodies generosity, Li Changsheng remarked as he observed my family's residence. The ancient bluestone path, swaying green bamboo, and budding plum branches promised a unique charm in the snow. His gaze drifted toward the horizon. Filled with yearning, I glanced at the bamboo grove where we had fought the white snake and surveyed the collapsed areas, feeling a pang of regret. It was a pity that the place was now empty, leaving only a beautiful scenery behind. You must know that where the road leads, there will always be a way, young Master comforted me. Everything will turn out well. Besides, this area is quite suitable for retirement. I silently took out the keys and opened each room to air them out. The familiar tables and chairs, the familiar television and refrigerator. Everything remained unchanged. As I wiped the table, my fingertips were coated in a thick layer of dust. And disappointment washed over me. My grandfather had not returned. Where could he be, and was he doing well? These questions eluded me, yet I remained hopeful, for I still had the connection with Lu's father and son who had delivered the letter to me. I did not rush to inquire, as there was no urgency to leave. I intended to stay for 2 or 3 more days. Make yourselves comfortable. I'll take a break, I said. There are drinks in the fridge. Help yourselves. I collapsed onto the bed and pulled out my phone. Opening Rhythm Master, in the face of my temporary powerlessness, I deemed it better to take a moment to recuperate rather than succumb to mental exhaustion. Oh, even young Master plays Rhythm Master, Li Changsheng said, pulling up a chair beside me and taking out his phone. What's this? Mr. Li plays games too? I asked, surprised. Is it only permissible for you young folks to play? Li Changsheng replied with a smile. Come, let's add each other as friends. Perhaps you might not be as skilled as I am. All right, let's have a couple of rounds, I said, unwilling to back down. Hey, it's actually east wind breaks. Well, this requires a rapid pace. I concede defeat. After losing the first match, the second and third followed suit, all resulting in my defeat. I can't believe this. Gao Chen, seated between us, tilted her head, watching us with curiosity as we were engrossed in the colorful screens of our phones, clearly bewildered by the concept of mobile games. After losing over 10 times, I finally admitted defeat. I'll help you win against him, Gao Chen declared after observing for a while. You've never played before? How can you understand the rhythm? I expressed my skepticism. Who says? I know about Gong, Shang, Jiao, Ji, and you better than you do, Gao Chen retorted defiantly. All right, you give it a try. And I handed her the phone and began to watch her duel against Li Xiaogong. To my surprise, she actually won after one song. Just luck, I remarked. She shot me a glance and said to Li Changsheng, continue. After several rounds, Li Changsheng sighed, Miss, your skills are impressive. Gao Chen raised her phone, clearly pleased with herself. Just luck. You're luckier than Luck Brother. Who is Luck Brother? Gao Chen inquired. Xiao Yin. Though unfamiliar with him, I sensed that her comments were less than flattering, at the very least. I helped you win, she huffed, tossing the phone at me as she stormed out. I looked at Li Changsheng, who was chuckling at the scene. Young Master, your skills in wooing young ladies leave much to be desired. Why don't you go after her? Can't you tell she likes you? Is that so? I asked, puzzled. I never considered that possibility. Otherwise, how could you not see it? You're quite dense. She must have helped you on several occasions. And have you not noticed that her emotions seem to revolve solely around you? Li Changsheng gave me an understanding look. I scratched my head, feeling somewhat bewildered. Chapter 56. Opening my father's coffin. Come. Mr. Li, taste my culinary skills. I entered the living room, bearing a selection of my best dishes. Wow! Shredded pork with garlic sauce, braised pork, cumin lamb, cucumber and century egg soup, and some pickled vegetables. Everything looks delightful, Li Changsheng exclaimed. not hesitating to grab his chopsticks and sample the lamb. "This tastes quite good," he remarked, tapping his chopsticks together. "Very good," Gao Chen chimed in, happily chewing away. "Young master is truly a remarkable man, equally adept in the kitchen as in the parlor." Li Changsheng complimented, though his gaze subtly shifted toward Gao Chun, filled with deeper meaning. "Just barely," she said, disregarding her manners as she devoured her food. "What's the matter? Are your thoughts at odds with your chopsticks?" I teased. "Shut up," she retorted, shoveling rice into her mouth. Having never known that a beauty dining could be such a rare sight, I found myself captivated by Gao Chen's lively spirit, her graceful demeanor transforming even her voracious eating into a charming spectacle, rendering me momentarily spellbound. "What's wrong?" Gao Chen asked, noticing my unwavering gaze. "Oh, nothing," I replied instinctively. "Just eat your food." I absent-mindedly reached out to wipe the red oil from the corner of her mouth. And she did not flinch away. "Fool," she muttered quietly, then offered me a generous helping of cumin lamb. Suddenly, a rush of complex emotions surged within me. Sour, sweet, and bewildering. Overall, it felt like happiness. As I ate, I pondered this sensation, trying to trace its source, but to no avail. I recalled how I had lost myself in thought multiple times, and it always seemed to be because of Gao Chen. No way, I can't possibly have feelings for her. I dismissed the notion vehemently. I dared not look at her again, merely stealing glances at her while shoveling rice. Unbeknownst to us, Li Changsheng was observing the two of us with a fatherly smile. After dinner, we naturally engaged in conversation, and Li Changsheng regaled us with many interesting anecdotes, such as the hardships he faced in building his fortune from scratch, the high-tech products being developed in Hubei, and where the tastiest fruits could be found. While I was somewhat indifferent, Gao Chen was utterly engrossed, hanging on to his every word. As time slipped by unnoticed, we soon realized it was already 10 o'clock. "You too should rest. I'll sit for a moment to prepare for washing the dishes. I can sleep in the east wing tonight. As for you." Just as I was about to assign Gao Chen her sleeping arrangements, she interrupted. "I'll stay with you." "Fine, but you'll sleep on the floor." I pointed at the ceiling, speaking half-jokingly. "You can take the upper bunk. You both should get some rest. I'm not tired yet." "I'll wash the dishes later," Li Changsheng said as he and Gao Chen returned to their respective rooms. I sat in silence for an hour before finally heading to wash the dishes. My reasons for the delay shrouded in deeper intentions. When I finished and stepped out of the kitchen, I noticed that the lights in both their rooms had gone out, allowing me to finally relax. I retrieved a SH. I stealthily exited the courtyard. Just as I stepped into the bamboo grove, a voice suddenly rang out behind me. "Young sir, how can you walk alone? Is it not perilous?" What could this be about? Is it Li Changsheng? Is he still awake? Or is he watching over me? Perhaps he is merely concerned for my well-being. It seems improbable that he would be monitoring me. There is no need for such actions. Turning around, I beheld Li Changsheng standing behind me, followed closely by Gao Chen. "It was Miss who called me to rise," Li Changsheng said with a wry smile, indicating his lack of ill intent. "I was worried about you, so I came to take a look." I glanced at Gao Chen, whose skills and abilities were enigmatic, and her purpose in following me remained unclear. "You intend to dig up your father's grave," she proclaimed boldly, her words striking me with their audacity. "What?" Li Changsheng exclaimed in shock. "Young sir, this is an act of utmost rebellion." "Mr. Li, I have my own grievances," I replied with a sigh. "You are unaware of the events that have transpired in my family, and I shall not elaborate. However, if you wish to pay your respects to my father, you are welcome to do so." Li Changsheng, a man of discernment, refrained from pressing further, merely nodding in agreement. "I shall pay my respects on behalf of Yun Yang," he stated. I nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from inquiring how Gao Chen had discerned my intentions. After all, it was not surprising that she could know. Although the mountain appeared close at hand, the journey to reach it required considerable effort, taking us over 10 minutes along a narrow path. My father's grave sat atop the mountain, resembling a solitary tomb. As Li Changsheng had remarked, it was indeed a grave sin for a son to disturb his father's resting place, and to avoid the prying eyes of the villagers. We chose to venture out under the cover of night. I had always been skeptical of the villagers' claims. Could my father have been buried so hastily? There had been no feast. Li Changsheng spoke a few words of gratitude and admiration. I then produced 3 sticks of incense, igniting them before placing them into the earth. "Father, please do not hold it against me." I light these for you, I murmured, just as I ignited the incense. A gentle breeze swept by, extinguishing the flames. How peculiar, I thought. This summer breeze is hardly strong enough to do that. Could it be that my father disapproves? He does not smoke. Gauchen interjected. Is that so? I inquired why time living with my father was brief, and I was too young to recall whether he refrained from smoking in my presence, or if he simply had no such habit. Yet, in my memory, it seemed that all men smoked. Thus I had lit the incense. He enjoys this, Gauchen said, producing a large box of fragrant sticks from her belongings. I lit one, and the aroma wafted through the air, intensely fragrant. Reminiscent of gardenias, akin to incense, though I could tell it was a specially crafted offering suitable for grave visits. Light them all, Gauchen instructed. All of them? I queried. Isn't 3 sufficient for a grave visit? Trust me, he adores gardenias. The stronger the scent, the better. Though puzzled, I chose to believe her, especially since Li Xiaogong had unconditionally vouched for her. To my astonishment, as the 18 sticks of incense ignited, the smoke did not rise or sway with the wind. Rather, it surged directly towards the gravestone. This generally indicates that the departed is pleased. Could it be that my father truly appreciates this? But how did Gauchen know? Whether he liked it or not became irrelevant. What mattered was that we could now open the coffin. This task was mine alone. As I am his biological son, I must admit, digging a grave is no small feat. I lost track of time, laboring until my hands felt numbed. Last, a black coffin emerged, unmistakably the one that had abruptly appeared in my family's courtyard. I gazed at the coffin, torn between hesitation and excitement, coupled with a deep sense of dread. If there were no one inside, it would be manageable, albeit difficult to accept. I could investigate at my own pace. However, if someone were inside and had risen from the dead, then tonight, aside from Gauchen, we all might meet our demise here. I had witnessed the methods of the exorcists, and as my father's son, he would likely not be any weaker. Engaging with him would be akin to facing electricity. I found myself engulfed in an internal struggle. At that moment, a delicate hand rested upon my shoulder. Let us return, Gauchen whispered softly. Was she frightened too? Just as I pondered this, her next words struck me like a bolt of lightning. There is no one in the coffin. What did you say? I exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the coffin. My father is not inside. Even Li Changsheng turned to her in astonishment. Gauchen nodded affirmatively. A chill enveloped me. If what Gauchen said was true, it meant the entire village had deceived me. I stared at the village, shrouded in darkness, resembling a black abyss poised to engulf me. Do not trust others, my son. A familiar voice echoed in my mind, reciting the warning like a mantra. Chapter 57. Do not trust anyone. Light summer breezes chilled me to the bone, and my mind raced with countless thoughts. Why would the villagers deceive me? Claiming they had witnessed my father's burial? No, perhaps they did not lie. My father might have been interred, only to have his body exhumed later. But who would dare disturb my father's remains? Surely, only my grandfather would possess such audacity. Yet, he had vanished. I recalled Lu Ji and his son's account. Though there were discrepancies, one detail remained consistent. My grandfather was covered in blood. Was it possible he had fought with my father? But what was his motive? The root of this turmoil lay with my grandfather. It seemed I must visit the Lu family to extract some useful information. Resolving this, I attempted to calm my racing heart and began to refill the grave with earth. To my surprise, Gauchen, the foolish girl, joined me in the task. Let us depart, I said, patting the mound of earth, having compacted it sufficiently, intending to return home. Young sir, what is the meaning of this? Li Changxing inquired with curiosity. I do not know. I shook my head. Suddenly, I caught sight of a shadow flitting through the trees. Someone is following me. Stop, I shouted, pursuing the figure. The shadow dashed swiftly, weaving through the forest. Yidong, do not chase. That is not a human. The girl's cry pierced the night, startling me into halting my pursuit. I recalled the previous incidents, regretting my impulsive actions. It is nothing, she reassured, gently patting my back as she followed me. What was that? I mused, gazing into the direction the shadow had vanished. I could not clearly see, but I am certain it was not human, Gauchen replied. Her words provided a sense of comfort, instilling an unexplainable trust within me. Though I remained oblivious to the nature of that shadow, I finally recognized that the events unfolding before me were far from over. What had transpired would inevitably recur. And what had already happened would inevitably happen again. I must hasten to grow stronger, even if I could not comprehend the dark arts my father had left behind. I must master the Four Seasons fist. I had only a rudimentary understanding of martial arts. I had scarcely practiced the Four Seasons fist my father had entrusted to me. Believing I would seldom need it, I now understood why figures like Li Shaogong, Yi Jinqin, and the Yang family placed such importance on their martial prowess. In critical moments, it could indeed save lives. It is nothing. I managed a forced smile at Gao Chun, signaling that I was unscathed. By the time I returned home, it was already 2 in the morning. Thank you both. Please rest early, I said to Li Chongqing and Gao Chai. It is a minor matter. You should also rest early. Young sir, Li Chongqing replied courteously. I turned and walked back to my room, locking the door behind me. Yet, as I lay in bed, sleep eluded me. Gazing out at the increasingly melancholic moonlight, I resolved to don my clothes and stroll through the courtyard. As I reached for my garments, a sudden fright gripped me, and my hand did not find fabric, but rather touched something wet and cold. Goodness, could it be that a snake had not been properly disposed of and was still lurking in my room? I cursed under my breath. I had stumbled upon something alarming. In the pitch darkness, I could not see it, so I carefully shifted towards the edge of the bed, attempting to avoid provoking it. Before I could reach the bedside, I felt the icy object slither up my arm, wrapping tightly around me. I could only reach for the fish intestine sword that lay beneath my pillow with my right hand. Do not move. Go back to sleep. Was that Gao Chen's voice? How had she entered? The doors and windows were securely shut. It was utterly perplexing. There is a snake, I whispered, my voice barely audible. Does it really look like a snake? She asked just as the icy entity burrowed into my armpit. It seems it is not a snake after all. Otherwise, I would have been bitten by now. I attempted to touch it, only to discover it was indeed a hand. So cold, I shivered involuntarily. Why is your hand so cold? I asked, quickly realizing, wait, how did you get in? Isn't it simple to come in? She replied nonchalantly. That made sense. For her, it was likely no challenge at all. You sleep on the floor, I insisted. The propriety of gender relations dictated that we should not share a bed, and yet this girl showed no hesitation in lying beside me, unconcerned that I might lose control. Why shouldn't you sleep on the floor? She countered. I found myself entirely devoid of anger towards her, resigning myself to the situation as I climbed down to sleep on the ground. Just sleep here, she said, her icy hands wrapping around my waist, preventing me from getting up. I had no choice but to attempt to loosen her grip. However, as soon as I touched her delicate, small hand, an overwhelming chill coursed through me. Why is your hand so cold? I inquired. It is summer. Do you not understand yet? She suddenly replied. Understand what? I asked, perplexed. Her left hand moved to my heart. Haven't you realized? I am not human at all. Her words were devoid of emotion. Cold as the hand she bore to him, my heart raced in alarm. But I quickly calmed myself, recalling the moments she had healed my wounds. Indeed, how could a human possess such extraordinary power? She had long since indicated that her motive for approaching me was deliberate. She had expressed doubts about my father's promises. It seemed she knew much about my circumstances. Perhaps due to her youthful appearance, I found it difficult to question her. Or perhaps it was because she had always been there to assist me, leading me to lower my guard. Was her intention always to target me? Is she finally ready to strike? Yet, why must it be now, when she had countless opportunities before? Are you going to kill me? I inquired. She remained silent, her laughter, akin to the chime of silver bells, echoed throughout the room. Unlike before, this laughter contained not a hint of cheerfulness. It was instead laced with resentment, coldness, and boundless malevolence. She was undeniably behind me, yet I felt that venomous laughter infiltrating my ears from all directions. Unrelenting. Why only now? I asked calmly. Because it's far more enjoyable to play with my prey like this. How does it feel to be toyed with, to ultimately perish in your own home? At least that's better than dying outside. Isn't it? She questioned, her laughter betraying her amusement at my current state. Is it truly this way? I finally paid the price for my foolishness and naivety. I had dismissed my father's warnings as mere whispers in the wind, and my demise is not unjust. I offer you my life. Take it that I know with your power you could end me in an instant. I fear the pain that I envisioned countless ways I might meet my end, perhaps at the hands of the Yang family, or through some nefarious fate stemming from feng shui calculations. Yet I never imagined it would come to this. But as death approached, I found myself facing it with an unexpected calmness. Is there anything else you wish to convey? She asked. I pondered for a moment. Help me eradicate the Yang family, particularly Yang Xixio. My grandfather should still be alive. I do not wish for the Yang family to seek vengeance upon him. Very well, simple enough. Anything else? No, just a pity that I never managed to understand everything in the end. Such regret, I sighed, then closed my eyes. Yet she remained motionless, prompting me to reopen my eyes and ask, why haven't you acted yet? Why don't you beg for mercy? She replied. You underestimate me. Begging would merely enhance your amusement, I retorted coolly. Well said. The moment her words fell, I felt a sudden, intense pain in my heart, my breath gradually fading. The agony was unbearable, as if my heart were being crushed. Is she truly extracting my heart? How deeply does she loathe me? After a while, the pain subsided, and silence enveloped me. Am I dead? I gazed into the endless darkness before me. Is this what death is? Perhaps it is for the best. I could finally seek my father. Promise me, never trust anyone again. A voice echoed softly from behind, lively and vibrant. Was it her? Even in death, she refuses to release me? Fool! I trembled all over. What did she just say? At that moment, all sensations returned. The chill from Gaochun, the summer heat, the chirping of insects outside. I'm not dead. Promise me, never trust others again. All right, she reiterated. She did not kill me, but what does that mean? I cannot protect you at all times, she stated. But weren't you going to kill me? I asked. I was merely teasing. Fool. She leaned closer. If you had pursued that shadow yesterday, you would have died, she declared. It's something you cannot handle? I was taken aback. What on earth is that shadow that even Gaochun feels incapable of protecting me from? It's something beyond your grasp. Unless that Taoist from last time comes back, I could deal with it then, but I'm powerless to protect you, Gaochun explained honestly. I was surprised by Gaochun's high regard for it. This gave me a new understanding of the lurking threat towards my family. I promise, I will no longer trust others, I vowed. That's good, she smiled. Can I trust you? I asked coldly, yet she seemed unperturbed. Chuckling, I said you could, but it's up to you. After all, dying at my hands is certainly better than dying at someone else's. Isn't it? I remained silent, but once again made my choice in my heart. I trust her. How does that shadow compare to Yang Xixio? I pondered for a moment before asking. The most formidable entity I've encountered is Yang Xixio, so I often find myself comparing others to her. It is significantly more powerful, but when Yang Xixio goes mad, that entity is no match for her. When a girl loses her temper, it's unimaginable, so, if you ever upset me, I'll simply flay you alive. Gaochun threatened playfully. I no longer feared her, seizing her small hands. Let me warm your hands, they're freezing. All right, she replied, her tone revealing her delight. Still, after warming her hands for an hour, they remained icy. Just as I was about to succumb to drowsiness, half awake and half asleep, I heard her gentle voice again. Fool. Chapter 58. The Mark of the Tomb Raider. Home is indeed the coziest place to sleep. I stretched and strolled into the living room. To my left, there was no one. Gaochun had already risen. She rested her chin on a nearby table, gazing at me with a radiant smile. So, how did you sleep last night? Li Chongqing asked mysteriously. I observed his smile, sensing that this affluent scholar had a rather lewd aura about him. Very comfortably, Gaochun replied lazily. Quite well, I added as I got out of bed. It's not good for the young master to sleep in. How will you prepare breakfast for the young lady? Li Chongqing shook his head in disapproval. Huh? Am I supposed to make her breakfast? I scoffed. Gaochun raised her fist, glaring at me in mock threat. Li Chongqing smirked but said nothing. Come, let us have breakfast. Li Chongqing entered with a pot of millet porridge he had prepared. There was also the leftover braised pork from yesterday. Eating something so greasy so early in the morning? I questioned. Young master, you are mistaken. One should eat whatever is delicious and enjoyable, as long as it fills the belly. Li Chongqing replied. I must admit, his words often resonated with me. An erudite who is not bound by convention, yet pursues a quality life as a merchant. If only I could achieve financial freedom like him. Unbeknownst to me, I began to envy him. Although I considered myself wealthy, it was merely antiques left by my father. He had only given me a bank card with 5 million. Even being a wealthy heir felt barely sufficient. A single Land Rover would likely cost a fifth of that, and Yi Jinqin was still waiting for me to buy her a Land Rover. The breakfast was filled with laughter, and our trio's relationship grew closer. Perhaps due to last night's events, Gao Chun was no longer as cold as before. After finishing my meal, I planned to step out. Mr. Li, feel free to sit or wander around. Here are the keys, I said, handing him a set of keys, and why trust in him was one reason. Secondly, there really wasn't anything of value in the house, probably worth less than his extravagant treasures combined with his savings. Do you not need me to accompany you, young master? Li Changxing naturally accepted the keys. It may be a bit dangerous, I replied. The thought that those snakes could very well have been summoned by Lu Ji's father made it clear that Lu Ji's father was far from simple. Are we dealing with people or ghosts? Li Changxing inquired. This time, it's with people. Then I can rest easy. However, if the young master needs no assistance, I shall refrain from joining. Just remember, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. The modern Li Changxing's figure overlapped with the one from my memories of the Northern Song dynasty, and it felt just right. I nodded to assure him of my comfort. After breakfast, I intended to leave, but the thought of that shadow from last night left me uneasy. I turned to Li Changxing and solemnly advised, Mr. Li, home may not be entirely safe. I suggest you take a stroll. If something were to happen to Li Changxing in my home, I would be in a dire predicament, unable to explain myself to the elder. Li Changxing agreed. Fortunately, Lu Ji's house was not far. It was just a short kilometer away. Can you make yourself invisible? I asked the girl beside me as we neared Lu Ji's house. Yes, she nodded. I'm going to a classmate's house. His father has some issues. You need to help me block him, I instructed. Understood. Then everything will be fine. Lu Ji, I called from a distance. Damn, Yitong Lu Ji, who was squatting at the door playing a game, spotted me. Where the hell have you been these past few days? I was just going to call you to play games and fish. He waved me over. Regardless of his father's situation, Lu Ji and I maintained a good relationship. After a brief absence, I rushed to his side. Come, let us play a game, he beckoned, eyes glued to the screen of Cool Run. Not this time. I came to ask you something. I shook my head. Oh, all right. By the way, how is your grandfather? Is he all right? Lu Ji put away his phone and pulled me inside. No, I haven't seen him in a month, I replied. And my father? Lu Ji didn't press further. I don't know. I came here specifically for that, I said. As luck would have it, just as I finished asking Lu Ji, his father returned. Lu Ji, look what I brought back. A lean and sturdy man entered, holding a slab of pork and a fish. Uncle Lu, long time no see, I greeted, ensuring to maintain some semblance of politeness. To my surprise, the man froze momentarily, dropping the meat and fish onto the floor, and slowly retreated, fearfully staring at me. Are you human or ghost? This man is indeed a ghost. I seized Lu Ji by the neck, giving him a look to signal cooperation. I am certainly here to seek vengeance upon your family. Let go of my son. The man, seeing me gripping his child, lost his fear and immediately reddened with rage, pulling a stick from a pile of corn stalks nearby. The stick was tied with white silk. My pupils constricted. This was a mourning stick, effective against spirits. This man was certainly not as simple as he appeared, yet I was not afraid of him. Uncle Lu, look behind you. The man turned around, and there stood a young girl, her smile radiant and enchanting. The sight of her smile sent shivers down the man's spine. Can you see me? Gao Chen inquired. The man remained silent, sighed deeply, and turned to me, saying, Yitong, debts have their rightful owners. If you wish to kill, then do so to Uncle Lu. For the sake of your acquaintance with Lu Ji, spare him, will you? He knows nothing. Damn, Dad, have you truly harmed Yitong? Lu Ji exploded in anger. All right, let's go inside and talk. Also, I am not dead, I replied, as I released Lu Ji and assisted the man in picking up the fish and pork belly from the ground. Although the man was shaken, he followed suit. After Gao Chen entered the house, she also revealed herself. Wow, who is this? Impressive, kid. You've brought back a girlfriend after a month away, Lu Ji remarked, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. As he punched me lightly, I am alive, but she may not be, I said. What? Is that for real? Lu Ji gasped, suddenly recalling his father's earlier reaction, and quickly glanced at him. The man provided him with a confirming nod. Luigi immediately hid behind me, while Gauchin showed no interest in him. So, why do you wish to harm me? I asked coldly, with Luigi also looking at his father. Do you believe I was forced? The man questioned that I did not respond. He threatened me in the same manner. Much like you, using my son's life. The man said, Dio, you recognize that person? I asked. I do, and you also know me? Don't you? This time, I was taken aback. Who is he? I hurriedly asked. He is the old man who returned with you that day. Boom. His words struck like a bolt from the blue. Li Liangfeng? How could that be? I never would have imagined it was him. Would he really harm me? Impossible, Uncle Lu. At this stage, you still speak in falsehoods. I yelled in fury. If he had claimed to be the medicine king, I might have believed him. Idong, I am not deceiving you. Dio, you remember the last message I sent you, warning you not to trust just anyone. That was about him, the man said, his face flushed with embarrassment. It was then that you had already died in my heart. I recalled the man's hesitant delivery of the message. Could it be that he spoke the truth? But Li Liangfeng had always been in my home. With no opportunity for deceit, no, Li Liangfeng had indeed been afforded opportunities. When I let him roam freely, I inadvertently granted him the liberty to do as he pleased. I dared not contemplate that direction. That snake was made by Uncle Lu, wasn't it? I inquired. Yes, he also coerced me into doing it, the man admitted, without denial or defense. And you altered that letter as well? I pressed. You already know? The man was astonished, unable to fathom how I had uncovered that. Uncle Lu does not need to know. I replied. I altered it too. You did not deceive me, I challenged. You have the power to kill me. The man fixed his gaze on me. And I understood he referred to Gao Chun. I did not expect you to see her. I nodded in acknowledgement. Then what is the situation with my grandfather? This was the crux of my inquiry. I have never lied to you about your grandfather's matters. As for what happened that night, I truly do not know. And my father? I asked. Your father was indeed buried, Luigi interjected. I was there to witness it. The man nodded in agreement. I trusted Luigi's account. Although we were in different classes, we had grown up together and I knew his character all too well. Yet, this meant the mystery of my father's empty coffin remained unsolved. How much do you know about my grandfather? I inquired, directing my gaze at the man. I should know more than you. My tales with your grandfather date back quite some time. In a rush, we have ample time. Speak at your leisure, I encouraged. He did not reply, but instead bent down and rummaged beneath the bed. A clicking sound, akin to a mechanism, echoed as he retrieved a dusty wooden box. He placed the box on the table and slowly opened it, revealing a delicate small seal nestled within. I picked up the small seal for closer examination, noting the 8 characters inscribed. Heavenly officials bestow blessings, all things without taboo. This is indeed the FAQ seal. Chapter 59. The Secret of FAQIU.is. This the FAQ seal? Dad, you also read tomb raiding novels? Luigi remarked, clearly having indulged in them extensively. The man did not respond to his son's question. I weighed the small seal in my hand, examining it further. This is truly the FAQ seal. Are you the FAQ Zonglangjiang? The man nodded in affirmation. In a way, there really is a FAQ Zonglangjiang. Luigi exclaimed. My family has been serving as FAQ Zonglangjiang for generations. However, in my time, I have retired from such pursuits. Yet, in my youth, I did venture into tombs, the man said without acknowledging Luigi's astonishment. You should know about your grandfather's ability to read fortunes? I nodded, awaiting his elaboration. Your grandfather excelled in fortune-telling, capable of discerning life and death through the 5 elements. He was well acquainted with tomb raiding, and I had ample opportunities to become familiar with him during my early forays into tombs. So, your grandfather resided here in his youth? I asked. No, at that time, your family was in Hunan, the man replied. Hunan? Li Shaogong also mentioned that the Luo clan once resided in Hunan. What else do you know? I pressed eagerly. How much do you know about my father? Due to my father's circumstances, I know a bit more. Your Luo family is referred to as the Tianmin Luo clan, though the reason behind this name remains a mystery. My father perished while accompanying your great-grandfather into a tomb. It seemed your great-grandfather had unearthed an extraordinary burial site, attracting a myriad of onlookers. After emerging from the tomb, my father hastily rode home, urging me never to delve into tombs again and to steer clear of inquiries regarding him, instructing me to avoid any contact with the Luo family. Naturally, the latter part of this was relayed to me by your grandfather. If that is the case, why did you come into contact with my grandfather? In those times, as you know, life was tough to support my family. I decided to venture into tombs. Given my background as a fakey Zhonglangjiang, I quickly gained a reputation in the circle, making it unsurprising that I became acquainted with your grandfather. What was your grandfather like back then? Your grandfather was quite low-key. During those times, engaging in superstitions was frowned upon, and thus, yin-yang masters operated discreetly, though it did not diminish their renown. Many sought out your grandfather, and I was a frequent visitor. He was known for his integrity and had an excellent reputation in the community. That's about all I can share. So, you have been to the Luo clan? I inquired. No, by that time, the Luo clan had already ceased to exist. Your grandfather and grandmother lived alone. I have not encountered any other members of the Luo clan apart from him. And my father? I do not know your father well. I have known your grandfather for over 20 years and have hardly seen your father. It seems your father was not raised by your grandfather. What? I was taken aback. My father was not raised by my grandfather? The first time I met your father was when he was already an adult. That time, he brought you home, and I visited your family once. That was the only occasion. The young man left a strong impression on me, standing out from the crowd. I could tell he was extraordinary. He possessed an aura, like a taut crossbow ready to unleash its power, or a raging flood about to burst forth, hidden yet imminent. I only know that your family matters are quite chaotic. Out of respect for my father's instructions, I dared not meddle. Coincidentally, your grandfather mentioned retiring, and I also wished to withdraw from the fray, so I accompanied him to this place. Do you recognize that old man from last time? I asked. I do not know him. He belongs to the Li family. The Li family? The man was astonished. You know of them? How could I not? The man chuckled bitterly. The Li family is an ancient lineage steeped in tradition. If you truly know something, you should communicate with the Li family. They are not the type to make enemies. This I can assure you. They are quite benevolent. However, should they decide to cut ties, you would stand no chance of survival. Upon hearing his words, I gained a new understanding of the Li family. Yet, what was their purpose in acting this way? The notion of offering courtesy before hostility was comprehensible, but why both simultaneously? Given my affinity with Li Shaogong, would he not trust me with any inquiries? Setting aside everything else, even if he had significant intentions, based on his demeanor, I could discern he was not a malevolent individual. He had been in Jinyang Tower for so long. If he sought our family's legacy, he could have easily taken or stolen it, yet he did not, even allowing me to burn it, and no matter what our family possessed, it always revolved around the concept of legacy. Whether it be my father or ancestors, they must have acquired skills through familial teachings to possess any capability, and only with that capability could one obtain certain things. The Li family showed no interest in our legacy, so what could their true intentions possibly be? I found myself engulfed in confusion. What exactly is his purpose in threatening you? What does my family possess that warrants such attention? I do not know, but I have my suspicions, the man responded candidly. Uncle Lu, please elaborate, I urged, treating him with courtesy. Your ancestors must have unearthed something astonishing from a tomb, drawing the gaze of many. Understand that there are numerous eyes fixated on your family. This is my perspective as a tomb raider. It seemed the man was not privy to the deeper intricacies of our family's affairs. Pursuing further inquiries would likely yield no fruitful results. As for my grandfather, does Lu Shu know more? Perhaps about familial connections? The man pondered for a moment before replying, I have never met your great-grandfather. Your grandfather seems to be an only child. He never mentioned having any siblings. All right, thank you, Lu Shu. I do not hold you accountable for this incident, but please refrain from making such mistakes in the future. I was confident he could discern the warning in my words. I will not harm my dear nephew again. The man assured. For Lu Ji's sake, I am willing to trust him this once. By the way, dear nephew, there is something I must give you. Last time, your grandfather entrusted me with it, and I believe it is best to hand it to you personally. The man rose and went upstairs, rummaging for a while before producing a blood-stained piece of paper and handing it to me. The paper depicted a pipa, indeed, a pipa, only this singular item. The pipa had 4 strings adorned with intricate patterns, and the artistry was commendable. There was little else to note. I gazed at the pipa, utterly perplexed. What does this mean? I looked to the man for clarification. I do not comprehend it either, he replied with a wry smile. Very well, I shall take my leave now. I folded the paper and tucked it away. I never anticipated your family to be so complex, Lu Ji remarked. Do not speak of today's events outside. The man fixed his gaze on his son, his eyes brimming with a warning. Rest assured, I vow, Lu Ji swore. Father, did you leave behind many treasures from your tomb raiding? Our family cannot be as impoverished as it appears. Can it? I was taken aback. I had not expected Lu Ji to be so astute. I had not considered that the man must have left treasures for his son, and that the visible poverty was merely a facade. Indeed, there are some, though they are merely peanuts. Unless we venture into the black market, I intended to inform you when my time comes, the man did not deny. His foresight regarding Lu Ji was impressive. Everything had been meticulously arranged. Reflecting on Lu Ji's reaction when I had taken him hostage, I sighed. After all, what parent does not love their child? I recalled my father, clad in a Zhongshan suit. And my heart ached that I am leaving now, Lu Ji, I said. Will you not stay for a meal? Lu Ji insisted, pulling me back. No, you and Lu Shu should converse at length, I replied, turning to exit. Once the two had distanced themselves, the man regarded Lu Ji with a stern expression. Lu Ji, should you dare utter even a word of today's events, you shall be left to fend for yourself. Father, Lu Ji was taken aback by his father's severity. You cannot meddle in our family's affairs. There are many unknowns in this world. Do not be curious. What I leave for you is sufficient to make you a wealthy man. You are my only son. Do not seek your own demise, understand? The man continued, you are not of the same ilk as him. Were it not for his desire to honor your past camaraderie, you and I would be two lifeless corpses. The maiden's smile lingered in the man's heart like a sword suspended above him. His own life mattered little, but he must ensure his son survives. You must swear. The man still harbored doubts. I swear. Lu Ji, witnessing the fear in his father's eyes, finally grasped the gravity of the situation and knelt, reciting his oath. Chapter 60. Enigmatic shadows. I wandered along the country road, my gaze lost in the distant, undulating mountains. With the unfolding of events, I finally grasped the intricate relationships at play. Why greatest threat stemmed from the Yang family. Yang Xixio was akin to the sword of Damocles hanging over me. To my surprise, new invisible adversaries lurked in the shadows, watching over our family. But what could our family possess that would entice such individuals? The Luo family had fallen into ruin. Would it not be more worthwhile to focus on the Yinyang 9 houses rather than our meager existence? Wealth is a powerful motivator, yet our family is in such disarray. Where would the wealth come from? If one were to exchange wealth for peace of mind, what good would it do to give it away? And what of the Li family? What role do they play? I trust Li Liangfeng, yet I still wished for clarification. I pulled out my phone and dialed a number. Hello? A greeting came from the other end. Hello, Brother Xiaogong. I said, Yitong, have you returned home? What prompts your call? Li Xiaogong reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the sun. I have returned, but I have a matter to discuss with you. Go ahead, he replied. Sitting upright. Is Li Bo here? I inquired. My third uncle, Li Liangfeng? Yes. Unfortunately, he is not at the Li residence. He left a few days ago. Left? I was taken aback. Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Could the shadow I saw while digging up my father's grave yesterday have been him? Has he returned to harm me? Yitong, what troubles you? Li Xiaogong pressed, sensing my distress. Is there anyone nearby? I asked. Li Xiaogong turned to glance at the middle-aged man beside him, hesitating momentarily before responding. No one is here. Can I trust you? Of course, Li Xiaogong replied, somewhat bewildered. Who else would you trust if not your uncle? The letters from last time have yielded results. Someone is threatening my classmate's father, I disclosed. Who? Your third uncle. What? Li Xiaogong exclaimed, springing to his feet. Dio, you believe me? Li Xiaogong hesitated before answering. If I believed it, I wouldn't have called you. While I cannot provide proof, I can assure you that my third uncle would not harm you. I vouch for him with the reputation of the Li family and its fortune. Li Xiaogong solemnly stated after a moment of contemplation. I was astonished. Could he truly use the Li family's enduring fortune as collateral? The repercussions from a Yinyang master are not something an ordinary person can withstand. Having said this, what more could I say? No matter, I trust you. I replied. I shall hang up now. There are many matters requiring my attention. We shall converse again when time permits. Indeed, do come visit the Li residence when you have the chance. If you have doubts, you may inquire of the girl by your side, Li Xiaogong added. I offered no further response, simply hanging up and turning to Gao Chun. Did you hear all that? Gao Chen nodded, affirming her understanding it wasn't him. She echoed my thoughts, and I had no choice but to place my temporary trust in her. Are you well acquainted with him? I inquired. Not at all, Gao Chen shook her head. Then why do you trust him? I asked, perplexed. I do not trust him. I trust your father. Anyone who associates with your father must possess good character. She replied, I have seen him beside your father. Her words left me at a loss for a response. I could hardly claim disbelief in my own father. Meanwhile, at the Li residence, after ending the call, Li Xiaogong turned to the middle-aged man beside him. The man met his gaze and asked, Xiaogong, what do you think? The middle-aged man was none other than the current head of the Li family. Li Yanxiu. Clearly, someone is attempting to frame our Li family, Li Xiaogong remarked. I suspect it is the Yang family. Let us not hastily attribute everything to the Yang family. The Luo family looks down upon them. Does our Li family hold them in high regard? Li Yanxiu chuckled, shaking his head. However, I do agree with the notion of framing. But why would they do this? To incite hatred between Luo Yidong and her grandfather? To instill animosity towards me as her uncle? Even so, can Luo Tingchun and his grandson contend with our Li family? A look of confusion flickered in Li Xiaogong's eyes. Luo Tingchun and his grandson could never rival us. But what of the Luo family? Li Yanxiu's smile was laden with meaning. The Luo family? Li Xiaogong was momentarily taken aback. Did they not perish? Are they not merely left with the two of them? Then who informed you that they had perished? Li Yanxiu countered. Did you not tell me, father? Li Xiaogong inquired, puzzled. Indeed, I did, the elder affirmed, then gazed intently at his son. But did I see the Luo family perish? Or did you? Well, Li Xiaogong found himself at a loss for words. A lineage that has endured longer than ours, a vast clan comprising thousands. Would they collapse within 2 or 3 generations? Even the Yi family required over a dozen generations to achieve their current standing. Do you truly believe the Luo family has perished? As if the sun in the sky was too harsh, the elder rose and retreated indoors. Such talk of the Luo family's demise is best left unheard. Li Xiaogong remained rooted in place, still processing the implications. What shall we do about this matter? Let it be. Shall I capture my grandson and punish him? The elder laughed heartily. Li Xiaogong sighed in resignation. With his father having spoken, what more could he say? When soldiers come, we shall defend. When water comes, we shall block, Gao Chen said with a smile. Fear not, I will protect you. I playfully tugged at her cheek. Feeling a glimmer of joy that I am grateful to you. Do not pinch my face. She huffed indignantly. Very well, I acquiesced, pinching her once more. As we neared home, we spotted a group of village matrons seated on small stools, engaged in animated conversation, with a familiar figure at the center. Goodness, is that not Li Changsheng? I exclaimed, peering closer. We approached, eavesdropping, and discovered the elderly ladies were bombarding Li Changsheng with questions, some even attempting to introduce their daughters as prospective brides. The sight turned Li Changsheng's face a myriad of colors, much to Gao Chen's amusement. Thankfully, the matrons were oblivious to Gao Chen's presence. Otherwise, I would have been the one facing their inquiries. Young master. Li Changsheng greeted upon spotting me. Let us return home, he suggested. Indeed. Phew. It has been ages since I was surrounded by the village ants' gossip. Li Changsheng sighed with relief after we had walked some distance. I used to endure this every year during the New Year celebrations. Haha, what are your plans for life? Surely the old man wishes for grandchildren, I teased. Perhaps I will resort to in vitro fertilization when the time comes. Li Changsheng pondered. I nodded in understanding. With the traditional values instilled in him, marrying would likely prove quite challenging. Without discussing my own matters, Li Changsheng waved his hand and asked, Is there anything else left for the young master to attend to? What is it? I inquired. My friend just called to urge me. He probably cannot wait any longer. He replied. 8 lives were not urgent, and now suddenly it is? I scoffed coldly. I held disdain for such people who toyed with lives. The reason I remained unperturbed was that this matter was not originally mine. Although I was a master of yin and yang, I merely assisted him in handling this issue. Until I began to address it, I bore no karmic responsibility, nor did I see the need to provoke it. Every sip and every peck is born of one's own actions. I was uncertain of his thoughts, yet the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. How does the young master view this? Li Changsheng turned to me, his tone somewhat urgent. It seemed this friend held significant importance to him. Tomorrow marks the start of the school year. I shall take a leave of absence and depart, I stated. That is well, Li Chongqing replied with relief. What has caused the urgency? I asked with curiosity. This time, it is his wife who is in trouble, Li Chongqing answered. Upon hearing this, my disdain deepened. It seemed the previous 8 lives were not of his kin, is a family member's life more valuable than that of others? Chapter 61. The Zhao family's haunted mansion. Fortunately, the process of taking leave went smoothly. The teacher was an elderly gentleman, kind-hearted. He wrote impeccably in regular script, his characters reflecting his character, impartial towards any student, and rigorous in his scholarship. That I ranked among the top 20 in the school, and the teacher had shown me considerable favor. I fabricated a reason, claiming I needed to care for my ailing grandfather out of town. And the teacher, without suspicion, expressed regret over my absence. I promised to self-study, and he agreed to grant me leave after each monthly exam. Is everything settled? Li Chongqing inquired as we exited the school gate. All is well, nothing more to address, I replied, gazing at the school gate. I sighed internally, pondering when I might return. From traversing 1,000 miles in wind and sand, home is ever in the southeast, southwest, and northwest. Yet my heart feels hollow, like a white lotus. Li Chongqing recited a small poem thoughtfully. Young master need not be sorrowful. One day, you shall return in glory. I viewed matters with a sense of openness. Sadness did not weigh heavily upon me, merely a reluctance to leave home. This poem is lovely. Did Art compose it? I asked as I opened the car door and climbed inside. No, it was penned by someone named Yel Chukai. Interestingly, he has some connection to individuals like you, Li Chongqing replied. Oh? People like us. My interest was piqued, for my knowledge of Yel Chukai was rather scant. It is said he is the progenitor of the Xian Kong flying star feng shui, and the treatise Cheney Jian was authored by him. He also served as a strategist and prime minister to Genghis Khan, single-handedly saving millions of Han people, truly embodying the ideals of establishing a heart for heaven and earth, bestowing life upon the populace, continuing the teachings of the sages, and ensuring peace for generations. I hold a deep admiration for this sage, Li Chongqing expressed, his eyes filled with longing. I shall indeed seek to learn more about him. I noted mentally I had heard some about the Xian Kong Flying Star School, yet it seemed the transmission had been severed. I wondered if the 9 houses held any records, as it had been long since I heard that name. I was not entirely convinced that Yel Chukai solely relied on his human capabilities to assist Genghis Khan in achieving dominance. Surely, such an adept must have employed feng shui techniques, utilizing yin and yang strategies to foresee and plan in battles. Are you heading directly to my friend? Li Chongqing asked. No. I shall first return to Jinyang Tower to gather some items. With 8 lives already lost, if I do nothing, would that not be like offering my head willingly? I should check if the Medicine King has returned, seeking him to draw a few talismans for my protection, and then I will ask Brother Yi for Yel Bei's Tianchao, Wanshun to be fully armed. Interestingly, I had initially thought many would seek me out for divination or feng shui consultations, yet it turned out I was dealing with supernatural occurrences. However, I had no choice but to face it head-on. On one hand, I did not wish to tarnish the reputation of Jinyang Tower, and on the other, I could broaden my horizons. But with the Medicine King and the Buddha overseeing matters, I felt a sense of reassurance. As I had a professional ally. What does your friend do? I inquired. I need to understand the situation first. Li Chongqing replied. My friend's surname is Zhao. He is involved in the fishing industry, primarily in freshwater aquaculture, and is considered a leader in Anhui's fishing sector. Li Chongqing explained. Art Li has a wide circle of acquaintances. I remarked with curiosity, noting his connections with merchants from Anhui. I deal in medicinal herbs. Many traditional Chinese medicines can also serve as culinary ingredients. He is in the fishing industry, naturally crossing paths with the restaurant business, leading to common interests. Li Chongqing elucidated. I see, I said, understanding. What is the situation with his wife? I probed further. He did not disclose much, only stating that I would know when I arrive. He was rather secretive. Li Chongqing shook his head. I ceased my inquiries and began to rest my eyes. This journey back home yielded considerable insights, clarifying some family matters and revealing unidentified adversaries lurking in the shadows. Many issues began to surface, and in the words of Li Shaogong, urgency does not lie in a moment. We shall take our time. The return to Jinyang Tower was quicker than my journey home, likely due to Li Chongqing's eagerness, resulting in a faster pace. I noticed the main gate was tightly closed. It was Saturday, and Yi Jinqin had not come to Jinyang Tower, presumably having gone home. thus I could not acquire Tianchao Wanshun. Nevertheless, a visit to the Medicine King was still necessary. Strangely, the Medicine King had yet to return. His shop was still under renovation, nearing completion. With no other option, I decided to call him. "Hello, Uncle Sun. Why haven't you returned yet?" "Ah, it's you, little one. I am busy handling an urgent matter. Do you need something?" he asked. "Nothing much, just a business matter. I originally sought a few talismans for protection," I replied. "Haha, do not worry. I prepared them for you long ago, fearing you might need them unexpectedly. There are 7 or 8 in the drawer of the counter. Use them sparingly. I must go now." He hastily hung up. I was somewhat puzzled by what he was busy with, yet I was pleasantly surprised by his thoughtfulness in having prepared them in advance. I rummaged through the drawer and found several talismans, all depicting divine beasts such as the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and Qilin. I tucked them into my clothes and departed. "Where are we headed?" I asked. "Mianshan," Li Xiaogong replied. "Are we driving there?" "No, we will fly directly," one of the young men answered. Having already purchased the tickets, I nodded. With arrangements made, I was content to enjoy the convenience, I must say. Flying is indeed swift. The only downside was that Mianshan lacked its own airport, necessitating our landing at Luku Airport. By the time we arrived in Mianshan, night had fallen. "Young master, would you like to eat something before we go?" "The boss instructed us to take good care of you," one of the young men suggested. "No need. With matters so urgent, how can we eat?" I declined. The other 3 exchanged hesitant glances and finally said, "Very well. Surely the young master will regret not eating upon seeing this scene." This only heightened my curiosity about what calamity had befallen the Zhao family that left these 4 young men apprehensive. The Zhao family resided in a villa area in Mianshan. I was not particularly fond of such villa clusters, as they were sparsely populated, preventing the flow of young energy and lacking vitality, which was not conducive to living. The Zhao residence was a luxurious little Western-style house on the edge of the villa area. When I looked up again, I was taken aback. The entire villa was shrouded in black mist, rising ominously toward the heavens, a sight that sent shivers down my spine. Apart from witnessing such potent ghostly energy on Yang Xixio, I had never encountered anything so intense. This was indeed a haunted house. How could the Zhao family dare to reside here? Chapter 62. "The blood-red lantern, does your boss reside here?" I inquired. The 4 young men nodded. I began to understand why Zhao, the boss, had chosen these individuals as bodyguards. Judging by their aura, their yang fire burned brightly, and they showed little sign of wavering even near this haunted house. These 4 young men likely had strong constitutions, making them the most suitable choice for this task. "Let us enter," I said calmly. After a series of knocks, the dark door finally revealed a beam of light. A middle-aged man opened the door, appearing to be of similar age to Li Changsheng. Though he looked considerably older, "Old Zhao," Li Changsheng greeted him. "Changsheng, you finally made it." The middle-aged man acknowledged Li Changsheng with a simple nod before turning to me. "I asked this the young master you mentioned?" "Indeed, Old Zhao. Do not let his youth deceive you. He possesses great abilities," Li Changsheng hurriedly interjected, fearing the middle-aged man might underestimate me due to my age. "Greetings, I am Zhao Yin." "Please come in," the middle-aged man said, clearly skeptical of my capabilities, yet unwilling to dismiss me entirely out of respect for Li Changsheng. "I heard there has been an incident involving your sister-in-law?" Li Changsheng inquired. "Follow me," the middle-aged man beckoned, leading us to the 2nd floor, where he finally halted before a tightly locked bedroom door. What could be inside that required locking? He produced a key and turned it, and as the door swung open, a wave of intensine energy rushed forth, accompanied by what seemed like distant wails. I looked up to see a burning red object hanging from the ceiling. Just as I attempted to take a closer look, the fluorescent light flickered on. Suddenly, I finally discerned the object. It was a palace lantern, exquisitely crafted, its vibrant red hue resembling that stained with blood. The style of the lantern was neither of the Jing school nor the square northern format, but rather resembled the Eastern palace lanterns from the Song dynasty. The flames within the lantern were also blood red. The lantern flickered ominously, yet it offered no warmth. Instead, it imbued the room with an unsettling chill, causing the temperature to drop several degrees. The Eastern art lantern. I whispered to myself, "Ah, sharp eyes, young sir," Zhao Yin exclaimed in surprise. I surveyed the arrangement of the room, noting a woman with a pale complexion and a swollen belly lying on the bed beneath the lantern. She appeared to be asleep, or perhaps in a state of unconsciousness. Her condition was decidedly abnormal. The windows were shrouded with heavy black drapes, allowing not a sliver of light to penetrate. "This is my wife?" Zhao introduced that. "Is she about to give birth?" I inquired, gazing at the woman's protruding abdomen. "Yes, but she has been like this for a month now, slipping into unconsciousness. Strangely, she has ceased to breathe altogether. Had she not moved occasionally, I would have thought her truly." Zhao trailed off. "Your wife is undoubtedly intertwined with this Eastern art lantern," I remarked, casting a knowing look at Zhao, who clearly had not been forthright. "Indeed, my wife fell into a coma on the very day the lantern arrived," Zhao confessed. I stepped closer, placing my hand beneath the woman's nostrils, and confirmed the absence of breath. "Where did this lantern come from?" I asked, furrowing my brow. "As you know, I am in the fishing industry. This lantern was gifted to me by a villager from a fishing village I frequent, claimed to be an ancient artifact to celebrate a bountiful harvest. I accepted it," Zhao explained. "Mr. Li, you truly dare to accept anything," I scoffed. Everything about that lantern felt amiss. Was Zhao truly so naive as to bring something of unknown origin into his home? The lantern did not ignite upon arrival. It only began to burn once it entered my home, floating in my wife's room ever since. Zhao wiped his forehead in distress. "Is that so?" Li Changxing queried, astonished. "Can we remove it or extinguish it?" I asked. "It cannot be extinguished. We have tried every method possible." Zhao shook his head. "Then let us take it down and examine it." I insisted. "Perhaps it would be best not to." Zhao hesitated. "Why?" I pressed. Zhao sighed heavily. "Allow me to handle it." He fetched a small ladder from outside and cautiously ascended to move the lantern. The moment it shifted, a piercing scream echoed throughout the room. The woman writhed on the bed, clutching her belly and crying out in pain. Yet, an unsettling thought crossed my mind. Was she in labor? Though I had never witnessed childbirth, her distress instinctively conveyed to me the torment of labor. Seeing his wife in agony, Zhao hastily released the lantern, which returned to its original position, bringing immediate calm to the woman. "Young sir, you have witnessed it all," Zhao said with a bitter smile. "The paper of that lantern is made from human skin." A melodious voice suddenly resonated in the room. "Who?" Zhao and his 4 bodyguards tensed in alarm. "Silence," I commanded softly. A girl with a bun appeared beside me. It was Gao Che, who had always been at my side. "Can you confirm it is human skin?" I inquired. Gao Che nodded. "Indeed, it is human skin." "I cannot be mistaken. Young sir, do you know her?" Zhao asked, glancing at me. "How did you get in here?" Zhao turned to Gao Che, astonished. "What business is that of yours?" Gao Che shot back. Old Zhao, this girl has quite the temper and remarkable abilities, as you just witnessed," Li Changxing interjected, attempting to ease the tension. He genuinely feared Gao Che might inadvertently send Zhao to the underworld prematurely. Fortunately, Zhao proved to be sensible. Instead of retaliating, he reined in his previous disdain for me. "Young sir, what shall we do now?" Zhao asked, at a loss for direction, turning to me for guidance. "I will first investigate this lantern," I replied thoughtfully. I climbed the ladder to closely examine the lantern. The candle inside was white, clearly intended for the deceased, yet the flame burned a deep crimson. Just as I was engrossed in my inspection, I felt a gaze fixated upon me. Following the source of the gaze, I discovered the woman on the bed had opened her eyes, staring at me. Her eyes were devoid of pupils, leaving only the whites, and the sight nearly caused me to tumble from my perch. Gao Che waved her hand, and the woman's eyes closed once more, presumably by Gao Che's forceful intervention. When I turned back to the lantern, I was startled to see a shadowy figure materializing on one of the human skin papers. What was happening? "Zhao boss, do you recognize this figure?" I asked, tilting my body to get a better view. "Let me see." Zhao raised his gaze to the figure, his pupils constricting in terror. "This is definitely problematic. Do you recognize it?" I pressed again. "I do." "How could it be him? How could it be him?" Zhao murmured, his expression growing increasingly haunted. "Who is he?" I inquired. "He was one of the 8 fishermen who met with misfortune." In that moment, I struggled to connect the dots between the fisherman, the lantern, and his wife, until I inadvertently noticed that the lantern's paper had precisely 8 sections. Did that signify the 8 deceased individuals? Delving deeper into the implications, could it mean that this woman had only 8 days left to live? "Zhao boss, tell me your wife's birth date," Quickly, I commanded sternly. Right, right, Zhao stammered, providing me with a date. Fortunately, people born in the ADS typically use the lunar calendar, allowing me to calculate her birth characters. The method of calculating longevity differs between genders. For men, it is based on the heavenly clash star to the death gate, while for women, it is from the heavenly pillar star to the death gate. This woman's heavenly pillar star to the death gate corresponded precisely to 7 palace positions, indicating a lifespan of 70 years. However, given her current condition, it was evident she could not possibly live that long. Adding an additional 4-dimensional palace resulted in a total of 8 palace positions, clearly signifying only 8 days of life remaining. I furrowed my brows tightly, contemplating whether to share this with Zhao Yin. Young sir, what troubles you? Li Chongqing noticed my unease. I pulled him aside to explain the situation, thinking it might be better for him to convey the news to his friend. Li Chongqing nodded, sighed, and led Zhao Yin aside. Brother Zhao, I must share some unfortunate news with you, he said, patting Zhao Yin's shoulder. Your wife may only have 8 days left to live. Zhao Yin gasped, his body swaying slightly as if he might faint at any moment. Thankfully, Li Chongqing caught him. How can that be possible? Zhao Yin exclaimed, incredulous. But the truth is as I have stated, I replied bluntly. Your wife's current state is undoubtedly linked to those 8 fishermen. You might as well recount the events leading up to this. Very well, Zhao Yin relented, nodding. The incident occurred on the 20th of last month. Now, in June and July, the fish in the middle reaches of the Yangtze River are particularly plump. Although fishing is prohibited in the Yangtze, those of us with connections remained unaffected. Thus, I dispatched individuals to fish, not far from Kaisha Rock in Mianshan. That day, our haul was indeed substantial. We were nearing the end of our catch. A fisherman pulled up a striking red fish, its vibrant colors and intricate patterns unlike anything I had ever seen. One of the fishermen specifically brought me this red fish, hoping for an extra reward. I obliged, as it was my first encounter with such a beautiful specimen after years in this trade. Villagers soon gathered to watch, and several elderly superstitious folk urged me to release the fish. Naturally, I refused. I have never believed in such nonsensical superstitions. As I gazed at the fish, I felt its eyes change, looking at me with an intense hatred. How could a fish possess such an expression? Just as I attempted to examine it further, the fish wriggled free from my grasp, and the nearby fishermen hurried to recapture it, but it slipped back into the water, sustaining only a minor injury. The moment the fish hit the water, a tempest erupted on the river's surface, and the 8 fishermen who had yet to return perished in the depths, despite our desperate attempts to rescue them. Young sir, do you think that fish is to blame? Zhao Yin posed a question. I dismissed his inquiry, for I could hardly believe a mere fish could conjure such chaos, though I would entertain the notion of water spirits. What happened next? I asked. We returned with the fish, but on our way home, we encountered a fellow villager. I frequently visit that village to collect fish, and the villagers all know me, so I found nothing strange. He gifted me the lantern, and things took a turn for the worse after that. Did you seek out this individual who gifted you the lantern? I inquired. Surely this matter cannot be unrelated to the one who presented the lantern. Indeed, we searched for him, but scoured the entire village without finding the man who had gifted the lantern. When we inquired with the villagers, they all claimed not to recognize him, Zhao Yin recounted. Zhao boss, you have been wronged. I concluded tentatively, but why did the human skin paper reveal the likeness of one of the 8? Was it possible that the 8 men were also his enemies? I have no idea. I don't believe I have any enemies. I conduct my business according to the rules, Zhao Yin replied, looking perplexed. Are you certain there are no past grievances? I pressed. Well, during my youth, I may have engaged in some dishonest practices regarding weight and measure. When I first started in business, I was inexperienced and had little capital, but as my business grew, I ceased any such actions. Zhao Yin explained. What about your restaurant business? I probed further. I only recently ventured into that area, having opened just one establishment. Although it is thriving, it poses no threat to my competitors, Zhao Yin replied. That is indeed curious. How did you resolve matters concerning the 8 fishermen? Suddenly, I recalled I provided their families with a substantial sum of money. And that was all? I frowned, perplexed. It is often said that one must witness a person alive and a corpse in death. Yet, are we to leave the body unretrieved? Have we not sought anyone to recover the body? No, I am utterly at a loss for words regarding him. Then, we must hasten to find someone to retrieve the corpse, allowing the deceased to rest in peace. Does the shadow revealed upon the human skin paper of the palace lantern not indicate the gravity of the situation? Ah, very well, I shall go at once. Zhao busily declared. You all proceed with the task, Zhao instructed the four young men. Seek out the previous corpse recovery experts. Do not approach the salvage team, I advised. Corpse recovery experts? The four young men expressed their astonishment. Boss Zhao, given your wealth, it should not be difficult to find such experts, I remarked, doubting the capabilities of these four young men. Rest assured, young sir, it will be resolved today, Zhao assured confidently. As for my wife. Zhao inquired again. It remains uncertain for now, I replied, my gaze fixated upon the palace lantern. Up to this moment, I have yet to discern what precisely that palace lantern is or what function it serves. Suddenly inspired, I extracted one of the small paintings bestowed upon me by the Medicine King. The artwork depicted a creature with a dragon's head and a bird's tail. It was unmistakably one of the 9 offspring of the dragon. Known as Chiwen, with its broad and voracious mouth, is known for its penchant for swallowing and for its vigilance in perilous places, particularly drawn to consuming flames. Thus, I pondered whether this Chiwen could extinguish the candle's flame. I struck the painting with my palm, and an earth-shattering roar erupted within the room, followed by the appearance of a colossal figure, which lunged towards the candle's flame. The onlookers felt an immense suction force. Yet when they glanced back at the candle, they beheld the flame unwavering. After several seconds, Chiwen's form dissipated within the room. Had it truly failed? Upon reflection, it seems that nothing bestowed upon me by the Medicine King has ever succeeded. Whether this is mere coincidence or a result of encountering something too formidable, it always feels as if I am just one step short of success. Was that Chiwen? Zhao inquired. I was too preoccupied to respond. The artifacts left by the Medicine King were evidently beyond my capabilities. What do you think? I turned to Gao Chun, seeking her insight. Let us first assess the situation regarding the corpse recovery. She suggested that I recommend that Boss Zhao engage a few adept individuals to examine this lantern. It possesses a sinister quality. Gao Chun pondered for a moment. She indeed had a sound idea. We have previously consulted with Taoists and monks. Yet to no avail, Zhao sighed, his brow furrowed with concern. Perhaps we should seek out some true masters and perform a ritual. It is possible that your earlier choices were not sufficiently skilled. I speculated I shall accompany Boss Zhao to the stone quarry. I declared that it appears that is the only course left, Zhao replied, his tone despondent, a dark aura emerging from between his brows, clearly indicating his exhaustion. I assume you have not yet dined? I offered to take them to the finest restaurant in the city. Zhao led the group out of the door, displaying his customary courteousness, I must admit. Zhao is quite adept at navigating social niceties. I followed behind Li Chongsheng, glancing back at the palace lantern one last time. A single glance sent chills down my spine. I saw that crimson blood seeped from the human skin paper of the lantern, and a red figure floated out, fixated on me with a mocking smile. Instinctively, I tightened my grip on Gao Chun's arm. There, I had just begun to utter a word when my throat felt constricted, rendering me voiceless. Chapter 64. News of my father. I gazed at the red figure, my heart filled with terror, yet I stifled any outward expression to avert panic. Gao Chun sensed the tension in my grip and looked at me with concern. I shook my head, signaling to discuss it later. I continued to watch that figure until I was finally able to speak after boarding Zhao Yin's BMW. The figure seemed unwilling to relent, standing atop the roof and watching my departure. Fool, what did you see? Gao Chun tugged at my ear, questioning me. I pointed towards the roof, and she followed my gesture, tilting her head in confusion. You cannot see it? I whispered. See what? She asked. There was a figure inside the lantern, and it was watching me, I replied, recalling the ominous silhouette. Are you saying it's a figure? Red? Gao Chun's brow furrowed. You know? I inquired, sensing she might possess some knowledge. I'm not certain. Gao Chun shook her head. What is it? I will tell you later, she replied, grasping my hand. That woman may not survive, she remarked ominously. Why? I asked, intrigued. The figure in the lantern is visible only to you. It has not harmed you, indicating its intent is not aimed at you. However, when the lantern moves, the woman experiences excruciating pain, clearly targeting her. Gao Chun analyzed, and why intuition suggested otherwise. The woman had not been mentioned in Zhao Yin's description. So how could she be involved? Zhao Yin, the pregnant woman, the lantern bearer, the palace lantern, the fisherman, the ghostly figure. What connections bind them? Initially, I perceived this as a vendetta-driven supernatural incident, but the emergence of that ghostly figure indicated a more complex situation. Moreover, why did that apparition display such a mocking smile towards me? Surely, it could not be directed at me. I found myself yearning for that purple-gold sword. Alas, it has returned to its rightful owner, leaving me with no alternative. "Do not worry, I will protect you," Gao Chen solemnly vowed. I must admit, this Navi girl always manages to soothe my unease. I gently patted her head and leaned in to whisper, "Thank you." Gao Chen shot me a glared, "Don't mess up my bun. I worked hard for it," she chided. I chuckled softly, turning back to glance at the Zhao residence. To my dismay, I spotted a red figure at the rear of the car, waving goodbye as if bidding farewell. Had that ghostly figure followed us? But what did it mean? Was it intimidation? What merit did I possess to warrant such attention? "I see it," Gao Chen suddenly declared, her voice icy. "You can see it?" I asked, staring at that chilling smile. "I can see it," she nodded. "What is it? Is it a ghost?" I inquired, my curiosity piqued. "I do not know," Gao Chen replied, shaking her head. "But do not worry. It cannot harm you," she reassured me. "Can it truly not harm me? Your life is exceptionally fortunate. It dares not approach you," she explained, sensing my hesitation. This was the third time someone had remarked on my fortunate fate. Yet I could not discern where that fortune lay, as it seemed all troubles sought me out, and all dangers converged upon me. Why could Li Chongqing and Zhao Yi not see it? The ghostly smile lingered in my mind. Fortunately, we soon arrived at the restaurant Zhao Yin had mentioned. The aroma of delectable food momentarily distracted me from all else. The warmth of human existence is most comforting to the mortal heart. "How fragrant!" Gao Chen exclaimed, gazing hungrily at the spread before us. "Come, eat more, silly girl," I urged, serving her more meat from the platter. "Oh, where's the lamb?" "How thoughtless," Gao Chen complained, her carefree nature evident. Though her words were blunt, they warmed my heart. Despite her silliness, she genuinely cared for me. Zhao Yin's hand froze mid-toast, awkwardness settling in, but it was Li Chongqing who stepped in to ease the tension. "Ahem. Our young sir has a fondness for lamb, and his girlfriend is simply concerned for him. It's only natural for a girl to care for her beloved. Do not take it to heart, my friend." Li Chongqing chuckled. Haha, it's no trouble at all. Just lamb. Wait staff, bring out your signature lamb dish." Zhao Yin waved to summon the server, displaying his generosity, and no need to overdo it. "I don't want to owe him anything," I interjected quickly. Gao Chen shot me a fierce glare. "Young sir, do not be modest. You are unaware of the grandeur your father commanded in his day," Zhao Yin remarked. "Oh, you have heard of my father?" I was surprised that it seemed that anyone who had a modicum of success outside knew of my father. "You know my father?" I asked Zhao Yin. "Xinyang Tower's Luo Shang. I do not know his true name, but he is a master of yin and yang, able to discern the fates of men. In his youth, he had the fortune to meet a fishing merchant elder, and back then, I was merely an ambitious youth." Zhao Yin recounted. "It was through that elder's patronage that I achieved my current status. He was said to have monopolized the fishing industry in Jiangsu. That was in Nanjing during a birthday celebration. Your father was likely a friend of his. I am uncertain of the details. The banquet featured an event called Shooting the Cover, and that elder encouraged everyone to participate. In hindsight, it seems it was to elevate your father's status." "How so?" I inquired. "During that event, your father guessed all the items correctly, causing quite a stir. No one believed it. So, he used his own belongings to demonstrate again, achieving the same accuracy. Only then did we learn he was the renowned yin-yang master of Xinyang Tower. Yet, at that time, I gave it little thought. I was young and assumed I would never intersect with your father. Who knew that years later, I would have to seek your assistance from Xinyang Tower? Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable," Zhao Yin reflected, marveling at the foresight of that elder who sought to promote a promising youth. I realized Zhao Yin's courtesy towards me stemmed from his awareness of my father's reputation. Regrettably, I could not inquire further about my father. "By the way, young sir, is there any way to resolve the issue with the palace lantern? I noticed your Chiwen was quite formidable and nearly succeeded. Do you possess anything even more powerful?" Zhao Yin looked at me with eager anticipation. I hesitated briefly before responding honestly. "That is one of my more potent techniques. I am a yin-yang master, but not a sorcerer. Boss Zhao has witnessed my father's capabilities. He should understand that it would be best to consult a true master. Zhao Yin's eyes dimmed, and he continued to sigh heavily. The Yin-Yang master, with a heart full of compassion, found himself deeply troubled by the woman lying on the couch, yet regrettably, he felt powerless. Boss Zhao, have you noticed anything unusual about that palace lantern? I inquired tentatively. Unusual? What more could be unusual? The lantern itself is quite peculiar, Zhao Yin replied. For instance, is there a person inside the lantern? What? There's someone in the lantern? Zhao Yin exclaimed in shock. Observing his expression, it was evident that he was genuinely unaware. To alleviate his worries, I hastily added, perhaps I misinterpreted it. Boss Zhao, you should quickly seek out an expert. We cannot afford to delay. Zhao Yin nodded in agreement, his eyes clouded with concern. The atmosphere at the dining table grew somber in response to my words. The hotel where we were staying had also been booked by Zhao Yin, but why did he assign me a single room? Although it was spacious, the implication was clear. You can sleep on the floor? I told Gao Chen in a way, she replied, promptly diving into the blankets. But the boss hasn't even ordered any drinks. How stingy, you silly girl, complaining as if you've suffered a great injustice. I couldn't help but chuckle at her childishness. It was amusing how much she adored cola. With a flick of my wrist, a bottle of Pepsi appeared in my palm. An impulse purchase made during a covert trip to the supermarket while I was in the restroom, fearing that she might feel downcast. Wow, where did you conjure that from? Gao Chen gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief at my sleight of hand. Silly girl, you remember I love mutton. How could I forget that you adore cola? Perhaps her fondness for cola was so profound that she didn't mind me calling her silly, as she clutched the can and began to drink heartily. Time for bed, I declared, collapsing onto the mattress after washing up. Today had truly exhausted me. Just as I was about to close my eyes, a face both strange yet familiar appeared before me. He wore a tall crown and garments from an unknown dynasty. Most strikingly, his figure was transparent, adorned in red clothing. Damn it, isn't he going to let me go? Has he followed me here? I thought, searching for Gao Chen. Where had that silly girl gone? It's you. I gasped, my eyes widening in terror, ready to scream. But in the next instant, an abyss of darkness engulfed me. Chapter 65. The red-clothed fiend in the depths of darkness, the crimson figure glowed like phosphorescence. 1, 2, 3. A total of 8 red apparitions emerged, resembling phantoms as they fixated on me, muttering incomprehensible incantations. Although I could not decipher their words, I discerned they spoke in an ancient tongue, reminiscent of classical Chinese. Mind your own business. This is my conclusion, I surmised, their faces contorted with rage, some mounted on horses, while others were on foot. Handsome men and beautiful women alike. I could not utter a word, merely gazing at their furious warning. A sharp slap echoed through the room. Pain jolted across my face, and as I opened my eyes, those crimson figures dissipated like smoke. Gao Chen was perched anxiously on top of me. Did I hurt you? She asked. I shook my head, breathing heavily. I was fortunate Gao Chen had roused me, for who knows how long that nightmare would have persisted. Why did you suddenly fall asleep while we were talking? Gao Chen placed her hand on my forehead. You're drenched in sweat. Your clothes are soaked through. I could see the agony on your face, so I woke you. I quickly checked my body and found my short sleeves completely drenched. A sense of weakness overwhelming me. That was a nightmare, and I had not willingly entered it. They had dragged me into their realm. That I dreamt of that red figure. He threatened me not to meddle in Zhao's affairs. I confessed with my eyes shut. Were there several of them? Gao Chen asked. How did you know? I opened my eyes wide. If it comes to worst, we should summon that demon-slaying master. I believe this matter exceeds your capabilities. Gao Chen furrowed her brows. Could they possibly be deities? I queried, realizing that Gao Chen's acknowledgement of such entities indicated they were no ordinary foes. Do you know them? I do not. She shook her head. But I've read in ancient texts that 2 individuals have encountered them. One perished, while the other lived for a while before also meeting his demise, and both had indirect connections to the crimson figures. The one who died had poor fate, while the one who lived had exceptionally good fortune. Unable to kill him, they instead orchestrated his death through others. Only humans can slay other humans, and that is why I said they cannot do anything to you. Then I began, but Gao Chen swiftly covered my mouth with her small hand. Do not fear. With me around, no living person can harm you. Will you still involve yourself in this matter? I hesitated. For a yin-yang master inherits the karma of others' affairs. Should any lives be lost, I would bear the burden. Even if I wish to withdraw, I must first be able to endure the consequences. Not to mention that the reputation of the Zhenyang Tower cannot be tarnished in my hands. I nodded slowly, and Gao Chun sighed, simply advising, go wash up and then sleep. When I awakened, it was already mid-morning. Fortunately, Kaishiki was relatively close, and in no time, we arrived. Gao Chun and I strolled around, from Taibai Tower to Tailua Bay, treating it like a leisurely sightseeing excursion. Kaishiki is indeed renowned. During the Three Kingdoms period, Sun Tzu launched his campaign from Lijiang, crossing the river to attack Liu Yao's Niuzhu camp, seizing Kaisher and establishing the foundation of Eastern Wu. After Sun Tzu's demise, Sun Quan dispatched renowned generals like Zhou Yu and Lu Sun to garrison the area and stabilize the tripartite situation. Remarkably, while the Sun family rose to power here, they ultimately met their downfall as well as Li by famously embraced the moon and leaped into the river here, while Chang Yuchun fought at Kaishiki thrice. This site has witnessed countless events, with many structures destroyed and reborn through the ravages of war across the ages. It cannot be denied that Kaishiki, as a strategic military point, is renowned for good reason. Its perilous terrain is easy to defend yet hard to attack, with the emerald waters shimmering under the sunlight. For some inexplicable reason, the patterns of the flowing river stirred a sense of dread within me. Gazing into the abyssal waters that seemed to stretch endlessly, I felt an urge to measure its depth and slowly approach the riverbank. Itong. Gao Chun urgently grasped my hand. Wake up! What are you trying to do? As I turned back, I realized I had already ventured partway onto the edge, teetering on the brink of plunging into the river. Looking down, I felt an inexplicable pull as if the water possessed a magnetic force, beckoning me to leap in. No, this isn't right. Why am I thinking of measuring the river? This isn't my intention. If it weren't for me holding on to you, you'd have almost fallen in, Gao Chun scolded, her gaze fierce. Dio, you wish to die? Your expression was identical to the one you had at the village graveyard. Have you been possessed again? I felt a wave of confusion wash over me. Moments ago, I had an overwhelming desire to leap into the river, but now, staring at the flowing waters, only fear remained. I couldn't fathom why I felt such an urge. It was as if some dark power lurked beneath the surface. Gao Chun, upon hearing my words, quickly pulled me further away. Don't get any closer. Silly. She clutched my hand tightly, her fingers interlocking with mine. Due to the fishing ban not yet being enforced, there were still numerous fishermen at Kaishiki. However, because of the crowds, we decided to return later in the evening. Upon our return at night, we were not the only ones. 5 others accompanied us. One young man, around the same age as Li Xiaogong, donned a short jacket, while the remaining 5 middle-aged men dressed similarly. This young man exuded a feminine grace. He was strikingly handsome, possessing a delicate beauty often associated with women, yet also bore a manly charisma that compelled me to gaze at him longer. Hello, I am Wei Yulong, he said, extending his hand, having sensed my scrutiny. Greetings, I am Luo Yitong. I responded politely. Luo family? He inquired, his eyes glinting with intrigue. How did you know? I asked, surprised, as it was my first encounter with someone familiar with the Luo family. My ancestors were corpse retrieval experts. The Wei family knows a bit more about it. I never expected to meet someone from the Luo family. He nodded. I only thought you were a yin-yang master and wanted to say hello. I truly didn't expect you to be from the Luo family, he added. I had to admit, his insight was impressive. How could you tell? I probed. Those of us who deal with the dead have interacted with many yin-yang masters. I can discern their aura. You may be young, but your presence is commanding. Otherwise, I wouldn't have approached you, he replied candidly. I chuckled lightly. The profession of corpse retrieval is indeed fading, yet it deserves respect. Perhaps I should let you see the techniques of a corpse retrieval expert, Wei Yulong said confidently. Everyone, join me in the water. Let us not give them a reason to laugh at us. He called to those behind him. Strangely, although Wei Yulong was the youngest among them, the middle-aged men all looked to him for guidance. They retrieved tools from their bags, a knife and a fishing net. The knife resembled those seen in gangster films, albeit slightly thicker, with an engraved figure and a dragon, depicting a valiant struggle against a dragon. Can you recognize who made it? Wei Yulong asked, noticing my interest in the knife. It should be Zhou Chu, the one who eliminated the 3 nuisances, I speculated. Sharp eyes. In our line of work, we lack a fixed ancestor. We only know it began around the Yellow River, We are the corpse retrieval experts of Jiangdong, honoring Zhou Chu. This knife is forged from pure iron, tempered with the essence of corpses from the water. He explained. I learned of this fascinating origin, though I had never engaged with corpse retrieval experts. My grandfather had spoken of them existing in abundance during the old societal days. We're going into the water now. How many do you think I can retrieve? Wei Yulong asked with a smile. 2, perhaps? I guessed uncertainly. I had often heard my grandfather recount the taboos of various professions within the Yinyang circle, and naturally, corpse retrieval was among them. The corpse retrieval practitioners are governed by 4 significant taboos. Firstly, they must never attempt to recover a body during a thunderstorm. Secondly, they refrain from retrieving a corpse that has fallen face down. Thirdly, if a body has not been successfully retrieved after 3 attempts, it is considered beyond recovery. Lastly, they are permitted to recover a maximum of 2 corpses in a single day. If they attempt a third, the wrath of the Dragon King may be invoked. If I manage to retrieve 3, will you treat me to a meal? Proposed Wei Yulong. I nodded in agreement. If he truly could recover 3, treating him to a meal would be a small price to pay for the spectacle. Wei Yulong produced 3 incense sticks and lit them, the fragrant smoke rising straight into the river, signifying the river god's permission. Into the water. With a prolonged call, Wei Yulong led the others, who leapt into the water like ducks. Beneath the moonlight, splashes erupted, but the river soon returned to its tranquil state, the only sound being the gentle flow of the current. I observed Zhao Yin, who appeared remarkably calm, seemingly confident in these corpse retrieval practitioners. Zhao, what do you know about these individuals? I inquired. I am unaware of their backgrounds. I only know that this young man is Wei Hailong's grandson, Zhao Yin replied mysteriously. Wei Hailong? I exclaimed, taken aback. This name carried immense weight, for he was the most renowned corpse retriever of the Republican era, famed across the 3 rivers. Due to his unwavering principles and national spirit, he steadfastly refused to retrieve bodies for the invaders and ultimately met his demise at their hands. A truly lamentable fate. As we conversed, a slender figure emerged from the water, a machete at his waist, and a body ensconced in his fishing net. He ascended the shore and respectfully addressed the corpse, saying, "You're home now." My admiration for him deepened, for this statement, whether dictated by protocol or personal conviction, demonstrated a profound respect for life. As practitioners of the Yinyang arts, we often harbor compassion, yet I was pleasantly surprised that even a corpse retrieval expert possessed such awareness. He then executed a graceful dive back into the river. Your kind truly possesses extraordinary skills, Li Changxing remarked, gazing at the river's surface. Each has their own livelihood and challenges, I mused in return. For instance, despite wielding the mysterious arts of Qimeng, I remained subject to the whims of others, ever vigilant. After a while, commotion arose once more on the water's surface. This time, it was the group of middle-aged men, all having made successful recoveries, with 5 corpses in tow. That means there are still 2 bodies unaccounted for, as I pondered. A hand emerged from the water, grasping the rocky shore in an attempt to climb up. I quickly assisted, recognizing it was Wei Yulong. We're just 1 short, he said, shaking off the water and flashing a triumphant smile. Shall we call it a day and return tomorrow? I suggested, concerned he might recklessly disregard the rules and endanger his life. Just watch, he replied, diving back into the water without a backward glance. I shook my head, turning my attention to the corpses that had been retrieved, and suddenly noticed something amiss. I had not previously seen any of these 7 bodies. The one still missing was the very silhouette that had appeared on the blood-red lantern's human skin paper. Why was this particular individual proving elusive? Chapter 66. The moonlit slaying of the corpse. Anxiously, I gazed at the river, instinctively sensing something was amiss. Everyone awaited on the shore, yet after a quarter of an hour, there was still no sign of Wei Yulong. The gentle breeze caressed the willows lining the banks, their slender, verdant branches brushing against the water's surface under the moonlight. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the water, landing on the shore. What happened? I inquired, noticing the emptiness of the net behind Wei Yulong. He appeared somewhat disheveled, his clothing tattered in places. I found something down there, but it was entangled and couldn't be brought up, he said gravely. Shall we return tomorrow? I urged, having seen it. How can I not attempt to retrieve it? Wei Yulong countered. Do you have a cigarette? He asked. None, I replied. Shaking my head, I pondered why these young men were so fond of smoking. Even Li Shaogong shared this habit. I have one, Zhaoyin said eagerly, producing a Huishang cigarette for Wei Yulong. Wei Yulong took a deep drag and exhaled a long plume of smoke. Young master, what have you encountered? An intermediary inquired. There's a malevolent presence down there. It's troublesome, Wei Yulong replied, inhaling once more. What color? Several men gathered around, suggesting, shall we lend a hand? They're all white, just far too many of them. Wei Yulong waved them off. His confidence was palpable. I had heard of the various types of malevolent spirits in the water. White, green, and black. White being the weakest, green significantly more formidable, and black the most fearsome. It was already rare to encounter a green spirit, and should one come across a black spirit, fleeing would be the wisest course of action. I am going, he said, and after finishing his cigarette, Wei Yulong flicked the butt into the river before plunging back in. The moment he submerged, the previously tranquil river began to churn violently, waves crashing against the banks. This sudden upheaval caused concern among Wei Yulong's companions. Should we not assist the young master? One of the younger men suggested, no need. I trust him, an elder finally said after a long pause. The others fell silent. Watching the river intently, I observed the water growing increasingly turbulent, the current swelling to the point where several waves splashed over the banks, drenching my legs. Little master, do you think he will be all right? Li Changsheng voiced his concern. He should be fine. Since he has sought guidance from Zhou Chu, Zhou will surely protect him. In the Jiangdong region, Zhou is even referred to as the river god. After he sacrificed himself for the nation, the people erected a shrine in his honor, I replied, unable to provide a definitive answer. But I believe that every practitioner has their own patron who would offer some degree of protection. That's a relief, Li Changsheng nodded. Truly commendable is the compassion of a scholar. Whom does the little master follow? Li Changsheng inquired curiously. I pointed towards the heavens and smiled. The Chimen Tianshu, said to be authored by immortals. Compiled by the Yellow Emperor under the guidance of Fengho. We do not revere mortals. Li Changsheng assumed I was withholding information and politely ceased his inquiries. After about half a stick of incense, a figure began swimming towards us from a distance, and I recognized it was Wei Yulong, accompanied by several others. As they drew closer, I realized those figures were not human at all, but rather grotesque entities covered in white fur, white malevolent spirits. Wei Yulong's fishing net contained a corpse, the very silhouette from the human skin paper, successfully retrieved. Yet, puzzlingly, though the corpse's eyes were closed, I could have sworn it was smiling at me. The white malevolent spirits relentlessly pursued Wei Yulong, who, glistening white under the moonlight, resembled a silvery eel amidst the waves. Although he swam swiftly, the spirits, being creatures of the water, had the advantage and quickly closed in on him. One had already placed a hand on his shoulder. Get away! Wei Yulong yelled, drawing his waist knife and slicing downwards, an arm severed cleanly, splashing into the river. However, the white spirits were numerous, clinging tenaciously to his net. Get lost! Wei Yulong spun around, heedless of the consequences, and with swift strikes, severed several more white-furred arms that fell into the river. His quick reflexes allowed him to capture those severed limbs, tossing them into the net. Excellent, well done, young master, cheered several elders from the Wei family. The white malevolent spirits seemed to recognize the threat and hesitated to approach. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Yulong swam swiftly towards us. However, the spirits were not so easily deterred and continued their pursuit. For some unknown reason, Wei Yulong suddenly stopped and dove back into the water, seemingly drawn down by the spirit's influence, attempting to drag him under. After a few minutes, Wei Yulong resurfaced, drawing a collective sigh of relief from us. He swam closer, and I could clearly make out his figure. Suddenly, the pursuing white spirits froze in their tracks, but Wei Yulong, oblivious, continued onward. Before I could discern what was happening, a shadow darted beneath the water. Swiftly lunging towards Wei Yulong. Wei, be careful, I shouted, attempting to warn him. What? Wei Yulong looked up. Before he could react, a figure leapt from the water straight into his path and then submerged again. The entire sequence so swift I scarcely registered what it was. However, I distinctly saw blood gushing from his left shoulder across to his right, staining his chest crimson. Damn! He cursed, swiftly tying the net tightly around his waist. Hand me the knife, he shouted. An elder from the Wei family immediately tossed him a waist knife, which Wei Yulong caught deftly, now armed with dual blades. The shadow circled around him, and Wei Yulong remained cautious, hesitant to make a rash move. Under the moonlight, I finally discerned the creature. It was a blue malevolent spirit. A blue malevolent spirit here at Kaisher Cliff. The Yangtze River has seen countless years. What has it not contained? Gao Chen perceived my confusion and frowned. I nodded, fully agreeing with her sentiment. Now it was a matter of whether Wei Yulong could prevail against this foe. Hoping there wouldn't be a second blue spirit. You vile creature, dare you approach? Wei Yulong shouted, swinging his knife fiercely. He successfully anticipated the blue spirit's movement, delivering 2 solid strikes to its chest, sending it tumbling back into the water. Behind you, Wei! I cried out. To my astonishment, the blue spirit was undeterred. It emerged from behind Wei Yulong, forcefully gripping his shoulders, intent on plunging him into the depths. Yet Wei Yulong was not easily subdued. He reacted swiftly, spinning around and sweeping his blades, severing both arms. The blue spirit, seemingly intimidated, quickly retreated beneath the surface. But Wei Yulong would not let it escape so easily. After all, how could it come and go as it pleased? He plunged directly into the water after the azure specter, which, having lost its arm, exhibited significantly diminished strength, seemingly pursued by Wei Yulong. From our vantage point on the shore, we could only witness the tumultuous splashes upon the river's surface, unable to behold the scene of their confrontation. It was uncertain how many rounds they fought, but eventually, Wei Yulong resurfaced, clutching a headless azure corpse. He wiped his face vigorously, gasping for breath, and managed a weak smile at us. It was evident that although he had vanquished the azure specter, he was utterly spent. This sight left the Wei family members in stunned silence. Young master, how valiant! Several of Wei's elders exclaimed. At last, Wei Yulong reached the riverbank. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The corpse in the net suddenly opened its eyes and smiled faintly at me. Then, its arms shot out, seizing Wei Yulong by the neck and dragging him back into the water. Wei Yulong's hand, which had been resting on the shore, slipped away in an instant. He looked up at me in terror and mouthed. Save. At that moment, he had no strength left. I could see his lips forming the words save me, but before I could utter a single word, he was submerged. This shocking turn of events left the Wei family in disbelief. They never anticipated that the retrieved corpse would turn against the corpse retrieval expert. Chapter 67. The silly girl who can read minds. Though corpses can transform in the water, such transformations typically occur only after reaching the shore. This unprecedented situation was utterly unheard of. Moreover, why did that corpse consistently gaze at me with such a smile? I felt somewhat bewildered. Did I know it? Yet, now was not the time for such musings. Rescuing Wei Yulong was of utmost importance. Several members of the Wei family, witnessing their young master's peril, had already leaped into the water. It seemed the burden of responsibility still rested upon me. Gao Che let out a sigh, picking up a rope from nearby and fiercely thrusting it underwater, the rope darting like a hidden dragon beneath the surface. Found it, she declared calmly, then yanked the rope with all her might. A figure, bearing the corpse, burst forth from the water's surface, the corpse still gripping Wei Yulong's neck with a deathly hold through the fishing net. Gao Che's delicate hand gave a slight tremor as she effortlessly pulled them onto the shore. Thank you, miss, for saving my life, Wei Yulong gasped, using the last of his strength to pry the corpse's hands away, spitting out river water in a state of utter disarray. His bloated stomach indicated he had swallowed a considerable amount of water. It was indeed miraculous that he had not drowned. Gao Che said nothing, merely gazing quietly at the moonlight. Thank you, miss, for saving my life, Wei Yulong repeated. She, by nature, was not one to speak much, and her goodwill was silently acknowledged. This silly girl has an oddly peculiar character. It is rather improper to leave others hanging like this. I interjected on her behalf. I understand. Wei Yulong nodded with a smile. The astonishment in his eyes had yet to fade. Gao Che's timely intervention had evidently taken him by surprise. He could not fathom how she had so precisely located him on the shore, nor could he comprehend the immense strength she possessed to channel such force through the long rope. Initially, he had assumed this seemingly inconspicuous girl was merely accompanying Luo Yidong for a leisurely outing, a mere ornamental figure from his perspective. Had Luo Yidong not been a member of the Luo family, he would not have extended such courtesy to her. However, he realized now that he could no longer underestimate the woman before him. Were it not for your connection to me, I would have little inclination to save you. Your fate is of no concern to me, Gao Che declared disdainfully. I could only manage a wry smile. This girl never seemed to know how to speak kindly. Her temper flared whenever she spoke to outsiders, which I found perplexing. Yet, her words were evidently intended to make Wei Yulong indebted to me. This silly girl truly thought of me at all times. Wei Yulong, sputtering, stood frozen in place, clearly taken aback by Gao Che's unexpected response. Thank you, Luo Xianxing. Wei Yulong clasped his fists in gratitude. Before I could respond, I heard Gao Che's fiery retort, there's no need for that. Do you not find it repulsive to express gratitude to someone you secretly look down upon? I refrained from chastising her, turning my gaze back to Wei Yulong, who was visibly conflicted, his face alternating between shades of green and red. I had learned my grandfather's art of observing qi. Humans possess 5 types of qi: blue, red, yellow, white, and black, that reveal one's fate. Recognizing emotions was even more straightforward, though if someone deliberately concealed their feelings, it could remain opaque. After all, the human heart is the most inscrutable enigma. I observed his chest, where crimson qi surged violently, and I immediately understood. Gao Che's words were indeed true. But how had this silly girl discerned it? I initially thought she merely wished for Wei Yulong to owe me a favor. It now appeared I had underestimated her. She only sought to vent her frustrations on his behalf. However, it seemed unnecessary. He had not outwardly disrespected me. Zhao Yin and Li Changsheng, overhearing their argument, turned their attention to Wei Yulong. Both were astute individuals, seasoned by years of navigating the business world. They would surely recognize the truth in Gao Che's assertion. Mr. Wei, I will offer you triple the remuneration. The task is complete, and you may return now. Li Changsheng politely stated. Yet, anyone could hear the displeasure in his tone. He was clearly dismissing them, the tripling of the payment merely a means to compensate for his earlier rudeness. At that moment, several members of the Wei family who had entered the water also emerged, visibly relieved to see their young master safe. However, they were taken aback when they overheard Li Changsheng's parting words. You mercenary businessmen, your expressions remain unchanged despite your selfishness. Who would covet your filthy money? Several of the Wei elders retorted indignantly. Li Changsheng, ever the gentleman, chose not to argue but rather refrained from further dialogue. Li Xiong, you, Zhao Yin stammered. Mr. Wei is, after all, my guest. Li Changsheng merely nodded, signaling his understanding. He then turned to me. Xiao Xiansheng, let us depart. Back to Hubei. This unexpected turn put me in a difficult position. I felt the matter need not escalate to such proportions. However, I had not anticipated Li Changsheng would disregard his friend's dignity on my behalf. This was rather inconsistent with his usual scholarly demeanor. Regardless, I was profoundly touched by his gesture. There is no need for such formality. Wei Yulong interjected, urging, please extend your gratitude to Mr. Luo. He gritted his teeth, casting a glance at the elder members of the Wei family. His words tacitly acknowledged that he had indeed looked down upon me earlier. For he addressed me as Mr. Luo rather than Luo Xiong. Only those recognized as practitioners of Yin-Yang could be referred to as Xiansheng. However, I had no need for such validation. Indeed, it was unnecessary. I had merely crossed paths with Wei Yulong, and he had not behaved disrespectfully. There is no need for further discussion, Luo Xiong. I admit I previously underestimated you, but this young lady has unveiled your true capabilities. It is no wonder you traveled all the way from Hubei, Wei Yulong candidly acknowledged, without a hint of pretense. He was indeed a forthright man. Were you aware of his origins, you would not speak so lightly. Li Changsheng interjected. May I inquire, Luo Xiong, where do you hail from? Wei Yulong inquired politely, momentarily taken aback. Jinyang Tower. I replied succinctly, ah. The other Wei family members gasped in unison. Their reaction indicated they were well informed about the intricacies of the corpse retrieval profession, even possessing knowledge of the Luo family and Jinyang Tower. My apologies. My apologies. Wei Yulong chuckled wryly, turning to Zhao Yin. Why did you not introduce this sooner? Zhao Yin, equally flustered, smacked his forehead. My apologies. I completely forgot. Too caught up in the task at hand. Wrap it up, everyone. Ensure the corpses are properly handled and delivered to the villagers tomorrow. Zhao Yin instructed his subordinates. I will treat everyone to a late-night meal. Come along, he cheerfully urged, pulling both me and Wei Yulong along. I must admit, Zhao Yin was quite the clever fox. A few words from him had deftly restored the atmosphere, justifying his role as the boss. The corpses had all been retrieved. Despite some complications, the outcome was relatively satisfactory. Boss Zhao, have you taken care of the esteemed guest? Remember to return home to check in. I expressed my concerns at the dining table. Yes, I have already sent someone to my home, Zhaoying replied. I couldn't help but admire the efficiency of a good boss. He effectively managed both the retrieval of corpses and his household simultaneously. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. After all, the corpses had been retrieved, and everyone could return home safely. Surely, the lanterns would not cast any ghostly shadows now. I calculated the situation. Referencing the woman's birth chart. To my shock, I discovered that the heavenly ruler was in position, with death stars looming ominously. How could this be? Was everything in vain? Was the woman still destined to meet her end? I scarcely registered the sound of the quilt shattering in my trembling hands. Chapter 68. The heart's knot. How could this be? My heart raced with dread. Did this mean that even the act of retrieving corpses was in vain? What significance did my efforts hold? Xiao Xiansheng, what troubles you? Li Changxing inquired with concern. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely lost in thought, I replied, striving to regain my composure. As the sound of shattered glass echoed, the atmosphere at the dinner table grew tense. Wei Yulong and the others silently consumed their food and drank their wine, lost in their own thoughts. By the time the late-night meal concluded, it was already the third watch of the night. We are finally back. But I must say, Huizhou cuisine is rather delightful. Gao Che flopped onto the bed, carefree as a child at tea times. I found myself envious of her carefree nature. Unburdened by such concerns, that's called Anhui cuisine, silly girl. I managed to force a smile. Whatever. It all tastes the same. Gao Che waved her hand dismissively. As long as I get to eat well when I'm with you. So, you mean to say I've been depriving you all this time? I chuckled, bemused. Not at all. Food from a grand restaurant is always superior to what we usually eat, she conceded. That is indeed true. I nodded in agreement. By the way, did you foresee something? Gao Che suddenly sat up, staring intently at me. I sighed deeply and walked over to gently ruffle her hair. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception. The fate of that woman has not altered anything. We have squandered an entire day, equivalent to engaging in futile endeavors. I sank onto the bed, feeling somewhat despondent. I had foolishly believed that after retrieving the bodies, I could amend some of the situation, that at the very least, I could turn things around and everything would improve. Now it appears that I was overly optimistic. I not only wasted a precious day but also complicated matters further. And even now, I fail to grasp the root of the issue, and my greatest failure lies in my inability to save anyone. As a practitioner of yin and yang, I cannot bear to watch that woman on the bed perish. Nor can I face the reality of having caused the death of a living being through my own incompetence. For the first time, I feel the arduousness of the journey ahead, a profound sense of defeat surging within me. Fool, came a gentle call, as a cool jade hand pressed against my forehead. Regrettably, I lacked the spirit to indulge in playful banter with Gao Chun. You are mistaken. It is not like that, Gao Chun softly remarked. Indeed, I was wrong. I could not save anyone, and I am vastly inferior to my father. I chuckled self-deprecatingly. No, it is not like that. This is not your fault. Your intentions are sound. It is merely a failure. But that does not signify a lack of gain. By retrieving those deceased fishermen, you have allowed their souls to find peace, preventing their bodies from being devoured by fish and shrimp. This is your compassion. And it is also the merit you owe to Boss Zhao. Although you could not resolve the matter of the palace lantern, you have redeemed those unfortunate fishermen. Throughout, you have steadfastly adhered to your inner righteousness without wavering. You are a competent practitioner of yin and yang, Gao Chun said earnestly, her eyes sparkling. I am a competent practitioner of yin and yang. I repeated Gao Chun's words, yet my gaze gradually became distant. Am I truly? Yet, I have accomplished nothing. Human effort has its limits. Even a practitioner of yin and yang cannot be omnipotent. Diminish your self-doubt and simply continue onward. If everything could be perfect, your father would not have died. Gao Chun's words pierced through the fog, awakening me. Did I err? Certainly, but my only mistake lay in misjudging the peculiarities of the situation. The solutions I devised were ineffective. I still have the chance to rectify this. I believe my father would not wish to see me so easily deny myself. With a heart illuminated, what more is there to say? Thank you, I said, gently ruffling Gao Qin's hair. Were it not for her, I might have continued to suffer internally, allowing this matter to cast a shadow over my life. Fool, she said, settling directly into my embrace. This is right. You must be confident. Her actions left me flustered. As I stood frozen like a startled rabbit, arms outstretched. You've already slept together. Why not embrace me? Gao Qin scoffed. Then what exactly is the root of this matter? Who seeks to harm Boss Zhao? I laughed awkwardly, diverting the conversation. I suspect it is that red fish. Do you believe it? Gao Qian tilted her head, contemplating before offering her answer. A fish? I strained to recall Zhao Yin's description of that beautiful red fish, embellished with extravagant praise. Unlikely. Can a fish truly cause harm? I questioned. A fish causing harm is unheard of. It is merely a conjecture. Perhaps we should visit Mrs. Zhao tomorrow, Gao Qin sighed, her brow furrowed in concern, leaving me uncertain whether I had dismissed her theory or if she was merely pitying the woman on the bed. Very well, I replied. Until the matter is resolved, I cannot depart. It is only right to visit that woman. For perhaps we may uncover something new. By the way, how could you discern that Wei Yulong looked down on me? I recalled her earlier altercation with Wei Yulong by the riverbank. I want to tell you, she said playfully, a hint of mystery in her smile. All right, but do try to keep your temper in check next time. Communicate courteously. After all, he has not committed any grievous offense, I said, patting her small head. I simply detest such insincerity, she replied, pouting. Then next time I encounter such a person, I shall simply eliminate them. Gao Qin's expression shifted, the room's atmosphere chilling to a frosty degree. I sensed that her words were far from mere jest. A young lady should refrain from violence, I said, steeling myself. This girl's temper is quite peculiar. I cannot fathom when I might provoke her into a dire predicament. I was merely joking. I have no interest in violence. Gao Qin's smile returned, but I shook my head, utterly perplexed by her. Meanwhile, at Zhao's villa, although the hour was well past midnight, the estate remained brightly lit. From a distance, the swirling black mist above the villa appeared less dense than before. Yet the house was still enveloped in a faint shadowy glow. Inside, talismans of red paper and yellow parchment adorned the walls, and at least Li Chongqing felt a less oppressive atmosphere upon entering. It seemed that they had indeed summoned a skilled practitioner, though he wondered about the prowess of the demon-slaying Taoist. Li Chongqing sighed, suddenly reminded of ancient poetry. How I wish to sever ties with you, to spare us the torment of longing through life and death. Though not worry, Mr. Li, a middle-aged man clad in Taoist garb said beside him. Tonight, we will surely resolve matters for Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, please allow me to see your esteemed wife. The Taoist stroked his beard, glancing at Zhao Yin. I appreciate your assistance, Taoist Wang. Zhao Yin replied courteously. As the door swung open, a wave of malevolent energy surged forth, startling Taoist Wang. Such a potent aura, he exclaimed, and upon noticing the palace lantern, he was taken aback. You possess such a sinister object? Do you recognize this item? Zhao Yin's eyes gleamed with hope. I do not recognize it, but I can discern its malevolence. Taoist Wang replied, somewhat dismissively. First, extinguish the lantern, he commanded decisively, realizing that the lantern was intertwined with the woman's fate. Extinguish it. But this lantern is bound to my wife's life, I fear. Zhao Yin hesitated. Do not worry. I will handle it personally. Taoist Wang assured him. I will fetch water for you. Taoist. Zhao Yin turned to leave. No need. This is fire, which cannot be extinguished with yang water. It must be snuffed out with human yang energy. In simple terms, by pinching it out, Taoist Wang explained. I see. Zhao Yin marveled. Taoist, do not exert yourself unnecessarily. We appreciate your long journey for our sake, but this lantern cannot be extinguished. Suddenly, the woman on the bed opened her eyes and spoke. Wife, you are awake. Zhao Yin exclaimed joyfully. Madam, do not worry. Taoist Wang ascended the small ladder, reaching into the palace lantern's hollow top to extinguish the flame. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The flame erupted, transforming into a crimson fire serpent that darted into Taoist Wang's sleeve. His Taoist robe ignited in an instant. Yet, this Taoist was no novice. He swiftly jumped down the ladder, discarding his robe outside. However, a spark ignited his hair, instantly setting ablaze his silvery black tresses, causing him to cry out in distress. Water! Water! Zhao boss. Zhao Yin reacted quickly, rushing from the restroom with a basin of water, dousing the flames. Yet, when they turned to look at the Taoist, his hair was entirely singed away, leaving him with a comical bald head point. One might mistakenly think he had converted to Buddhism mid-journey. Strangely, the metal crown atop his head had melted away. Yet his scalp remained unscathed. This is somewhat troublesome, the Taoist sighed deeply. Chapter 69. News of the woman at 9:10. I returned to Zhao Yin's villa, noticing that the swirling black mist was not as dense as before. Boss Zhao, I nodded in acknowledgement. After just one night, his dark circles had deepened significantly, and he seemed considerably more fatigued, clearly overwhelmed by his wife's predicament. Mr. Luo has arrived, Zhao Yin said wearily. I patted his shoulder. Wanting to offer comfort but unsure of how, ultimately letting out a sigh, I began to observe the arrangement within the house. Various colored talismans adorned the walls, predominantly yellow, all inscribed with cinnabar. Boss Zhao? Have you summoned a skilled practitioner? I inquired. Yes, a Taoist from the Maoshan sect, Zhao Yin replied, pointing to a bald man approaching us. This is Taoist Wang. Ah, a bald head? Taoist Wang? I remarked, surprised. More like Master Wang. The middle-aged Taoist replied, Greetings, I presume you are the Yin-Yang practitioner from Jinyang Tower that Mr. Zhao mentioned, he said, nodding. Greetings, Taoist Wang. I responded respectfully. Jinyang Tower has reopened? The Taoist inquired. Indeed, I replied. What is your relationship with Luo Qingshan? Father and son, I answered in a wonder. You bear a striking resemblance, he noted, clearly experienced and knowledgeable about our family's reputation. Have you met my father? I asked. Naturally, though our interactions were limited, the Taoist replied. This old Taoist does not underestimate you due to your youth. Gao Chen whispered in my ear, her gaze fixed on the elderly Taoist. I was momentarily taken aback, feeling an endearing fondness for Gao Chen as I held her small hand. The old Taoist noticed Gao Chen as well, his pupils dilating in alarm. Why, he stammered, stepping back in trepidation, a ghostly entity daring to appear in broad daylight. Do you think I am blind? He exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to one of aggression. Why does he refer to Gao Chen as a ghostly being? I felt a chill run down my spine, pondering whether Gao Chen truly was a spirit. As I reflected on her enigmatic abilities, my apprehension deepened. Child, come here, the Taoist said anxiously, reaching out to me. I will not allow her to harm you. Gaozha also turned to look at me. I pondered for a moment and made my choice. She is not a ghost. I trust her. I shook my head and interlocked my fingers with Gaozha's. At least Gaozha has not deceived me thus far. Moreover, if I dare to take a step forward, I might not even know how I would meet my end. I have no faith that this old Taoist can handle Gaozha. The Taoist was infuriated by my words, lamenting how the son of Luo Qingshan could associate with a ghostly figure. Do not let her beauty deceive you, child, he admonished, both angry and anxious. Yet, his concern warmed my heart. It seemed he was a righteous Taoist with true virtue. Zhao Yin stared at Gaozha, his face a mask of terror, unable to fathom that this seemingly harmless girl was not human. He had witnessed the Taoist methods before at Li Chongsheng. Already aware of Gaozha's circumstances, remained unfazed. He patted Zhao Yin's shoulder and assured him, she is not a bad person. You need not worry, Zhao old brother. Zhao Yin sighed in relief upon hearing his friend's words. Do not be angry. Do not hold it against him, I whispered to Gaozha, holding her hand tightly. Gaozha maintained a serene expression, leaving me uncertain about what this foolish girl was truly thinking. I was genuinely afraid she might erupt at any moment. Gaozha gently squeezed my hand with her jade-like fingers, then slowly raised her left hand, shaking out her sleeve to reveal her fair wrist. On that wrist was a bracelet, intricately carved, seamlessly shaped like a long spear point. Two beastly figures adorned the bracelet, with heads resembling dragons and bodies akin to jackals. Sporting a single horn, it was the second son of the dragon, Yazi. Moreover, the bracelet was exceedingly precious, carved from emerald. Do you recognize this bracelet? Gaozha inquired, her gaze fixed on the Taoist. The Taoist, though still furious, refrained from taking action, instead focusing intently on the table, his astonishment growing with each passing moment. The Yazi spear bracelet. This is the treasured item of my elder brother, the demon-slaying master. How could it be in your possession? He exclaimed, taken aback. It was given to me by him. I am glad you recognize it, Gaozha replied coldly. The Taoist, well-versed and knowledgeable, even recognized the demon-slaying master. However, I was puzzled as to how this foolish girl also knew of him. It seemed they were not acquainted during their last encounter. The middle-aged Taoist stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. After a lengthy pause, he finally uttered a harsh remark. The Yazi spear bracelet is my elder brother's most cherished possession. Never to leave his side, I cannot be mistaken. You must have used some trick to steal it. I will return to verify the truth and reclaim it from you. In his heart, he believed that the young demon-slaying master possessed unparalleled skills, and he could not fathom how Gao Zhi could have taken anything from him. Yet, he was vaguely convinced of Gao Zhi's innocence. However, he could not comprehend why his elder brother, who was always righteous, would bestow his most beloved bracelet upon a ghostly being. Gao Zhi shot him a disdainful glance and snorted coldly. Enough of this, both of you. We have matters to attend to. Li Chongqing interjected diplomatically. Let us continue, Mr. Li, I agreed, following his lead. We re-entered the woman's bedroom. At first glance, I did not focus on the lantern but rather on the woman herself. Her dark aura concentrated at her brow, spreading throughout her body, and the deathly pallor was becoming more pronounced. She likely did not have much time left, and I felt a twinge of guilt, as it was my inadequacy that had led to this situation. Has Mr. Luo come? She asked slowly, opening her eyes. Yes, Mr. Luo has come to see you, Xiaoyin said, his face lighting up upon seeing his wife no longer in a daze. I have a few words to share with Mr. Luo. You may all leave. The woman's voice was frail. I worried that her condition was worse than I initially thought, but I was curious as to what she wished to convey to me. Why me? Xiaoyin hesitated. Everyone turned to look at me. I nodded. Let us hear what she has to say. Once everyone had exited and closed the door, the woman said, Mr. Luo, please take a seat. She struggled to gesture towards a chair on the floor, inviting me to sit before her. To my astonishment, her first words left me stunned. You can see him, can't you? My hair stood on end in an instant. I knew exactly who she was referring to, the crimson figure within the lantern. Yet, for some reason, I could not see him today. Mr. Luo, do not be alarmed. I know you can see him. I witnessed your reaction when you left last time, the woman remarked. Are you conscious? I was taken aback. Yes, often I am in a semi-conscious state, unable to fully awaken but aware of everything happening around me. She nodded. I happened to regain consciousness just as you were leaving last time. So that's how it is? I said, clenching my fists. I am sorry, Auntie, I was unable to assist you. She smiled faintly, shaking her head. What became of the fishermen? I was surprised she would inquire about them. Their bodies have been recovered and returned to their families for burial. Your husband covered all the expenses and compensated the families generously. I explained the situation to her. You see, it was thanks to you that they were retrieved. In our hometown, we say the souls return home, and you allowed them to do so. You are a kind-hearted person. Why do you feel guilty? It seemed that speaking at length was taxing for her. As she began to breathe heavily, I was taken aback that her words mirrored Gao Zhi's. She did not blame me, but instead comforted me. This woman, whose first concern was not herself but the plight of those unfortunate fishermen, truly possessed a compassionate heart. Why must such a benevolent person be taken from this world? I felt a lump in my throat. I was filled with sorrow for my own inadequacy, for her fate, and for the greatness of her spirit. Little sir, do not cry. You cannot be older than my eldest son. Yet here you are, already engaged in such matters. The moment I saw him, my fate was already sealed, and it has nothing to do with you. She raised her hand as if to wipe my tears, but each time she lifted it halfway, she lost strength and had to let it fall. I sensed she had something to convey, likely concerning that red figure, the true culprit. She must know something. Chapter 70. The origin of the red garment. Auntie, I will resolve this, and no matter the cost, I promised, my voice trembling with emotion. Please tell me about his origins. To my surprise, she gazed at me with affection, slowly shaking her head, and reached out to stroke my head. Child, you are meant for this line of work. Some things are different once spoken. Different? In what way? I struggled to grasp her meaning, confusion evident in my eyes. If I speak of it, I will die instantly. Do you understand now? She sighed, shaking her head and pointing to her abdomen. I pity the unborn child within me, for it too shall perish with me. No, Auntie, it will not happen. I will find a way. I urgently grasped her hand. I had not anticipated the situation had escalated to this extent. What exactly was that crimson figure? Was I truly powerless against him? Would I simply stand by and watch as he flaunted his power? I looked up at the lantern, and the red figure suddenly appeared, silently mocking me. At that moment, I met his gaze, no longer afraid, only filled with anger. Little sir, I am a believer in Buddhism. Your eyes remind me of the first time I saw the statue of Guanyin, filled with compassion. I hope you do not change and may complete your life with merit. As for my situation, you might inquire with the girl beside you. She is quite extraordinary. Auntie, can you tell me whether she is human or ghost? I keenly focused on the crux of her statement. How did you discern this? Furthermore, how could an ordinary middle-aged woman perceive that Gaozha was not simple? It seemed implausible. Is it truly so significant whether she is human or ghost? She countered. I had not anticipated her response would be so dismissive. Of course it is, I blurted out. She smiled, a hint of resignation in her expression. You just asked how I discerned it, did you not? She pointed to her heart. Look with your heart. You will see many things clearly, child. Whether that girl beside you is human or ghost is irrelevant. A gentleman judges by actions, not by intentions. In this world, there are no perfect individuals. I listened to her words, utterly baffled. I could not comprehend what she was attempting to convey. Did she mean to suggest that Gaozha was a good person? It seemed you possess only the compassion of Guanyin, but lack her wisdom, child. I can only tell you this much. The woman spoke again, her expression tinged with disappointment, but it quickly faded, replaced by a gentle demeanor. Do not worry. You too shall awaken one day. With that, she closed her eyes, her hands pressed together in prayer, and devoutly uttered a Buddhist chant. But in an instant, I vaguely perceived 5 colors, green, red, yellow, white, and black, forming a great circle behind her, continuously blending and merging, creating a radiant halo. The halo resembled the light behind the bodhisattvas in Dunhuang murals. It seemed to represent merit. For the first time, I witnessed the interplay of 5 colors emanating from an ordinary person. This woman was truly extraordinary. I had never believed in Buddhism, but at that moment, I could not help but question if this dying, regal woman had truly attained enlightenment and perhaps had been saved by the bodhisattva. Thank you, madam, I said, respectfully bowing to her. Although I struggled to comprehend much of what she said, I felt I had gained invaluable insight. I quietly exited the room and closed the door through the crack. I caught a glimpse of the red figure still mockingly observing me, yet my heart was now tranquil, devoid of any ripples. How is it, little sir? Zhao looked at me eagerly. Madam's days are numbered. I replied calmly. Zhao swayed slightly, then turned to the Taoist with the surname Wang. The Taoist shook his head. Despite the youth of the child, his perceptiveness was commendable. The lady was nearly devoid of vitality. So, Dio, you know the reason? Zhao inquired again. I have already discerned it, I declared. What is it? Who seeks to harm me? Zhao exclaimed. I merely shook my head. Mr. Zhao, go attend to the lady. The remainder you may inquire of her. Young sir, is it that fish? Zhao, seeing my reluctance to speak plainly, gritted his teeth and pressed on with his questioning. In truth, I had harbored suspicions since leaving Madame Zhao's chamber. She had mentioned that Gao Chan was aware of something, and it was highly probable that the red fish was the source of mischief. I had already grasped that the red fish was far from ordinary, and that it was undoubtedly connected to the man in red. After a moment's hesitation, I nodded. If I refrained from informing him, he might resort to extreme measures, even to the point of risking everything to uncover the truth. Should he become aware of the existence of the figure in red, he would inevitably devise frenzied reprisals. Zhao possessed an innate resilience. He could endure for the sake of his ambitions, but would not rest until his goals were achieved. It was this very tenacity that had propelled him into wealth during his middle age. Should matters escalate further, it would likely not be merely the life of the woman on the bed that would suffice to quell the turmoil. This was not a conclusion I wished to witness. Thank you for the revelation. Zhao Yin's voice was somewhat feeble, as if drained of strength. Do you know anything peculiar about the palace lantern? The Taoist of the Wang clan inquired. What indeed is the matter with that lantern? He asked. It is beyond human comprehension, I replied succinctly, unwilling to divulge more. He could not even perceive the figure in red, let alone anything else. Is that all? The Wang Taoist frowned. I chose not to answer him further. My priority was to unravel the origins of the figure clad in red. I took Gao Qin's hand and slowly exited the Zhao residence, with Li Chongqing trailing behind us. It seems you have unraveled quite a number of matters. Gao Qin astutely observed, sensing my thoughts. What exactly is that figure in red? I inquired. I am unaware of what they are. Gao Qin responded, shaking her head. No one knows their origins. Are they ghosts? I pressed. I do not know. Then what do you know? I furrowed my brow. Did you not say they have appeared before, and that others have seen them? Would you like to hear? Gao Qin tidied her hair and sighed. Perhaps seeing my stubbornness, she reached out to pat my head. I nodded, signaling her to continue. Have you heard the tale of the flaming rhinoceros illuminating the waters? Gao Qin asked. I have not. That I know a bit about it. Li Chongqing interjected, a rare occurrence. I turned my gaze toward him. Although I was unaware of the specifics of their previous discussion, upon hearing Miss Gao mention this story, I began to understand. I had not anticipated that they could perceive such entities. Li Chongqing's eyes flickered with panic and fear, intensifying my curiosity about what could instill such terror in this scholarly man, known for his silence regarding supernatural phenomena. Do you know of Wen Xiao? Li Chongqing queried. I am familiar with him. He was a minister during the Jin dynasty, adept in both literature and martial prowess, credited mainly for his contributions against Su Jun and Wang Dan. Beyond that, I know little, I replied truthfully, though I was perplexed by the connection to Wen Xiao. Indeed, you are well read, young sir, Li Chongqing complimented me. This minister, renowned for his erudition and military skill, met his demise at the hands of the figure in red. He was merely 41 at the time of his death, the pinnacle of a man's vigor. What? I was taken aback. I had read little of the Book of Jin and had never contemplated such events. Furthermore, Wen Xiao was not the only one to perish at the hands of the figure in red. 202 years later, another valiant general met the same fate, and he was even younger. Merely 37 years old, only 37, Gao Qin suddenly added, her tone imbued with profound sorrow and regret. This was one of the rare instances I detected emotional nuance in her words. She appeared genuinely distressed. Could this person be an ancestor of hers? Li Chongqing remained silent, pacing back and forth as if contemplating something, before suddenly widening his eyes at Gao Chun. Are you referring to Dou Tai? The general under Gao Huan? Li Chongqing exclaimed incredulously, finally murmuring, yes, yes. While I was not particularly familiar with Wen Xiao, I knew Dou Tai all too well. After all, which young man does not harbor dreams of becoming a general commanding thousands? During my studies of Gao Huan, I had thoroughly analyzed his celebrated commanders. As I strained to recall the night foretelling Dou Tai's demise, a vivid image began to form in my mind. Chapter 71. The change of the red attire. 1,000 years ago, Dou Tai, styled Shining, was a distinguished man from the Dan region. Originally hailing from Qinghe, his great-grandfather was Luo, a general commanding myriad troops, who resided in the northern territories. The account of Dou Tai is one I can still recite. As a relative of Gao Huan, the divine martial emperor of northern Qi, Dou Tai was indeed remarkable, his civil and military achievements being commendable. Yet the most captivating aspect of the entire narrative surrounding Dou Tai was the extraordinary manner of his death in the third year of Tianping. In November, on the night of the full moon, Dou Tai stood atop the high walls of Yi City, observing the hastily mobilizing soldiers. Dark clouds swirled in the sky, and the cold winter rain pelted the resolute face of this Xianbei general. Yet he remained unmoved. General, the winter rain is chilling. Please come inside to avoid the storm. A soldier behind him took a step forward, bowing in military respect. Dou Tai merely waved his hand and sighed skyward. How could the cold rain of Yi City compare to the borders? The soldier retreated, understanding that the general was yearning for his homeland. As a soldier from the Six Towns, he had followed Gao Wang through countless campaigns. And how could he not long for home? Yet the realm remained unsettled, and the day of his return felt like a distant dream. Perhaps he might perish on the battlefield one day. Lingru, from whence do you hail? Dou Tai suddenly inquired. General, have you forgotten? I am from Huaishua, personally assigned by Gao Wang to serve as your personal guard, the soldier answered truthfully. Huaishua, Dou Tai nodded. His brother-in-law Gao Huan, known as Gao Wang, also hailed from Huaishua. From a fallen youth to one who now seemed poised to seize the world, Dou Tai had witnessed the arduous journey. You and Gao Wang are indeed fellow townsmen, Dou Tai remarked, patting the soldier's shoulder. The soldier's eyes gleamed with pride. Yes, I have been following Gao Wang since he quelled the rebellion of Du Luozhou. The soldier's voice swelled with pride, momentarily halting the dark clouds above. Dou Tai beamed at the soldier's shining eyes, for all Xinbei men took pride in fighting alongside Gao Wang. From the moment he first saw Gao Huan, Dou Tai had resolved to follow him into battle. Believing that this man could bring clarity to the realm, Dou Tai clasped his hands behind his back, fists tightly clenched, vowing that this expedition must capture Yuan Tai, bringing peace to the world and allowing his brother-in-law to unify the realm. Ah Lingru, fight valiantly. After this victory, I shall bring you all home, Dou Tai promised. The soldier gazed at Dou Tai, incredulous, as if the general had just spoken of returning home. Thank you, General, thank you, he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. To the Han people, they were seen as ruthless demons, yet did they not possess the longing for home that Han people did? In the dead of night, one could often hear comrades softly singing the song of Qi Lu in the military tents. General, where do you hail from? The soldier mustered the courage to ask. I am from Wei. Wei. The general is also a soldier from the Six Towns. Although they had long known that Dou Tai was Xinbei, they had never heard him speak of his heritage. Though the Xinbei had lost their former glory following Emperor Xiaowen's reforms, this was the last vestige of pride and dignity for the soldiers of the Six Towns. They instinctively felt a kinship with fellow Xinbei. Indeed, my family has been part of the border troops since my great-grandfather's time. When the Luhan rebellion arose, my father was among the first to lead the charge. But tragically, he met his end. Dou Tai's gaze was calm. The surrounding soldiers stood in solemn respect. Xinbei men revered valor and honored military achievements. They esteemed the strong and held those who perished in battle in the highest regard. Responding to Dou Tai's words with military salutes, Dou Tai returned the salute with equal solemnity. At that moment, a messenger soldier rushed up the city wall, reporting, General, the weapons and provisions are all prepared. The army is ready to depart at your command. Good. Await Gao Wang's order, and we shall set forth immediately. This time, we must capture Yuan Tai alive. We shall not return until we have defeated him. Dou Tai proclaimed loudly, until Yuan is defeated, we shall not return. Until Yuan is defeated, we shall not return. The heavens reverberated with the cries of the countless troops, their voices drowning out the thunder above. Little did Dou Tai realize, his words would indeed become a harbinger of fate. In the third year of Tianping, in November, at Yi City, on the night of the full moon, Dou Tai had long since gone to sleep. Outside his door stood Ah Lingru and another soldier on watch. Ah Lingru, have you heard the ballad in the streets? A soldier asked. What ballad? Ah Lingru inquired, curious. There is a monk who has composed a verse about General Dou, saying, Dou Xing Tai, go and not return. Ah Lingru frowned. Is this a curse upon our expedition's success? Does General Dou know of this? Why not capture and kill him? General Dou is aware. He dismisses it as the ramblings of a mad monk. The soldier yawned. Ah Lingru, please watch for me. I will rest for a while. If there is any commotion, be sure to call me. Ah Lingru understood that this comrade, known for his bravery in battle, was not one to neglect his duties. Perhaps the fatigue from the recent drills had indeed worn him down, so she consented. As the clock struck the third watch of the night, Ah Lingru began to stifle yawns. He could no longer endure the overwhelming fatigue. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a streak of crimson appearing atop the roof across from him. Rubbing his eyes, he realized, no, it was not merely one person, but over 100 figures, all clad in scarlet. Intruders, assassins! Ah Lingru exclaimed in a piercing cry. His companions, startled, turned to him, bewildered. Where are the assassins? What are you talking about? More and more of the Ji-Suk royal guards burst in, torches alight, while the red figures leapt down from the rooftop, both men and women. A relentless tide dawned on Ah Lingru that he had gravely miscalculated. The foe did not number in the hundreds, but perhaps in the thousands. Ah Lingru, are those truly human? Stammered a companion who had just awakened, eyes wide with fear as he pointed towards the crimson figures. What do you mean? Ah Lingru thought his comrade was still in a daze. But when he followed the direction of his companion's finger, he too was struck with an unspeakable shock. They were indeed not human, for those scarlet figures cast no shadows. The guards surrounding him turned pale, their faces devoid of color. General Dou, we must flee, Ah Lingru shouted with all his might. Yet, inexplicably, Dou Tai, who was in the very room, remained utterly still. Damn it! A Ling Ru cursed in Xianbei, a fierce expression crossing his face as he drew his sword. Brothers, protect General Dou. Eliminate them. The ferocity of the Xianbei warriors was laid bare in that moment. Though every soldier's heart quaked with fear, their bloodlust surged forth, the sound of unsheathing blades echoing continuously. The scarlet figures moved, gazing mockingly at the Xianbei soldiers before them. The brave warriors swung their swords, yet each face reflected sheer astonishment as their weapons passed straight through the bodies of the crimson figures, causing no harm whatsoever. The scarlet apparitions paid them no heed, dispersing in various directions, scouring the platform, forcefully opening the doors of each chamber, bellowing, "Capture Lieutenant Dou." The Xianbei warriors could only stand frozen, their swords drawn, powerless as they watched the red figures roam the platform. "General, what on earth are those things?" A Ling Ru's subordinates queried, their leader feeling increasingly flustered. Yet he could only respond, "I do not know either." Ultimately, Dou Tai's door was flung open, but peculiarly, the scarlet figures failed to locate him and retreated after a cursory search. Soon, all the crimson figures exited the platform, leaving behind a dazed assembly of soldiers. Suddenly, all the Xianbei soldiers collapsed to the ground. When they regained consciousness, it was already dawn. Fortunately, Dou Tai had yet to awaken. Otherwise, upon witnessing their state, the stern general would have surely reprimanded them. The Xianbei soldiers surveyed the platform, only to find no trace of the previous night's chaos, as if no one had ever been there. How could so many come? What transpired? Just then, a door creaked open, revealing Dou Tai. All the Xianbei soldiers turned their eyes to a Ling Ru. He shook his head, suggesting, "I shall personally report to the general later." Dou Tai pondered for a moment. A Ling Ru, as a valiant and prudent guard, surely deemed the foremost concern to be the expedition against Yuan Tai, and his lack of a report likely indicated it was not a grave matter. Though Dou Tai was strict in his military discipline, he was not cruel or heartless, earning the loyalty of his troops, who preferred to refer to him as brother. "Then let us proceed to the camp for breakfast," Dou Tai said amiably, striding toward the military encampment. A Ling Ru watched Dou Tai walk some distance away before turning to his companion who had stood guard with him the previous night. Whispering, "The monk's words may hold merit. General Dou might well face defeat." His companion's eyes widened. "A Ling Ru, how dare you sow discord among the ranks?" A Ling Ru shook his head, declaring, "I have long accepted my fate. I shall protect the general with my life. He is the brother-in-law of the High King and our Xianbei kin." Chapter 72. Daydream Nightmare. Yitong, Yitong. I vaguely heard a voice calling my name, though its source was unknown. As I stared blankly at the Xianbei soldiers, in the next moment, I found myself standing outside Dou Tai's residence, astonished. What was happening? Was this not an illusion? Why was I here? For a fleeting moment, I could not distinguish between the real and the unreal. I could only hear that calling voice lingering in my ears, yet I could not find its origin. As I materialized, all the Xianbei soldiers turned to me. "Who goes there?" A startled shout jolted my thoughts back to reality. The soldier named a Ling Ru fixed his gaze upon me, his expression unfriendly, drawing his sword from his waist. Panic surged within me. There was no way to explain myself. Dressed in modern attire, I felt completely out of place. I could not possibly claim to be from the future, yet it was unrealistic to think I could contend with the formidable Xianbei warriors, exemplified by the infamous creation of the Baibao Xianbei by Emperor Gao Yang of northern Qi. Perhaps influenced by the assassination of his brother Gao Cheng, he personally established the Baibao Xianbei as his elite guard, instituting duels where only one of 100 would survive, thereby selecting the bravest warriors. Similar to raising poisonous creatures, all who survived were fearlessly unyielding. I dared not respond, hastily fleeing. The grandeur of Dou Tai's residence was reminiscent of the capital of the northern and southern dynasties. I was utterly lost, having no sense of direction, and could only run, hoping to evade capture. "Capture the assassin." A Ling Ru's voice rang out, prompting all the Xianbei soldiers to spring into action, the sound of drawn blades sending chills down my spine. Dou Tai's mansion was immense, with structures reminiscent of the grand halls of the palace of a Fong, where every 5 steps led to a floor, and every 10 to a pavilion, the eaves soaring high, each embracing the terrain, an intricate web of architecture. Scaling these towering walls was well beyond my capabilities. To be mistaken for an assassin was no trivial matter. In ancient times, The fate of captured assassins was grim. With little chance of survival, a sense of life-threatening peril loomed over me. I ran for an indeterminate length of time, and thanks to my training in both the arts and martial skills, I narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Shinbei soldiers several times. After what felt like an eternity, I still did not find a door leading out of the estate. The pursuers multiplied, and I found myself in an eerily familiar location, as if I had seen it before. Forced to push open a large door, I stumbled inside and quickly shut it behind me, for reasons unknown. Upon my entry, the footsteps of my pursuers began to slow. Was it due to this room? My curiosity piqued regarding the identity of its owner. The room was simply arranged, with a small couch nearby and a table laden with letters and documents, suggesting it belonged to some official. To the left of the couch stood a rack, upon which hung a suit of armor, the early Mingguang armor. Indeed, it was Mingguang armor. While it is commonly believed that such armor originated during the Tang dynasty, that is not entirely accurate. Early forms of Mingguang armor emerged during the Northern Wei period, showcasing both the aesthetic grandeur and practical defense that would later be refined in the Tang era. It was not unusual for the Northern Qi to employ Mingguang armor, yet typically, ordinary military officers could not afford such armor, most donning the less expensive Erdang armor, indicating that the occupant of this room held a significant position. Outside, the clash of arms resonated continuously, yet no one dared to enter. General A. Lingru, the rogue has fled into General Dou's quarters. What shall we do? My heart sank. This was none other than Dou Tai's chamber. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity. A Lingru remained silent, hesitant to intrude upon Dou Tai's private space, knowing that many military orders stemmed from here. Should he overstep, it would be detrimental if someone with ill intent seized upon it. Surround the area for now, a Lingru commanded. I will seek the general's instructions. Upon realizing I was within Dou Tai's residence, my panic subsided. Historical records indicated that Dou Tai was not one to resort to violence. His character was exemplary, perhaps granting me a chance at survival. At worst, I could disclose you in Tai's plot and might still have a chance to live. Yet, the pressing question remained, why was I here? I was merely an observer. How had I suddenly found myself entwined in a historical event? Had I traversed time? I rifled through Dou Tai's documents on the table, written in the distinctive style of the Wei style, mostly concerning military affairs, indicating that Dou Tai was indeed diligent in his duties. Unable to resist the allure of the Mingguang armor, I approached it, and at that moment, the voice calling me re-emerged, more insistent than before. The closer I drew to the armor, the more urgent the call became, as if warning me against touching it. As I reached out to touch the armor, it suddenly animated. Limbs sprouted from the armor, and a strange face materialized within the helmet. I recognized that face from somewhere, though I could not quite place it. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. The crucial matter was how a person could be concealed within the armor. When I had entered, there was nothing but the lonely suit hanging on the rack. The figure abruptly raised a hand, seizing my throat with an astonishing strength. I found myself unable to budge even one of his hands with both of mine. What on earth? I thought, realizing there was more to this room than I had anticipated. I had never envisioned meeting my demise at the hands of a spectral figure rather than the Shinbei soldiers. The question remained, from whence had this entity emerged? This was assuredly no human. Dou Tai indeed harbored a profound secret. The figure spoke not a word, merely tightening its grip on my throat. Its eyes glinting with malevolence, seemingly intent on not releasing me until I lay dead. A wave of intense dizziness washed over me, the air I breathed dwindling, my vision blurring. Was I to perish? Just as consciousness slipped away, a piercing voice shattered through my awareness, reverberating through the heavens, momentarily restoring clarity to my mind. Itong, upon awakening, I felt a release of tension in my neck, and my breathing gradually returned to normal. I inhaled deeply, yet my vision remained obscured. A familiar voice reached my ears. Itong, are you all right? It was her. Gao Chun? No, why was it her? Was I not in Dou Tai's room? No matter. My sight was so blurred that I could discern nothing clearly. I instinctively reached out my hand, yearning to grasp something that a soft, icy touch clasped my hand firmly. Itong, I'm here. A wave of relief washed over me. What just happened? We both spoke in unison, followed by a brief silence. Where am I now? I ventured to ask first. Outside the Zhao residence, Gao Chen replied, and I felt a sense of reassurance as I recounted the events that had transpired. She tilted her head thoughtfully before uncertainly stating, "You must have experienced a nightmare." "Nightmare?" Another voice interjected. It was Li Changsheng. "Yes, have you heard of it? A nightmare is said to be a spirit that appears in people's dreams, capable of killing within the dream. In ancient times, there was a technique called Yinyo, which, to put it simply, is akin to witchcraft. During the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, such witchcraft could drag a person into a nightmare and lead them to die in their sleep, leaving no trace. Yinyo? I pondered for a moment. I was aware of witchcraft, especially since the witchcraft cases during the Western Han Dynasty had stirred significant public outcry, leading to the tragic demise of Lu Ju, the finest heir of Emperor Wu, and the subsequent bloodshed that swept through the capital. However, I had never heard of Yinyu before. What happens if one dies in a dream? I inquired. If you die in a dream, then you truly die. Those with strong vitality may survive, but their fortune will be greatly diminished, and they may encounter unforeseen calamities, Gao Chen explained. Perhaps when Xiao met such a fate, dying from a toothache hardly seems like a normal death. How can this be? Dreams have always been illusory. How can the unreal affect the real? I shook my head in disbelief, finding it difficult to accept the notion of dreams being capable of murder. A concept more suited to fantasy novels. No, you are mistaken. While dreams may be illusory, their composition is not, Li Changxing interjected suddenly. What do you mean? I inquired, seeking clarification. There is a saying that what one thinks during the day will manifest in dreams at night, but the emphasis lies in thought. Thought is the most taxing of endeavors, consuming one's essence and spirit. I recall a poem by Lu Zhu. Essence nurtures the spirit, while energy nourishes the mind. I, withered and frail, lose my vitality. You practitioners of yin and yang speak of the three fires atop a person, which represent essence, energy, and spirit. If all three fires were to extinguish, what would happen? They would die, I answered without hesitation. If a person's essence, energy, and spirit are all gone, they would either go mad or perish. This is why some people claim to see ghosts in broad daylight and succumb to madness or die mysteriously after encountering unclean entities. Precisely, Li Changxing stated, earning Gao Chen's genuine admiration. I usually do not offend anyone. Why would this happen to me? Could it be the Yang family? I swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down my spine. I don't think so. The issue likely lies with the Zhao family, as your thoughts have been consumed by Dou Tai's death, Gao Chen speculated. I agree. Miss Gao's reasoning holds merit, Li Changsheng concurred. Instinctively, I glanced toward the distant Zhao family's shadowy building, where a red figure gradually emerged from Madame Zhao's chamber, floating into midair, wearing a smile that exuded mockery and derision as it gazed at me. Anger surged within me, yet I suddenly realized that the bizarre visage within the armor was none other than that of the figure in red. The more I looked, the more familiar it became. It was him? He truly wished to kill me, and he nearly succeeded. The thought sent a wave of terror coursing through me. It was he who orchestrated all this. I turned to get a clearer view, but was met with two beams of red light shooting from his eyes, colliding with mine. My recently restored vision once again blurred, as though a veil of shadow shielded my sight. I could perceive light, yet nothing was clear. My eyes. Panic seized me, my voice trembling. I stumbled on my feet. What is wrong with you? Gao Chen and Li Changsheng rushed to support me. I can't see, I exclaimed in distress, my chest heaving as chaos reigned within my mind. The eyes are humanity's most vital organs. Losing sight equates to losing everything. My first thought was whether I would be condemned to this fate for eternity. What is happening, Yitong? Gao Chen queried, her voice quavering with concern. It's a long story. Let us return and discuss it. I managed to steady myself, and Gao Chen helped me into Li Changxing's vehicle. Young master, what is going on? Why can you suddenly not see? Came the voice from the driver's seat. I recounted the sequence of events, and Li Changxing remained silent, while Gao Chen too was at a loss for words. Will I remain like this? I trembled as I reached for Gao Chen's hand, seeking comfort. The icy touch offered me a modicum of solace. Do not think that way. Everything will be fine, Gao Chen reassured me. Though her voice was low, lacking conviction, it's all right. I can take care of the young master for the rest of my life. Li Changxing forced a smile, attempting to console me, yet his words felt hollow, and he fell silent. Gao Chen bit her left index finger, sitting anxiously in the car, seemingly lost in thought. Take this. She pressed a circular object into my hand. Its icy touch felt seamless, with a notable bump. Upon inspection, I realized it was her Yazi Wuqiang bracelet. I instinctively formed a 7-character gesture and slipped it on. Strange as it was, once I donned the bracelet, the temperature inside the vehicle plummeted. Li Changxing glanced into the rearview mirror, his eyes widening in terror, as though he had glimpsed something horrific at that moment. Gao Chen's hair began to grow wildly, her emotions complex and inscrutable, her complexion and arms losing their rosy hue, rendering her porcelain-like and devoid of vitality. Li Changxing was startled, abruptly braking, causing me to stumble and collide with the front seat, my head throbbing with pain. Mr. Li, what happened? I had become exceedingly sensitive and anxious since losing my sight. Gao Chen turned her gaze toward Li Changxing, her eyes devoid of emotion. He swallowed hard, regaining composure. A bicycle suddenly changed lanes. It's nothing, that's a relief, I sighed, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders as Gao Chen slowly turned back. Li Changxing exhaled, knowing that had he dared to mention Gao Chen's unusual transformation, he would have met with his demise at that moment, as she only exhibited indifference toward the world. Are you all right? I grasped Gao Chen's hand, inquiring if she had been harmed. And I'm fine. How are your eyes? Is there any improvement? Oddly, I sensed a chill emanating from Gao Chen, reminiscent of the frigid demeanor of the Yang family women. It seems a bit clearer, but not significantly so, I replied, shaking my head. Young master, Li Changxing called. Since it has no effect, you should return the bracelet to Miss Gao. After all, it belongs to her. I hastily removed the bracelet, realizing that such a precious item should not be in my possession. It might be Gao Chen's treasure. Since it's clearer than before, you should keep it on, Gao Chen insisted, her tone firm and unyielding. I'll return it. It's no trouble. It doesn't make much difference, I said, placing the bracelet back in her palm. Gao Chen hesitated for a moment before taking it back, and as it left my hand, the car's temperature seemed to return to normal. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. After wearing the bracelet, Gao Chen's skin regained its color, the veins in her arms becoming faintly visible, and the coldness in her gaze vanished without my noticing. Li Changxing stole another glance at Gao Chen, relieved to find that aside from her hair now cascading past her knees, she exhibited no further abnormalities. Before long, we arrived back at the hotel where we were staying. Gao Chen and I retreated to our room, while Li Changxing occupied the room across from us. What we just witnessed must not be spoken of, Gao Chen whispered as Li Changxing stepped inside, her eyes radiating a palpable threat. Understood, Li Changxing replied after a moment of hesitation, nodding in agreement. Gao Chen, I called, uncertain why she remained motionless. Unable to clearly see the door, I could only helplessly beckon her. I'm here, she replied, a radiant smile illuminating her face like a spring flower, as if nothing had transpired. Gao Chen assisted me in lying down on the bed, and as I turned, my hand caught a strand of hair. You've caught my hair, Gao Chen remarked softly. When did your hair become so long? I questioned, puzzled. I've always had a lot of hair. She replied proudly that it's natural. I thought little of it, inhaling the faint fragrance that lingered in her hair as I lay there. Fool, let us go back. Regardless of the outcome, we must address this, she suddenly said, her voice trembling with emotion. I was taken aback. I had never seen her so frightened. Yet the matter remained unresolved, and I felt conflicted about my promises. At this juncture, I sensed that events had spiraled far beyond my control and capabilities. I was ill-equipped to confront those unknown entities. However, to walk away felt morally wrong, especially when I could not bear to witness them take lives. This transcended mere causality. It was an act of compassion from a practitioner of yin and yang. They are not mere specters, nor are they ordinary beings. I may not possess the strength to confront them. Gao Chen remarked, I am uncertain if I can protect you. The world is imbued with righteousness, a myriad of forms bestowed upon it. Below are rivers and mountains, above are the sun and stars. In humans, it is called Howren, vast enough to fill the boundless void, as I recited when Tianxiang's Ode to Righteousness. I reflected that sinister spirits can only harm others through dark means, never daring to face their adversaries directly. I do not fear them, Gao Chen sighed softly, seemingly unable to sway my resolve, and futilely closed her eyes. Once this matter is concluded, I shall depart for a while, she finally said after a long pause. Very well, I concur, I replied, acknowledging that she had her own affairs to attend to, and could not remain by my side indefinitely. We fell into a comfortable silence, drifting into slumber until nightfall. It was only when Li Chongqing knocked on the door, calling us to dinner, that I stirred. The meal was as sumptuous as ever. We had been dining out almost daily during our time here, yet today I found myself somewhat disinclined to eat. With my vision impaired, I could scarcely distinguish the dishes, let alone serve myself. It was primarily Li Chongqing and Gao Chun who selected my food. Perhaps the loss of sensory perception has significantly altered my temperament. Inexplicably, I often felt a surge of anger bubbling within me, a nameless fury threatening to erupt. And no wonder those with disabilities often display peculiar or irritable dispositions. Gao Chun seemed to sense my unease. She extended a hand to clasp mine, her icy touch offering me a modicum of comfort. Meanwhile, at another tavern in Mianshan, Wei Yulong dialed a number. "Hey, Li Gu, long time no see. Is that you? What prompted you to call?" If Luoyi were present, she would undoubtedly recognize the voice on the line, for it was none other than Li Xiaogong. After a long separation since our last encounter in Longzhong, I often thought of dueling with Brother Li again. Wei Yulong chuckled. "Forget it, you cannot defeat me. Let us get straight to the point," Li Xiaogong responded cheerfully. "I've encountered some strange occurrences lately and would like to discuss them with you." "And I'm curious if you know anything," Wei Yulong said with newfound seriousness. Are there recent developments concerning the Luo family?" he inquired. Li Xiaogong immediately became alert, refraining from offering a swift reply. Instead, he cautiously asked, "What has transpired?" Wei Yulong recounted his recent experiences, emphasizing the matter of the blue corpse, which had been most unsettling. "As soon as it possessed me, it dissipated. I thought I would perish. But that girl rescued me, and it seems she can see through my thoughts." He regarded the young man of the Luo family with a degree of condescension, considering the Luo family now largely a relic of history. "Although our family is not a prominent clan, we have had our share of glory since the Republic and possess considerable insider knowledge." Li Xiaogong was now nearly certain that the individuals Wei Yulong described were Gao Chun and Luo Yi. But didn't they return to their hometown? How could they be in Anhui? After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaogong replied, "The one surnamed Luo is my younger brother. Do not underestimate him, he is a good person. As for that girl, I cannot say much. I can only advise you that should you offend her, even 10 lives would not suffice to compensate." Wei Yulong fell silent, having met Li Xiaogong during a drought incident orchestrated in Yuzhou and Yongzhou. A bond forged through shared trials. This was the first time he had seen Li Xiaogong so serious. Could it be that the girl truly possesses such formidable abilities? Although he was reluctant to acknowledge that Li Xiaogong surpassed him in skill, he understood that as the successor of the Yongzhou authority, Li Xiaogong's insight far exceeded his OWN.is. "That brat truly your brother?" Wei Yulong probed again. "Why would I deceive you?" Li Xiaogong replied, somewhat irked. "What are his capabilities? As the master of Xinyang Tower, what do you think?" Li Xiaogong countered. "And his martial skills? I cannot speak to his martial prowess. He likely cannot best you in unarmed combat. But in a weapon fight, I cannot say. Never underestimate anyone. It is precisely because Bianliang has governed Yuzhou so well that you believe you now live comfortably," Li Xiaogong retorted, not missing the chance to mock Wei Yulong. "Ah, I shall remember this. Given he is your brother, he must possess remarkable skills. I was indeed short-sighted," Wei Yulong sighed. "What exactly is going on? Are there only the two of them?" Li Xiaogong inquired, clearly invested in the matter concerning Luo Yi. "Only those two. Oh, no, there was also a middle-aged man with a Hubei accent, but he is just an ordinary person." Wei Yulong then recounted the incident involving the palace lantern, expressing that it was exceedingly abnormal and likely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual to resolve. "I intend to leave after a couple of days. I feel this matter runs too deep, far exceeding a typical yin-yang affair. I fear that if I linger longer, I may truly meet my end here." "The employer's wife emanates an aura of strangeness," Wei Yulong asserted gravely. "Aren't you coming to take a look?" "I shall not go," Li Xiaogong replied. "School is about to commence. I too am preparing to depart. But you would do well to find 2 individuals skilled in yin practices for your brother. That woman is likely bearing a stillborn child. This territory is under the jurisdiction of Yang's family, and their underlings may not heed your brother's request." Wei Yulong was not entirely ignorant of the enmity between the Yang and Luo families, having been embroiled in such rivalries for quite some time. "Understood. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises," Li Xiaogong concluded. "Yes, When the chance presents itself, I shall host. Wei Yulong replied courteously before ending the call. Little did I expect that this journey would lead to such a series of events. Jinyang Tower had indeed acquired a new master, one who was actively involved. Upon returning to our hotel, Li Chongqing informed me that Zhao Yin was waiting for us outside. I was momentarily curious as to why he had come here. Could there have been a change in circumstances? Brother Zhao, what brings you here in person? Li Chongqing inquired, stepping forward to greet him. After hearing the young master's advice, I spoke with my wife. Given her condition, the child should not be born normally. In such cases, we ought to seek a traditional Yin practitioner, right? Zhao Yin hesitated to ask. Yes, that is correct. Your wife's time is running short, and the child cannot die within her womb. Given your capabilities, it should not be difficult to find one, I affirmed. The young master overestimates my abilities. I truly cannot locate one. This profession has become exceedingly rare. Zhao Yin admitted, a hint of panic in his voice. Thus, I wished to implore the young master for assistance. I was momentarily taken aback, having only recently begun my journey into the realm of Yin and Yang. Where could I possibly find a Yin practitioner? This was beyond my capabilities. Though Jinyang Tower is renowned, it has been dormant for many years, and I had no connections in such matters. Actually, I do not know any practitioners. I have never even seen one, I replied honestly, expressing my inability to assist. However, I can inquire further. The Medicine King is well versed. He should have some knowledge, I thought, planning to call him later. No need. It is already arranged. An unfamiliar voice interjected. It was Wei Yulong. Gao Chen whispered in my ear, why is he here? Mr. Wei, what do you mean by arranged? Zhao Yin asked urgently, for this could be their only hope. It is not my concern. Someone has arranged it for Mr. Luo, Wei Yulong replied, shaking his head. I merely came to bid farewell to Mr. Luo and extend my apologies. I did not expect to encounter Mr. Zhao here. Oh, he came to find me? And who arranged it for me? I felt a wave of confusion wash over me, but Wei Yulong offered no further explanation. Someone has taken care of your Yin practitioner arrangements. I provided the address to Mr. Zhao.as for who will come. You will soon find out. And this is for you, he added, presenting me with a gift. This is our first meeting, and I give it to you as a token. My previous underestimation of you was merely due to your youth. That is all, and I harbor no prejudice. I was surprised that he openly expressed this in front of others, yet he was not wrong. My youth made me prone to underestimation, and I sensed that he was a straightforward individual, unpretentious, just like his ancestor from the Republican ERIT, seemed to be a characteristic of the Wei family. Otherwise, Wei Hailong would not have perished at the hands of the Japanese. This is for you, Wei Yulong said, handing me an object. I felt its wooden texture and pretended to examine it for a moment. I really like it. Thank you. I could not let him know that I was blind. It is sculpted from a century-old Namu wood. Every Wei family member engaged in corpse retrieval carries one. May it bring you good fortune and avert misfortune. Thank you. I expressed my gratitude once more. You are welcome to visit the Wei family, Wei Yulong said before bidding farewell and departing, leaving me with a sense of hope for future encounters. Chapter 75. The Yin practitioner. The death of Madame Zhao had long been anticipated, an event unalterable and immutable. Yet when the day finally arrived, I found it almost surreal, sitting by the hotel window and gazing at the bustling streets below for an extended period. Zhao Yin's announcement of the passing came 5 days after our parting, and over the phone, I could only express my powerless apologies. I had always felt that I was unable to save his wife. The young master need not take it to heart. My wife instructed me to ensure that you do not blame yourself. Everything has its destined course. My wife's fate was written thus. Zhao Yin's voice on the phone was frail and devoid of strength, transforming the once vigorous fishing magnate into a frail old man. I could not recall what I had said. I only remembered sitting in silence for a long time. Although this loss did not directly affect me, I felt an overwhelming sense of empathy. Gao Chun remained quietly by my side, saying nothing. You must learn to accept this gradually. Your journey is still long. Your father, upon witnessing such events, would not even furrow his brow. He has seen far too much, Gao Chun remarked. Is it because he has seen too much that he has grown numb? I pondered, wondering if I too would eventually become desensitized. No, it is because he has exerted himself. Ultimately, matters of life and death cannot be forcibly altered by human will. He has acted with a clear conscience, embodying the respect and compassion owed to life. Gao Chen responded, I remained silent, uncertain how to continue the conversation. At least I could not yet adopt a detached demeanor. Just then, amidst our dialogue, the phone rang. I glanced at my phone to see that it was a call from Zhao Yin, and I pressed the answer button. "Young sir, is it convenient for you to come over now? The sole receiver has arrived, and she specifically requests to see you," Zhao Yin stated. "All right, I will come over now," I replied before ending the call. I was also curious about the sudden appearance of this sole receiver and why she sought me by name. Could it be that I knew her? We continued to hitch a ride in Li Chongqing's car until we arrived at Zhao Yin's villa. Zhao Yin was already waiting for us in the living room, accompanied by a girl dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, who appeared to be of similar age to Li Xiaogong. "This is Mr. Luo," Zhao Yin introduced her. "Hello," I responded politely with anod.my surname is Bai. "I am the sole receiver affiliated with Yongzhou Prefecture." She introduced herself while retrieving a small seal from her chest pocket, which bore the emblem of the Li family from Yongzhou Prefecture. Art Li Xiaogong sent me. She added "So it was Li Xiaogong." I wondered why a sole receiver would appear so suddenly, but how did he know I needed one? How did he know about my situation? I inquired. He said it was Wei's second son from the corpse retrieval team in Yuzhou Prefecture who informed him. He also mentioned that he is an old acquaintance of Wei's. "So you need not overthink it," she replied. I nodded, naturally aware of whom she spoke. In the realm of yin and yang, collaborations are quite common. However, I hadn't anticipated his acquaintance with Wei Yulong. Upon reflection, Wei Yulong was straightforward and direct, adept in his craft, so it was indeed normal for him to associate with Li Xiaogong. "The sole receiving is your task. Please discuss the specific matters with Mr. Zhao," I said. "Let's first check on Mrs. Zhao," she suggested after a moment's thought. We proceeded to Mrs. Zhao's room, but this time the entire arrangement had changed. The room was adorned in white, with only the blood-red palace lantern flickering. Mrs. Zhao lay on the bed, devoid of color, yet her gentle demeanor was still evident. I sincerely felt pity and injustice for this woman. The sole receiver surnamed Bai approached, gently lifting the covers to feel Mrs. Zhao's swollen belly. At that moment, the long-deceased Mrs. Zhao opened her eyes, staring intently at us, which startled us. Yet the girl with the surname Bai remained unperturbed, soothingly stating, "I am the sole receiver sent by your husband. Your child will be born safely. I do not know what you experienced in life, but if you harbor resentment now, your child will surely perish within you. You wouldn't want that, would you?" She could actually communicate with the dead? What surprised me even more was that Mrs. Zhao indeed heeded her words, slowly closing her eyes. "What happened?" Zhao Yin asked anxiously. "Let us step outside." We all rose and exited, our gazes fixed intently on her. "The child is still alive." "Huh?" Zhao Yin exclaimed in shock. "The child is not dead." She nodded. "We soul receivers are generally tasked with guiding the souls of the deceased who could not deliver their children while alive. Without our intervention, they would be restless in death, unable to reincarnate, causing disturbances in the household. Our existence serves to alleviate their suffering, allowing both mother and child to be reborn. However, the infants we typically receive are those who have already passed. The scenario of a mother dead yet child alive is something I have only encountered in ancient texts. Will the child be born safely? Zhao Yin inquired. I will do my utmost, she could only assure him. When can we commence? Zhao Yin asked. We can begin now, she replied. I swiftly set up a divination plate, only to discover that the timing was unfavorable. Upon closer inspection, it was during the 5 unencountered hours. With today being a Xian day, precisely at Dingyu hour, during the 5 unencountered hours, dragons do not thrive, signifying a loss of vitality. Any endeavor during this time is fraught with obstacles and is unlikely to succeed. We must wait another hour, I whispered. Zhao Yin glanced at me, surprised, yet complied with my advice. I have no objections. The girl with the surname Bai closed her eyes. What about the palace lantern? Zhao Yin looked at me again. I pondered for a moment. The most significant matters in life are birth and death. While the figure in red might interfere with death, she may not possess the power to affect life. Moreover, a life has already been exchanged, and the deceased holds precedence. Thus, it would not be appropriate to disturb Mrs. Zhao's remains. It is of no consequence. I have ultimately decided, let us conduct the birth here. I resolved. Thus, we waited until after 8 o'clock to prepare for the delivery. You are a yin-yang master and may enter, but you cannot look while delivering. Mr. Zhao, as her husband, must also be present, yet he too cannot look. The sole receiver with the surname Bai instructed us, and me, Gao Chen asked, reluctant to part with me, fearing for my safety in the presence of the figure in red. You? She regarded Gao Chen. No outsiders are to enter. Gao Chen appeared displeased, and I could only offer reassurance. It's all right, just wait for me outside. She nodded but removed her bracelet and placed it on my wrist. The temperature in the room suddenly plummeted, and the Bai girl scrutinized the bracelet on my hand without uttering a word. Upon entering the room, she retrieved a pair of white gloves from her wooden box, which appeared to be leather. These are gloves made from Baixian skin, commonly used by soul receivers, she explained. The pristine skin suggested it was made from a well-aged hedgehog. The box also contained golden scissors and various ceramic dolls. She prepared her tools with utmost seriousness. Upon closer inspection, I found her rather attractive, possessing a mature charm. Although her overly austere Zhongshan suit dulled her elegance, it was surprising that such a striking young woman would engage in soul-receiving work. I wondered about her connection to Li Shaogong as my thoughts wandered. Turn around. I am about to begin the soul-receiving, she commanded. Zhao Yin and I turned away, quietly listening to her work, but after a while, I realized there was no sound. Just as I contemplated looking back, I heard her softly say, "Someone is watching me." I was startled and instinctively glanced towards the blood-red lantern, where that loathsome crimson visage loomed above us. "Do not overthink. Just focus on the soul receiving," I replied in a hushed tone. If that figure in crimson truly had the power to disrupt the birth of the living, it would not merely be watching us in such a disconcerting manner. Nevertheless, the soul receiver demonstrated remarkable skill, sensing the presence of something else. Has something occurred in this room? I feel as if something is watching me from behind. I cannot concentrate, the girl with the surname Bai remarked. What is unseen cannot be heard. There is indeed something in the room, but it will not interfere with you, I assured her. She reluctantly acknowledged my words and began her preparations anew. Mrs. Zhao, I apologize for the intrusion. I kindly ask for your cooperation to ensure a smooth birth for your child. She addressed Mrs. Zhao's remains with utmost respect. Seemingly imbued with intelligence, the corpse voluntarily parted its legs. Soul receiver, ferry the soul. Allow the living to thrive, and the dead to retain their spirits. Yin and Yang open. Invoke the honored names. The girl's voice resonated powerfully, akin to a fervent incantation, reverberating through the room, as her words faded. A chilling breeze swirled within the space, sending shivers down my spine. I longed to glance back to see if Mrs. Zhao had transformed, but logically, she should not have. Although her death was peculiar, she had accepted it with tranquility. Devoid of resentment, if there were any lingering emotions, they would belong solely to the unborn child. Do not look. The Bai girl seemed to sense my thoughts and admonished. Zhao Yin and I held our breath, only able to hear the rustling sounds emanating from the bed. All right, the child is emerging, she finally spoke again, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Zhao Yin and I simultaneously turned back, discovering her cradling a bluish infant in her hands. Born under the Kuan zodiac, in the Guasi year, Rensu month, and Xian High Day, the dog of Su, weighing 3 pounds. The infant spirit is safely delivered, mother and child are well, bringing great fortune to the world. The girl solemnly announced to the remains at that moment. The chilling wind dissipated, and the previously cold room had inexplicably warmed. I looked once more at the blood-red lantern, only to find the figure had vanished without a trace. Please name the infant, she turned to Zhao Yin. Let the young sir name her, Zhao Yin suggested. Looking at me, I did not decline. Since this was a soul-born child, I decided to incorporate it into the name. Considering her birth in the Huai River region, I proposed the name Zhao Huayin, drawing upon the esteemed reputation of Huayin Marquis Han Xian for her protection throughout her life. Very well, we shall name her Huayin. Zhao Yin expressed his satisfaction with the name. I remained silent, sensing something was amiss but unable to pinpoint it. When I looked back at the infant, I noticed she was gazing at us intently. No, something is not right. A normally born baby would not behave this way. I finally recognized the discrepancy. She had not cried or fussed like a typical newborn, which was highly unusual. Zhao Yin soon realized it as well. How can this child open her eyes? Perhaps it is due to being a soul-born child. It is unheard of for an infant to survive when the mother dies. I gulped, uncertain. Zhao Yin took the child, and the infant surprisingly smiled at him, as if recognizing him as her father. Mr. Zhao, since this child has been born into your family, you must take good care of her, the the soul-receiving woman seemed uneasy, earnestly advising Zhao Yin. "I will. Even if she is a soul-born child, she is still my daughter," Zhao Yin declared, undeterred, as he began to playfully engage with his daughter. "Go outside. I will prepare the lady's remains. There will be further arrangements to make before the burial. This is the duty that Zhao should undertake." I walked out of the room with Zhao Yin, feeling a slight sense of relief at last. At least I had accomplished something. The child of Madame Zhao had been preserved. "Is everything all right?" Gao Chen immediately grasped my hand and inquired. "Yes, there are no issues with Madame Zhao's child," I replied, gesturing towards the infant cradled in Zhao Yin's arms. The baby seemed to sense Gao Chen's gaze and turned to meet her eyes, engaging in a silent stare while also waving and smiling at her. Gao Chen scrutinized the infant closely, her brow furrowed in concern. "Is there a problem?" Seeing her like this made me anxious. Could she possibly discern something wrong with the child? "Don't look at me." "I don't like you," Gao Chen retorted, ignoring me and addressing the baby earnestly. The infant continued to smile at her, seemingly eager to reach out and grasp her hand. "Ha. It seems the little one has taken a liking to this young lady." Zhao Yin chuckled heartily, believing Gao Chen was merely teasing the child. However, I alone understood that Gao Chen genuinely harbored a distaste for her. "There is nothing wrong, just an overwhelming presence of yin energy." Gao Chen sighed. "She may witness things she ought not to see. Best to have several masters examine her before she turns 7. "Understood. I shall remember that." Zhao Yin nodded. In that moment, I found myself at a loss for whether to console Zhao Yin or congratulate him. His wife had passed, yet they welcomed a daughter. Life and death intertwined in a delicate dance. "Zhao, congratulations." Li Chongsheng seemed to have much to say, yet ultimately, he merely patted Zhao Yin's shoulder. I sensed his feelings mirrored my own. Just as we were exchanging pleasantries, a shrill scream shattered the tranquility. "Is it from Madame Zhao's room?" We hurried over, only to see a woman with the surname Bai burst through the door. Stumbling as she fled, I quickly caught her, asking, "What happened?" "A ghost. There is something in the room. Red, so much red. Ghosts." They grabbed me, trying to pull my soul away. "I must leave." She pushed me away, her eyes vacant as she staggered forward. In that moment, I felt her trembling like a leaf in the wind. What had traumatized her? I signaled to Li Chongsheng, who swiftly pursued her. We could not afford for anyone else to be harmed. It was clear to me that the palace lantern was to blame. Logically, this should have been the end of the ordeal, yet the lantern continued to burn. Was one life not sufficient? Did it seek Zhao Yin's life? Or perhaps the lives of the entire Zhao family? Zhao Yin gazed at the lantern, worry etched upon his face. "Young master, the matter is far from over. The struggle continues." Gao Chen spoke slowly. "How do you know?" I asked curiously. Gao Chen produced a smartphone from her pocket and waved it at me. "Good heavens, where did you acquire this?" I exclaimed, realizing this girl had secretly procured a phone behind my back. "Li Xiaogong gave it to me. If it's free, why not take it?" Gao Chen replied. "You used this to contact the old Taoist? How did you acquire the number?" Of course, the old Taoist provided it to me. I was left speechless, yet my curiosity only deepened regarding the relationship between Gao Chen, the old Taoist, and my father. Why had the exorcist not given me his contact information, but rather bestowed it upon Gao Chen? Never mind. Let us await good news. For safety's sake, Mr. Zhao, it would be best not to stay here. A master will arrive in 3 days. I sighed deeply. The entire affair had been fraught with twists and turns. It seemed everyone had played their part, except for me. I felt like an utter failure as a yin-yang master. Dejected, I exited the Zhao residence. Chapter 77. Father's teachings. Gao Chen hurried to catch up. Holding my hand from behind, I must admit, her bracelet was indeed quite effective, but I could now ascertain that the shadows before me were not of a normal nature. They resembled something malevolent. Gao Chen had informed me that this bracelet was used by the exorcist to suppress evil. Reflecting on how I had been of no assistance, I irritably removed the bracelet and returned it to her. Don Tilu's heart, Gao Chen consoled. She always seemed to perceive my thoughts. What kind of yin-yang master cannot manage matters of yin and yang? What sort of title is that? I derided myself. Even a yin-yang master is not omnipotent. Taoists have their roles, and those who deal with yin have theirs. Each person's existence serves a purpose. Gao Chen gently squeezed my hand, seemingly fearful of my anger. Her voice soft. Just as an emperor cannot do everything, why then do we need civil and military ministers? If a general alone could unify the realm, what purpose would scholars serve? Perhaps due to my sense of failure, or perhaps my blurred vision. I felt a wave of frustration and chose to ignore her. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, I lost track of time, the outlines of tall buildings around me becoming vaguely familiar. Where was I? We arrived at our hotel, Gauchen answered. The villa belonging to Zhao Yin was over an hour's journey from where we were staying. I hadn't anticipated that my frustration could propel me such a distance. It was likely already nearing 11 o'clock. This silly girl had genuinely accompanied me for such a long duration. Upon reaching our floor, I collapsed onto the bed. The events of the past few days had left me utterly drained, and the shadows before me tormented me relentlessly. I paid no heed to what Gao Qian was doing and quickly succumbed to slumber, primarily out of fear that I might utter something hurtful to her. In my dreams, I encountered my father, as though it had been ages since I last dreamt of him. This time, he was no longer stern, and the setting had changed. It was no longer that dark, desolate tomb. My father stood amidst a sea of sand, clad in a Zhongshan suit, holding a compass and a map, while I stood by his side. "Father, what are we searching for?" I asked, puzzled by his intense focus on the compass. "We seek a method to restore your sight," he replied. Striding forward, I was taken aback, not expecting such matters to arise even in dreams, unable to find peace there as well. Sensing my agitation, my father kindly remarked, "Why be angry? Your temperament is lacking. You cannot accept anything. You must learn to accommodate." I remained silent, feeling a wave of inexplicable disdain, yet refrained from retorting. My father's authority had instilled in me a lifelong habit of acquiescence. "Ah, I see now. It was my error. You simply cannot accept failure. It has disturbed your heart. In my youth, I was much like you, fearless and arrogant, believing I could handle everything. Yet life's events taught me that I am neither omnipotent nor invincible. Before undertaking any endeavor, you must discern what is achievable and what is not, and then proceed accordingly." My father gently patted my head. Imparting his wisdom, I recalled how, in my childhood, he often had me recite the cyclical characters or play games with me. But such tender guidance was rare. Now, in this dream, I found it a rather peculiar experience. I began to savor it, and my agitation gradually subsided. "Father, have you ever faced situations beyond your control?" I inquired. "Of course," he chuckled. "There were many things I could not accomplish. I remember your mother asked me to play the pipa for her. I was quite clumsy and took 10 years to learn." This was the first time I had heard anything regarding my mother, prompting me to eagerly ask, what kind of person was she? "Ah, she was the kindest soul in the world, always gentle and kind to everyone and everything. Never hurried, modest and polite," my father reminisced. "So take a cue from your mother. Do not force yourself into matters that are not your responsibility. That will only bring you suffering and lead you away from your intentions. A guilt-free conscience will only bring forth guilt." I pondered my father's words carefully. Now, reflecting on it, I realized that the sources of my dissatisfaction and feelings of failure stemmed from my own actions. Indeed, I thought I could manage everything, heedless of the consequences when I took on Zhao Yin's affairs. This entailed the involvement of the Wei family's corpse fetchers, Li Shaogong, and the Yin walking women. In the end, not only had I failed to resolve anything, but my own eyes were also rendered useless. It was not impossible to achieve a goal. One must carefully consider all potential outcomes and make appropriate arrangements. All significant undertakings are composed of smaller tasks, and only those adept at handling the minutiae can accomplish great things. Do you know who my favorite historical figure is? My father's words took a swift turn. Catching me slightly off guard, I shook my head, indicating my ignorance. My favorite is Liu Bang, the founder of the Han Dynasty. If you examine his life, regardless of success or failure, he managed the small matters quite well. Many say he succeeded at the banquet of Hongmin due to luck, but was it not also a result of his meticulousness, caution, and understanding of human emotions? The general who long escorted the guests away. The stone shattered the heavens and struck the jade. This line of poetry vividly depicts the impotent rage of the strategist Fan Zhang after the failure at Hongmin. Fan Zhang was indeed a strategist I admired. Yet he faltered in handling the small matters of this grand affair, leading to Xiang Yu's failure to seize the world. A regrettable loss for eternity. I share all this in hopes that you will learn to protect yourself. The world is vast, rife with dangers. Do not attempt to challenge the unknown. Both your mother and I love you. There is no need for haste. We shall take our time. As I walked, I listened to my father's earnest teachings. The sun's scorching rays causing sweat to drip onto the sand, only to evaporate in an instant. At some point, I suddenly noticed my shadow beside me was gradually fading. Alarmed, I quickly glanced to the side. I saw my father's figure becoming increasingly faint, the compass and map slipping away from his grasp, yet he continued to smile at me. Father, in a moment of panic, perhaps reluctant to part with this fleeting warmth, or perhaps lamenting that I had not listened enough to your teachings. There is no need for alarm. Your vision will return. Do not let blindness alter your temperament. Do not utter harsh words to those close to you. Do not speak in contradiction, and do not remain silent. These are the words I gleaned from your lessons. Before my father could finish his sentence, his form had vanished, yet his words lingered in the desert air. Father! I awoke from my dream, calling out loudly, but alas, there was no response, and darkness enveloped the room. I rubbed my temples, feeling as though the world was spinning, cold sweat pouring from my body. Fool, what is wrong with you? Gao Chen woke immediately, concern etched on her face. I reassured her, slowly embracing her and gently ruffling her hair. She appeared somewhat bewildered, as if I had never before taken such initiative. She stood there, arms outstretched, unsure of what to do. Let us return. Tomorrow, we shall forego Zhao's compensation, I whispered in her ear. Are we not waiting for the old Taoist? Gao Chen inquired, and no longer. I dreamed of my father. I replied, very well, I shall heed your wishes. In that moment, I felt no lingering despair or anger over my blindness. I cherished all that I still possessed. At least Gao Chen remained by my side. Since the incident at my home, she had been my steadfast companion. Chapter 78. A brief respite of light the next day. I conveyed my intent to Zhao Yin, apologizing for my inability to resolve the matter at hand, refusing any compensation, and assuring him that others would soon take over and would certainly find a solution, so he need not worry. Zhao Yin displayed remarkable magnanimity, refraining from placing blame, merely remarking that I was still young and had great potential, urging me not to dwell on this incident. His words filled me with a sense of embarrassment, for I had truly done nothing. One might say I merely came to witness the spectacle. The young gentleman, fresh to the world, is bound to falter in many aspects. Even your father was once inexperienced, so young and naive, quietly observing among all that I too was just a brash lad back then. And only after achieving a modicum of success did I realize he was learning, observing the world with his profound gaze. You have reached the limits of your capabilities. Do not burden yourself with regret. Zhao Yin said, patting my shoulder. His sigh seemed to echo the reminiscence of youth, tinged with a hint of regret. I could not fathom the depth of that sigh, yet it resonated with me. Come now, Zhao Yin said with a smile. Should you ever find yourself passing through Anhui, do not forget to pay a visit, so that I may extend my hospitality. I nodded in reply and then stepped into Li Changxing's car. Li Changxing insisted on driving me, and I did not refuse, as I wished for him to remain until the demon-subduing Taoist arrived. Since the Taoist had no intention of staying, I had no desire to engage in conversation with him. Yet I required an intermediary for reception. Thus, I returned home, with Li Changxing serving as the best-suited intermediary. It was my first experience on a high-speed train, though sadly, my vision was unclear, rendering everything a blur. I purchased 2 tickets. According to Li Changxing, Gao Chen's false identity was arranged by Zhao Yin as Li Changxing's sister. Gao Chen seemed only slightly displeased but did not voice any further complaints. I found the arrangement quite reasonable, considering the insecurity I felt as a blind passenger. My inaugural high-speed train experience was rather dull, and I spent most of it asleep. Fortunately, the journey from Hubei to Anhui was not lengthy, and in 4 hours, we arrived. Upon disembarking, we were greeted by Li Changxing's associates, who escorted us back to Jinyang Tower. My admiration for Li Changxing grew. I once believed myself to be efficient in my endeavors. Yet in comparison, I felt like a mere novice. He conducted himself with decorum, exhibiting complete courtesy, attentive service, and ensuring mutual enjoyment. I recognized my shortcomings were due to inexperience and a lack of depth in handling matters. Yet, I realized at that moment that I had become somewhat seasoned in navigating the world. I returned to Jinyang Tower around 6 in the evening, surprised to find the lights ablaze. Luogu? Sister, you're back, a familiar voice called out, revealing the hazy silhouette of Yi Jinqin. What brings you here? I asked. Not staying over. I have a 2-day weekend today, Dado. I see. I had forgotten it was the weekend. Nodding, I attempted to enter Jinyang Tower, only to trip over the threshold. The entrance was constructed in the style of ancient aristocratic households, with a notably high sill, and my impaired vision led to a severe fall. I felt a sharp pain in my forehead as I landed, disoriented and unable to rise. The instinctive avoidance of simple dangers, typical of the Yin-Yang master, eluded me this time. The consequences of my blindness were finally manifesting. A surge of frustration welled within me, and I considered blaming Gao Chun for not catching me. However, I suddenly recalled my father's teachings. Do not speak harshly to those close to you. Do not contradict them, and do not remain silent. The anger that had coalesced in my chest dissipated significantly, leaving me only with a resigned sigh as I extended my hand. This time, Gao Chun was quick to assist me, gently pulling me up while soothing my forehead with her cool hand. "I am sorry. Did you hurt yourself?" she asked softly, her tone filled with concern. I shook my head, assuring her I bore no ill will. Though I verbally reassured her, a shadow of melancholy lingered in my heart. Blindness